The marks on the wall were messy and complicated. Lucian even directly wrote down the word Mden, since he had no idea how to express it in the secret code. Then, using the moonlight blessing, Lucian left the area and carefully approached his shack. Hiding in the darkness, he intently sensed the supernatural power inside his house. The night watchers had left. In the moonlight, Lucian could directly see the eyes which were monitoring him the whole night. The pair of eyes floating in the air were almost transparent, staring at the pile of messy blankets in the bed. However, the eyes did not have pupils. While common people would be really scared by the horrible scene, Lucian felt quite lucky. Fortunately, this pair of eyes could not sense the heat, or he would have been found out already. In the darkness, Lucian waited patiently. Half an hour later, the transparent eyes gradually disappeared. A new cycle should start soon. Lucian stayed highly focused. Within his expectations, a moment later, a sudden wave of supernatural power was detected coming from a certain direction. That was where the heretic was hiding. Lucian grabbed a small stone in his hand and quickly threw it against the wall in the opposite direction. The sound of the stone hitting the wall and falling on the ground was especially clear in the late night. As if the kidnapper was startled, the pair of eyes being formed suddenly rippled and soon disappeared. Seizing the chance, Lucian started to move as fast as he could with the help of moonlight. He was fast like a shadow. His movement was so agile that his blurry figure instantly integrated into the silver moonlight. No one could notice him unless they observed carefully. Lucian pushed one of the windows open, quickly jumped into his shack, closed the window, and tucked himself in his bed. Lucian clearly knew that it would take the heretic some time to recover from the power backfire of the failed casting he or she just did. Thus he unhurriedly covered himself with the blanket and made sure the shape of the blanket was not of a big difference. More than a minute later, the eyes rose in the air again with caution. In the next 10 minutes, pretending that he was still sleeping, Lucian purposefully turned his face towards the eyes and kicked away the blanket to let the eyes see him directly. Luckily, Lucian successfully awoke his blessing tonight, or his night would be way tougher than this. Everything went on smoothly. After all, anything could have caused the little noise from the stone, such as a wild cat or a crow. Slowly, Lucian fell asleep, knowing that he had more work to do tomorrow. After having breakfast, Lucian arrived at the Musicians' Association. Knocking the door of the office, which was in charge of musicians' accommodation, Lucian was putting on a play in front of the heretics who were still monitoring somewhere. A middle-aged woman opened the door and asked, "Mr. Evans, what can I do for you?" "Yes, I'm looking for Brian," answered Lucian, and he saw Brian was coming over. "Anything wrong with the house?" asked Brian a bit nervously. "The place is fine. Just the sheet and the blanket in the bedroom are too soggy. Can you find someone to dry them for me and make sure the cleaning of the whole house will be done by next Monday?" "For sure, Mr. Evans." Brian was relieved, and a smile appeared on his face. "By next Monday, everything will be ready for you to move in." Later, Lucian came back to his own office. Today he was definitely in a better mood, knowing that he was finally capable of saving Uncle Joel and his families when time was proper. In order to hide his excitement, Lucian started to practice. With the awakened blessing, his coordination had improved a lot. Along with his great memory, Lucian could master a piece of music way faster than ever, and of course, faster than many other people. After several rounds of practicing, Lucian had mastered Symphony of Fate and other several pieces of etude pretty well, like a well-qualified instrumentalist. No wonder Ryan said that the combination of blessing and good memory can easily produce a qualified pianist. That does make sense. Lucian wondered to himself. Actually, it was not too hard for a knight to learn how to use a musical instrument. However, mastering a musical instrument and becoming a great musician was a totally different story. After giving the Moonlight Rose to Lucian, Felicia started to ask Lucian many questions about music all the time. This morning, she visited his office and asked for Lucian's suggestion about her composition. Since she regarded this as an agreement between them, Felicia did not want to waste any time. In fact, Lucian's understanding in music was no better than Felicia's. He had no choice but to search for the masterpieces from his original world in his spirit library in order to provide feedback by adding pieces of those great music works to Felicia's composition. However, that already impressed Felicia a lot. She was very inspired by Lucian's feedback. "Your talent is astonishing." Felicia's red eyes were shining like rubies. "Your playing skills progressed a lot as well." Lucian just smiled politely. After lunch, Lucian brought some of his stuff from the shack to Jesu district. The blankets and sheets were hanging up in the backyard, bathing in the sunlight. Lucian felt a bit nervous, having no idea what the kidnappers would say about he leaving the letter here last night. Opening the letter slowly, Lucian held his breath. A new sentence was on the letter. "Bring the letter with you, Mr. Evans." Lucian pretended he was confused, behaving like an ordinary person who had no idea how useful the letter actually was. "I accidentally left the letter here last night. I'll be living in Aduran this week since the house is not ready yet," Lucian said to the letter. A while later, the letter replied, "Then bring the letter back with you, so we can communicate easier." "I will, but I want another scene ball," requested Lucian. Sure, replied the letter immediately. On his way back home with his sharper vision, Lucian saw that the marks that he left on the wall last night had been replaced by new marks. Professor, we are fine. Fire Wolf volunteered to be your guide for Imden Relic. Where should he meet you? Owl. Lucian kept walking without stopping his footsteps. There was no magic relic named Imden. Lucian made it up. During midnight, the heretics started to be less alert. With moonlight, Lucian avoided their monitoring again and came to the mark wall. He left a new line of marks on it. 11, Friday night. East entrance of Larnaca Canyon, Melzer Black Forest. Professor. On Thursday morning, Lucian found the second seen ball in front of his shack before leaving for the association. The same wood cabin, the same wood table. Joel's face was emotionless, while Alyssa was wiping tears silently and Ivan looked scared. Silver moon could be seen through the window, and several stars were shining in the background. Lucian saw fresh dirt on their shoes. Suddenly he realized something. Maybe the wood cabin was just the place for making seen balls. The real place that they were taken captive should be somewhere else. According to the freshness of the dirt, the actual place should not be too far away from that cabin. In the princess's practicing room, when Lucian was playing the piano loudly, he suddenly said to Natasha, "Your Grace, I need to confess." Natasha was wearing a simple training suit after having practiced swordsmanship. Her legs were long and straight. Confess. She looked a bit confused but soon became serious. Confess what, Lucian? Natasha was very different than usual. Now she was like a leopard ready to launch an attack. Lucian did not answer the princess instantly. Instead, he turned around and looked at Lady Camel silently. Natasha was very smart. She understood what Lucian was worrying, especially seeing that Lucian was still playing the piano. "I trust Lady Camel with my life, Lucian, so there's no need to ask her to leave. And in Ratatia, no one can spy on us. Your Grace, we can never be too careful." Camel stood up and her blue eyes started to shine brightly. Her whole body gradually became transparent and turned into a statue made of seawater. Then the seawater from the statue overflowed onto the floor and soon reached to Lucian's ankles. A moment later, the whole practicing room was half filled with seawater, and the water level already reached to Lucian's chest. Seeing Lucian's confused eyes, Natasha nodded to him. Soon the room was fully filled with the water. Lucian came to the bottom of the sea. However, the practicing room was like a big water cube, and the water was not leaking anywhere else at all. Besides, Lucian could breathe easily as usual. The only difference was that Lucian's skin was covered with a thin layer of silver light. Blessing. Natasha lifted her eyebrows and soon apologized sincerely. "Sorry. I did not know Lady Camel would examine you. I totally understand. That's what Lady Camel should do. You don't need to apologize at all." Lucian was ready for the examination, and that was one of the many reasons that Lucian did not tell the princess what happened to him the first time he came to Ratatia Palace. Now his blessing had been awakened, and his spiritual power from practicing magic could thus be hidden. Lucian understood that, if he faced the heretics by himself, he would absolutely not be enough. Currently, the best choice was to report to the princess and refer to the noble power. And the key point was that he needed to figure out a proper chance to make sure his plan would not threaten the hostages and his own safety. Now it was the proper chance. Looking at the silver light covering Lucian's skin, Natasha rested her chin in the left hand and said, "Moonlight blessing, but weaker than a knight's blessing. Well, Lucian, now you can tell me what happened. The whole room has been isolated by Camel's power. As you can see, Your Grace, my blessing is weaker. That's because my blessing was awakened by a bottle of magic potion given by someone else." Lucian was well prepared for what he was going to say. "Since the night when I got invited to be your consultant, I was involved in a conspiracy aiming at you and the Grand Duke." "I see. That's what you get from working with them, a potion to awaken blessing." The corner of Natasha's lips curled up. "That is not true, Your Grace." Lucian mixed the truth and his lie together. "They kidnapped Uncle Joel and his family. They offered me a lot of help in the past when I was struggling. The kidnappers wanted me to report your schedule to them, as well as things that I hear in the palace. They want me to have my blessing awakened in order to work better for them." Camel, Natasha was a bit surprised. "All the people who work for me, they got carefully investigated first, right?" "Yes, Your Grace. Mr. Evans's music talent is beyond doubt. Although he got involved with a witch's case, there is no evidence showing that Mr. Evans or any of his friends was suspicious." Camel stopped examining Lucian and said to the princess. Her voice came from different directions under the water. As the future Grand Duke, the security measures around Natasha were very strict. Natasha nodded. "Do you know anything about Mr. Joel and his family? Our intelligence department reported that Mr. Joel and his family were invited by a noble lord." Camel sounded a bit angry. "Although the security measures in the palace are very strict," said Lucian, "when I was acting nervous in front of you the last time, the kidnappers warned me about it in the evening of that day. So I suspect that there might be spies around you, Your Grace. So you were doing that on purpose." "Lucian, I really did underestimate you." Natasha looked quite serious but then smiled, slightly shaking her head. Then Natasha stood up from the bench and walked around in the room filled with water, The intelligence department is untrustworthy right now. Auntie Camel, please go to the church and tell this to the two cardinals, Emilton and Gosset. Enjoying his isolated life, now Cardinal Sard was not actively involved with the church. Two younger cardinals, Emilton and Gosset, were currently in charge. Then Lucian told Natasha more details, such as how he bought Moonlight Rose from Felicia. And of course he mentioned nothing about how he figured out those people were from Argent Horn and how he investigated them. Someone must be trailing you all the time recently, Natasha said to Lucian, Auntie Camel, catch the guy and put the guy to torture. Lucian hurriedly stopped her. Your Grace, we don't need to hurry. Instead, we should be patient. We shall start from secretly investigating the intelligence department and the kidnappers, following the clues and finally figuring out the big man who is hiding behind. Lucian must make sure Uncle Joel and his family were safe. And he also wanted to solve the issue of the heresy once and for all, or he would be facing lots of trouble in the future. It's not that complicated. Natasha frowned her eyebrows. We catch the person who's trailing you, beat the person until he or she tells the truth, and then we quickly take action to take the bastards down. Come on, you're a man, Lucian. Your Grace, I think Mr. Evans is right. If our intelligence department is involved, this whole thing would be much more complicated. We should be more careful, commented Camel. All right, I think you and Lucian are right. I won't tell this to anyone else. Natasha curled her lips. I never like complicated things. How dare the bastards come to my palace? Every once in a while, the kidnappers send me a small magic ball. I can see Uncle Joel and his family through the ball. If I find any clue from the balls, how can I tell you? Lucian kept pushing forward, but started to feel quite nervous. Princess Natasha was much more straightforward than he thought. I'll give you several drops of my blood, which contain the elemental power of water, said Camel, so keep them with you. When you need to contact us, put a drop of blood into water and you can temporarily talk to me. Unless they have someone who's as powerful as a level 7 knight, and unless it is that person who's trailing you, the blood will be impossible for them to spot. 3 small sapphires appeared in front of Lucian, floating in the water. After agreeing on the secret code for communication, Lucian put the sapphires into his pocket. While Natasha sat down in a couch and asked Lucian with interest, these people are using lives to threaten you, power and possible fortune to lure you, then why you decided to tell us, Lucian? I did feel hesitant. Lucian paused a bit, but I never trust that kidnappers would keep their word. Only referring to your help, Your Grace, I could save Uncle Joel and his family. I never make a concession to my enemy, and that is my creed. Never make a concession to the enemy. Interesting. Natasha's purple eyes lit up. No wonder you can compose Symphony of Fate, such a great work. I apologize for what I just said. You're a real man, Lucian. Well, real man, Lucian. You really don't need me to teach you how to pursue girls. Natasha laughed. Our personalities are quite similar. You can be pretty attractive to girls, just like me. Sorry, Your Grace, I'm really not in the mood, answered Lucian seriously. And by the way, please don't tell the church that my blessing has been awakened. After all, the way I did it was not proper in the church's eyes. Natasha nodded. I understand, Lucian, and I won't. Luckily, moonlight is not a dark blessing. After we solve this problem, I'll tell the church that the potion you had was given by me as your reward. That was really a surprise for Lucian. Then Natasha shrugged her shoulders. Relax, Lucian. So you can better fight against your enemy. The level of the seawater was gradually falling and finally disappeared. Lady Camel showed up again in the practicing room, and Natasha and Lucian were sitting in front of the piano, talking about music as if nothing special ever happened. Later, when Lucian came back home, the letter urgently asked him what he saw today in the palace and what the princess told him. The kidnappers had no idea about Lucian's earlier confession. Telling the kidnappers that John would be back this Saturday morning, Lucian used this as an excuse to request another scene ball on Friday evening. The heretics agreed. On the second day, Friday, after class, Felicia's coach was waiting in front of the place. To prepare the ball, Felicia asked for a leave of the class today. Of course, Lucian was asked to bring the letter with him. While Victor, Ryan, and Lot were talking about Felicia's family's manor, Lucian was looking at the scenery outside the coach's side window. Are you okay, Lucian? You're not interested in Burn, the wine exclusively produced by Hain family's chateau. Noticing Lucian's silence, Ryan smiled to him and asked. The wine named Burn was very famous in Alto. The special grapes produced in the manor's field were of great quality. Only guests who were invited to the manor could have a chance to taste it. I'm fine, Mr. Ryan. Actually, I'm feeling a bit concerned since I know nothing about dancing. It's quite embarrassing. Lucian found an excuse to disguise the load on his mind. I can teach you, although you're not a lady, Ryan joked. You can take me as your beautiful lady. Lucian put an awkward smile on his face. There's nothing to worry about, Lucian, Victor comforted him. We all know about your background. No one will purposefully invite you to dance to humiliate you. But if you want to learn how to dance, I'm sure many of the beautiful ladies there will be willing to teach you. Lucian gradually relaxed in this happy atmosphere, knowing that nervousness could not help his plan tonight at all. The coach soon ran out of town and past Belem River, heading for the manor sitting in the north of Melzer Black Forest. Haynes family's manor was magnificent. Built with fine granite, everything in the manor looked luxury. Wearing a flame-red evening dress, Felicia was already waiting in front of the lobby, followed by 2 rows of servants standing behind her. The yellow flame of the 6 bronze torch holders lit up the evening at 7 o'clock. "Good evening, Mr. Victor and Mr. Rhine. Good evening, Lucian and Lot." Felicia welcomed them. Tonight she was the host, and her parents did not come. Every noble lady must be able to host a ball or a party on her own. "You look gorgeous tonight, Felicia." Victor hugged Felicia a bit and smiled. Dressing in red, Felicia's red eyes and fair skin looked even more beautiful. Felicia thanked her teacher in a noble lady manner, and then she turned to welcome the other many guests. Not only Felicia's classmates were present, but also many of her noble friends. Following Victor and Rhine, Lucian entered the lobby, which could accommodate more than 100 people. The long dining table was sitting in the corner of the lobby. There were wine, assorted salads and pies, sausages, beef, chicken, duck, fine bread, fruits, and many good-looking desserts that Lucian could not even name. The invited band was playing a nice song, making this evening rather tasteful. Lucian picked up a plate on the dining table and loaded it with lots of food. Eating quietly in the corner, he was waiting for Felicia to announce the beginning of the ball. As she was talking, the lobby dimmed a bit and the band changed the song. The gentlemen walked towards the young ladies, and they started to dance in a manner called whirling from the Palace of Trier. While whirling was very popular among young nobles, the conservative elder nobles were denouncing it as very improper and immoral because of the intimacy in whirling. "Lucian, are you still eating? This is a ball." After her opening dance with Mr. Victor, Felicia finally found Lucian in the corner beside the dining table. Putting down the plate, Lucian shrugged. "I don't know how to whirl, Felicia." Lucian always felt rather hungry after awakening the blessing. In addition to that, a tough task was waiting for him tonight. "I can teach you, Lucian," Felicia said to him sincerely. Dancing, along with appreciating music and hunting, is very important in social life. If you want to get along with the nobles, you have to know how to dance. "I don't know, I'm not made for this." Lucian was a bit nervous, and he did not want to act weirdly at the ball. He awkwardly reached out his hand to invite Felicia for a dance. "You're doing good." Felicia put her hand in Lucian's. "Don't worry. First time can never be perfect." Slightly putting one of his hands on Felicia's waist and the other on her shoulder, Lucian started to dance following her instruction, and he was mindfully keeping a distance from Felicia's body. Several minutes later, Felicia looked at Lucian with surprise. "You can dance very well, except you're a bit stiff. Is this your first time practicing whirling?" "No, not really." Lucian couldn't tell her about his blessing and quickly found an excuse. "The princess taught me a bit before." "No wonder. After all, the princess is a grand knight, and she must be a good dance teacher, too." Felicia nodded, and then she suddenly giggled. "Her grace is half head taller than you, and she is a great knight. When you were dancing with her, you probably look more like a lady." Felicia definitely heard some gossip about the princess. After all, Natasha never hid herself in front of people. Lucian was a bit speechless. Then an idea flashed into his mind. Suddenly, Lucian lost his balance and slipped on the floor. He gasped in pain. "Are you all right?" asked Felicia with concern. "You need a doctor. My ankle hurts. Can you just have someone to lead me to a guest room? I just need a rest." Lucian shook his head. Felicia nodded and asked a servant to walk Lucian to the guest room on the 3rd floor. The guest room was clean and nice, and the blanket on the bed was light and soft. Sitting on the bed on his own, Lucian took out the letter and wrote several words down on it. "I need the ball." It was close to 8 at night, and it was dark outside. More than 10 minutes later, the heretics replied, "Open the window." As Lucian opened the window, the lively music playing downstairs immediately drifted up to him. Together with the music, a small black ball was thrown into the room. Lucian agilely caught the ball. This time, instead of crumbling the ball, Lucian took a peek at the inside of the ball. Through the heavy smoke in it, he saw the same cabin. Luckily, the kidnappers did not move. Putting the ball back into his pocket, Lucian responded through the letter, "I'll calm John down tomorrow morning when I meet him." "Your cooperation is appreciated," answered the letter coldly. Lucian folded the letter, put it back into the pocket of his black suit, and hung his suit on the rack. In the following hour, a few people came to visit Lucian, including Victor, Rhine, and even some young nobles that Lucian did not know. Yvette looked a bit disappointed when she visited Lucian, since obviously the injured young man could not do anything that night. After 9:30, the guest room finally quieted down. Lucian locked the door from inside, blew out the candles, and lied in the darkness. A while later, he finally stood up and poured himself a cup of water. At the same time, he secretly dropped one sapphire given by Camel into the water. "You found anything, Lucian?" Camel's voice directly sounded in his mind. Lucian answered to Camel silently in his mind, southeast of Melzer Black Forest, close to Lubeck Mountain. Then, pretending that it was an accident, he dropped the cup on the ground. The direction was very inaccurate, and it was far away from where the cabin was located. Even if Camel was going to search the whole area, she would not be able to find the cabin. Lucian swore a bit and went back to the bed. He stuffed the other 2 sapphires under the pillow and covered himself with the big and soft blanket. The ball was still going on, and the noise of the party made the night feel even quieter. Some random dogs were barking afar. The silver moon was up, and the moonlight sneaked into the room. In the moonlight, the blanket covering Lucian slightly twisted a bit. Lucian escaped again from the window that was left open by him purposefully. With his sharp vision, Lucian saw a black figure hiding behind a big tree not far away from the manor. Taking the opposite direction, Lucian climbed over the wall of the manor and ran into the forest behind it. In the forest, he put on the black sorcerer robe that he prepared in advance and then ran toward Larnaca Canyon. With moonlight, Lucian moved quickly through the woods like a shadow. Although the manor was quite far from Larnaca Canyon, 20 minutes later, he could already see the shining Masal River, which was very close to the canyon, reflecting the moonlight in front of him. Lucian slowed down a bit to be more cautious. He saw several campfires blazing in the distance, which were probably lit by adventurers. The riverbed was covered with countless pebbles. The river named Masal kept running eastwards and in the end joined Belem River. Wearing a black hood, Fire Wolf stepped out of the tree's shadow very cautiously. There was an unfeathered, bright red-skinned bird standing on his shoulder. Tonight, the Night Watchers were making an ambush in a distance, and the leader of the Night Watchers, Clown, was waiting for his signal. Firewolf betrayed the apprentice's group for a reason. A magic potion called Magic Gate would be given to him from the church after successfully arresting Professor. The potion could help him become a real sorcerer, and then he would be allowed to join the Night Watch. At that time, there would be no need for him to hide as a spy and a betrayer anymore. Grabbing the bracelet in his pocket nervously, Firewolf was trying his best to stay focused, in order to sense if anyone was approaching. The bracelet, called Fire Weaver, was a level 3 magic item given by the church to help protect himself when facing Professor. Although Clown promised to him that they would arrive within 30 seconds after they saw his signal, Firewolf's heart was still beating very fast. No one knew what was going to happen within the 30 seconds. It was already 10:40. Firewolf heard wolves howling deep in the woods. He arrived at the entrance to the canyon but did not see Professor. Turning around, he saw something shining on a big rock. It was a message left by Professor. Meet you in the Black Forest, close to the south entrance to the canyon. Firewolf was not really surprised that Professor changed the meeting place all of a sudden. After all, it was a quite common way to avoid being tailed after. After the weird-looking bird, Fire Feather, made several chirps as a signal for the Night Watchers, Firewolf headed into the deeper woods. This time it took him more than 10 minutes to arrive at the designated place. It was very dark around since the moonlight was completely shaded by the tall and thick cedars. Firewolf heard several savage howls in a distance, sounding rather thrilling. However, it was a relief for him since the howls were made by the Night Watchers. They had followed Firewolf here, and then the team scattered to check the surroundings. Half an hour later, Professor still did not show up. Firewolf started to feel irritated, pacing back and forth and wondering if Professor had somehow found out that it was S-Trap. The Night Watchers also lost their patience. Clown sent the message to the other Night Watchers using a secret method. Search this area, in a 500-meter radius around the south entrance. The Night Watchers around started to move instantly. Soon Minsk, one of the Night Watchers, found a wood cabin in the forest. In the forest on the other side of the cabin, one of the Night Watchers had become a dead body with the fear still lingering on his face, and part of his brains were visible. A slender man wearing a long black jacket was standing beside the dead body. The silver horn pattern on his jacket was rather noticeable. His right hand was covered with the Night Watcher's white brain tissue, and the man was sucking his fingers to enjoy the taste, as if he was tasting the sweetest candy. A crystal ball on the man's left hand suddenly emitted a rather old voice. Kill them all, dragon. The temple knights will help you. Do not let them find our relic. Yes, my lord. The man finished licking his fingers, although I'm quite sure these poor guys' target is not us. I enjoy killing. And brains. His black jacket billowed out in the wind, and within a second he disappeared in the darkness. Tonight, the 2 Night Watcher teams were composed of a total of 30 members. Among them there were pastors, knights, and even 4 Grand Knights as the team leaders. Close to half of the Night Watchers of the Inquisition were sent in order to capture the mysterious Professor alive. However, the dark forest unexpectedly turned into a hell to them tonight. They forfeited their lives here without even knowing who was their real enemy. The smell of blood spread through the forest. Clown was trying to contact the other Night Watchers. Suddenly, he sensed the threat from behind and immediately rolled forward. A black ball fiercely struck the place where Clown was just standing. After that moment, the stones, grass, and trees in the area disappeared completely, like water completely vaporized within a second. Clown remained calm. His fingers started to move in a weird way like he was playing piano. Translucent lines grew out from his fingers and quickly shot out into the woods, pulling someone out. It was Gragan, Puppet Blessing. Interesting. Dragon's body gradually melted within the darkness and escaped from the fine lines. Is it how you utilize your dark blessing? I see. You became the Hound of the Inquisition. Dragon's voice was rather cold. Puppet is no dark blessing. It's a special gift from the god of truth, not like your filthy dark-powered dragon. Clown recognized him and called his name. Clown lifted his arms again, and this time the fine lines became much stronger. When the lines captured Dragon again, at the same time, Clown shot off the magic firework as a signal asking for help from the church. However, before the firework was fully spread in the sky, a sudden strong black wave directly struck it. The firework signal was instantly devoured by the wave and disappeared in the sky. Dark Devourer, a level 6 fiend spell, which was how the church called the power that did not come from the god of truth. The person who just cast this spell was of cardinal level. In the underground relic, 5 high priests wearing silver robes were looking up at the 2 great priests standing on the altar respectfully. It's time to show your loyalty to our true god. Lead the other priests to devastate our enemies outside, the hounds of the so-called god of truth. The bald old man on the altar commanded, "Be quick." The other great priest added, coldly, "Although I stopped the signal, we shall still finish them as soon as possible before the heretics outside can ask for help again." "Your will is God's will, great priests," answered the 5 high priests at the same time. The Night Watchers were very experienced fighters, and they did not earn their name undeservedly. When they realized that their enemies tonight were actually the heretics, they started to fight back. A Night Watcher was holding a thick cannon of scripture in his hand. This man was called Cannon Holder, and he was the leader of the other Night Watcher team tonight. Cannon Holder's steps were firm and steady. As he flipped the pages of the cannon, a huge flame ball came right down from the sky and instantly vaporized a dark knight in front of him. Level 4 Divine Spell, Flame Strike. Without any interval, this Night Watcher flipped the pages again and summoned a flame wall and protected his team members, who were facing another dark knight. Cannon Holder was a level 5 bishop, who voluntarily gave up his life under the sunlight and joined the Night Watch to fight for his true god. Lucian was sitting on a big tree quite a distance away, looking at the explosions on the ground expressionlessly, as if he was appreciating nice fireworks. He saw that the rest of the Night Watchers were approaching the wood cabin. He saw that the Night Watcher Minsk survived for now with his defense called Dragon Scale from his red dragon blessing, and he saw that there were only 18 Night Watchers left out of 30. However, Lucian was still waiting. Around 1 kilometer away from the wood cabin, there was a huge cedar. Lucian was sitting on the cedar waiting for the end of the fight between the church and Argent Horn. When he saw the black wave which devoured the Night Watcher's signal, Lucian calculated the angle and the distance and thus located where Argent Horn was actually hiding. About 90 meters northwest of the wood cabin, Lucian murmured in a low voice. At the same time, Lucian looked at another direction and wondered in his mind, she should have noticed the chaos already. As the heretics and the Night Watchers started to gather together, Lucian felt it was finally time for him to take action. Flame Strike, Angel Summoning, Healing. Cannon Holder kept casting spells without interval. As a level 5 bishop, he was able to both devastate his enemies and save his comrades. His spells destroyed many magic circles and traps placed by Argent Horn, and thus the 2 great priests in the underground palace lost their control on the ground. As 6 out of the 18 Night Watchers were pastors, they were able to heal their injured comrades over and over again. Under the command of the 2 team leaders, the gathered Night Watchers kept moving forward, and the situation started to turn around and became more favorable to the church. However, at this time, a dark cloud arrived, and the cloud was somehow squeaking. "Bugs," cried Minsk to alert the other Night Watchers. These bugs were just too many to be immediately eliminated. They moved very fast and soon encircled the Night Watchers. Countless bugs fully covered the shields of light that were protecting the Night Watchers. As the several pastors were trying to strengthen their light shields, they suddenly felt too weak to cast any spell. Their faces were burning like they were having a fever. As soon as the shields expired, the bugs launched their attack onto the Night Watchers. Using his red dragon blessing, Minsk blocked some of the bugs away from them with Dragon Scale, but he knew that he was also reaching his limit. It was a level 5 fiend spell, Plague, cast by the 5 high priests. More dark knights and heretic priests arrived. The situation the Night Watchers were facing became tough again. Cannon Holder stopped attacking and turned to focus on driving away the bugs and curring the Night Watchers, especially the pastors. Several Night Watchers wearing silver armor stood in front of the pastors to protect them. As the bugs were dying, the pastors were gradually recovering. Then they started to cast many divine spells such as Blessing, Morale, and Pray on the 4 fully armored Night Watchers to improve their strength, agility, and persistence. Clown and Minsk were protecting them from the fierce attack of the Dark Knights and the priests. The 4 warriors, blessed by the divine power, shouted and hacked their huge swords toward their enemies at the same time. The black gloves they were wearing covered their swords with a layer of black light, making the swords sharper and more powerful. Although the several Dark Knights up front had different powers such as Black Dragon, Rock Titan, and Grey Elf, they were not able to resist the furious 4 warriors with such combined divine power. For some reason, when facing the huge swords, Shield of Darkness became useless, and so did Flame Wall. 4 dark priests and a high priest suddenly became totally unprotected and got hacked into half. This blessing is elimination. The elder great priest in the underground palace was quite surprised. 4 knights with elimination blessing, and one of them is a level 5 grand knight. The blessing called elimination could make any supernatural power that did not belong to the real god become invalid. And of course, the effectiveness of this blessing depended on the individual power, and the real god it referred to could be chosen. Elimination was the most precious and purest blessing among the traditional demon hunters. Angola, you gotta help them, the other great priest said to the bald priest. We should not waste our power here for such an accident. This accident is a test from God. Angola smiled, looking rather old interesting. Their original target was a sorcerer, and now we're fighting. I'll stay here to protect the temple, said the great priest in silver robe. When the night watchers finally found a chance to send the signals, blurs of shadows rushed at them from different directions with great momentum. A knight among the night watchers got struck by the black shadow right in his face, and he gave out shrill cries. Level 7 Fiend's spell, Hungry Shadow. Soon the knight's eyes became red. He slowly lifted his huge sword up and hacked toward the other night watchers. His soul was eaten by the shadow, and his body would be controlled by the spellcaster for a short time. The moment Lucian sensed the evil aura from the great priest, he suddenly sat up and became translucent to some extent in the moonlight. He quickly landed on the ground and started to run toward the underground temple as fast as he could from the other side of the forest, in order to avoid the battlefield. Standing in front of the entrance to the underground temple of Argent Horn, although he was almost invisible in the moonlight, Lucian was still very nervous that he might be found by the heretics. However, he knew that Uncle Joel and his family were in great danger, so he had no choice but to take the risk. Then a piece of moonlight secretly sneaked into the cave. Inside the cave, there was a long and slanted paved path heading toward the underground palace. Around every 10 meters, there was a candlestick on the stone wall. The yellow candlelight was rather dim and made the pathway even more thrilling. Quick as a shadow, Lucian quietly followed the pathway and went into the deeper darkness. The silver-robed great priest was checking the other pathways through which the hounds of the church might sneak into the relic. However, he left the main entrance for last since Angola was fighting in the front, and that gave Lucian precious time to find the dungeon. Instead of spreading his spiritual power, Lucian was using his acute hearing to sense his surroundings. It seemed most of the guards were currently out to fight against the night watchers, since Lucian heard no one talking or walking. In the nest of the heresy, he needed to be very cautious with the use of any supernatural power. The underground relic was huge. Although he did have a few rough guesses from observing the surroundings in the scene balls, Lucian never expected that there was indeed such a magnificent relic here. As the ground became smoother, Lucian saw that there were many iron doors on both sides of the pathway. Feeling rather hesitant, he was not sure if he should open the closest door in front of him. His right hand grabbed the handle, slightly shaking. Lucian had no idea what was waiting for him in the room. Just when he was about to turn the handle, Lucian heard someone talking. The voice came from another room, but not far from where Lucian was standing now. What's going on outside? All the priests are out, a man asked. His voice sounded nervous. I have no idea what is happening. The explosion sounded horrible, answered the second person. After roughly estimating the strength of the 2 heretics, Lucian decisively opened the door and fiercely rushed at them. The heretics were totally unprepared for this sudden attack, and in the next second they were knocked out and fell on the ground. Closing the door behind him, Lucian awoke one of the young heretics. After feeling rather confused for a second, the heretic recalled what just happened and was about to scream for help. However, the only thing he managed to do was opening his mouth. As soon as he made eye contact with Lucian, his mind got lost. There were countless stars in Lucian's eyes, and his eyes were as deep as 2 black holes. Do you know where they are, the poor family that they just caught several days ago? Asked Lucian in a soft and low voice. Yes, my lord. The young heretic looked rather respectful since he had been hypnotized by Lucian's eyes of stars. And as eyes of stars was more of a kind of hypnotism, very little magic wave could be detected. From that hypnotized heretic, Lucian collected some important information. The palace was located in the west side of the huge relic, where the main force of Argent Horn usually patrolled, while the dungeon was in the northwest, guarded by an average dark knight and several of his squires. Besides, the relic actually had more than one level. However, the several levels beneath were completely destroyed and could not be utilized anymore. On this level, there was a total of 5 pathways connected to the Black Forest. Knowing that the main force could come back at any moment, Lucian needed to be hurry. Breaking the 2 heretics' necks, he left the room, bypassed the palace in the west, and headed toward the dungeon fast and quietly. With a better knowledge of this relic, Lucian calmed down a bit. Soon he arrived at the dungeon. The dungeon was quite big, and it was divided into half by the iron bars. There were around 7 or 8 cells on one side, while on the other side 4 night squires were pacing back and forth, talking about what was going on outside. Behind them, assorted instruments of torture were hanging on the wall. The old man wearing black leather armor had a twisted face. At this moment, he was sitting on a bench, listening to the sound of fighting outside and looking at the cells on the other side with an irritated expression. Lucian thought that he must be the Dark Knight. Then the old knight stood up and said with anger, "Bring them here, the two who lost their fingers. I need to have something to do." Lucian's heart suddenly sank. "Lord Jansen, they can't be killed right now." A knight squire dissuaded him. "I don't need you to remind me," shouted Jansen irritably. "They're the most king troublesome prisoners in the whole bloody dungeon. I gotta take them to that shitty cabin every couple of days, so what am I in the priest's eyes, a king dog walker?" Jansen's irritability and anger came from his blessing. The squires exchanged a look, and one of them took the keys and opened a cell. "You two, get out of here." Tim kicked Joel and Alyssa, who were lying on the ground. Joel and Alyssa were very scared. Ivan's eyes were filled with tears and he bit his lips silently since there was nothing he could do as a young boy. "Move." Tim kicked Joel on his back. Out of the iron bars, Joel staggered forward and fell over in front of Jansen. Taking the leather whip down from the wall, Jason fiercely flipped the whip on Joel and Alyssa with great anger. "Rubbish, damned idiots. And I need to King walk you every King day." Every time he burst out a word, Jansen lashed at them with a bitter whip. Although Jansen was still constraining himself to avoid killing Joel and Alyssa, his whip still made Joel and Alyssa scream at the top of their lungs in great pain and roll on the ground back and forth. While Jansen was enjoying the screams, Lucian was clenching his fists with great anger. The muscles of his body were all tensed up. He wanted to kill all the bastards and tear them up to pieces right now. However, he still had to bide his time. Acting in a rush and impulsively could easily kill him here, not to mention rescuing Uncle Joel and his family. Hiding in the darkness, Lucian was waiting. "Ilya, these night watchers are tough." Angola was floating high in the air, sending his voice to the other great priest using his fiend power. "They have lots of powerful magic items. Luckily, we took the initiative and all of their magic items are destroyed. Only 5 night watchers were still standing." They were Clown, Salvador the Cannon Holder, a Grand Knight, Minsk the Red Dragon, and a Pastor. The other 25 night watchers were all dead, and some of the bodies were even destroyed. "Don't waste our time anymore, Angola. Finish them all, and we have to destroy this entrance." Ilya's voice came and urged him. "All right." Angola raised his arms again, covered by dark shadows. At this time, the night sky suddenly turned blue in a weird way, as if the ocean and the sky exchanged their positions. The ocean was hanging up above them, and a huge water column shot downward and overwhelmed Angola. Ilya sensed the power, and he stood up instantly. Camel, the Blue Tide, the level 7 Radiant Knight arrived. Flying high in the sky, the 2 great cardinals, Gossett and Emilton, also arrived following Lady Camel. "Kill all the prisoners, destroy all the evidence, everyone leave through the other pathways," Ilya commanded immediately. At the same time, he started to cast the spells to destroy the altar. Although he was a level 7 priest himself as well, the reinforcements of the church consisting of the 2 great cardinals and a Radiant Knight were irresistible. Besides, Sard, the horrible monster, also could show up there at any moment. Receiving the order, Jansen lifted his whip high with a savage look on his face. When Lucian heard the deafening splash coming from outside, he knew it was time for him to take action. Like a white shadow, Lucian jumped out of the darkness and rushed at the Dark Knight with great momentum. Jansen's blessing gave him not only the irritated personality, but also a sharp instinct. The moment he sensed the danger, Jansen turned his wrist and fiercely flipped the leather whip backwards. Lucian was prepared, and he was also faster than Jansen. Tapping the ground with one foot, Lucian quickly changed the direction of his movement, and at the same time, he easily cut off the leather whip with the dagger in his hand. Without any hesitation, Jansen threw the whip away and grabbed his triple-headed flail from the table. The big chunks of muscle under his leather armor almost burst out, and his eyes became red, like those of a furious bull. Facing Jansen's huge weapon, Lucian suddenly stopped and dropped a handful of fine powder on the ground. A deafening thunder burst out. The loud thunder almost knocked Jansen unconscious for a second, not to mention his 4 squires. When they were about to pick up their weapons, they were attacked by the strong sound waves and then fell on the ground. Uncle Joel and Alyssa also passed out. Hammond's Oscillation, a spell of apprentice level which utilized high-decibel sound waves as the weapon. Being used properly, a low-level spell could also be quite effective. Facing the great thunder, Lucian himself also felt a bit sick. By the time when he was able to take a firm stand again, Jansen had also recovered and started to wield his huge flail. That was a triple-headed flail, looking rather heavy, and the 3 heads were also different. One was covered with lightning, one with fire, and the last one with a green and sticky slime. The big chunks of muscle in Jansen's arms were like rocks, and the whole dungeon was slightly trembling from his angry howling. He wielded his flail in a crazy manner, and it seemed like the word defense never existed in his dictionary. Lucian was a bit surprised. After all, most knights, no matter if they were from the church or the Dark Knights, were well trained with different fighting skills. However, Jansen was not one of them. Probably it was because his physical strength was so overwhelming that there was no need for him to carry out the strategies in his mind. The idea of a direct head-on resistance was obviously too stupid, and Lucian was way smarter than that. Employing delaying tactics together with his moonlight blessing, Lucian kept moving around swiftly in the dungeon to avoid the 3 huge iron balls of the flail, waiting for the Dark Knight to get tired. However, Lucian soon noticed that something was not right. It seemed that the one who would be exhausted first was himself. The buzzing lightning on one of the iron balls was somehow slowly paralyzing his body, even if the flail never actually hit Lucian. Lucian could not waste time anymore. He took a few large steps back, to gain some distance from Jansen, who was fighting like a furious beast, and within few seconds Jansen was once again in front of Lucian, wielding his terrifying black flail with great momentum. Throwing another handful of shining power to the ground, Lucian activated the spell without casting. Although that would cost him more spiritual power, it was definitely worth it. A dazzling light ball suddenly appeared in the dungeon, and it instantly lit up the whole place like the midday sun. Jansen subconsciously closed his eyes to protect them from the bright light, and his movement paused for a second. That second was more than enough for Lucian. Curling his body a bit, Lucian shot himself out toward Jansen, as fast as an arrow. The dagger was shining with a cool radiance in his hand. Jansen quickly turned his wrist inwards to attack Lucian with his flail, but it was too late. Although the 3 iron balls were still chasing Lucian's back, he was already very close to Jansen. However, Lucian's silver dagger almost cracked when he stabbed Jansen in the chest. Because of his furious savage blessing, Jansen's chest muscles were like big pieces of rock, which were also covered by his fine leather armor. Jansen's relentless attack was supported by his great defensive capability. The flail was just a few centimeters away from Lucian's back. Jansen looked at Lucian with a cruel smile on his face, but surprisingly the skinny little bastard smiled back at him. The Dark Knight immediately realized the great danger. Fiercely leaning back his body, Jansen tried to avoid the second round attack. Pomera's frost blades. 3 sharp ice blades targeted Jansen's throat, heart, and waist. Since they were too close to each other, by the time Jansen started to tilt backward, the blades had already arrived. While the one targeting his heart was stopped by the tough muscle in his left chest, the other 2 blades cut his throat and his abdomen wide open. His blood spurted out but froze instantly. At the same time, Lucian quickly covered his body with a layer of moonlight to take the attack of the flail. While the flame and acid were blocked by Lucian's moonlight armor, the lightning went directly through and struck him. Jansen and Lucian fell onto the ground at the same time. Lucian was paralyzed by the lightning, and he felt both pain and itch in his body. Bang! The flail fell to the ground from Jansen's hand as well. Rough and muffled groans came from Jansen's throat. Lucian could see that the fresh blood was still running out of the big man's body. A few seconds later, the groans stopped. Jason's eyes were still wide open, filled with anger and astonishment. Lucian stood up with great effort and finally stabilized his legs. Slowly, he approached Jansen's body and broke the savage's neck, just in case. Luckily, his tactics worked. By hiding his blessing in the magic item Ice Revenger, Lucian pretended he was nothing other than an ordinary sorcerer apprentice. If Jansen had not underestimated his enemy, Lucian would be in big trouble. Then, without any hesitation, Lucian came to the squires who were trying to stand up from the ground with dizziness and decisively wrenched their necks. He purposefully saved Tim for last. I beg your mercy, please," cried Tim, crawling on the ground. "Mercy?" Lucian sneered. When the innocent people were begging, where was your mercy? A pair of cold hands reached Tim's throat, and the fingers slowly tightened. Finally, there was a crack in Tim's neck. Now Lucian held no more fear and hesitation toward killing, since in this world, people like him had to either kill or be killed. Picking up the heavy flail, Lucian started to attack the 5 bodies to destroy the evidence. The flail was so heavy that even Lucian, who was already stronger than common people, was having a hard time lifting it over and over again. Powerful as it was, the flail soon tore the bodies into pieces, and the flame and acid quickly destroyed the body parts completely. Lucian was now feeling a bit concerned, because during the fight he had absolutely no idea how dangerous this weapon was. If he really got hit by this flail without his moonlight armor, he would be seriously injured. Within only 30 seconds, the bodies turned into a small puddle of unknown green liquid and some ashes floating in the air. Lucian kicked over the water bucket in the corner and quickly cleaned up the mess on the floor. As for the floating ashes, he summoned a gust of wind by heating up some of the air inside that room and cooling down the air outside of it to blow the ashes away to the aisle. Then, with great caution, Lucian carried Joel and Alyssa back to the cell with Ivan, who were still unconscious from the oscillation spell. Although Lucian was very excited to see Joel, Alyssa, and Ivan again, he could not leave with them right now, or he would definitely be suspected by the church. After all, in people's eyes, he was no more than a physically weak musician. After all the work, he pulled out a tube of brown owl and drank it, as his natural recovery was slower underground due to the lack of moonlight. A moment later, Lucian was rushing through the most remote pathway to leave the underground palace, carrying the flail with him. The pathway was very far from the palace and the other core places in the complex, therefore, it should be relatively safe. However, the weird thing was that Lucian did not see any heretics on his way. Down on their knees, these ordinary heretics in the stone room sounded rather panicked. "Lord Jerome, what shall we do right now? Before they could finish their words, their faces suddenly twisted with great pain. Pieces of black cloud came out of their bodies and instantly took their souls away. As the masses of black cloud were absorbed into Jerome's body, he shrugged a bit. "Well, what you guys should do is to die." It would be impossible for those ordinary heretics to escape from the church, so they must die, or more information about Argent Horn would be revealed. Lucian was getting close to his destination. He could see dim rays of moonlight cast from the outside of the cave. Suddenly, he stopped running and hid himself in a dark corner because he sensed the strong smell of blood. There were several dead bodies scattered on the ground on the way out of the complex. According to their special robes, Lucian could tell they were the heretics from Argent Horn. Realizing that the heretics were killing their ordinary followers, Lucian decided to wait there a bit more just in case. Someone was screaming with great fear in the darkness. As the squeal was getting closer and closer, Lucian clenched his fists. Suddenly, the squeal stopped. The person was killed. "This should be the last one," sounded a cold voice. "Ilya asked us to leave as soon as possible after cleaning up." "I don't see Jansen," the other young but hoarse voice answered. "We're not gonna wait for the savage." "We can't," urged the cold voice. "All right, we leave now," agreed the second person. Then Lucian heard their steps leaving the cave. Taking a deep breath, Lucian made his body partially translucent into the moonlight and rushed to the exit. Under the cover of the silver moon, he successfully jumped into a bush. Breathing the air mixed with the smell of dirt, Lucian released a long sigh of relief. It was very quiet around him. For a moment, he felt that what happened in the underground palace was almost like a dream. However, the many scattered dead bodies of the heretics around the bush were reminding him how cruel the night was. Looking up at the moon and the few stars in the sky, Lucian roughly figured out his current location and started to run toward Massall River to get back to family Haynes Manor. The heavy flail was quite cumbersome, but luckily the silver moon was out tonight, and Lucian's speed and strength were both improved in the moonlight. Several minutes later, he approached the wood cabin with great caution. Almost everything was destroyed in this area from the many powerful divine and fiend spells. Dead bodies were everywhere, and many of them were burned beyond recognition. Among the bodies, Lucian saw one wearing a sorcerer robe, which drew his attention the most. So Lucian flipped the body over, and he saw the young man's face. The great fear the man experienced before he died was still there. "Fire Wolf," Lucian murmured the name. An idea came to Lucian's mind. Using Mage Hand, Lucian left a line of words on Fire Wolf's body with his half-clotted blood. "The end of the betrayer, Professor." After leaving the line of words, Lucian checked the body carefully and found 2 magic items, which luckily remained intact from the fierce battle. One was a dark red bracelet, woven by some sort of fine red plant fiber. Although it looked rather plain, the bracelet possessed a great power of illusory flame that surprised Lucian quite a bit when he was examining it with his spiritual power. He believed that this bracelet was even more powerful than his Ice Revenger, and the bracelet was at least a level 2 high-ranked magic item. The other thing Lucian found was an iron black dagger that felt very cold and sharp. Lucian put the bracelet and the dagger into the pockets of his robe. Standing up and looking around, he was quite sure that he could still find more magic items from these dead bodies scattered everywhere. In the next second, however, Lucian quickly dispelled this idea, warning himself not to be greedy. After crossing the river, Lucian found a place for a short rest in the Black Forest to recover his spiritual and physical power. During the break, he registered the inner magic structures of the flail, the bracelet, and the iron black dagger in his spirit library for a detailed analysis later. Then, Lucian buried the flail under a weird-shaped big cedar and hid the bracelet and the dagger underneath a big rock. Without a deeper analysis, Lucian could not make sure that the magic items were clean and safe. If there were any trailing or locating marks on them, and if Lucian just took them back home carelessly, these things would become his catastrophe. Larnaca Canyon. In a dark corner in the canyon, Angola was grabbed by the neck and lifted up by a long and fair hand. The seemingly delicate hand was doing the job easily, as if it was picking up a little mouse instead of a level 7 great priest. "You can't kill me, you don't have to." Angola's voice squeezed out from his throat, filled with great fear and surprise. "Well, unfortunately, I'm afraid I have to." The voice was soft and sweet. "It's very impressive that you could escape from a Milton, one of the top 3 experts in tracking in the duchy. However, you still represent a great danger to us. If she finds you, all of us will be in deep trouble." "No, that's just your excuse," cried Angola. "We share the same goal." and we shall find the— That's enough, Angola. I'm fed up with the awful sulfur smell and the evil blood you all have. The soft voice cut him off. You think we are allies? Don't be silly. I've changed my mind and I don't want to be a part of it anymore. Are you insane? You can't. Angola's voice came out from his throat with great difficulty. You'll be punished. None of your business. The beautiful long hand tightened a bit, and Angola's body started to get dehydrated very fast. In the next second, the body exploded silently into fine, light yellow powder that spread through the air. I can share a piece of news with you for free, Angola. Since you're dead already, said the soft voice, Hathaway will soon be back from the secret dimension. Then the beautiful pale hand disappeared in the darkness. 2 minutes later, a woman in cardinal clothes arrived. Floating in the air and looking around, her eyes were cold in contrast with her bright red robe. Angola disappeared. Completely, she murmured in a low voice. Running at full speed in the black forest, Lucian was like a white shadow. 20 minutes later, he saw the manor of House Hain. Lights were still on and music was still playing. The big party was still going on around the midnight, and like what he was expecting, the heretic who had been trailing him all the time was still there observing the manor, but now it was Lucian that was watching him from behind. If this heretic was caught by the church, Lucian would be in trouble for lying about how he awoke his blessing. As he was very close to the manor, Lucian needed to finish the heretic as quietly as possible. After estimating the heretic's level, he slowly approached him and silently activated darkness silently. The heretic looked very confused for a second, as all the light suddenly disappeared and the pure darkness pressed on his head. Then he sensed the magic wave coming from behind him. He was under attack. Because of Lucian's dark vision, the spell did not affect him at all. Before the heretic could see anything, Lucian's hands had already reached his neck. Crack. And that was the last thing the heretic heard in this world. Clown, Cannon Holder, Lend, Juliana, and Minsk gathered in front of the cabin. After the bitter fight, the great depression and tiredness on their faces were impossible to hide. When the night watchers were searching the underground complex and chasing the heretics, they were silently immersed in their mourning. Only 5 night watchers survived the battle, out of 30, who were all excellent and brave warriors in fighting against the darkness and evil. The 5 night watchers' guts were burning with anger and grief. Clown, can you come and have a look? Juliana noticed something on Fire Wolf's body. The end of the betrayer, Professor. The scarlet words were like sharp knives stabbing in the 5 night watchers' hearts. Their anger almost burst out from their chests. It was this bloody professor who did all of this. It was him who set this horrible trap. The 5 night watchers were standing around the body like statues. Deep silence enwrapped everyone with tremendous pressure. In the darkness, Clown clenched his fists with rage and slowly squeezed out a word through his teeth, Professor. Taking off the black gloves, Salvador, the cannon holder, put his bare hands on the chest and started to pray for the 25 deceased night watchers. His voice sounded very solemn. You gain when you give. You live forever after you die. Paradise is open to you. Then Salvador pulled out his white handkerchief and tied it on his wrist. The day that I burn Professor to death will be the day I take this off. Following Salvador's suit, the Grand Knight Lend also tied on a white handkerchief and lowered his head. I'll never forget this battle, my fellows. This so-called professor will pay in blood. Professor is on the top of my target list, joined Juliana. Recalling the bitter battle, Juliana's heart was still filled with fear. She suffered the pain of watching her teammates dying one by one right in front of her eyes. She remembered the desperation she experienced when her healing spells became useless when facing the dark power. Although Juliana did hate Professor to the guts, she was also subconsciously afraid of him. Bastard, you bloody bastard. Clown could not hold himself back anymore. I'll find you and torture you. Wherever you go, whoever you are, I'll turn your body into my puppet and I'll have your soul gnawed by the demons, suffering in hell. Clown never experienced such failure since he joined the Night Watch. As a level 5 Grand Knight, his confidence was ruined tonight. The forever smiling clown mask on his face looked rather strange and horrible in the darkness. It was my fault. I was so close to Professor. Minsk put on a white handkerchief as well. Clown slowly calmed down, then turned around to the other 4 night watchers. Professor must be leaving Alto soon. We should add Professor to our cleansing list and search him all over the continent. I'm afraid that the bastard is not qualified for this, said Lend with a bit of hesitation. After all, the names on the list were all extremely powerful. Some of them are even capable of changing the situation of the whole world. Professor, he is only a level 3 or 4 sorcerer. The cleansing list was shared by all the Inquisitions on the continent. Every name was regarded as a great trouble to the church and was continuously hunted by the most powerful pastors and night watchers from different Inquisitions. However, the list had not changed for many years, since hunting them down was extremely difficult. 25 night watchers died because of him, said Cannon Holder seriously. Although he's not even of a senior rank, his cruelty and slyness should not be underestimated. I see. Lend nodded. We shall make a proposal to Cardinal Emilton then. Let's find our teammates, at least part of them, said Salvador solemnly. It took Lucian a while to wipe out all the evidence, including the heretic's body and his own torn robe, and he also cleaned himself a bit. Then he came to the other side of the manor through the woods and climbed over the tall wall of the manor. Quietly and carefully, Lucian landed in the shadow of the three-story house, covered by the tall, lush grass and bushes. When Lucian stood up and was patting away the dust on his hands, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. "Good evening, Lucian." It was Rhine. He was only wearing a loose, dark red shirt of which the top part was unbuttoned. His skin looked even paler than that of a noble lady in the moonlight. Good evening, Mr. Rhine." Seeing that it was Rhine, Lucian was a bit relieved, but he still remained cautious. "You're still up. So are you." Rhine's put on a meaningful smile. Lucian forced a smile on his face. "If I told you that I'm wandering here to enjoy the beautiful silver moon tonight, would you believe my words?" When he was talking, Lucian lowered his head and looked at himself. Parts of his lower arms were stained by muddy water, and his shirt was crumpled out of shape. Most importantly, as he looked up, Lucian found that the silver moon was hidden by the tall stone wall. What an excellent excuse it was. "Yes, I believe your words, because," Rhine shrugged his shoulders, "I'm here for the moon as well." Ah, Lucian was suddenly at a loss, for sure. Did you see how charming, how bright the silver moon is tonight? Rhine raised his head and praised the stone wall standing in front of him with affection. "We are here for the same reason, aren't we?" "Well." Lucian took a longer breath and became serious. "Can you tell me who you are, Mr. Rhine?" As he could not pretend he was an innocent young man anymore, Lucian decided to ask Rhine directly, and he had the feeling that Rhine held no hostility toward him. "I'm just a bard." Rhine shook his head. "A bard who has nothing to do with the place you are longing for. And even if I tell you where it is, you're still not capable of going there. You can tell me now. At least I can have a more specific goal." Asked Lucian eagerly. "My suggestion is that you should work hard and become a real musician. Then you can travel to the many countries around the continent. That'll be a great benefit to your goal." Then Rhine turned around and left. Lucian was confused. Eager as he was, he knew that he must leave now in case someone else showed up. After climbing into the guest room, Lucian put the 2 sapphires back into his pocket and lay down. What happened tonight already seemed like a dream to Lucian. Shutting down the brain and feeling the cozy blanket, he slowly fell into sleep. Lucian did not know how long his sleep lasted when he was awakened by a gentle knock at the door. "Who is that?" asked Lucian in a low voice. "It's me, Yvette. Do you want to take a walk with me to enjoy the fantastic silver moon tonight?" invited the noble lady in an alluring way. Lucian was a bit choked with what Yvette just said. He was already very impressed with the moon, and it seemed like everyone wanted to take a walk in the moonlight that night. Yvette slightly stamped her foot with disappointment and anger outside of Lucian's room. "Such an idiot. I bet you'll come to me and beg me on your own someday, Lucian." After hearing Yvette's steps leaving, Lucian lay down again to go back to sleep. "Lucian, look what you've just done. No wonder you have no girlfriend." A female voice came from the window. "You should learn from me. I always knocked the door of Sylvia's room at midnight." It was Princess Natasha, who was standing on the windowsill, followed by Lady Camel floating in the air. With a longsword in one hand and her visor in the other hand, Natasha's purple hair was fluttering in the wind. The central part of her white armor was dark red, which was from the blood of a dragon. Noticing that Lucian was looking at her armor, Natasha smiled. "You like this armor, don't you?" "It's called dragon blood. I'm wearing it because I just came back from the battle with Argent Horn." Pausing a bit, Natasha continued. "By the way, Lucian, would you like to take a walk in the beautiful moonlight?" "Ha ha ha. Did you see Joel, Alyssa, and Ivan? Are they safe now? Where are they now?" Recovering from the surprise of suddenly seeing the princess on his windowsill, Lucian asked so eagerly that he forgot to use the proper salutation. Anyone who cared about his or her family would definitely react like this, and Lucian regarded them as his closest relatives in this world. Although he had killed Jansen and the squires in the dungeon, Lucian was still looking forward to the confirmation from the princess. After all, the battle tonight was so cruel that ordinary people like Joel, Alyssa, and Ivan could easily become the innocent victims of the many powerful magic spells. "Well, I was fighting on the front line," Lucian said, Natasha a bit embarrassed. "Sorry, I should have paid more attention to your family. But don't worry, Lucian. I did confirm with the knight who was responsible for saving the hostages, and they are safe. They are in the main cathedral right now since they were tortured badly, both physically and mentally," Camel answered. "The pastors in the church will take care of them and they need to be questioned later. But they are innocent, they're just ordinary people." Lucian shuddered to think of the questioning that he received, or say, the one this body once received from the church. "I know what you're worrying about, Lucian," Natasha comforted him. "Last time you were wronged as a suspect, but this time it's different. The church just wants to ask them some questions about the dungeon guards of Argent Horn, nothing else." Then Natasha said to Lady Camel, "The power of a radiant knight is surely impressive. That sudden attack you launched toward the great priest was so powerful that the poor people in the dungeon were even knocked out. I wonder when I will become a radiant knight." May I ask what is Argent Horn?" asked Lucian purposefully. "It was Argent Horn that kidnapped your uncle and his family. They are followers of Demon, and they call themselves Argent Horn, explained Natasha. Their souls are completely corrupted by darkness. When we were trying to catch the heretics alive, they shouted, returned to the eternal silence, and blew themselves up. Speaking of this, Natasha's heart was still beating fast. Although she was only one step away from becoming a radiant knight and was quite experienced in fighting, the horrible scene of the heretics exploding themselves in front of her was still bothering the princess's mind. All of the heretics, they killed themselves. Lucian of course hoped that they were all dead so the church and the princess would never know how he actually awoke his blessing. Most of the heretics died and some of their leaders escaped. Then Natasha slightly raised her head and said with pride, "But I caught a priest alive, and we learned that the right hand of a powerful demon was sealed in the relic, but it was taken away by the heretics who escaped." Hearing that a heretic got caught, Lucian's heart skipped a beat. He quickly calmed down and asked, "Any other information? I'm afraid they're plotting something toward you and the Grand Duke." "Yes, they are planning on something big." Natasha touched her chin thoughtfully, "But only the great priests know the plan. We'll investigate the personnel of our intelligence department. I'm sure we can find more later," added Camel seriously. "I see. So I'm safe now, right?" asked Lucian, although he already knew the answer. He felt he could be a pretty good actor. "Although we did not find the person who is always watching you, I'm quite sure that you're safe now. After all, the heretics suffered a great loss tonight, and they are currently busy with running for their lives." Lucian nodded, putting on a relieved look. "That's my pleasure." Lucian lowered his head and answered politely. At that moment, Camel's face darkened and her eyebrows frowned together, which made her look even more serious than usual. "What happened, Auntie?" "Viscount Stuart killed himself before our people arrived, Your Grace," answered Camel in a low voice. Viscount Stuart was in charge of the intelligence department of the duchy, who was also a Grand Knight. Natasha waved her right hand and her vambrace made a crisp clack. "Someone's behind Stuart." "But why did Stuart betray us? Why he wanted to become the enemy of the church." "We should go now, Your Grace," Camel reminded her. "I just realized that I'm still standing on the window. I gotta go now, Lucian." Natasha nodded to him. "The whole thing is even more complicated than I thought, and I'll tell the church that you've awakened your blessing under my help." Then she paused a bit and said to Lucian, "I'm sorry that I cannot make you a knight and give you a title, since according to the law, you're not as powerful as a knight yet. Besides, making you a knight at this time might put you at great risk. I hope you understand." "I totally understand, Your Grace," answered Lucian. "Your trust is the most important thing to me, and my family is safe. I cannot ask for more. I'll reward you with a manor several months later." "You have my word," said Natasha. "A manor, Your Grace, that's too much." Lucian refused subconsciously, knowing that he would be leaving Alto sooner or later. Money was better than a manor to him. Natasha waved her hands and insisted, "House Violet always pays. It's our royal tradition." "By the way, how did you find out the approximate location, Lucian?" "I saw a special kind of long-tailed tit in the ball." Lucian was prepared for this question and thus lied without any hesitation. "When I was too poor to feed myself, I often went to the Black Forest for the wild mushrooms, and I saw them a few times. Around Alto, these birds only live around Melzer Black Forest and Lubeck Mountain." "Interesting. Never heard it before." Natasha nodded. "Besides the manor, you should have a knight's sword." "I'll find you one, Lucian." Natasha took a step backward and floated in the air. Although she was not a radiant knight, her dragon blood armor could help her fly. "Remember to take a walk in the moonlight, Lucian." Natasha laughed and then flew away with Camel. After watching them leave, Lucian released a long sigh of relief. Suddenly, he felt very exhausted. Close to the dark mountain range, the silver-robed great priest Ilya was standing on a rock, looking down at the few heretics kneeling on the ground. The rage of the great priest was horrible. The huge rock started to crack from his dark power. "Who can tell me? What the hell happened?" Ilya was shouting like a wounded beast. "They suffered a great loss tonight. The power of Argent Horn in the duchy was almost annihilated. The number of the members who survived was less than 10, including a level 5 Dark Knight, Dragon, 2 High Priests, 3 Ordinary Priests, and an Ordinary Dark Knight. Years of Ilya's hard work were ruined overnight. Now his body was covered by a layer of black fire with a strong smell of sulfur. As the silver hood slipped down, Ilya's face was revealed. There were 2 goat horns on his head, and his eyes were bloody red. The knights and the priests kneeling in front of him didn't dare to look up. After a while, Ilya calmed himself down and put the hood on again. Then he asked, "Who can tell me why the church and House Violet were there tonight, the so-called professor?" "He was escaping from the church tonight, and somehow he found the underground palace." "That's what I know," answered Dragon carefully. After a moment of silence, Ilya shouted again, "Then who's that bloody professor?" "The Night Watcher said that this professor might come from the Continental Congress of Magic," answered Dragon. "Actually, we got the news that Professor was gonna meet a sorcerer apprentice somewhere in the Black Forest, since it was very far from us, UF King idiots." Ilya almost wanted to tear Dragon into pieces. Knowing that he said something stupid, Dragon lowered his head and dared not contradict the great priest. In Dragon's mind, it was just impossible for them to block the whole Black Forest and drive all the people in the forest away. "Professor," he did this on purpose. Gnashing his teeth, Ilya said slowly, killing 2 birds with 1 stone, even without getting any blood on his own hands. But why he did this? I thought the Congress of Magic was on our side, asked a level 5 priest with confusion. Internal conflict is everywhere, sneered Ilya. Then Ilya turned around and started to pray to the great master of Argent, seeking for the revelation from his god. All the followers started to pray as well. A black shadow came out from Ilya's silver robe and gradually covered all of them. In the darkness, all the followers present heard a deep voice in their mind, but only Ilya could understand the message. Soon the shadow disappeared and Ilya stood up. He raised his right hand high and said to all the followers, "The great master of Argent assured me that despite the setback we suffered tonight, we'll still be able to accomplish the task and build the great realm for our true god on the ground. May you walk on the ground as you walk in your realm," responded the other followers in an encouraged way. The great master also showed me a prophecy. A falling star has brought the chaos. The throne of fate has lost its master. The non-believer who walks in light and darkness will make his debut. What does it mean? Asked Dragon. It's like a poem. The devil sullied alto. We cannot see it clearly. Ilya shook his head. Fate and time were the hardest to understand. Even the greatest prophet was like an ordinary person when facing a huge mountain, and all he or she could see was only a very small part of it. Lucian slept very well last night. He woke up with the pleasant twitter of birds around 8 in the morning. The ball ended very late. Many people were still in their beds. Thus, no one urged Lucian to go for breakfast. It was the first time Lucian enjoyed such nice and soft blankets since he crossed over to this world. Thus, it took Lucian more than half an hour to actually get up and get dressed. When Lucian was walking downstairs, a maid came to him and smiled. "Good morning, Mr. Evans. What do you want to have for breakfast?" "Bread, cheese, sausage. With milk, please," answered Lucian. He ordered a rich breakfast since he had a pretty good workout last night. "Sure." The maid nodded. "You'd like to have the breakfast in the dining room or your own room, sir?" Lucian glanced at the dining room downstairs and saw Ryan was sitting there. When Lucian entered the dining room, Ryan was sending a piece of rare cooked steak into his mouth. "Morning, Lucian," greeted Ryan. "You really should try the steak, very juicy." Lucian took an opposite seat and said to the maid, "A steak for me, please, medium." Then Lucian turned to Ryan and smiled. "Good breakfast starts a good day. Also a perfect supplement for a good workout," said Ryan meaningfully. Evans, Yvette is like a beast. A young noble man was sitting beside them. He laughed a bit but had clearly misunderstood their conversation. "Come on, Albay, I didn't do anything last night." Lucian was introduced to this young man last night by Felicia. "I hurt my ankle." "I see, no wonder." Albay laughed even harder. "No wonder Yvette went for hunting very early this morning and she looked angry." "Good for you, Lucian." The breakfast was pleasant. Seeing that Ryan almost finished his food, Lucian asked hurriedly, "Can you tell me where it is?" "The dreamlike place that you mentioned to me last night. Since it's as beautiful as paradise, I'll tell you the location after you can hold your own concert as an award." Ryan smiled in a cunning way. To him, it was very interesting to see Lucian's growth. After Ryan left, Albay asked Lucian curiously, "Where is that place you were talking about?" "I don't know. He won't tell me right now," answered Lucian, shrugging his shoulders. What he knew was that his life had better go back to normal, at least for a period of time, to meet Ryan's requirement as soon as possible. Firstly, Lucian had to abandon the pseudonym Professor. Finishing his breakfast, Lucian saw a sleepy Felicia coming downstairs. He greeted, "Good morning, Felicia." "Morning, Lucian. How's your ankle?" Asked her. "It's fine now," answered Lucian. "I'm sorry, Felicia. I'm afraid I cannot go hunting today. I have to go now to deal with some of my personal stuff." "What happened?" Felicia asked with concern. "Sorry, but I have to keep it a secret, Felicia." Lucian put on a slightly awkward look since it has something to do with the princess. "Sure, Lucian." Felicia was a bit surprised for a moment. "I'll send a coach for you." Getting on the coach, Lucian asked the coachman to go to Lord Ven's manor first. The coachman was so experienced that Lucian did not feel the road bumpy at all. Having lots issues troubling his mind, by the time Lucian stopped thinking, the coach was already in front of Lord Ven's manor. "Mr. Evans, we've arrived. Do you need me to tell the guards?" The coachman turned around and asked Lucian politely. An elegant gentleman usually did not talk to ordinary guards. With his awakened blessing, Lucian was only a step away from becoming a knight. However, in his mind, he and John were simply good friends, and there was no level or class difference between them. It was Ian and Durago who were guarding the gate today. Immediately, they puffed out their chests when they saw the fine coach with the coat of arms of Fire Bull, ready to welcome the guest. They were very surprised when they saw Lucian again. They still remembered him in their memory. Lucian was only a pauper who did not show much respect to them, and now in the white shirt and black suit, the young man looked like a decent noble. They did not come to themselves until Lucian was standing in front of them. "So, sorry, are you looking for John?" "Yes, please." Lucian did not recognize them. When Ian was about to go into the manor, Durago asked with a bit hesitation, "Excuse me, sir, are you Mr. Evans?" After the great success of the concert, even John, as a very moderate young man, could not help himself sharing what he knew about Lucian and all the praises his good friend received from the Grand Duke. the Grand Cardinal and Princess. Yes, I'm John's friend, answered Lucian. Your work Fate was played on Lord Ven's banquet several days ago. It was fantastic, Dorego said to Lucian with great excitement. I'm so sorry that I was being really rude to you. This big tough guy was very sincere and excited. Lucian sort of recalled the conflict that happened between them before and was quite surprised that Dorego was this enthusiastic about music. Soon Lucian realized Alto was indeed the city of Psalm. It's okay. I'm glad you like my work, answered Lucian politely. Standing beside Dorego, Ian put on an embarrassed smile. After the concert, Lucian experienced a big change in the way many people treated him. Dorego's sincere apology and all the flattering words triggered Lucian's thought. The sudden upgrade in his social status turned what happened several months ago into a distant dream. Mr. Evans, can I invite you to my place? Asked Dorego, rubbing his hands nervously with excitement. Finding a random excuse, Lucian refused him politely, but he felt quite awkward. Soon John came following Ian, looking a bit confused. Lucian, I'm going back home later this afternoon. Has anything happened? Yes, but it has been solved. No worries. Lucian pulled John's arm. Let's get on the coach first. The old coachman was smart enough to know that he should not be listening to the conversation, so he tied the horses firmly to the hitching post, walked away from the coach, and took out his tobacco under a big tree. When John was listening to Lucian, his face darkened and his brows knotted. His knuckles turned white as he gripped his hands so tightly that his whole body was shaking. When he heard that his parents' fingers were cut, his teeth were gnashing. However, John did not say even a single word. He remained silent and listened carefully. I'm terribly sorry, John, said Lucian, whose heart was full of guilt. Lowering his head, John did not answer immediately. Lucian knew that his friend needed some time to recover from his pain and great anger, so he remained silent with John. After a while, John finally started to talk. Lucian, it's not your fault. I don't blame you. That was the first thing John said to Lucian. Instead of venting his frustration, John chose to comfort his best friend to free him of his horrible guilt. When John was about to go back to ask for a longer leave from his duty, Lucian stopped him. Wait, John, here's 20 grams of moonlight rose dust. Lucian pulled out the small black bag and handed it over to his friend. John had heard just now, where did the moonlight rose come from? After more than 10 seconds, he firmly took the small bag from Lucian's hand. No rush. Follow Lord Ven's instruction and take your time. Lucian nodded. Also, can you keep this a secret? After all, I lied to the princess about how I got these roses. You know me, Lucian. I'm more reliable than a dead man. John patted his friend on the shoulder and promised seriously. The arrival of the House Haynes coach caused a stir in Aduran, the poorest district in the whole city. Although most of them could not name all the coat of arms of the big families in Alto, they still registered in mind those of the few most powerful noble families. Joel, Alyssa, and Ivan had been sent back home by the church. The pastors did not find much valuable information with them. Seeing John and Lucian getting off the coach, Ivan suddenly burst out crying, as if the little boy was trying to wash away all the horrible memories with his tears. John gently patted Ivan's head and gave him a firm hug. It's okay now, Ivan. You're already a grown-up man and you did a great job. God bless us. Lucian hugged Joel and Alyssa. His apology, worry, and joy were all in this big hug. It's not your fault, Lucian. Joel and Alyssa comforted him, and you see, we're fine now. Then Alyssa and Joel told Lucian what the church and the intelligence department of the duchy questioned them. The thing that concerned the pastors and the intelligence the most was why Alyssa and Joel passed out outside of the cell, but were found by the night inside of the cell later. As the great thunder caused by Lady Camel's power knocked them out instantly, no hostages present could provide any valuable information. In the end, the people from the church and the intelligence department were guessing that it was probably because the heretics first locked the hostages back in case they would escape, and later on they did not have enough time to come back and kill them all. We got really lucky there. Thank God. Drying her eyes, Alyssa was telling Lucian the story. At this time, there came a knock on the door. It was Corella and a church guard that Lucian did not know. Lucian was a bit more relieved seeing that the church only sent a night squire there, which meant he was not really suspicious to the church. After a short and regular investigation, Corella stood up and thanked Lucian on behalf of the church. The bishop appreciated what you did. Without your information, we would have suffered a greater loss. Lucian's musician identity made it almost impossible for the church to draw a link between Professor and the princess' personal consultant. However, there were still some coincidences which involved Lucian that they were unable to explain right now. Lucian finally came back to his normal life, busy with studying music and magic. He also asked Joel and his family to move into his new house temporarily, since Jesu was way safer than Aduran. In these days, Lucian did not take even a single glance at the broken wall, where he usually left secret messages to communicate with the apprentices. To be prudent, he also left aside his plan of destroying his magic lab for the time being. This day Victor started to teach them canon, a contrapuntal compositional technique that employed a melody with imitations of it played after a given duration. With just a few rules, even beginners could achieve much with canon. Actually, you've subconsciously employed canon in your Symphony of Fate, Lucian, commented Victor. It looks like you learned a lot in the library of the association. His mind was occupied by the thought that he needed to come up with enough music works for holding a concert to meet Ryan's requirement. 80 years ago, someone produced a piece of music work which was very similar to the well-known Pachelbel's canon, or canon and Gigue in D, in his original world. However, he could still rewrite Pachelbel's canon into a piece of piano concerto. Although he still needed some more original pieces of music for a personal concert, recomposing was definitely the best time-saving way for Lucian to have his repertoire as soon as possible. At the end of the class, Victor said to his students, "I know many of you are hard-working, and some of you have been studying canon on your own for a while. I'd like to see every one of you try to write a piece of canon to facilitate your understanding toward this compositional technique." While the other students were pretty excited about it, Lucian remained silent with his own thoughts. Seeing that, Victor said to Lucian, "Although you're indeed very talented, don't underestimate canon. Simple as it seems to be, an outstanding piece of canon can still become a masterpiece that lasts for generations, just like Mr. Hersey's canon in D, and practicing canon is very beneficial to a student like you who don't have a very solid music foundation." Victor was often mindful of giving Lucian, the young genius, some proper warning to avoid his possible arrogance, which was very common among musicians who became famous at an early age, and unfortunately most of them ended up wasting their talent and lost their reputation very quickly. "Good, then what were you thinking about?" asked Victor. "When you were introducing Mr. Hersey's canon in D, I was thinking that I could probably recompose this classic piece of work and turn it into a piano concerto. Maybe a piano concerto version of canon in D will be quite unique." "Interesting idea, Lucian." Victor touched his chin a bit when he was thinking. "The challenging part is that Mr. Hersey's canon is composed of very short music bars, thus it's hard to make considerable changes within it. Do you think it's doable, Mr. Victor?" asked Lucian with expectation. "Well, canon in D was recomposed into a few different versions before, so I'd say a piano concerto version is definitely something to look forward to." Victor confirmed Lucian's idea and smiled. After the class, when the students were heading toward the practicing rooms, Felicia caught up with Lucian and asked him in a low voice with expectation, "Are you gonna play the piano concerto version of canon in D on my birthday party next month?" Canon was not a very demanding nor complicated technique. She did not think it would take Lucian too long to do it. Lucian was suddenly inspired. Then he smiled. "Felicia, I won't forget the help you offered me. I'll play the piano on your birthday party, but not a canon. I'll compose a piece of serenade for you." Really, that was a big surprise for Felicia. The fact that the personal music consultant of the princess would write a piece of serenade specially for her was totally beyond her expectation. "Yes, but it won't be a very complete one since the time is quite limited. It's probably only an opusculum." "You're so great, Lucian." Felicia was excited but also feeling a bit concerned, "But you only have a month. If the work is not good enough, that might damage your reputation." Although composing a piece of opusculum within a month was not rare, Felicia still worried about Lucian. Since Lucian was drawing so much attention right now after the concert, many people who envied his talent were watching him like vicious beasts at night, waiting for any possible chance to launch their attack and to give this young musician a hard time. A piece of serenade shouldn't be a problem. Lucian seemed to be quite confident. And Lucian's confidence came from the fact that he already found a very classic piece of serenade in his spirit library which resembled no music work in this world. In order to avoid being too suspicious, Lucian decided only to do an opusculum on the birthday party. "All right, I'm looking forward to your serenade," said Felicia with both expectation and concern. In the following month, except for analyzing magic spells and reading the book named Astrology and Magic Elements written in the ancient Sylvanas language with the help of the witch's note at night, Lucian spent all his time on studying music and composing his canon and the serenade. After all, music now could provide him with the chance to find the headquarter of the Congress of Magic. With his hard work and great memory, Lucian now finally felt he was qualified enough as a music student. Within this month, he also successfully recomposed canon in D and finished the serenade for Felicia's birthday. Meanwhile, John was still working on his night training. Although he wanted to awaken his blessing as soon as possible, he was warned by Lord Venn that, without a solid foundation, the awakening would be very likely to fail. Even if he succeed this time, his future growth would be very limited. Thus, John was being very patient, even though that meant he needed to do the same training over and over again every day. In John's spare time, he would go into the Black Forest to fight with goblins and cynocephalises to gather more experience. At the same time, Lord Venn gave John a sum of money and asked him to rent a unit in the administrative district in order to protect his family. Although Joel and his family had a pretty good time in Lucian's house, they were definitely even happier with their own place, especially since it was a place that was earned by their son. Therefore, they soon moved out of Lucian's house, and Lucian respected their choice. After all, they were family, and that would never change, no matter if they lived together or not. The last Thursday of the month of Gold October. War Gallery. I'm finally satisfied with this part. Natasha just finished her discussion with Lucian about a movement. Now this part is exciting enough to meet the theme. The last version was pretty good already. Lucian smiled. You indeed have very high expectations on yourself, Your Grace. Natasha's music knowledge was actually way more profound than Lucian's. By working together, Lucian also learned a lot from the princess. Well, if you do something, then you do your best, said Natasha in a good mood. Yes, Your Grace, Lucian agreed. When Lucian was about to leave, Natasha asked him with curiosity, I heard that you wrote a new serenade for your classmate's birthday party tonight. Yes, Lucian nodded. Pointing at the piano standing in the center of the room, Natasha asked, Can I listen to it first? I'm sorry, Your Grace. It's a gift for Felicia's birthday. Lucian refused the princess politely. Well, I guess. Natasha took a few steps back and forth. Although I'm very curious, I think you're right. I feel like writing a love serenade for Sylvia's birthday, too. That's very considerate. Lucian was almost used to it now. At this time, Natasha turned around and said something to Lady Camel. Camel left the room and a moment later came back with a fine sword in her hand. This is the knight's sword that I promised you, said Natasha. Its name is Alert, and it's a level 1 high-rank sword with an extraordinary quality. With Alert, your instincts will be way sharper, making you more aware of any approaching danger. Felicia's birthday party. Since it was not an investiture, the manners were not of great complexity. Lucian saluted the princess with a knight's etiquette, and the princess leaned the sword against Lucian's shoulder. May your sword guard your will, said Natasha seriously. Then Lucian took the sword from Natasha's hands and followed her instruction to leave a willpower mark on Alert. Alert was of an ordinary level 1 knight's attack force, and it could help its owner to be as sensitive to the surroundings as a level 2 knight. While sorcerers called them magic weapons, the nobles and pastors called them extraordinary weapons, which did not require registration in their owner's spirit. The owner of an extraordinary weapon or item just needed to leave a mark of his or her willpower to activate it. However, according to some makers' will, some of these weapons or items rejected certain kinds of users, and their power could not be activated. Carrying the sword, Lucian saluted the princess again and left the room. Watching Lucian leave, Natasha said to Camel gently, You have any plans for this evening, Auntie? In preparation for the birthday party that night, Felicia did not attend the class today. During the break, Lot and Lucian were chatting casually. Lot told Lucian that this was Felicia's 18th birthday and this was her coming-of-age ceremony. Thus many nobles and all the musicians of the association would be present. Are you feeling nervous? After all, this is your first performance after the concert, asked Lot. In order to make sure Lucian could focus on studying music after his success, Victor was protecting Lucian with great caution. On behalf of his student, Victor turned down many invitations and offers for Lucian, and that made many people feel even more curious about this young talented musician. Not really, answered Lucian in a relaxed way. I don't think there'll be that many guests tonight, though. At least some of them will be there just because of your birthday gift for Felicia. The new serenade, Herodotus, who is usually very quiet, joined their conversation and commented in a calm voice. They're hoping to see what you can present a whole month after the concert. I agree with Herodotus, said Lot. As the current host of House Hain, Felicia's uncle should be there tonight too. Hopefully he won't find an excuse to give Felicia and her parents a hard time. Well, we'll see then, said Lucian thoughtfully. In the early evening, Lucian got on the coach and headed toward the house where Felicia lived. This time he hired his own coach and felt a bit proud of it. By the time Lucian arrived, it was already very busy in front of the luxury 3-story house. Lots of well-dressed ladies and gentlemen were getting off their coaches, chatting and laughing. The house was originally built by the old count to host parties. Through the gate, Lucian walked on the path and went through the garden. Then he saw Felicia was standing in front of the hallway. She was welcoming the guests accompanied by her mother, wearing another bright red dress tonight. Red was House Hain's color, and the color always suited her very well. I'm quite sure they came because of you. Lucian smiled and kissed Felicia's hand without his lips actually touching the hand to show his politeness. Welcome, Lucian. We're all talking about you recently. You're such a genius. Felicia's mother greeted him. Felicia really looked like her mother, except for the hair since her mother's was brown. Lucian nodded to them and entered the hall. Lots of guests were holding their cups and talking to each other. It was a perfect chance for socializing. Hi, Evans. Many people greeted Lucian when he was walking. Their facial expressions varied. Some of them looked excited and curious, while some were throwing Lucian meaningful and unfriendly looks. What would the so-called most gifted and creative genius ever present? Everyone was waiting for Lucian's new serenade. Among those serenades made for parties, good ones seldom appeared, since their themes and styles were rather limited. Many musicians commented that these serenades were not even close to being elegant. Thus, many of them tonight were actually expecting Lucian's failure tonight, and then they could teach this young genius a lesson. Christopher, who was surrounded by many musicians, said to the many musicians who did not have much hope in Lucian, "He's still young, and we shouldn't be too critical with those younger musicians. We shall applaud for their success and also be more tolerant of their failure. Just leave them some space." When Lucian came over, the musicians ended the topic and started to talk about music creation. Lucian took a cup of water from a waiter and listened to their conversation quietly and politely, a few steps away. Several elder musicians noticed that and significantly changed their attitude toward Lucian, since clearly he was not one of those young musicians who instantly become very arrogant after making some achievement. Then Victor, Ryan, Lot, and some other of Lucian's classmates arrived too. It was already 7:30 in the evening, but Count Hain was still not there. The atmosphere started to become a bit awkward. Felicia's father, Urban, looked every embarrassed. He was also very angry with Scott, his brother. Despite all the conflict they had in the past, Felicia is Scott's niece, and today was her 18th birthday. It was the current Count Hain's responsibility to show up and send his best wishes to Felicia. Urban was really angry with his brother. Wringing her hands, Felicia looked embarrassed to the point of almost bursting into tears. On this occasion, Count Hain's absence definitely would do damage to her reputation among the nobles. 10 minutes later, the steward of Count Hain finally arrived and said to Urban in a polite but also cold manner, "Lord Hain will not be able to come tonight since he's sick." Urban's face looked very gloomy, and he was so choked that he could not even say a single word. A few high-status nobles who were close to Count Hain were waiting in their houses, since they were not sure if they should attend the party or not. After confirming that Count Hain would not be there tonight, several servants who were waiting outside of the party house secretly left to report this to their masters. Fortunately, some other nobles were still coming, since Urban was still the clerk of the town hall. Taking a deep breath, Urban asked his daughter to stay calm and continue to welcome the guests. Too bad. If a family member is held in detestation by the host of the family, unless the member could awaken his or her blessing and become a knight, the family member would always have a hard time in whatever they want to do. A musician named Kamat said to Lucian in a meaningful way. Lucian pretended that he did not get it. "I believe no matter what a person wants to do, as long as he or she is persistent enough and works really hard, the person can be successful." His voice was a bit loud, and it could be clearly heard since the hall was relatively quiet from the weird atmosphere. Felicia heard what Lucian just said, and the fact that Lucian made such an achievement from scratch cheered her up. As a noble lady from one of the most important families in the Duchy of Orvaret, Felicia was way more privileged than her classmate, and there was no reason for her to easily give up her dream. After a while, Othello, the director of the association, came to Lucian, followed by Mackenzie Griffith and 3 young men. Mackenzie greeted the other musicians present and introduced the 3 young men to Lucian. "Mr. Clement, Mr. Barrett, and Mr. Julian are from Trier. They've read all the reviews of Symphony of Fate on music criticism and symphony news, and they come here especially for you, Lucian. Your teacher, Francois, had already introduced all of you to me through a letter he wrote." Christopher recalled their names. "I've listened to your music works before. All of you are very talented." Francois was born in the Kingdom of Syracuse. When he was a teenager, Francois came to Alto to study music and then achieved great success in music in his late 20s. A few years ago, Francois went back to Syracuse and became the prime music consultant for the royal family. The 3 young musicians hurriedly saluted Christopher, who was known as the living music legend, with great respect. Mackenzie said to Lucian with malicious intention, "I hope your serenade surprises everyone here tonight, genius." "A serenade. I have a piece of serenade for Miss Hain tonight, too." The black-haired Julian was the most talented and also the most arrogant one among the 3. "We can present our serenades together." Mackenzie seemed to be relatively acquainted with Julian. When Lucian was about to answer, the whole hall suddenly quieted down. The sword alert Lucian was wearing reminded him that someone he knew was coming. Lucian turned around and saw a luxury coach stopping in front of the steps on the other end. A tall, purple-haired beauty in her white uniform and black long boots was walking toward Felicia, with a pretty young lady walking with her arm in arm, while Camel was quietly following behind. "Your Grace," Felicia exclaimed with great surprise. "Hi, Felicia. Happy birthday." Standing in front of Felicia, Natasha smiled. "Sorry that I came without being invited." No, it's my great pleasure, Your Grace." Felicia was almost too excited to speak properly. "I really wanted to invite you, Your Grace, but I'm not qualified. I know. Natasha gently touched Felicia's hair and comforted her. "Don't call me, Your Grace. Just call me Natasha, like many years ago when we were playing together in the manor. I remember that back in the days when the old Count was still alive, We always went hunting with Uncle Samuel, Alfred, and Harrington. I was so short and always fell over. All those memories came back to Felicia. I cried a lot. Yes, you did. And 10 years later, you're turning 18. Natasha's heart was also softened by those memories. Alfred and Uncle Samuel must be very happy in heaven seeing you become such a gorgeous noble lady. Alfred was the eldest son of the Grand Duke, Natasha's elder brother, who was also level 5 Grand Knight in his early 20s. Samuel was the elder brother of the current Count Hain and Urbane Hain, who was the first heir of House Hain's title. Both of them died in the battle with the Heretic Knights almost 10 years ago. 10 years changed a lot. Felicia's father did not manage to inherit the title, and Natasha turned from a little girl into a real warrior after her elder brother died. All the friends back in the old days gradually drifted away from each other, and those beautiful days would never come back again. Before the princess arrived, Felicia was forcing herself to smile in order to welcome the guests and keep the party going, although she was facing great disappointment and anger. Now different emotions mixed together in her mind, and she could not hold her tears back anymore. I'm so happy you're here tonight, Natasha. Don't cry, Felicia. Natasha gave Felicia a big warm hug. You're my younger sister. As Count Hain is sick tonight, I'll host your coming-of-age ceremony tonight. Yes, your grace. Felicia sniffed and put on a smile. I'm so honored that the princess is going to host my ceremony. Natasha also had tears in her eyes, but she was trying to cheer Felicia up, and my personal music consultant is gonna present you with a beautiful piece of serenade. In her mind, Natasha was blaming Lucian for tempting her to attend the party tonight with his new serenade. As a Grand Knight, she did not expect that she would cry when she saw Felicia, and that made her feel very shy. Natasha and Lucian were getting more and more like friends after what happened with the heresy. Mentioned by the princess, Lucian suddenly captured a lot of attention from the nobles and musicians present. Now all of the guests were expecting Lucian's serenade tonight. Welcome, your grace. Welcome, Lady Camel, Lady Sylvia. Urban was also excited and led the princess into the hall. All the nobles and musicians were saluting the princess. Natasha was fed up with all the noble manners but was still smiling and nodding politely toward them. Sylvia, while holding the princess's arm, was very nervous and her face flushed, since it was her first time showing up in public with Natasha like this, facing lots of musicians she knew. Mr. Christopher, good evening, Sylvia greeted her teacher. Looking at his student coming together with the princess, Christopher paused a bit as if he wanted to say something, but he stopped himself. He just simply said, "Good evening, Sylvia. There are several musicians here tonight, and I know you're very interested in this new music instrument." Natasha had previously told Lucian that Sylvia was interested in his new fingerings, but also that she might be too shy to talk to him, so Lucian took the initiative to talk to her. Sylvia was encouraged and started to share her understanding of piano with Lucian. The 3 musicians coming from Tria were completely ignored. They were a bit pissed off, but there was not much they could do. After all, no one really knew them in Alto. However, their angry faces amused Mackenzie, standing on the other side. When they heard that the princess went to the party tonight, many nobles rushed to come. Thus, the ceremony was put off for half an hour. The coming-of-age ceremony was not complicated. Taking a flame-like flower and the badge of House Hain from Felicia's mother, Natasha put them on the left side of Felicia's chest and delivered a short speech. Then Natasha invited Felicia for an opening dance, which was the last part of the ceremony. The dance was just gorgeous. As a level 5 Grand Knight, Natasha was excellent in strength, agility, and coordination. Led by the princess, Felicia presented the best dance in her life so far. Then it should be Lucian's turn to present his new serenade for Felicia. However, at this time, Julian came to the center of the hall. Your Grace, distinguished guests, I'm Julian from the Palace of Tria. I'm sorry that I just came here tonight with Mr. Griffith without Lady Felicia's invitation. Here I want to present Lady Felicia with a piece of my newly written serenade in order to bring all my best wishes. It seems like our talented young musician is having an unexpected challenger here. Natasha lifted her eyebrows and said to Lucian in a low voice. Lucian shrugged his shoulders a bit. He did not really care. Natasha nodded. Well, then let's welcome Julian from Tria. Handing his sheets of music to the band, Julian was waiting for them to get prepared. Julian was quite excited since the music genre of serenade was Tria's forte. In this world, serenade was originally a music genre performed for expressing love or affection, which was considered a suitable kind of music piece for the evening. As there were many nobles who were fond of chasing different music trends, the style of serenade also changed over time and was played more and more often over evening parties. In Alto, the city of Salm, serenade was never really mainstream. Instead, symphony and concerto were more popular as they were always regarded as more solemn and elegant. When they were talking about piano fingerings, Sylvia smiled to her teacher and said, I've seen Mr. Julian's serenade in your office before, and indeed it's very suitable for playing on evening parties. Christopher immediately understood the intention of her words. He shook his head and smiled. Several of the famous musicians present like Othello and Victor smiled with the president as well. What Sylvia was actually saying was that Julian's work was to some extent too shallow to be presented on formal occasions. On the other hand, Barrett and Clement, the two musicians who were visiting Alto for the first time, were not quite sure about the connotation of Sylvia's words. Lucian did not realize the meaning of Sylvia's comment until he saw the other musician's meaningful smile. Maybe it was Lucian's friendly attitude that won Sylvia's preference for him over Julian. At that time, Julian picked up his violin and his playing started. The beginning of his serenade surprised many of the traditional musicians present, including Christopher, Othello, and Victor. Julian recomposed his music work and made it relatively solemn and serious. An interested smile emerged on Natasha's face. She has always loved surprises. Sylvia, standing beside her, looked more confused than surprised. Julian was indeed a genius. The combination of the pleasant features of serenade and the solemnity of orchestra in his music work impressed every musician present at the party. During the second movement of Julian's serenade, even the president Christopher smiled and praised. This part is challenging, but Julian handled it very well. Clement and Barrett gave Julian an admiring glance, since a good comment from the president of the Musicians' Association of Alto meant a lot for a young musician. The gentle and elegant lento was followed by a more cheerful allegro, designed for the evening party. The playing ended in a pleasant and high-spirited atmosphere. Warm applause came to Julian. Felicia, as the host of the coming-of-age ceremony and the evening party, thanked Julian. "I appreciate your gift a lot, Mr. Julian. It's very impressive as a piece of serenade. It's my great pleasure playing for you, Miss Hayne." Julian kissed Felicia's hand and bowed to her. "May your beauty and happiness always be with you." Then he left the dancing floor and rejoined the musicians with a big smile on his face, knowing that the piece of serenade which took him more than 5 months to accomplish was acknowledged by the many musicians in Alto. Although the playing was not perfect because of the lack of practicing of the band, Julian still achieved success. Awesome, elegant, passionate. No one can compete with you in the field of serenade. While Mackenzie was complimenting Julian, his eyes were peeking at Lucian. However, Lucian did not care. Lucian never regarded himself as a real musician. Othello, as the director of the association, also extended his congratulation. After Othello, Sylvia expressed her different opinion with a gentle smile. "Impressive as it is, the pace of the serenade in general is a bit sluggish, and the structure is not well designed." Well, Julian felt a bit embarrassed, what you just said. The problems you just mentioned are relatively inevitable for a serenade, aren't they? Christopher was a bit surprised that his student, who was always nice and gentle, was this aggressive and sharp tonight. Thus, he took a step forward and took over the conversation anyway. "This is a piece of serenade with outstanding quality." Then suddenly he turned around and said to Lucian in an arrogant intonation, "Now, it's your turn, Mr. Evans." Lucian's name caused a stir in the crowd. Yes, the Mr. Lucian Evans, the young talented musician who composed Symphony of Fate, Felicia's mother introduced with pride. Lucian tidied his clothes a bit and was about to walk to the center of the hall, when Mackenzie said to him in an ill-intentioned way, "Hope you don't press the wrong key, Lucian." Natasha took a glance at Mackenzie and lifted her eyebrows, and then looked at Lucian. She had confidence in Lucian since she had seen Lucian playing piano several times after he awoke his blessing, and his playing skill had improved a lot. "Don't let Natasha down," Sylvia said to Lucian in a low voice. "You're Natasha's musician consultant." Lucian was not bothered by Mackenzie. He nodded to Natasha, Sylvia, and his teacher, Mr. Victor, and then walked toward the center of the hall where a piano was placed. Victor raised his glass toward his student as his encouragement. Felicia was a bit nervous, since she was not sure whether playing a piece of bagatelle tonight was a good idea. Now, in comparison to Julian's serenade, any flaw in Lucian's playing might be exaggerated. The applause to welcome Lucian gradually stopped. Many musicians and nobles were waiting. The first movement was an allegro, pleasant, graceful, and brief, and it captured everyone's attention immediately with a very cheerful sonata allegro form. Julian's smile froze on his face. As a musician, he instantly realized the gap existing between his serenade and Lucian's work. Excellent as his work was, this young alto musician's serenade could be called classical. What Lucian was playing was Amadeus Mozart's Serenade No. 13 for strings in G major. Natasha's purple eyes were lit up by the allegro. After listening to the first 2 bars, she instantly knew that this piece of bagatelle would not let her down. Subconsciously relaxing her hands, all of Felicia's concerns disappeared, and her eyes started to shine with excitement. That was the most fabulous serenade she had even heard, even though it was just part of the whole work. Pleasant and cheerful, gentle and elegant, a few guests at the party nodded slightly following the rhythm while beating time to the music. They wanted to dance. Smiles appeared on their faces. Lucian's long and beautiful hands were moving on the keyboard in a smooth and free manner. His fingers, wrists, arms, and even his body were working cooperatively to present this perfect piece of piano bagatelle. Besides the melody itself, Lucian's manner of playing was also a feast for the guests' eyes. Many young nobles, while enjoying the music, were longing for learning piano and Lucian's new fingerings. Many noble ladies were staring at Lucian in great admiration. What a decent, elegant, and talented gentleman. The girls were wondering about how much a piano playing could show one's artistic elegance. Several minutes later, Lucian pressed down the last key of the piano bagatelle. His right hand was raised in a dégagé way to show the end of his playing. Then he stood up, bowed to Natasha, then Felicia and the guests present. Lucian's listeners paused a bit, as if they needed some time to recover from the great surprise and excitement. A couple of seconds later, Lucian was surrounded by the thunder of applause from the guests. Beautiful, graceful, and balanced. "I'm proud of you, Lucian," commented Natasha. "Finish the following movements and turn this amazing piece of bagatelle into a serenade masterpiece." Lucian gently hugged Felicia, giving her an encouraging pat on the shoulder. Then he went back and rejoined the musicians. "Lucian, you're indeed a genius. This piano bagatelle is the most beautiful serenade I've ever heard." Christopher smiled and his eyes were shining with praise. "No one can doubt your talent anymore, Lucian." Sylvia nodded. She was very impressed with the movement of Lucian's fingers, wrists, and arms when he was playing, and with the elegance of this new musical instrument, piano. In her mind, the piano was no inferior to the violin, the queen of all the musical instruments. As Lucian's teacher, Victor was very proud. "I believe that this piece of serenade will become the most popular music work for parties and feasts, even more popular than Symphony of Fate." Then Victor paused a bit before continuing. "What I appreciate the most is that you employed many challenging playing skills in the bagatelle. After all, beautiful as a serenade is, it cannot be the mainstream of music in alto." Lucian nodded with mixed feelings. He always appreciated all the help that Victor provided him, but he also knew that his future might not have anything to do with music, since the path that he chose was magic. After he got to know where the Continental Congress of Magic was from Rhine, he would leave alto very soon. Lucian did not want to let Victor down. While most of the musicians present were marveling at Lucian's extraordinary talent, Mackenzie looked very resentful. He took a glance at the very disappointed Julian, and then he stepped forward as if something hit him all of a sudden. Mackenzie pointed at Lucian and said in a loud voice in front of the guests, "There's no way that a beginner can compose something like this. You so despicable, you made a pact with the devil." All of the guests were shocked. They turned around and looked at Mackenzie as if he was insane. It was a very, very serious accusation against Lucian. In other words, Mackenzie wanted Lucian to die. "Mind your words, Mackenzie." Victor looked angry and serious. Talented as Lucian is, he still works very hard. He was the first person speaking out for Lucian, while Lot and Herodotus remained silent. Facing an accusation involving a deal with the devil, even nobles didn't easily dare to defend their classmate. "You're Lucian's teacher. Of course you speak for him." Mackenzie looked around at the guests. "Ladies and gentlemen, do you really believe that a pauper who just started to learn music several months ago can achieve such a level?" The guests started to whisper to each other. Indeed, the fact that within only a few months' learning of music, a poor young man was already capable of holding his own concert was definitely very surprising. "You betrayed the god of truth," said Mackenzie in a vicious way. Everyone was looking at Lucian now. When he was about to say something, Natasha said to Mackenzie in a slow but authoritative way, "I know you want to put Lucian onto burning gallows very much, Mackenzie." There was a slight of smile on Natasha's beautiful face. "However, Mackenzie, Lucian's my personal music consultant. You think I'm that stupid to have someone who made a deal with the devil to serve me? No, I'm not saying that, Your Grace." Mackenzie was flustered by the princess's words. "Then what do you mean?" asked Natasha sternly. I mean, it's not normal for," stammered Mackenzie. Natasha cut him off right away. "That's why we call him a genius. Lucian received rewards from my family, and that's also why he made such a progress. You have anything to say about that?" Mackenzie's face was as red as a tomato. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but finally he released a long sigh like a deflated ball. "Of course you're right, Your Grace. I'm overreacting." Then Mackenzie found an excuse and left the party, followed by the frustrated Barrett and Clement, while Julian cheered himself up and said to Christopher sincerely, "I'm sorry I was being so arrogant. I want to stay in alto for several years to learn from the great musicians. Alto is the paradise for musicians." "Welcome, Julian." Christopher nodded to him. "We need fresh blood for our association, and we learn from each other." Julian picked up a glass of wine and turned around to face Lucian. "I gotta admit that your serenade is better than mine. I'll learn from you, and one day I'll catch up with you. Then I wish you success." Lucian slightly raised his glass of water. The music for the party started again. Instantly, Lucian was surrounded by a bunch of noble ladies. "Mr. Evans, can I have a dance with you? Mr. Evans, you were so charming when you were playing the piano. Can you take a look at my hands to see if I'm suitable for playing piano?" The mix of sweet perfumes dizzied Lucian. Luckily, at that moment, Felicia came over and saved Lucian by having a minuet with him, after which he went to the patio to stay away from the ladies. The breeze was gentle and cool. Standing on the patio and bathing the bright moonlight, Lucian felt revitalized. However, at that time, Lucian realized that he was being rude since he saw that two beautiful ladies were on the patio as well, snuggling and kissing. The arousing scene of the two beauties showing their love toward each other in the moonlight was like a fabulous painting. Lucian's face twitched a bit and then blushed. When he was about to leave the patio, one of them stopped him and asked Lucian, "What's that look on your face?" It was Natasha. With a slight redness on her cheeks, Sylvia was hiding behind Natasha, slightly gasping from the intense kissing. "I'm fine, fine," Lucian smiled in an embarrassed way. "What's going on in your mind?" Natasha slightly lifted her eyebrows and questioned Lucian closely. "Well, I'm thinking that what I just saw was not good for my eyes," said Lucian in a playful way. Natasha pointed at herself and then at Sylvia. "Aren't we beautiful? Sure, both of you are real beauties." Having never been with any girl before, Lucian made fun of himself. "Let me put it this way. What I just saw hurt my heart." Natasha laughed and stretched herself a bit. "I like your personality, Lucian. You're interesting enough to be my friend." Then she said something to Sylvia in a low voice which made Sylvia giggle. "Excuse me, I need to have some water." Sylvia then said to Lucian and left the patio. After Sylvia left, Natasha asked Lucian to follow her back to the party. When they were on the dance floor, Natasha turned around, bowed to Lucian and reached out her right hand. "May I have a dance with you?" Lucian looked at her hand and paused a bit. "Your Grace, I'm afraid that it's not a proper invitation." "What?" Natasha looked surprised. When she realized what was wrong, she took back her right hand and stood straight, waiting for Lucian's invitation. "Sorry, my bad. I forgot you're the gentleman and I'm the lady. I'm used to, you know what I mean." Lucian nodded and smiled. "Yes." Recalling the dancing manner, Lucian reached out his right hand to the princess. "Your Grace, may I have the honor to dance with you?" "Sure, you're my music consultant." Natasha laid her hand on Lucian's palm and followed Lucian to the center of the dance floor. The dance between a decent gentleman and a beautiful young lady should be very pleasant. Unfortunately, their dance wasn't exactly like that. "You stepped on my foot, Lucian," said Natasha. "I'm sorry, Your Grace," Lucian apologized, "but have you figured why?" "You're dancing in the manner of man. Am I, Your Grace, you just stepped on my foot." "Sorry, Lucian. Why don't you dance in the lady's way then? That would solve all the problems," Natasha suggested. "I'd rather keep letting you step on me." Lucian shook his head. It took them a while to become cooperative. Natasha asked Lucian, "Can I ask you to do me a favor?" "What is it?" asked Lucian. "Well." A rare shy look appeared on Natasha's face. "Sylvia likes your serenade a lot, and she wants me to play a piece of love-themed serenade for her birthday before the new year." "That's sweet." Lucian did not understand how he would be useful to Natasha yet. "But you know I'm not really a serenade person," said Natasha. "I like music which is intense and passionate, not soft and gentle. I just can't do it." "So, Your Grace, you want me to compose the serenade for you?" Lucian asked. Sort of." Natasha looked a bit embarrassed, but soon made up her mind. "Yes, can you do me that favor?" "Well, I don't think a decent knight like Your Grace would find a ghostwriter for herself." Lucian blinked in a funny way. "You're not my ghostwriter. I just don't want to present Sylvia with a piece of mediocre work on her birthday." Natasha was trying to justify it. "I'll tell Sylvia that it's your work." "Don't worry, Your Grace." Lucian grinned. "I was just joking." "I would be honored if I could help you solve that problem, Your Grace. The name of the serenade will be For Sylvia, then." Lucian paused a few seconds and looked a bit worried. "Since I haven't gone through any love experience yet, I may need some extra help." "Such as?" Natasha leaned forward a bit. "I noticed that you have lots of books in your study, Your Grace." Lucian had been coveting the great number of books in Natasha's study for a long time, and he would not let this precious chance slip away. "I wonder if I can have the chance to read some of them. Say, those love stories books and some books that introduce histories, cultures, and traditions of other countries, in order to be inspired. The library of the association has only music books." "Of course." Natasha smiled. "It's not a big deal at all. As many of the old books are actually written in the language used by the ancient Sylvanas magic empire, I can ask the scholars to translate them for you." "That would be great." Although Lucian looked pretty calm, his heart was full of excitement. He did not expect that one of his biggest problems could just be solved like that. By copying the many books from the ancient Sylvanas magic empire, Lucian could not only better plan his future trip on the continent, but also learn how to read ancient Sylvanas characters. Although many books of college level were still sealed in Lucian's spirit library, he was already way more knowledgeable than a common sorcerer. Had it not been for the insufficiency of his spiritual power, Lucian should have already become a first circle sorcerer, which was exactly the opposite situation for the other sorcerer apprentices. Most of them were having a hard time moving forward because they did not have enough knowledge to analyze more complicated spells. "Lucian, you stepped on me again," complained Natasha. When the dance ended, Natasha asked Lucian, "Do you have any other plans recently, aside from composing the canon and finishing the bagatelle? I don't want to interrupt your schedule." Not really. Composing serenade can help me relax." Actually, I'm considering composing a piece of sonata to record the perseverance and the great faith that supported me all along when Uncle Joel and his family were held as hostages, answered Lucian. All he wanted to do now was to come up with new music works and hold his own concert. I'm looking forward to that. Natasha looked at him seriously. I know you're good at this theme, and I'll have the scholars translate the books for you starting from tomorrow. After the dance, Lucian was about to get some water when he met Rhine, who was holding a glass of wine in a very elegant way. Good work. Then Rhine whispered to Lucian, I almost forgot to tell you that I already helped you get rid of your basement. No worries anymore. Lucian was very surprised. He never expected that Rhine knew this much about him. He was also glad that he did not have to worry about his underground lab anymore, which had been a burden on his heart for a long time since he just could not find a proper chance to destroy it. I know you want to thank me, and you're welcome, Rhine said to Lucian, smiling. I mean no harm toward you. I hope you can trust me. But why, Mr. Rhine? Asked Lucian. After all, the whole thing had nothing to do with Rhine at all. There's no why. Rhine shrugged casually. Maybe I just want to see a great musician making progress without being distracted by something trivial. Then Rhine raised his glass toward Lucian with a meaningful smile and left. The party tonight was perfect because of Lucian's serenade. Thus, Felicia exempted the debt that Lucian owed her to show her family's appreciation. At a cost of 10 thales, Felicia made a great deal with Lucian. In the following morning, on his way to the Musicians' Association in the administrative district, Lucian was very surprised to find that the bagatelle he played at the party last night was being played everywhere in alto. Just like Victor said, it was way easier for a piece of serenade to become popular than for a symphony. As soon as Alina saw Lucian coming into the lobby, she waved to him with a big smile on her face. Morning, Alina, greeted Lucian. Why are you so happy today? I'm happy for you. Covering her mouth, Alina giggled in a low voice. Before you arrived, a few noble ladies came to the association to look for you. They were hoping that they could become your piano students. Miss Felicia's friend, Yvette, was here as well. Then, she handed a pile of letters to Lucian. These are all feedbacks from musicians who live nearby. Lucian took the letters and was about to walk upstairs, but paused a bit and turned to Alina instead. Can you tell the ladies that this year I won't accept any students? Apart from being the Princess Music Consultant, I still have to work on producing more music. Mr. Lucian, how come you're always that inspired? Kathy's eyes were wide open, and she asked with great curiosity, I heard that aside from the serenade, you also finished recomposing Mr. Hersey's canon in D. Lucian nodded. I'm just hoping that I can hold my own concert as soon as possible. Wow, exclaimed Alina and Kathy at the same time. Then Alina asked Lucian with expectancy, I understand that you don't want to have any student right now, but can I ask you some questions related to music once in a while? Of course we can exchange our ideas, said Lucian. The true reason that Lucian refused to have any student was that, as a sorcerer, he might be found out by the church someday, and his students would be in great trouble. After giving Joseph the music sheet of his serenade for registration, from the window Lucian saw that a purple coach was arriving, which was sent by Natasha, in the study of War Gallery. Natasha, wearing a long black dress, was introducing the books to Lucian. Some of them are written in common tongue. I take it that you want to start to read them as soon as possible. That was Natasha, passionate, decisive, and motivated. As soon as she decided to do something, she wanted to get it done as fast as she could. From her introduction, Lucian had a rough idea about the different book sections in the princess study. At that moment, a middle-aged man came in and bowed to Natasha, Your Grace. Turning around, Natasha nodded to the man and then said to Lucian, Mr. Bake from House Hill is a very reputable scholar and linguist. He is your designated consultant and translator for these books. Bake was already bald in his 40s. A thick pair of glasses was sitting on his round face. It's my great pleasure to serve the princess and to be your consultant, Mr. Evans. Bake bowed slightly to Lucian. You're working on translating the books already, Mr. Bake. Lucian noticed that there was a thick book under Bake's arm with many small colorful tags among the pages. Yes, as you may see, Mr. Evans, translating these books takes time, and the princess told me about your hunger for knowledge. I'm hoping that I can cover as many books as possible in this study for you, Mr. Evans, answered Bake slowly. It's very sweet to see that, young as you are, Mr. Evans, you're this interested in the ancient language and culture of Sylvana's magic empire. You'll see that their culture was fascinating. Bake walked toward the desk and opened the black book in front of Lucian. The book that I'm working on right now is Hero's Epic, very beautiful poems. Bake became a bit excited. What is this book about? Asked Lucian. Sorry, I'm not really well educated within history. Oh, that's totally fine. Bake smiled. The beauty of poem does not require its reader to have much educational background. Instead, it's something you can feel. Get closer and take a look, Mr. Evans. Lucian's long fingers gently ran down the spine of the thick, black book, feeling its antiquity. When Lucian was flipping through the pages, Bake said to him, the poems in the book were written in memory of those great heroes who followed the lead of the god of truth and together overthrew the rule of the vicious mages. Fascinating. Lucian quickly went through all the pages, and then in his spirit library, the copy of the book emerged on one of the bookshelves in the ancient literature entry. Then Lucian turned to Natasha. Have you read these books before, Your Grace? Do you have any book that has already been translated? I've learned Sylvanas in the Noble Abbey before. I don't need translation, answered Natasha casually. I'm going to the practicing room now. If I have any question, I'll come back for you. Enjoy your reading, Lucian. After Natasha left, Lucian directly jumped onto the books and started to read them assiduously. In the following month, Lucian gradually gained a new perspective toward the continent and even this whole world from the effort he put on reading. In order to gain great power and break the limit of the human body, lots of sorcerers and sorceresses in the past operated countless cruel experiments on human beings by infusing them with the different powers extracted from magic creatures. Most of the subjects died, but the ones who made it gained tremendous power. Surprisingly, yet undoubtedly reasonable, following the lead of those surviving experiment subjects, people from different parts of the continent who were fed up with being bullied launched uprisings against the empire. At the same time, the Saint Truth, with its many years of secret development, quickly gained its momentum and became the shared belief for those people. That was when the great powers derived from the magic creatures started to be called blessings, and the Saint calendar started to count, followed by the epic war called the War of Dawn, which lasted for over 400 years. Because Lucian was reading the translated versions of the books, all the texts were shedding glory light on the people fighting against the empire, while depicting the sorcerers and sorceresses as terrifying representatives of the darkness and the devil. At that time, Natasha's family, House Violet, was guarding the remote west territory of Holy Hyle's empire with the great power of the Violet Knights. In the end of the War of Dawn, House Violet provided the church with great help and became the biggest contributor to the success of taking down Alto. The host of House Violet was thus granted the title of the Grand Duke of Alto and became independent from Holy Hyle's empire. In the year 425 of Saint Calendar, the church held one of the most significant synods in history, discussing the topics related to the final stage of the war and the further attack toward the fiend empires across the Dark Mountain range in the west. However, during that meeting, a great, carefully premeditated divergence over the reading of the doctrine bursted out between some of the Grand Cardinals and the Pope. Since then, the church was divided into two. Supported by Chakran Empire and the other duchies, the Grand Cardinals betrayed the Pope and set up a separatist regime in the north. The westward march of the church's army was thus stopped. Lucian realized that the topic of heresy in this world was way more complicated than he thought. Knowing that the Sword Brothers were stationed on the border between the Duchy of Orvarit and Chakran Empire, Lucian asked Natasha why the church never started to march westward again. Her answer was very obscure but meaningful. In most believers' eyes, the enemy within concerns us more than external threats. Today, no one except the Pope knows why those cardinals betrayed us. Lucian also read from the books that the front line against the heresy was formed by the north provinces of the Duchy of Orvarit, the Kingdom of Syracuse, and Holy Hyle's empire. Among the total of 60 kingdoms, duchies, empires, and territories on the continent, most of them retained their glory through the years. However, in some, like the Gusta Empire to the far south, the royal family had lost their control over the empire, since the several preeminent noble families in Gusta seized a major part of the political and economical power. Besides, there was a continental sea in the center of the continent, which was called Storm Sea. Natasha's mom was the princess from the kingdom across the Storm Strait, although very little reference could be found about that kingdom. 2 weeks before the new year, sitting in front of the fireplace, Lucian was reading astrology and magic elements. After the great amount of reading, now Lucian could already understand the most commonly used characters in Sylvanas. By comparing the translations and the original books, Lucian learned more about how to read Sylvanas and could now understand a big part of astrology and magic elements, although still with some difficulties. Several higher-level methods to meditate were provided in astrology and magic elements. Learning a lesson from what happened to the witch, Lucian decided to stick to his current meditation for now, before he could thoroughly understand how the other methods worked. One thing in the book captured Lucian's attention. For a long time, Lucian was bothered by a question: if the principle of silent casting could be explained by the change in vibration frequency of spiritual power, then why, according to the book, one could cast a spell without using any magic reagent after successfully constructing the corresponding magic structure in one's soul with the 4 fundamental elements: earth, fire, wind, and water. Taking acid splash, for example, where did the acid come from if no sulfur was used during casting? Inspired by the book, Lucian made a bold hypothesis that the 4 fundamental elements in this world could be understood as the 4 fundamental forces on Earth. There was a reason why earth, fire, wind, and water were being respected as the most important elements, since it seemed they could be able to construct all the magic structures by working together. All of the physical and chemical properties in this world were the external manifestations of the fundamental elements or of the interactions between them, and thus spellcasting without any material or reagent could make sense. If the hypothesis was correct, the world might be very similar to Earth on a micro level. In that case, the magic fairies that existed in this world that Lucian read about before were probably actually magic particles. However, all of these were Lucian's hypotheses right now. He knew that he needed to carry out more experiments to prove whether they were true or not. Astrology and magic elements introduced most of the spells in the school of astrology and elements, and some basic spells of other schools, from circles 1 to 5. In the ancient magic empire, all the magic spells could be divided into two categories. Most of them were basic spells, of which the magic structures were recognized by the empire, and they could be mastered by all the people. The rest of them were unique spells, which were created by the many great sorcerers and sorceresses in history, on their own. Luckily, some of the unique spells were introduced in the book. Turning the page, Lucian saw a chapter titled Two Legendary Classes, and he suddenly got excited. However, as he read further, Lucian found that the chapter was way beyond his comprehension. Many words used there were not even Sylvanas, and the two extremely complicated magic structures messed up his brain. Nevertheless, Lucian still had a rough idea about what the two legendary classes were. One was Element's Dominator and the other was the Prophet, and ascending to either of the two classes required lots of extremely precious magic materials and an enormous magic circle. Besides, each magic school had more than one legendary class. The last chapter of the book provided the formulas for many different potions. After taking a look at them, Lucian pulled out his spiritual power from the book in his spirit library to take a rest. After browsing through astrology and magic elements, Lucian chose to analyze the spell Star Shield in order to move forward toward becoming a first circle sorcerer. In contrast to all the apprentice-level spells, whose inner structures were two-dimensional, first circle spells were way more complicated since they were three-dimensional. Lucian progressed in a very slow way, trying to understand the constitution based on his own hypotheses. Reading and thinking too much exhausted Lucian's brain. In the late evening, he lay awake in his nice bed, unable to sleep at all. So he got up and walked into his practicing room. Sitting in front of his piano, Lucian put his hands on the keyboard. He had been learning music for more than 4 months now, and became used to relaxing with the aid of music. In the world of music, Lucian had nothing to worry about. In the world of music, he felt safe. Lucian's hands were moving freely on the keyboard. After he pressed down the last key, a sudden applause arrived from the window. Quickly, Lucian turned around in an alert way. It was Natasha, standing on the patio in a black suit. "Your Grace," Lucian said, "for your information, that's not a front door." Natasha waved her hand in a casual way and laughed. "Come on, my historian. Don't you remember that almost all the knights in the books you read went to see their beloved girls by sneaking through their windows? Mr. Bake told me that you have a really good memory. They're only romantic novels." Lucian let Natasha come in. "So why you come here so late, Your Grace?" "Well, just dropping by. I visited Sylvia earlier and she lives in this district as well." Natasha walked into Lucian's practicing room. "Good playing, Lucian. Was that an impromptu?" It felt sad. "Yes, it was an improvisation," answered Lucian. "I was just thinking of my past, I see. I know you suffered a lot before, Lucian." Natasha nodded seriously. "What you just played is very beautiful, beautiful as moonlight. I think you should note it down so you can develop it into a full sonata in the future." Lucian was a bit embarrassed, since part of the playing he just did came from the famous Moonlight Sonata written by Ludwig van Beethoven. He was also impressed by Natasha's keen insight into music. "How's your work going, Your Grace? The serenade for Miss Sylvia." Lucian changed the subject. You know what?" Natasha rolled her eyes in a cute way, trying to hide her embarrassment. "I think I just can't make it. I tried. I swear." Lucian lifted his eyebrows and tilted his head, waiting for Natasha's real intention for coming to his place so late tonight. "I dropped by to see if you were still up," Natasha continued, "because I want to know how's your serenade going. The one which you already named it, for Sylvia. Now I see your point, Your Grace." Lucian grinned. "It's almost ready." The melody of the serenade was gentle and lively like a brook gurgling. This was definitely a piece of serenade praising a young and beautiful lady. Although the playing did not require any sophisticated fingerings, the serenade seized Natasha's heart instantly. Rondo. "I see." Natasha nodded slightly and enjoyed the beauty of the song. Then the serenade entered a lighter section in the submediant. After that part, the piece smoothly ended in the same melody as the beginning, with an authentic cadence. After removing his hands from the keyboard, Lucian noticed that Natasha was resting her chin in her right hand. "How do you feel about this serenade, Your Grace?" asked Lucian. "Very beautiful, very elegant. Actually, what I'm thinking is," Natasha drawled. Lucian looked at her. "How come you have such a deep understanding in serenade, Lucian?" asked Natasha thoughtfully. "I mean, you never had a girlfriend. Do you rely on your imagination?" Lucian choked. Although Lucian had completed the serenade called for Sylvia and had given the music sheet to the princess, he was still allowed to go to Natasha's study to read the books under her permission. She was hoping that the classic literature works might inspire him to produce more excellent music pieces. Thus, every Tuesday and Thursday Lucian arrived 2 hours earlier than before to read some books and then meet the princess. "What are you doing here?" Bake was walking around in the study after translating for a long time, and he asked Lucian with curiosity. "I'm taking notes," answered Lucian briefly, for future reference. Actually, there was no need for Lucian to take any notes at all, but Lucian's super outstanding memory surprised Bake a few times in the past 2 months. Lucian was a bit concerned that Bake might report this to the princess or someone else. In order to attract less suspicions, Lucian needed to do something to justify his great memory. "Can I take a look at your notes?" Bake asked. "Sure." Lucian pushed a pile of notes toward the scholar. Bake picked up a few pages and glanced at them. "Interesting. I've never seen anyone taking notes like this. It looks like you're following a time order from the Dark Era to the Saint Calendar, but you also wrote down the many stories in a biographic way." "Yes, to serve my purpose." Lucian nodded. "For me, the stories are more valuable as resources providing me with inspiration than a mere historical timeline, although time's still important." "I see," Bake said to Lucian. "No wonder you have such good memory. I was very surprised with how fast you can remember all the things. Actually, this method can be a brand new way of recording history. It seems like you're becoming a historian now, Lucian." When they were talking, Natasha entered the study. "Your Grace." Lucian and Bake saluted together. Natasha pulled Lucian out of the study with a big smile on her face. "It seems Sylvia likes the serenade, doesn't she?" Lucian also grinned. "Oh my, she likes it. She loves it." Natasha was excited. Sylvia did not have a party for her birthday last night, but she said the serenade was the best gift. "I'm very glad that you ladies like it," said Lucian. "And I did not lie to Sylvia. I told her that for Sylvia was your work." Natasha's eyes were shining with joy. "Sylvia appreciates your effort very much, and she wants to invite you for dinner tonight at her place." "I appreciate Sylvia's kindness, but it's not necessary." Lucian was a bit hesitant. "Come on, Lucian." Natasha insisted. "I don't want to let Sylvia down, and it will be a small, personal family dinner. Only Sylvia, her father, Lady Camel, and I will be there." "Well, the thing is," Lucian scratched his head a bit, "I thought Sylvia would be mad at me. You know, after all, I was being your ghostwriter." "No worries. Sylvia's always sweet and considerate. That's why I love her so much." Natasha did not give up. "She knows that I'm not good at love-themed music, and she still appreciates my effort of practicing the serenade and playing it for her on her birthday." "All right." Finally, Lucian nodded. At 7 in the evening, number 78, Jesu District. Sylvia lived in a 2-story light yellow house. There were a few kinds of cold-resistant flowers still blooming in the garden. "Welcome, Lucian." Sylvia and her father were waiting for him. "The princess and Lady Camel are in the living room," said Sylvia, who was wearing a long white dress with her beautiful long hair hanging down her shoulders. Sylvia would be like the dream girl for most men. Lucian handed a small gift to Sylvia and said happy birthday to her, then greeted Sylvia's father, Mr. Deroni. Mr. Deroni was wearing a black suit. Although his black mustache made him look a bit old and gloomy, Lucian still could tell that Mr. Deroni should be pretty good-looking when he was young. However, Lucian felt a bit weird when he saw Sylvia's father for the first time, and he did not know why. "Good evening, Lucian." Deroni greeted him, slightly lowering his head. "Although we both live in Jesu, we've never seen each other before. You're even younger than I thought," said Deroni as he led Lucian to the living room. Before having dinner, the 5 of them chatted casually. Mr. Deroni started to ask Lucian about the serenade in D. "We're really looking forward to the complete version of it," said Deroni. "Actually, I already finished it," answered Lucian. "It's a piece of string quartet." "Awesome." Natasha winked to Lucian. "I hope you can play both the quartet and for Sylvia on the New Year ball." "So I can, you know that." Lucian knew what she was talking about. Natasha was still waiting for a chance to reward him with a manner. Unfortunately, Lucian preferred the knight's sword than a manner. "Since For Sylvia is a piece of personal music work, I don't think I should play it on the New Year ball, though," Lucian stated. "Why not?" said Sylvia in a gentle voice. "It's your music work anyway, and it's very beautiful. People should have a chance to appreciate it. The only thing that you may want to change is the name of the serenade, or people would think that you're pursuing me." "I don't mind." Natasha shrugged her shoulders and smiled. "After all, most of the musicians in the association who are still single are pursuing you. By the way, Lucian, before you came we were talking about poems and tales from different places in the duchy. I know you're an expert, and maybe you can help us here." "Expert?" Mr. Deroni looked surprised. "The princess is just joking." Lucian waved his hands. "I've indeed read a few related books recently, but I'm nowhere close to being an expert." "Don't be too humble, Lucian." Natasha laughed. "Mr. Deroni's a very successful businessman and also the director of the Association of Accessories. He's been traveling a lot on the continent, and we were discussing about one of the folk poems that he heard before." "What's this one about?" asked Lucian with a bit of curiosity. "Well, not many people know this poem." Doroni rested his chin on his hand, but the scene the poem described was very unique. I wonder where and when the poem originated and what happened at that time. Then Doroni started to slowly recite the poem. When the sun entered Thanos' palace, huge fireballs fell down from the sky. The earth was crumbling, and in no time the city, as well as the magnificent tower, turned into ashes. The ashes covered everything from the earth to the sky. In the dark pit lived the devil. Look, look, the red water was now up to the lips. As you can see, Lucian, Natasha commented, the poem's not rhetorical, but what it described is very weird. As far as I know, Thanos' palace is the name of a specific position of the sun, where it shows a unique scene. Besides Natasha's interpretation, Lucian remembered that, according to the literature he read, Thanos was also the name of a previous chief magistrate of the Magic Empire, who was known as the King of the Sun. Well, although astrology is totally strange to me, Lucian was pretending that he knew nothing about astrology, while in fact astrology was his speciality, and he clearly knew that there was a constellation named Thanos in memory of the King of the Sun. I read some similar poems before in the Princess Study, so I'm guessing it might be a prophecy poem. I don't think so. The folks told me that what the poem described really happened many, many years ago. Doroni denied Lucian's first guessing. I see. Lucian nodded, dramatic as the poem seems to be. If it's not a prophecy, then I think it is a poem describing a catastrophe or something similar to that. That makes more sense. Mr. Doroni nodded. The War of Dawn lasted for more than 400 years, and before that there were also countless horrible disasters, and many great wars happened on this continent. Huge meteorites, earthquakes, landslides, and even battles could lead to the same scene. I read about them before in Heroes' Epic, the War of Syracuse, Saint City Confession, Saint Continent Chronicles, and many more. Interesting. I think Lucian makes a good point here. Natasha nodded. War or natural disaster, that's our direction. What I can contribute here is that a good fight between two legendary masters could easily cause this damage to the whole continent. That's why I'm this curious. I want to know what eventually caused this catastrophe, Doroni said to them. The red water was now up to the lips. This part is kind of unique. Lucian was still thinking. Has any of you ever heard about the significant topographical change that happened several hundred years ago in the northwest of Alto? Sylvia and her father slightly shook their heads and were waiting for Lucian's further explanation. At this time, Natasha said to Lucian with a bit hesitance, "Are you talking about how Elsinore Lake was formed, the lake that lies in the northwest of Alto?" "That's right, Your Grace. A book from your study named Marius Manuscript described a similar scene." Lucian nodded. 115 years before the implement of the Saint calendar, one day Alto's sky suddenly turned dark, although it was still daytime, and huge stones fell down from the sky. These meteorites destroyed the city called Elsinore and even part of the mountain range in the northwest. The lake was named after the destroyed city. "Oh my," exclaimed Sylvia. "Was it a natural disaster?" The book didn't mention. Lucian slightly shrugged. However, the book did mention that at that time the ground cracked all over and a weird red liquid surged up through the cracks. "Lava?" asked Doroni. "No, it was mentioned that the liquid was not hot and it inundated the whole area. But the blood-like liquid ebbed very fast as well." "Then what about this Thanos palace?" asked Doroni eagerly. "How do you explain this?" "It is said that when Thanos, King of the Sun, reached the legendary level, the capital of the Magic Empire was covered by pure darkness for 3 entire days. Natasha expressed her own understanding. "I see." Doroni slightly nodded. "Anything else can be found in this poem, Your Grace?" Lucian. They both shook their heads. That was as far as they could go. "I told you, Mr. Doroni," said Natasha with pride. Lucian's not only a musician, but also a historian. While Lucian was trying to explain, "I'm nowhere close to being a historian. I just happened to read a few books. That's all." Then dinner was served. "You have to try all the dishes tonight, Lucian," Natasha said to him. "One of the cooks here comes from Trier who makes awesome Syracuse dishes, way better than our food in Alto. Ours is all about beef and potato, potato and beef." As a big fan of different cuisines, Natasha complained. All of a sudden, Lucian felt very hungry. The princess felt the food here in Alto was no good, and of course he felt the same way. The cook Lucian had now was not very impressive. Like what Natasha just said, the cook always provided the same food. You know what? Food in home and rentate is even worse. I went there before when I was a kid, and I've never wanted to go back. Natasha got a bit excited. Lucian never heard the name of these countries before, and thus he wondered if they might be 2 of the countries across the strait. The dinner was indeed impressive. Following the appetizer, foie gras and the soup made of a special kind of tria fish, the main courses were roasted lamb and white wine stewed tripe, accompanied by vegetable salad. There was also Syracuse special pudding cake for dessert. Both Natasha and Lucian ate a lot. The freezing wind was whistling on the street in the month of ice December. Natasha, Lucian, and Camel were taking a walk after dinner. Sylvia wanted to walk with them, but it was too cold outside for a gentle lady like her. If it were in the north, it should be snowing now. Reaching out her beautiful hand, Natasha somehow looked a bit sad. "It doesn't snow much in Alto." Lucian looked up at the silver moon. If you're ready, Lucian, I want to recommend you to hold a concert in the Psalm Hall during Alto Music Festival. Natasha turned to Lucian. During that period, lots of musicians from all over the continent will come to Alto and celebrate the festival with us. Alto Music Festival was the most important music festival across the continent. During the festival, the Psalm Hall would hold a concert every day. My concerto is almost ready. Lucian considered a bit and answered seriously. Facing the fact that he was leaving soon, all of a sudden, Lucian felt a bit sad. I trust you, Lucian. I'll talk to Mr. Christopher about it. Natasha smiled, then she switched the topic. You know what, after I played the serenade you wrote for Sylvia last night, I did not know what to say to her. I was nervous and a bit embarrassed. Lucian's mind was still occupied by the slight sadness. He would be leaving Alto soon after the concert if everything went well. I'm thinking what I could have said to Sylvia to touch her heart the most, said Natasha with a smile. Well, you know I'm not experienced, answered Lucian. I know, but you're still a man, Lucian. Natasha slanted her head and looked at him. Then I guess, marry me. Lucian was thinking, that's still a problem between Sylvia and me, but I'll work on it. Natasha paused a bit. You gotta work on finding someone you like as well, Lucian. Music is not all you need. On the first Sunday of the month of beginning January, a piece of news on music criticism caused quite a stir in Alto, a bagatelle worth a manor. At the New Year ball, the princess played a piece of bagatelle named for Sylvia, which was composed by the young, talented musician Lucian Evans. This elegant, pure, gentle, and also joyful music piece won her Grace's great affection. Thus, Princess Natasha awarded this young musician, who just recently gained popularity in Alto, with a beautiful manor in the suburbs. People are saying that for Sylvia might be the most expensive piece of bagatelle ever in the history of music. Another thing about Lucian is that somehow many musicians from the association started to call Lucian a historian. They started to ask Lucian questions about history and poetry, and Lucian always tried his best to answer the questions for them. The last week of the month of life, the third month of the year. As the weather was getting warmer, Alto, the city of Psalm, quickly recovered from the bitter winter and burst out great vigor, welcoming all the guests coming from different places all over the continent to join the Alto Music Festival, which was held every 3 years. Musicians, instrumentalists, bards, and nobles from other countries flocked to the biggest city close to the dark mountain range. Even in the afternoon, there was still huge traffic in front of the city gate in Nalan district. Lilith, a pink-haired girl, was pulling her elder brother's arm to make him walk faster. Stop looking around like that, Sala. Saying that in a low voice, the girl seemed to be a bit pissed off with her elder brother, but clearly she did not want to draw attention from anyone. This 16-year-old girl was very lively and beautiful. A slight feeling of melancholy even added more charm to her. Lilith was very popular in her hometown. A young noble almost gave up his title in order to pursue her. Sala looked way more excited than his sister. Look, Lilith, they are moon elves. Oh my. They're so beautiful. Like the tales said, their ears are slightly waggling. How adorable. Out of curiosity, Lilith stood on tiptoe and looked at the elves. Indeed, the several elf maidens who were walking together were absolute beauties. Their skin was as fair as the full silver moon, their faces were well defined, and their pointy ears were cute. Falling back on her heels, Lilith murmured, just a bit better looking than me. Then she pinched Sala's arm and complained, mind your behavior, Sala. This is Alto. God is watching you. When she mentioned God, she lowered her voice even more. Relax, Lilith. Sala looked a bit similar to his sister, who has pink hair. Being too nervous is even more suspicious. Entering the city, the brother and sister changed their direction and came to a quiet corner where there was no one. But we're apprentices. Lilith looked around and finally said the word. So what? You know how many sorcerer apprentices are there in Alto? Sala shrugged. After finding the scholar who can answer our questions, we shall leave. No music festival. Lilith looked a bit disappointed. No. Sala looked serious. Alto Music Festival is held every 3 years, but we probably only have one chance to become a real sorcerer. You know which is more important? Lilith nodded. She understood how horrible it would be if they got caught by the church. The brother and sister had been living in fear for a long time since they were kids. Copper Coronet. This was for sure not a decent place. Adventurers, mercenaries, and hookers were drinking and laughing aloud. Pushing through the people, Sala carefully protected his younger sister from the many nasty hands in the bar, and finally they jostled through the crowd to the counter. Drink. As usual, Cone the dwarf was drunk. 2 ales, answered Lilith shortly. Emitting a sound like a bubbling spring, Cone let out a big hiccup. Interesting girl. 1 free ale on me. Grabbing the mug on the bar, Sala took a sip of the ale and nodded. Pretty good. For sure. Cone answered with pride. I drink them all the time. I would not drink shitty ale. As the owner of such a busy bar, you must know a lot of people in the city. Lilith asked with a bit hesitation, can you tell us who is the most profound scholar in Alto? We got an ancient script by accident, but we can't understand it. Common tongue. After another hiccup, Cone asked, or Elven, Dwarven, Draconic. Common tongue, it has been translated by someone. Sala directly cut Cone off in case he would keep listing all the languages existing on the continent. Well, if the script is about a big treasure, Cone put on a mysterious smile, you pupils will be in trouble. Sometimes it can bring misfortune. We have no idea what it is about. We come from a small town. Lilith looked innocent. Anyway, the only reason I'm still alive is because I never ask too much. Cone gulped his ale. Historians should be helpful. Bake, Alfonso. Which one would you recommend? Asked Lilith with caution. None of them, Cone answered directly. All those people who know about ancient history. They're all nobles and pastors. You think you guys can just visit their places and ask them questions? Both Lilith and Sala looked a bit disappointed. They knew that they could not take the risk of seeing a noble, not to mention a pastor. Wait, I know a person who might help, said Cone. He was a pauper, really, a pauper turning into a historian. Who is it? Exclaimed Lilith. Lucian Evans, said Cone with pride, a genius musician and also a historian, the composer of For Sylvia and Symphony of Fate. Lilith looked very surprised. How come he's a historian? That's impossible. Sala looked very skeptical. I knew you guys wouldn't believe it. Cone laughed and waved his big palms. I know Lucian. I've watched him grow up. A very talented young guy. Genius. I heard that he got the access to the princess, study since he's her personal music consultant. That's it. Sala still could not believe a bunch of books make a historian. Great talent, great memory. That's Lucian's blessing. Cone seemed to be a bit unhappy with Sala's comment, believe it or not. Lilith pulled her elder brother's elbow a bit and said to Cone politely, do you know where Mr. Evans lives? Can you tell us? Everyone in Alto knows that the princess has just awarded him a manor in the suburb. He might be living there to prepare for his upcoming concert, said Cone proudly. But you guys gotta wait until tomorrow, or the gate will be closed by the time you come back. You mentioned that you've watched Mr. Evans grow up. Is he elegant and good-looking? Lilith asked a bit shyly. For sure. Cone laughed aloud. Lilith grabbed Sala's arm and said to him, we are visiting Mr. Evans right now. What? But the dwarf just said we should go there tomorrow. What if the city gate is closed later? Asked Sala. Then we hope Mr. Evans is kind enough to let us stay in his manor for the night. Lilith looked very resolute. By the time they reached Lucian's manor, whose name was Bronze, the dark night had already fallen upon them. Sitting in front of a forest, the manor looked a bit creepy. After negotiating with the manor guards, Lilith and Sala got to see the steward of the manor, Mr. Lopez. Lopez was in his 50s, and he was also the previous steward of the manor, so Lucian kept him. The brother and sister were invited to come into the hall and waited in the couch. They waited patiently for several minutes. Then, Lilith and Sala saw a young man wearing a black suit and a white shirt walking downstairs. He looked rather mysterious and elegant. Staring at the young musician walking out of the darkness of the second floor, for a moment, an idea flashed through both Lilith's and Sala's mind. Mr. Evans was a sorcerer. However, a second later, they felt a bit amused for having such silly thoughts. How could this young, talented musician who gained such vast popularity in Alto be a mysterious sorcerer? That was ridiculous. At this time, Lopez came into the living room followed by a bunch of servants who were holding candles. Whole space was immediately lit up. I'm Lucian Evans. Lucian walked downstairs and smiled in a polite way. I was told that you two came here because of an ancient manuscript. Mr. Evans, I'm Lilith. I like your music very much. Due to her nervousness, Lilith failed to answer Lucian's question properly. For Sylvia is my favorite. I'm very glad to meet you. Facing this talented and good-looking young musician, the young girl's face flushed. Me too, Mr. Evans. I'm Sala. Sala was calmer than his sister. Symphony of Fate gives me a lot of encouragement, sir. Hoping that he could find more information about the Continental Congress of Magic, Lucian read lots of literatures and ancient manuscripts. He would not let any possible chance slip from his hands. Yes, sorry, Mr. Evans. Sala sniffed a bit and took out a pile of paper. Here it is, sir. Lucian took the manuscript over and said to them, not a problem. Please sit down so we can discuss together. Lilith sat back on the couch, still blushing. From time to time, she peeked at Lucian, who was absorbed in reading. Her heart was beating fast. As usual, Lucian read very fast in order to have a complete copy in his spiritual library. However, a familiar sentence in the manuscript immediately seized his attention. When the sun entered Thano's palace, Lucian was astonished. Why did he see the same weird sentence twice within just a couple of months? What did the manuscript have to do with the poem that Mr. Duroni mentioned? Thus, Lucian slowed himself down and started to reread the whole manuscript. The further he read it, the more shocked he was. Combining what he read before in the princess study, Lucian gradually realized what that manuscript was about. It was about the ruins of a magic site. Calm as Lucian looked, there was a great turmoil in his mind. Floating mountains, Grand Cross. Lucian remembered these words. He saw them when he was reading Astrology and Magic Elements. Opening that book in his spiritual library, Lucian turned the page to the last chapter, Magic Circles. Just as he expected, Lucian found out that the manuscript described a wide and powerful magic veil called Magic Lock, which was mainly constituted by a series of astrology spells. Compared with the folk poem, The manuscript offered a more detailed description about how the city was destroyed by the falling meteors and how the weird, red liquid surged up from under the ground. Unfortunately, the manuscript was not complete. No explanation could be found on it regarding why there was a magic site built underground, or why a magic lock was placed around it. The witch's ancestors lived in Alto many years ago. According to the witch's notes, one of her ancestors was the student of a very powerful legendary sorcerer who was the lord of the city. Therefore, Lucian guessed that the magic site might have something to do with this legendary sorcerer, but he had no real evidence about it. It had been more than half an hour since Lucian started to read the manuscript. During this time, Lucian did not say even a single word. Both Lilith and Sala felt a bit nervous. Shocked as Lucian was, he pretended to be quite calm. It's not complete. Do you have the rest? No. Lilith shook her head. This is not the original manuscript. As you can see, Mr. Evans, it has been translated into the common tongue. I see. Lucian put the manuscript on the table. Then he said to Lilith and Sala, I have a rough idea. This manuscript is about some underground magic ruins, and I can do a rough calculation to locate where the ruins were, based on the geographic and constellation features the manuscript provides. Awesome, Sala and Lilith exclaimed at the same time with great surprise. One Thale, Lucian smiled. Since he was about to leave Alto after the music festival, he wanted to save more right now, although he already had saved 30 Thales from working for the princess and all the rewards he received. That was already more than what a commoner could earn for their whole life, for sure. Sala slightly bowed to Lucian. Then he pulled out the money bag and handed Lucian a Thale with great respect. As the city gate has been closed, Lucian smiled to them and invited, if you don't mind, Lilith and Sala, you are welcome to stay in my manor tonight. After having dinner, Lucian asked Mr. Lopez to take Lilith and Sala to their guest rooms. Standing in the center of the living room, Lucian watched the two young visitors leave. His shadow was shivering on the floor because of the candlelight. Lucian was very concerned with this great coincidence. He just heard the folk poem from Mr. Duroni a couple of months ago, and now he had guests finding him on their own and bringing that precious manuscript. That was too big a coincidence in his eyes. Lucian thought it might be a trap from the Night Watchers. However, he had to admit that he was also greedy. Lucian's spiritual power had reached a peak within the level of senior apprentice. Up to a couple of weeks later, Lucian should be able to make a breakthrough to become a first circle sorcerer. Right now, all he needed was several kinds of magic materials for his advancement. Lucian once read from another book that, around most of the magic vales, there would often be magic gardens, since the plants and other materials there would be exposed to magic power all the time. Many of them should be on Lucian's list. Also, he didn't need to step into this magic lock. The magic garden should be just outside of the vale. According to the sentence when the sun entered Thano's palace, the best time to approach the lock should be on the 10th day of the following month, the equivalent to April on his original world. Actually, one should approach the magic vale at midnight of April 9th, when the silver moon swung to the summit of her travels. At that time, the sun should be close enough to the constellation called Thano's palace. Obviously, though, people would not be able to see the sun from the magic ruins, since it would be night time. After a long time of struggling, Lucian finally restrained himself from being impulsive and greedy. After all, exploring the ruins of the magic site would require a lot of preparation from him. At the very least, he would need to collect more related books and notes to get a better understanding of this magic lock. Obviously, right now Lucian was not prepared for it. He decided to be more cautious and to wait for a future chance. Lilith and Sala did not sleep well last night, half because of the excitement and half because of the manner, which made them feel a bit creepy. As the revelation of the secret of their manuscript took way less time than they thought, when Lilith and Sala went back to Alto, they decided to stay in the city for the music festival and then head for the small town named Bonn, which was close to Elsinore Lake. Although Sala still felt a bit concerned about the fact that staying in Alto any longer might bring them unnecessary trouble, facing his younger sister's eager request, Sala yielded. After all, he did not want to miss the great musical festival himself as well. After Lilith and Sala left, Lucian also left his manor and went back to the Musicians' Association to rehearse with the symphony orchestra. Sitting in the coach, which moved rather smoothly, Lucian looked out the window and found that Alto became way busier than usual because of the music festival. Lots of coaches with strange coats of arms all of a sudden appeared on the streets, but they were familiar to Lucian, since he once read several books in Natasha's study introducing the stories behind the coats of arms of different families on the continent. Also, there were way more street artists and bards out there today. Among those people, Lucian noticed a familiar figure. It was Uncle Joel. Joel was playing lyre. It seemed the loss of 2 fingers of his left hand did not bother him too much. Surrounded by a bunch of people, Joel looked rather cheerful and excited. Lucian asked the coachman to stop. Then he left the coach and walked close to Joel. Standing behind the crowd, Lucian listened to his playing, smiling. The crowd burst out a warm applause when Joel finished his playing and bowed to them. A few of the listeners took out their money bags and put some coins in Joel's hat to show their appreciation. When Joel straightened up his body, he saw Lucian. Joel's eyes were lit up with surprise. "How come you're here, Lucian?" When the crowd dispersed, Joel walked with Lucian to a quieter corner. "I thought you were still in the manor." "I was." Lucian smiled. "I'm going to the association." "How are you doing, Uncle Joel?" "I'm doing great." Joel's eyes were shining with pride. "You saw it. They love my music." Lucian nodded and said to Joel, "For sure." Then he pointed at Joel's hat, which was filled with small change. "I don't need this money. You've been taking care of my family all the time, and because of you and John, we're now living a decent life." Joel weighed the hat a bit with his hand. "As long as they like my playing, that's enough." "I know," Lucian agreed. "Music itself is beautiful enough. I just play because of my dream now, not for a living." Joel nodded. "It feels like those days when I just came to Alto are back again. I'm passionate and motivated. Alto Music Festival turns me into a spring chicken again. Ha ha ha." Later, Lucian wandered around on the street to enjoy the different styles of playing. Street music had its unique charm, which also inspired Lucian quite a bit. Staying in his manor in the suburbs for too long, Lucian missed the bustling atmosphere. As he was walking, Lucian was trying to construct a rough idea about how to recompose the third movement of Violin Sonata in G minor, which was a very challenging piece of music in this world. Lucian wanted to present the beauty of this piece of sonata with piano, and he also wanted to show the audience his skills. Lucian decided to recompose it on his own, rather than referring to the masterpieces in his original world like what he always did before. This concert would be the first and also might be the last music concert in Lucian's life. He wanted to leave something that really belonged to him. Watching people's smiling and cheerful faces on the street, listening to the melodious music, Lucian sighed and murmured, "I wish there was no church here. Sir, come and join our free concert." Suddenly, a young man popped out in front of Lucian. Free, his green eyes were full of hope. Lucian was a bit confused. "We rented a house for hosting our concert, sir," explained the young man. "By the way, I'm Piola, the first violin in our orchestra." It was still early. Lucian was not in a rush, so he nodded with a smile. "Where is it then?" "Over there," Piola cheered, "the 30th. Then he led Lucian to a two-story house on the other side of the street. The center of the living room was their simple and temporary stage, on which there were two violins, one viola, and one cello. A black-haired girl of ample proportions was sitting in front of a harpsichord. "Sorry, sir. We need to have more friends here before we start." Piola apologized. "Grace will play harpsichord for our guests during the waiting time." Lucian realized what was going on here. They should be a band coming from another country. They came here for Alto Music Festival to pursue their music dream, but renting a formal music hall here in Alto was unaffordable to them. Therefore, they were hoping that more people here would get to know them by providing their audience with free performances. What the girl played for the audience after Piola left happened to be for Sylvia. Although Grace played it pretty well, some shortcomings of harpsichord compared with piano could not be hidden from Lucian's eyes. After a while, more people entered the house. The spacious living room now became quite crowded. "Dear ladies and gentlemen," Piola jumped on the stage and picked up his violin. "We come from Sturk, the bright pearl of the sea. It's our great honor to play for you today. Welcome." Then he turned around and introduced the band members to the audience. "I'm the first violin, Piola. This is the second violin, Sharon, and our violist, Green. This is our cellist, Leslie, and our beautiful Grace, who was playing harpsichord for us." The small concert took about an hour. Lucian could tell that they were quite experienced from their repertoire, their infectious enthusiasm, and their playing skills. Even in alto, they could be regarded as qualified instrumentalists. At the end of the concert, they received warm applause from the audience. The band members were very excited and started to talk to the guests. "How do you feel about our Fantasia in C minor, sir?" Piola smiled to Lucian. "Pretty good," answered Lucian sincerely. "At the same time, you guys can probably pay more attention to how to unfold your music and the technique that uses a series of values to manipulate different musical elements, as we call it serialism." Wow, Piola was very impressed. He did not expect that he would receive such a professional comment from this young listener. Then Piola started to exchange his ideas with Lucian with great passion. Their heated discussion drew the attention of the other band members. Gradually, they joined Piola and Lucian's conversation after most of the audience left the house. "Have a lovely stay in Alto." Lucian smiled and was about to leave. "I'm sure we will," answered Piola. "Sir, you know that the schedule of the many concerts that will be held in the Psalm Hall has been released already." Lucian was a bit surprised. "Yes," Piola looked rather excited. "You know which ones I'm most looking forward to, we all know," smiled Sharon, Mr. Christophers, and Mr. Evans. "Exactly." Piola clapped his hands. 7 months traveling. We came all the way here from the shore just for Mr. Christophers and Mr. Evans' concerts. During Alto Music Festival, even commoners who could not afford the tickets could listen to all the concerts held in the Psalm Hall indirectly by means of a divine power circle, which functioned like a broadcaster on the central square. 7 months, the shore, something flashed through Lucian's mind. Then he started to chat with them about their trip for about another 10 minutes. After Lucian left, Grace said to the other band members, "I still can't believe that a random sir in alto can have such profound knowledge of music. This city's amazing." "Oh my," exclaimed Piola, "we didn't ask his name." He patted on his forehead in a regretful way. As soon as Lucian arrived at his own office in the association, he heard a knock at the door behind him. Surprisingly, it was Natasha and Camel. After Camel closed the door, Natasha said to Lucian in a serious manner, "Argent Horn was detected in some remote towns again. You have to be careful, Lucian. Don't go out at night." "Are they back?" Lucian was very surprised. He never expected that Argent Horn, after such a great loss, would bounce back so quickly. "Yes, the church has sent a night watch team out, as well as a bunch of pastors, even some bishops." Natasha nodded. "I wish I could go too. Those heretics are just crazy." Lucian did not answer. He felt that some enthusiastic followers of the God of Truth were crazy as well. Natasha sat down on the couch. "Alto is super busy right now. Our security check can't be perfect, especially when we are actually short-handed. Please be careful, Lucian. I'm still eager to attend your concert. Come on, you're not a nobody." Natasha waved her hand. "Your concert draws a lot of attention. We're all looking forward to it. I'm flattered, Your Grace." Lucian paused a bit. "I think I'll be fine, but Uncle Joel and his family, no worries, I can take care of them." Natasha immediately understood. "How's your preparation for the concert going, Lucian?" Natasha changed the subject and asked Lucian casually, as if they were close friends. "I'm curious." "Well, not bad," answered Lucian honestly. "I just need more time to practice with the orchestra. After all, it will be my first time as a conductor. I'm feeling a bit concerned about that, but that's my only concern. You have a really good understanding of music, and your blessing has been awakened. I don't think that will be a problem." Natasha looked at Lucian with her beautiful purple eyes. "What about the repertoire of the concert?" Lucian happened to be going to meet Mr. Othello later to have his concert repertoire registered, so he answered directly: Symphony of Fate, Serenade for Strings in G major, Piano Canon in D major. Piano Solo recomposed from Violin Sonata in G minor, a piano sonata in C minor named Pathétique, which is a piece of theme music. "Quite different than I thought," said Natasha with a bit hesitation. "The whole concert is dominated by piano and piano only. I'm afraid that the lack of symphony might make your concert less solemn and grand." However, before Lucian made any explanation, Natasha smiled and said to Lucian, "But anyway, it's your own concert. You know what you're doing, Lucian." "I trust you. By the way, Your Grace." Somehow Lucian's mind was dragged back to the previous topic. Argent Horn happened to be detected around the time of Alto Music Festival. It seems to be too big a coincidence. "I know your concern, Lucian." Natasha did not seem to be worried. "We'll handle it." Lucian simply nodded without making any further comment on that. He clearly knew that he was not the only smart guy in Alto. After Natasha and Camel left, Lucian ran into Othello, the director of the association, on the stairs. This time Othello's student, Mackenzie, was not with him. He had been receiving lots of negative comments since last time when he accused Lucian of being a demon follower and failed. Thus, Mackenzie has not showed up in the association that often recently. "Lucian, are you ready for the concert?" Othello looked a bit tired. "Is your repertoire ready?" "Oh yes, Mr. Othello." "Actually, I was about to hand in the repertoire list to you later," said Lucian. Then he took out the list and handed it to Othello. Othello read the list with his brows wrinkling. "Too many piano solo. They are not enough for a grand concert, I would say. I know a genius always has a lot of novel ideas, but Lucian, are you sure about it?" Lucian nodded. "I'm confident," and Her Grace agreed on the repertoire as well. "Well, I see. I hope you don't feel too stressed." Othello was still a bit worried. In his heart, Natasha's decision to directly assign the last and most important concert to Lucian was not really wise. Othello believed that the final concert for the music festival required a musician who was way more authoritative and experienced than Lucian. Later, when Lucian was walking upstairs to the practicing room, he met a few of his colleagues, who greeted him in a concerned manner. They were also worrying that Lucian might be under too much pressure for hosting the final concert. As soon as Lucian stepped on the 4th floor, he saw a lady rushing toward him. Luckily, he was agile enough and made a sudden dodge to the side. "Sylvia, why are you in such a hurry?" Lucian was a bit surprised. "Oh, hi, Lucian. Nothing really important, actually." Wearing a light yellow dress, Sylvia's cheeks slightly flushed from rushing. "I heard that your concert is on the last day. Good for you, and don't stress yourself out, I bet." Sylvia smiled. "You handle pressure pretty well, and Natasha trusts you very much." Ryan and the orchestra were already waiting there when Lucian arrived. Picking up the baton, he said to them, "Ladies and gentlemen, let's start." After the first round rehearsal, Lucian felt pretty good. When he was about to continue, Othello and another 2 young men entered the practicing room. Lucian knew one of them, Count Verdi, having seen him twice in Rattacia Palace. The other, a gray-haired young man wearing a fine bright red jacket, was totally strange to Lucian. "This is the Prince of the Kingdom of Syracuse, Prince Michel." The prince is very interested in our association. Othello introduced politely. After Lucian and the other musicians saluted, Prince Michel said to them a bit shyly, "Am I disturbing you? Don't mind me, I'm just looking around." When he was introduced to Lucian, Michel looked quite excited. "Mr. Lucian Evans, it's a pleasure to meet you." Then the prince reached out both of his hands and gripped Lucian's hands regardless of the royal etiquette. Lucian could feel the young prince's strength when he was shaking hands with him. Obviously, Michel had awakened his blessing. Lucian bowed slightly to him and said politely, "It's my great pleasure, your grace." On Lucian's way home, he came across Sylvia's father, Mr. Deroni, who was talking to a middle-aged man that Lucian had never seen before. The man was in his 40s. He had tall nose, brown hair, and dark blue eyes. Wearing a decent suit, the man was well-mannered. Deroni nodded to Lucian and introduced, "This is Rogerio, my relative and also my business partner. And this is Mr. Lucian Evans." "Nice to meet you, Mr. Rogerio," greeted Lucian politely while reaching out his hand. "Nice to meet you too, Mr. Evans." Rogerio shook Lucian's hand. "You're famous even in Sturk. I've been hearing your name all the time." "I happened to meet a band from Sturk earlier today." Lucian smiled and shared with them some of the interesting stories that he heard from the band. Several days later, the most exciting music event on the continent, Alto Music Festival, finally kicked off. April 3rd, Alto Music Festival. Music was everywhere on the streets. Today, Lucian was dressing less formally, with a simple brown coat, white shirt, and black trousers. Wandering on the streets, he was accompanied by Ivan, who also dressed like a little gentleman, since Joel and Alyssa decided to go out on a date to revive the passion and love that they had when they were young. Victor was busy with meeting different musicians and nobles from other cities and countries, and so were Felicia, Lot, and Herodotus. Natasha was feeling overwhelmed by the royal guests coming from all over the continent, and she spent all her spare time supporting Sylvia's upcoming concert. Ryan was invited to be the first violin for several concerts, and Lucian heard that he didn't even have time to eat. Even John could not find any time to hang out with Lucian. He needed to maintain the order on the festival. "Hey, John." Lucian waved to his buddy, who was patrolling on the streets. "Hey, Lucian." John grinned. "How's everything going?" "Well, can't be any better." Lucian shrugged his shoulders. "Is there anything better in the world than being a babysitter during the music festival?" Lucian pointed at Ivan, who was focused on chewing the huge hot dog in his hand. John laughed so loud that several pedestrians on the street turned to look at them. "Come on, I'm taking care of your younger brother," Lucian complained in a joking way. "Well, I heard that several noble ladies invited you to their manors during the festival." John patted on Lucian's shoulder, say, "Miss Yvette Hill, I prefer to take care of your brother," answered Lucian honestly. After talking to John, Lucian continued to stroll around the streets. Since he might be leaving soon after the music festival, Lucian wanted to feel Alto more and cherish the time when he was still here. While Lucian was quite interested in listening to the street artists playing, Ivan paid more attention to the assorted food trucks which were selling grilled cheese, fruit pie, fried potatoes, desserts, and so on. Finishing his hot dog, Ivan started to stare at the candy store on the other side of the street. Lucian and Ivan easily spent the whole morning walking around to enjoy the festival atmosphere and walking into some random small music halls to appreciate the music that the bands played. During the music festival, except for the Psalm Hall, tickets for any music performance were very cheap, and some of them were even free. Thus, Alto Music Festival was genuinely a music feast for everyone. It was close to lunchtime. Lucian took Ivan to a restaurant. "Look." Ivan was pointing at the sign standing in front of the restaurant, "Play music and earn your free meal." Ivan could already read some words under Lucian and John's teaching. "This restaurant seems to be quite awesome." Lucian smiled. The restaurant was super busy. When Lucian and Ivan were waiting to be seated, they saw an old gentleman who was playing piano in the front. The old gentleman was not playing really well, and every of his key pressing movements seemed to be a big challenging for him. But he played in a very devoted way, as if he was having his own concert. When the old gentleman finished playing, the whole restaurant bursted out a warm applause for him. The guests were applauding for his courage and passion. "Free lunch for this gentleman," cheered the owner of the restaurant, "who wants to be the next." Lucian and Ivan were led to a small table for two, close to the window. They ordered 2 steaks for lunch. A few more guests performed. The atmosphere of the restaurant was very nice. Everyone here was enjoying their time. More and more people came into the restaurant. Some of them could not find any seat, so they just stood beside the bar section, holding their food, and that included Piola, Sharon, and the other band members. After playing for the whole morning, they were starving. A free lunch was definitely great. Piola's playing seized everyone's attention. The festive atmosphere in the restaurant climaxed. "Free lunch for this young lad," the owner of the restaurant announced, and for his friends. Lilith and Sala were attracted by the restaurant as well. Putting down his knife and fork, Lucian smiled at Ivan, who was too full to sit up straight on his seat. "Told you. Don't eat too much. I can't control myself." Ivan was still staring at the rest of the steak on the plate, and then he asked the waiter to take it to go. Then he turned to Lucian. "If you're willing to play, Lucian, for sure we don't need to pay." Being touched by the friendly, warm atmosphere, Lucian wanted to give it a shot as well. Lucian wanted to see whether his own music, the one he didn't copy from any masterpieces, could receive some appreciation among the people, so he nodded to Ivan and walked toward the piano. "Another young lad," said the restaurant owner, Mr. Evans. Lilith could not believe her eyes. "Yes, it is Mr. Evans." Sala looked a bit confused but also excited. "I thought he was preparing for his concert. We're so lucky." Lilith's face flushed. "We can listen to Mr. Evans playing here, in a random restaurant." Piola recognized Lucian as well, and he turned to his friends. "That's the gentleman we talked to the other day. I wonder how well he can play." Placing his hands on the keyboard, Lucian quickly went through the small piece of serenade he wrote before in his mind, without referring to any music books in his spirit library. Lucian's playing was like a cool breeze coming in through the window, gently touching every listener's heart. The busy restaurant slowly calmed down. Everyone stopped talking and listened to the music carefully. Moving his hands smoothly on the keyboard, Lucian closed his eyes and started to enjoy. In sharp contrast to the bustling atmosphere just now, the beautiful melody refreshed people's mind like a limpid brook. The piece of melody was very short. When Lucian left the small stage and came back to Ivan, the whole restaurant remained very quiet, since the guests were still immersed in the beauty of the melody. Lucian was satisfied. Leaving Anar on the table, Lucian and Ivan quickly left. As soon as Lucian stepped out of the restaurant, he heard a great mix of people cheering and applauding. He left. Piola looked disappointed. "We didn't ask his name. Again, I wonder why we never heard the melody before." "Full of music surprises, Alto is such an amazing place," said Sharon. She did not know that it was that gentleman himself who composed the melody, Mr. Evans. Lucian heard someone calling him from behind. Turning around, he saw that it was the brother and sister who visited him the other day. Seeing Lucian, Lilith was both excited and shy. "Your performance in that restaurant was awesome." Lucian somehow asked subconsciously, "Why are you two still in Alto? We still have time until..." Before Lilith finished her phrase, Sala cut her off directly, since he realized that his younger sister might spill the beans inadvertently. "Mr. Evans, why did you think we wouldn't stay here for the music festival?" As soon as he asked, Sala regretted that he asked the question in such a harsh, defensive way, which could make he and Lilith even more suspicious. Lucian got a bit nervous too. He did not want Lilith and Sala to realize that he actually knew more about the ruins of a magic site than they thought. "You two were in quite a hurry when you visited me. Lucian's mind was working fast, and I thought you had something urgent. That's why." "Oh, I see." Sala relaxed a bit and switched to a safer topic. "Like Lilith said, your playing was very impressive." After chatting a bit more, Sala left with his younger sister, although the latter was a bit reluctant to stop the conversation with Lucian. Watching Sarah and Lilith leaving, Lucian slightly frowned his brows, feeling a bit concerned. He was not sure whether today's meeting with the brother and sister was just a coincidence or something else. However, Lucian would not let his concern ruin his beautiful day. He still spent a very pleasant afternoon with Ivan hanging around and enjoying the festive atmosphere. In the evening, Lucian took Ivan to Joel and Alyssa and had dinner with them. Then they walked toward the central square. Tonight, the square was way busier than usual, and the whole place was literally packed. People gathered here to enjoy tonight's concert in the Psalm Hall through the Divine Power Circle. The Divine Power Circle was actually visible, which seemed to be more like a transparent crystal dome floating in the air than a commonly imaged mysterious magic circle. Through this huge dome screen, people on the square could watch the spectacular performance and enjoy the wonderful music simultaneously. "Wow." Ivan drawled with surprise. "It looks like we cannot go anywhere closer," said Joel. "Let's just stay here." "We're not staying here," refused Alyssa. "What can we see from here?" As she was talking, Alyssa was about to take advantage of her weight to open a path for them. "Auntie Alyssa," Lucian smiled and stopped her. "I actually know a better place than the square." The Town Hall of Alto was a 5-story building, sitting on the other side of the central square. "Felicia's father, Mr. Urbane, is the chief clerk here," Lucian explained. "He invited us to enjoy the concert on the top floor." When they got closer, Lucian saw that Felicia was already waiting there at the back gate of the town hall. Due to the limited amount of seat that the Psalm Hall could provide and the large number of distinguished guests coming from other countries, even Mr. Urbane was not invited for tonight's concert. As for the Musicians Association, only the most well-known musicians would be invited, like Mr. Victor, whose concert just achieved a great success in the Psalm Hall. Actually, Lucian, as the princess's personal music consultant, got invited as well, but he didn't dare to go, since a great number of grand cardinals and bishops would be there that night. Lucian did not want to take any unnecessary risk. The concert started at 8 o'clock sharp. Sacred light appeared above the central square, covering everyone present. All of the people present lowered their heads, praying and praising. This was the love of God, the power of God. Lucian also lowered his head, but he was thinking about something else. As the power of magic originated from nature, Lucian wondered, where did divine power come from? The light became brighter and brighter, then it gradually covered the crystal dome. the spectacular main stage of the Psalm Hall slowly appeared in the sky. The Golden Cathedral Choir was ready, pious followers. The hymn was so wonderful, as if it was being sung by angels. All the choristers were men, and all of them got castrated before they entered their adolescence. Thus their voices were even purer and beautiful than that of women. "Lucian, are you all right?" Felicia asked him with concern. "Yes, I'm fine, Felicia," Lucian said to her. "Why do you ask?" "Sorry, I was just thinking that the first concert's grand beginning might have put lots of pressure on you." Felicia slightly shook her head. "It looks like I'm even more nervous than you are." At the adamant demand of Mr. Victor, Lucian attended the second concert in the Psalm Hall, held by Christopher, the president of the association. "You can't miss it," Victor said to Lucian. "It might be Mr. Christopher's last concert. You have to cherish this opportunity." "Oh yeah. Can't miss the opportunity to attend a music master's concert in order to make myself anxious." Lucian joked. "If you were really that stressed, you wouldn't say something like that." Victor knew Lucian's personality pretty well, "and I trust you, Lucian. I read the music sheet of Pathétique. Challenging as it is, I believe this piece of sonata can lead to a revolution in the history of music." At this time, a young man in his early 20s with black hair and brown eyes approached them. "Mr. Victor, good evening," greeted the young man. "Is this Lucian Evans?" Victor stood up and introduced with a big smile on his face. "This is my previous student, Marcus. He is now the music consultant of the Kingdom of Shak. He came back several days ago just because of the music festival." Lucian reached out his hand. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Marcus." Holding Lucian's hand, Marcus put on a sort of arrogant smile. "Likewise, Lucian. I heard your name when I was in Shak. When I had just arrived in Alto, a couple of days ago, I was about to visit you, but Mr. Victor asked me not to distract you from the preparation of your first concert." Marcus put some extra emphasis on the word first. In his mind, Lucian should not be respected as a musician until his first concert achieved great success. "Mr. Victor often mentioned your name, saying that you're one of his most outstanding students." Lucian remained polite. "In terms of concert experience, I'm not even close to you." "Well, it's my great pleasure to be invited by the many countries." Marcus put on a big smile when they came to the topic that he felt the most proud of. He sat down beside Lucian and started to spout his concert experience in different countries, the passion of the Kingdom of Syracuse, the rigidity and conservatism of the Holy Hiles Empire, the boldness of the Kingdom of Shak. Lucian did not mind knowing more about these countries, so he nodded and asked a couple of questions from time to time when Marcus was talking. Marcus did not stop himself until the concert was about to start. In his mind, Marcus felt that Lucian was pretty easygoing, rather than arrogant as he assumed. Marcus' hostility did not come from nowhere. At first, he felt truly happy that his teacher, Mr. Victor, noticed this talented young man, and he was proud that his peer could make achievements like him, until more and more news about Lucian Evans came to Shak like snowflakes. Even the nobles in Shak were talking about the young man and making comparison between them. All of a sudden, Marcus felt that his achievement was worth nothing compared with Lucian's success, but Lucian hadn't even had his own concert yet. The audience gave Christopher a very warm applause as soon as he appeared on the stage. Dressing in black, Christopher looked rather hale and solemn tonight. That would probably be Christopher's last concert for his music career, the last concert of the president of Alto Musicians Association, the most authoritative and the greatest musician across the continent, the living music legend. Straightening his back, Lucian listened carefully. Then Christopher turned around and raised the button. The first three symphonies were Christopher's most well-known music pieces. One was elaborate and ebullient, one was elegant and sublime, and the third one was passionate and graceful. The intoxicating and familiar melodies seized every listener's mind, no matter if they were inside or outside of the Psalm Hall. Christopher's achievement in music was the milestone in the history of music. Together with the music, the listeners' remote memories were brought back. During every interval, the audience applauded like never before, as if the whole continent was applauding the respectable senior musician. After the third piece of symphony, Christopher looked a bit tired. "Now, please enjoy my student Sylvia's piano sonata while I'm going to prepare for the next symphony. This is the living music legend. His concert is strikingly awesome," said Piola with great excitement on the square. "I know." Sharon nodded earnestly. "It's my greatest pleasure to be here right now and listen to Mr. Christopher's concert." Dressing in white, Sylvia walked onto the stage like an angel. Lucian closed his eyes and listened to Sylvia's playing carefully. Generally speaking, her playing was pretty good, and Sylvia's progress was already very impressive to Lucian, but he knew she could still make some improvement on her piano fingerings and her understanding of the many features of the new instrument. The 10-minute-long sonata also received a warm applause. Sylvia slightly lifted her dress and bent her knees to thank the audience, feeling quite excited. When Lucian was applauding Sylvia, he felt someone was looking at him. It was Natasha. Her beautiful purple eyes were shining as she smiled. She nodded to Lucian, and Lucian knew that she was thanking him for providing Sylvia with some tips for playing piano and recomposing the sonata. Then Christopher's returning immediately seized everyone's attention again. They were all looking forward to the last symphony. As Christopher lifted the baton and waved, the first two music notes struck every listener's mind. Christopher took them to a great battlefield. Horns blowing, flags waving, and the brave soldiers howled and charged like lions against the enemy, with their blood burning out of the great determination and the will of fighting. Under the guidance of the many heroes, pastors and knights fought side by side and devoured their enemies like an overwhelming flood. They beheaded the titans and smashed the tall towers of the evil sorcerers. To protect their homeland, they killed all the demons who were trying to destroy the world. The following movement had a more restrained style, as if the army was mourning the heroes, but hope came with sadness, and even greater determination followed grief. Then an exciting and passionate movement changed the music tone. In the name of justice and light, the soldiers wiped off their tears and marched again with irresistible momentum. The whole psalm hall remained silent for a moment after the symphony finished. Then the audience burst into thunderous applause. This was not only an applause for the symphony, but also for Christopher's great spirit of innovation and perseverance in his 70s. Apparently, this piece of symphony was influenced by Lucian's Symphony of Fate. It was astonishing that the greatest musician ever would learn from the younger generation and always seek to reach new levels even in his late years. Master. Mr. Christopher Master. Piola was too excited to form a complete sentence. Yes, yes, answered Piola's friends. Their voice was trembling. The Grand Duke, the Princess, the Prince from the Kingdom of Syracuse, Count Verdi, and all the people in the psalm hall stood up while they were applauding to show their great respect toward that great musician. Ladies and gentlemen, my last concert has ended tonight. Christopher bowed to the audience and said with emotion, tomorrow, our young, talented musician, Lucian Evans, will bring us his first concert ever here in the psalm hall. The last concert and the first concert. What God is telling us here is that music never ends, music never ends. The audience followed Christopher and repeated his words. And then many of them turned to look at Lucian. Lucian bowed deeply to this great musician with great respect. The crystal dome in the air created by divine power had disappeared, but people still remained on the square, lingering over the last piece of symphony named the War of Dawn. Following the trend of theme music created by Symphony of Fate, Mr. Christopher's latest music piece was definitely great. Comparatively speaking, Sala was a bit hesitant. Magnificent as the War of Dawn is, Symphony of Fate, to me, is still impressive. Lilith nodded, yes, I feel that the determination that Symphony of Fate carries is still stronger. Then she frowned her brows and looked worried, but Mr. Christopher's concert is still a great success. The concert tonight must have put even more pressure on Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans will be fine. Sala did not really know what to say. He won't let us down. Then what if he does? Lilith raised her head. After all, Mr. Evans is competing with the president of the Musicians Association. Sala looked at his sister and sighed. At the same time, on the top floor of the town hall, Felicia released a long sigh, as if she was trying to drive away the worry and nervousness in her mind. However, not everyone was feeling concerned about Lucian's concert. Mackenzie was one of the exceptions, who was very excited after tonight's concert, not really because of the great breakthrough that Mr. Christopher made in his late years, but because Mackenzie believed that the president's awesome concert would absolutely pale Lucian's performance on the following day by comparison. The Grand Duke, the Princess, and other high-ranked nobles stayed in the psalm hall after the concert, and right now they were talking to Mr. Christopher in a separate box, congratulating him for his great music achievement and regretting that he would hold no more concerts in the future. The other nobles and musicians remained in their seats, exchanging their ideas about the concert. You're now almost an expert in the field of theme music, Lucian. Victor was impressed by Lucian's interpretation of the first movement of the War of Dawn. I can tell you are shaping your own music style and ideas. In fact, all the music knowledge that Lucian was exchanging with Victor and Marcus was from his spirit library. Oh, I read those articles as well. Yes, they're great as means of instruction, agreed Marcus, but then he changed the subject. Do you feel stressed that your concert tomorrow will be compared with this perfect concert, Lucian? When Lucian was about to answer, Victor patted Marcus' arm to stop him. Then Victor said to Lucian, never compare yourself with others. Do what you want to do. In fact, Victor himself was pretty worried that the piano solos tomorrow might not be able to provide enough music appeal to the audience, but he chose to trust his student. Lucian was not as stressed as other people thought. Although he knew that his arrangement and repertoire of the concert was quite ahead of the mainstream, and the several pieces of piano solos might be a great risk, Lucian believed that only himself knew what he wanted. I'll just try my best. He nodded. Then minutes later, the nobles started to leave the concert hall, followed by the musicians. Some nobles and musicians greeted Lucian in a sort of weird manner. Clearly, they were trying to avoid mentioning his concert tomorrow. It was April 5th, the last day of Alto Music Festival. At 7:30 in the evening, almost all the people in Alto were gathering around the central square and on the streets nearby, waiting for the last concert. Piola, Sharon, and other band members arrived at the square in the early afternoon to secure a relatively good spot. Now they were surrounded by more and more people and more heated discussion. Staring at the crystal dome, Piola murmured as if he was dreaming, "I wish I could hold a concert here. I'd be willing to die for that. Not really possible, unfortunately." Green, the violist, shook his head and sighed, although he had the same dream in his mind. "We're only in our 20s. We're still young." "Don't be this pessimistic," Green said. "Sharon, Mr. Christopher is still seeking for music breakthroughs in his 70s, and we shall carry our dreams all the way until we accomplish them." Speaking of being young, Grace said to them, "Mr. Evans' coming-of-age ceremony is still a couple of months away from now." Sharon, who was born in a music family, replied, "The youngest musician held his concert in the Psalm Hall when he was 15, but by the time he performed here, he had already hosted several concerts in different places." Mr. Evans is now having his first concert here during Alto Music Festival. That's something that will definitely be recorded in the history of music. Christopher held his first concert in the Psalm Hall during a previous Alto Music Festival when he was 26. The eldest musician who held his concert at the age of 112 in the Psalm Hall was also a grand night, which is considered an almost unbreakable record. "Everyone is looking forward to Mr. Evans' performance tonight," said Grace. "I feel that. As long as his concert is half as impressive as Mr. Christopher's, we shall call it a success." "I agree." Piola nodded. "After all, Mr. Evans has been learning music for less than a year. He's already a genius for going this far, and he's still very young. I don't think that other people will agree with us, unfortunately." Sharon sighed. There must be people hoping for Mr. Evans' failure. Outside of the Psalm Hall, Lucian, dressing a black tailcoat, was welcoming the distinguished guests together with Rhine and some other orchestra members. Many nobles and musicians trickled in the hall. Among them were Count Hain, Count Rafati, Count Hill, Mr. Othello, and other foreign nobles and musicians that Lucian did not know. Then Christopher showed up with his student Sylvia. He nodded to Lucian with a kind smile and asked him to relax. Sylvia smiled to Lucian to show her encouragement. Lucian also specially invited his family in Alto to come. John, Joel, Alyssa, Ivan, and Alina were all invited. They arrived with Victor and Felicia, and some of them looked even more nervous than Lucian. He grinned to them, telling them he was feeling great. Finally, the coach of the Grand Duke arrived. The Grand Duke and Princess Natasha were surrounded by many nobles, and so was Michel, the Prince of the Kingdom of Syracuse, and Sard, the Saint Cardinal of the Church. Natasha lifted her purple eyebrows a bit to Lucian and smiled. "I trust you, my music consultant." In the box, the Grand Duke Orvaret said to his daughter Natasha, "I think that you were quite inconsiderate when you arranged Lucian's first concert to be held after Mr. Christopher's, and as the closing concert of Alto Music Festival. You don't want him to mess it up, do you?" "Of course I don't, father." Natasha laughed. "I just have faith in him. I know he can do it." "Well, your faith doesn't make him a qualified musician for this occasion." Verdi said to Natasha. "All he had was Symphony of Fate, and probably for Sylvia. I think this is a proper occasion for a young and talented musician to grow." Christopher agreed with Natasha. The most valuable concert for a musician is one that can help him break through his limits. Sard also nodded. "I can tell from that symphony that this young man is very persistent. He has a heart that won't yield to difficulties." "God will bless him." "Well, we'll see." Verdi did not bicker too much with Natasha tonight. His mind seemed to be a bit preoccupied right now. When Lucian appeared on the stage, Piola's pointed at the crystal dome and exclaimed, He's Mr. Evans." Piola's mouth opened wide. He could not believe his eyes. It took Sharon a few seconds to organize what to say. "Yes, I think so. The young man we talked to before is Lucian Evans. No wonder," Grace murmured to herself. Standing in front of the orchestra, Lucian smiled to Rhine and nodded. Then Lucian waved his baton. What was out of expectation was that the music did not start as soon as Lucian waved his baton. Standing in the front of the stage, he raised both of his arms up high. His whole body was shaking slightly, as if there was a great momentum of power coming out of his body. Before the audience realized what happened, Lucian quickly swung his arms backwards and lifted the baton again. Here came Serenade for Strings in G major. Short and direct, the music notes impacted every listener's mind. The confusion and nervousness of the audience suddenly disappeared, and they were now immersed in the joy brought by the serenade. Lucian was smiling. His whole body was rocking in a pleasant way together with the music. The happiness that was being delivered to the audience was so infectious that many of them started to nod and shake their bodies, synchronizing with the development of the music. Christopher and Natasha never watched Lucian's rehearsal before. Now, they were both very surprised by Lucian's new way of conducting, which was totally different from the traditional style. Usually the simple function of conducting in the past, due to the conservative style of music, was only to direct a musical performance to ensure correct entries by various members of the ensemble. Thus, neither the emotion of the composer of a music piece nor that of the conductor was conveyed. For example, although both Victor's and Christopher's range of movement when they were conducting was wide, they never really tried to show their own feelings to relate to the orchestra members or to provoke the audience's emotion. Following the development of theme music, Lucian also changed his way of conducting to fit in the trend of moving from classicism to romanticism. Lucian spent a lot of time on learning from the great conductors in his original world, such as Arturo Toscanini and Herbert von Karajan, in order to form his own style of conducting. Under Lucian's direction, the orchestra perfectly captured the joyful, lively spirit of the first movement of the serenade. Then, Lucian's waving of the baton became more gentle when the serenade entered the second movement. The melody was like a piece of veil-like, rosy dream, floating in the air and then slowly falling on everyone's mind. The dream was about love and romance, about beautiful girls and handsome boys, about the endless wild flower field and the cool breeze in summer, about one's youth, the most sweet years in one's life. Transiting smoothly, the rondo form of the third movement made many of the listeners feel like dancing. They even wished it was an evening party instead of a formal concert. In its ending part, the music returned to the lively, youthful, and pleasant style again. When Lucian finished his conducting and turned around, the audience paused a bit and broke into a sudden, warm applause during the short break, as they just realized that the serenade was over. A serenade in the Psalm Hall, Piola exclaimed to his friends, greatly surprised. In the past, serenade, as an informal music genre, was usually not qualified to be played on an elegant and decent music stage. Very rarely was serenade put on this kind of occasion in the past, and people never really liked it. Today, Lucian broke the stereotype and made a piece of serenade as impressive as a symphony. Graceful and gorgeous, exquisite and balanced, Sharon commented. Even the aftertaste of the serenade was fascinating. In the box, Christopher smiled and said to the Grand Duke and the Saint Cardinal, again, a surprise from Lucian. The Grand Duke nodded. His conducting's definitely a bonus for the serenade. Before the concert started, although Natasha looked very confident, she was still a bit worried about Lucian. Now she was totally relaxed, leaning against the back of the seat and listening to her father and the Saint Cardinal talking about Lucian's new style of conducting. She was curious about what would be the next surprise from Lucian, and so were all of the other listeners. After the short break, when Lucian came back to the stage and passed by the concert members, Ryan smiled and said to him in a low voice, "It seems that your conducting received a pretty good feedback, and I believe Symphony of Fate will just shock them." Lucian smiled and nodded to Ryan, looking rather confident. Then he stood in front of the orchestra and closed his eyes. The entire Psalm Hall and the whole square quieted down. Slightly lowering his head, Lucian raised up his arms again, but he did not immediately wave his hands. The audience held their breath, waiting. Standing there still like a statue and with his eyes closed, Lucian thought about his parents' faces, so familiar but also very far away from him. The plain days in his original world came back to him, but unfortunately, Lucian did not realize how valuable these days were, and thus he never cherished them. Now he was here in this strange world all by himself. He had to live in great risk almost every day. He could die easily because of his dream of learning magic. The faces of gangsters, the night watchers and the heretics showed up in Lucian's mind, mocking him, threatening him, telling him that everything was the arrangement of fate. Was he supposed to accept his fate? Was he supposed to give up fighting? Was he supposed to abandon his goals and yield to all the difficulties? No, never. He would fight against the so-called fate with his last breath. Lucian's face was twisted with his great determination. Gnashing his teeth, he fiercely dropped both of his arms downward. The familiar opening of Symphony of Fate again seized every listener's heart. It looked like Lucian's body almost lost balance from his wild waving. Every piece of muscle in Lucian's body was shivering from his great excitement. As if their hearts were gripped by a powerful, big hand, many of the listeners felt out of breath. Even Sard opened his eyes. He was looking at Lucian, who was conducting the orchestra in an almost crazy manner. With the baton in his right hand, Lucian's left hand sometimes clenched into a fist, and sometimes tightened like the claw of eagle. His arms sometimes stretched wide out and sometimes stayed tightly close to his body. Lucian's face was twisted with hatred and anger, as if he was biting off a piece of flesh from his enemy alive. Occasionally, the muscles in his face relaxed a bit, but soon his face looked even crazier, as if he would be struck by a heart attack at any moment. Compared with Victor's conducting of Symphony of Fate, Lucian's version was even more striking and intensive. Every member in the orchestra was influenced and motivated by Lucian, and the whole orchestra seemed to be crazier and crazier. The power and the momentum of the symphony was unprecedented. Grabbing the arms of her seat, Natasha's back was tightly straightened up, while some of the other elder nobles seemed to be about to pass out at any moment due to the great intensity of the playing. Finally, with all his power, both physical and mental, Lucian brought out the last movement of Symphony of Fate. The great joy of victory and triumphant return suddenly bursted out and immediately inspired everyone. When the symphony ended, even with his blessing power, Lucian still felt quite tired. The whole psalm hall was very quiet. Then Lucian turned around and bowed to the audience. By the time he straightened up his back, Lucian heard the warmest applause ever in his life. The whole city was applauding him for Symphony of Fate, for Lucian's art of conducting. The whole city was applauding Lucian's performance. In this world, people were not used to this kind of strong sensory stimulus. They were shocked. "I almost can't breathe," said Lilith. "Mr. Evans' conducting gives the symphony a new life." No one knows a music piece better than its composer. Sala was still applauding. His eyes were shining with excitement. Compared with those traditional conductors' conservative style, people who did not have too much knowledge about music absolutely preferred Lucian's way of presenting the music. "He's crazy." Verdi was first impressed, but soon he felt that it was too much for him. Lucian simply has no idea about what is elegance. Verdi was not alone there. Many other conservative musicians who adhered to past practices nodded as Verdi was commenting. It could be foreseen that a bunch of critic reviews of Lucian's conducting would be found on tomorrow's music criticism and symphony news. "I don't think so, Verdi." Natasha shook her head, looking quite excited. "This way of conducting was born for Symphony of Fate, don't you think?" "I agree with her grace." Christopher the Authority was on Natasha's side. Lucian's conducting style lit the great passion of the whole orchestra, and together they presented us with an even more exciting version of Symphony of Fate. This conducting style, I would say, suits theme music very well. "But Mr. Christopher," Verdi looked at him. "I know what you want to say, Count Verdi." Christopher smiled. Indeed, Lucian was pushing a bit too hard. He was being too direct when he was presenting Symphony of Fate, and that left the audience less space for further imagination. Even Natasha had to admit that what Christopher said was true. "However, I think we should not be too tough with a young musician and his first concert ever." Fingers crossing, Christopher looked at the Grand Duke. "We need a creative younger generation, and being tolerant and open-minded is the first step." The Grand Duke smiled and nodded. What Christopher said was exactly what he was thinking. Both what Natasha and Verdi wanted to say was pretty much all covered by Christopher. Verdi turned his face to the other side. "I'm wondering, please forgive my interruption, Your Grace, why Lucian chose to put Symphony of Fate in the second place of tonight's concert." Michel, the Prince of the Kingdom of Syracuse, asked in confusion. "I mean, the remaining part of the concert is pretty much composed of piano solos only. That seems quite imbalanced to me." The Grand Duke picked up the repertoire card beside him and took a quick look. "That's right. Michel, you made a good point here. What do you think, Christopher?" "Well, Lucian's best-known music work is Symphony of Fate. Using Symphony of Fate as the ending piece of the concert might be the most ideal arrangement." Christopher gently rubbed his chin a bit. "For now, like Prince Michel said, the repertoire card does look quite imbalanced to me, and I didn't notice this earlier." Taking a short rest, Sard's eyes were half closed. He smiled and said to them, "I believe that Lucian's not an idiot. Maybe he's very confident in his piano solo, or maybe he prepared something new. It's interesting to wait and see, isn't it?" By the time they got to that conclusion, the whole orchestra had left. Now there was only a piano on the stage. Instead of facing toward the audience, the piano was facing a different angle. Seeing Lucian appear on the stage through the crystal dome again, Piola asked his friends, "Why isn't the piano in the right position?" That was what many people were wondering right now as well. On the stage, Lucian bowed to his audience and sat down in front of the piano. Pressing the keys, Lucian's hands started moving smoothly on the keyboard. It was Canon in D major, played in the piano. Sharon recognized the familiar, beautiful melody immediately. Simple as it was, Canon in D major might be the most classic music piece in this world. By playing one or more imitations of the music notes after a given duration, the repetition of the soft and gentle melody soothed every listener's mind like a cool breeze. The audience gradually recovered from the impact brought by Symphony of Fate, and now many of them stretched their bodies in their seats a bit and enjoyed the music in a very relaxed way. Sitting in front of the piano and playing with his heart and soul, Lucian's handsome profile and his long, nimble fingers left the audience with a deep impression as well. About 7 minutes later, warm applause burst out again. This time the applause was less furious and crazy, but more gentle. This time the audience felt the beauty and the joy of peace from Lucian's playing. Small changes made a bit difference. The melody of Canon was still lingering in Piola's mind. It's very different from the versions played by violin or harp. That's the sound feature of piano, pure and crispy. There was a sweet smile on Grace's face. Mr. Evans looked so charming when he was playing. His face, his hands. Now I know why you wanted to place the piano in a certain angle, Lucian. On the other side in the box of the Psalm Hall, Natasha smiled and thought to herself, looking quite amused, "You want the audience to directly see your movement. But why didn't you tell me this earlier when I was about to play piano in front of Sylvia?" Natasha also blamed Lucian a bit. He definitely put a lot of thought in his concert. We can tell that from the way he placed the piano, said Christopher. Simple but fascinating. This piece of canon will become quite popular. Lucian did not move after playing. He was still sitting on the piano bench, as if he was preparing and waiting for something. There was only a very short interval between the two compositions. A while later, Lucian's hands started to move again. Here came the piano solo recomposed from Violin Sonata in G minor. After the heading part of playing, which gave priority to terseness and fluency, Lucian started to play the very short notes in a fast way. His fingers were like two dancers spinning on the piano keyboard. Violin Sonata in G minor. Some listeners whispered to each other, "It's for violin. It's impossible for piano." As the solo consisted mainly of semi-quaver runs, Lucian's hands were moving faster and faster. Double stops, ostinato, scales and arpeggios, big crossovers. Lucian combined almost all the playing techniques together, and that dazzled the audience's eyes. They almost could not believe that it was a human being that was playing. Lucian's extremely fancy fingerings fully showed the potential of piano. This piece of music was more than just showing off the player's remarkable playing skills, but also a praise for the great potential of piano as a new musical instrument in this world. As the pitch got higher and higher, the melody became more and more exciting. The audience was trying hard to hold back their exclamation. The playing was not finished yet. As Lucian ended his playing with a very challenging finger technique and a pitch accent, the listeners on the square erupted with cheers and shouts, while the nobles and musicians in the music hall also applauded vigorously. Lucian's playing renewed everyone's idea of how much potential the piano had. Looking at Lucian bowing to the audience, Christopher seemed to be a bit emotional. When Victor and Ryan first introduced piano to me, although I could sort of see the potential of this new musical instrument, I never tried to compose anything specially for piano, not to mention to adapt any harpsichord or violin piece for it. The skills Lucian applied just now during his playing were very challenging. What he was trying to do was to learn from the playing skills for string instruments, which is remarkable. Practice makes perfect. Although Verdi was very impressed as well, he did not want to make a too favorable comment about Lucian, especially after awakening his blessing. The practice can't take long for him. Fingering is not everything. Natasha took a glance at Verdi. For other musicians, what is hard is to really get to know piano, Like Lucian, who has this profound understanding of the unique features of this musical instrument. Without the knowledge, there's no way that one can produce such a fabulous piano piece. Well, maybe I'm too old. Although Lucian's playing is very impressive, I did not get as excited as you young people with his fancy fingerings. The Grand Duke smiled. I'm more looking forward to Pathétique. On the other side, Lucian's friends were a bit more relieved now seeing that Lucian's concert was going great so far. That made the last piece of the concert, a sonata, even more significant. Pierre was also on the square. Gawking at the crystal dome, hearing the thunder-like applause, he felt shame of himself because, when Lucian was playing, his heart was completely seized by Lucian's bold and unrestrained fingerings, which he once condemned as a horrible betrayal of legitimate playing skills founded by his father. No, it's not right, Pierre murmured to himself. His playing was merely fancy fingerings piling up. That's unacceptable. That's not right. Pierre got too distracted to notice that Lucian had come back to the stage again. Everyone was waiting for the last piece of piano solo of the night, Pathétique. Sitting in front of the piano, Lucian did not start playing immediately. He knew that although the playing skills required for this solo were not challenging for him at all, if he could not devote all he had to the playing, Pathétique could never show its breathtaking charm. Lucian closed his eyes. All those painful moments came back to him, the great nostalgia that tortured him in those sleepless nights when he was missing the smile of his parents. The fear he suffered when he was forced to go into the sewers by the pastor, Benjamin. The feeling of helplessness when he was beaten by the gangsters. The horrible feeling of guilt he bore when Joel and his family got kidnapped. The great anger that was burning his guts when he saw the 3 fingers sent by the heretics. All those emotions gathered together and infused Lucian's heart. What made Lucian feel the most depressive was the fact that he was trapped in this city, the city of Psalm. He was hiding like a filthy rat in the sewers to do his magic experiments. He was like a spy who could not fully trust anyone. He was worried all the time that he might bring doom to Uncle Joel and his family. Every time he saw gallows, he couldn't stop imagining that he would be burnt to death one day. Fear, grief, helplessness, anger, cowardliness. Lucian did not even realize that to what extent the negative emotion was piling up deep in his mind. Stamping down on the piano pedal, Lucian pounded the keyboard with both of his arms, using the great strength coming from his strong mixed feelings. Even the heavy piano trembled from the pounding. Then deep and gloomy melody came out, with a strong sense of grief and loss. Orvarit, the Grand Duke, immediately felt the tragic atmosphere brought by the music. The melody was like the dark clouds threatening to develop into a big storm, pressuring heavily on his mind. The Grand Duke was not the only one with that impression. All the listeners, no matter old or young, male or female, rich or poor, as long as they had experienced the bitter side of life, felt the deep emotion conveyed by the song. Natasha's mind went back to that winter, when the sky of Alto was shaded with heavy dark clouds, as if something horrible was about to come. Christopher was missing his deceased wife who accompanied him for almost 50 years, and his son who would rather spend all his life on the road as a businessman than as a musician because of the great pressure brought by the reputation of his father. Victor closed his eyes and murmured, "Life is tough, Winnie, but I still remember your smile." Everyone's heart was seized by their own sorrow. Among them all, Lilith and Sala's feeling might be the closest to that of Lucian, since they were also tasting the great bitter frustration of having to hide, of knowing that every day was a struggle between life and death. The introduction part ended with a smooth run of notes, then Lucian's playing became quicker and with much vigor. The music style became exciting, as if the music was encouraging people to bravely face all the difficulties and sufferings in life, and to believe that life would always turn better. However, with the repetition of the introductory part, the solemnity lingered on the listener's mind. The mixed feelings of hope and desperation almost drove them nuts. The Grand Duke was almost out of breath. The great pain came back to him, reminding him of when he heard his eldest son died on the battlefield in the far north, and when he was looking into his wife's beautiful eyes in her final days. Natasha's eyes were darker than usual. She remembered what she promised her mother in front of her bed: "I'll become a night mom to protect House Violet." She remembered how soft and weak her mom's hand was. Verdi's face looked rather gloomy. Obviously, he had his own suffering. On the square, the shock of the music numbed Pierre, and after a while, he burst into crying. He finally realized that Lucian's piano fingering would replace the playing skill created by his father. He blamed himself for being so useless that he was not able to carry on his father's achievement. Marcus, Sylvia, Felicia, their hearts were all occupied with their own thoughts. By the end of the first movement, the audience noticed that the tone of the music became a bit more rousing, as if the young man who was playing piano right now was trying to show them his great faith in life, to encourage them to face the pain and move on. Because light was in front of them, victory was in front of them, as long as they could hang on one more second. The Continental Congress of Magic, the wonderland for sorcerers and sorceresses. That was what Lucian was thinking about. He believed that after tonight, after he found where the Congress was, there would be no need for him to hide anymore. The higher pitch was very uplifting. Many of the listeners took a deep breath and then released a long sigh, as if they were driving all the negative emotion away. The second movement was of a singing style. The gentle melody was like warm sunlight lighting up people's mind. Then the chorus joined in, curring people's hearts. Then there came the finishing rondo. Lucian quickly pressed down a run of keys in a stunning speed, as if raindrops were falling down onto the ground. The speed showed Lucian's renewed spirit and lit up people's great passion. Lucian's movement was so fast that the audience's eyes even could not follow. Everyone got excited again. People started to applaud amidst Lucian's playing. They were enjoying the music, and they were enjoying more than just music. The audience's mood was completely led by Lucian, the young man who was showing his astonishing skills on the stage. At this moment, it did not matter whether they were nobles or commoners. They were cheering for this young music genius, cheering for Lucian's never-ending fight against fate, cheering for their shared emotions as human beings. Lucian's playing reached the perfection with the cut-time movement in C minor. After another full run of notes, he heavily pressed down the last key and finished the sonata in great enthusiasm. All of the audience in the Psalm Hall, including the Grand Duke, stood up from their seats and applauded for Lucian. The crowd on the square just went wild, and they were shouting and cheering. The whole city was conquered by Lucian's concert. Lucian bowed to the audience over and over again. And the thunder-like applause was still going on, and the people on the square were still shouting at the top of their lungs. Those nobles and famous musicians in the hall were touched, and they, especially the nobles, had not been touched so deeply for a long time. They tended to forget their own feelings, joy, sorrow, love, anger, just to be less vulnerable. However, no one could resist the power of music. Nobles were still human beings. Even though many of them had awakened their blessings, being physically strong could not turn their hearts into rocks. The beauty of music was shared by all, regardless of social status, gender, or age. Only a few religious zealots remained relatively calm. Lucian had no idea how many times he bowed to the audience. After a long time, they slowly calmed down, feeling both tired and peaceful. The best piano sonata I've ever heard. Staring at the crystal dome, Piola exclaimed, similar to Symphony of Fate, but also different. The emotion is deeper, more conservative. Sharon nodded and smiled. I can image that Pathétique will become the classic sonata in terms of musical expressiveness. Alto Music Festival was definitely worthy of our 7-month traveling. Grace looked serious. After seeing Mr. Evans's playing, I want to stay in alto to learn piano. Get real, Grace. Green said to her, Mr. Evans already gave us some suggestions for our Fantasia. Come back with us and let's focus on our own music work. We will become famous in Stirk pretty soon, I believe. I agree. If you stay, Grace, Sharon added, you won't be able to afford a music instructor here in Alto. And since Alto is filled with great musicians, how long do you think it will take you to stand out here? Finally, Grace nodded and sighed. I guess you guys are right. Don't forget to buy the latest music criticism and symphony news. They will be very helpful for the future of our music. The other band members nodded. They would definitely buy a lot of them in Alto so they could take the newspapers back and make some money from the big price difference. After standing on the square silently for a while, Lilith and Sala exchanged a look and turned around to head for the city gate. After we become real. Sala paused a bit and gently patted on his younger sister's shoulder. We will travel across the continent and find a safe place where we don't have to live in fear anymore. Lilith nodded seriously. Yes, then we'll be hiding no more. Then Lucian asked Ryan in a low voice, and can you tell me where's it now? Ryan smiled and whispered, you're so impatient, Lucian. I'll visit you tomorrow night. Then Ryan raised up his voice. Congratulations, Lucian. After meeting the orchestra members, Lucian saw a night squire waiting there to invite him to the theater box in the front. Lucian was a bit nervous of getting too close to Sard. After all, he had no idea how sensitive a Saint Cardinal would be about sorcerers around him. No worries, your blessing will conceal your identity. Pretending that he was wrapping up stuff, Ryan said to Lucian in a very low voice from behind, unless he already feels you're suspicious. Lucian calmed down a bit from Ryan's words and left the backstage following the squire. Although Lucian was still a couple of steps away from Sard, Lucian could feel the warm saint light that was surrounding the elder. Since Lucian had awakened his blessing, he could better sense the great power Sard owned. Fortunately, Lucian's blessing was not a dark one, and he did not specialize in necromantic spells, or his soul might be seriously injured just from standing close to the Saint Cardinal. After saluting the nobles, Lucian walked in front of the Grand Duke. Orvaret nodded to Lucian approvingly. You're young and talented, Lucian. I like your soul-touching music, and I appreciate your never-ending spirit fighting against the sufferings in life. Keep working hard, Lucian, and you'll become the next music master in Alto. Natasha directly gave Lucian a hug like a friend and said to him in a joking way, what else are you hiding from me, Lucian? Friends are about to share, but you did not tell me that a small adjustment in positioning piano could make a big difference. Nothing else, really. Lucian put on an awkward smile. Actually, he had way more secrets than that. Christopher also hugged Lucian. My era's over, but your era's just arrived, Lucian. Then Lucian finally came in front of Sard, and he tried his best to stay calm. I've heard your story before. Sard looked at Lucian with his turbid eyes. I understand your pain, and I also see your strong heart. All the difficulties are tests from God. If you pass them, you become stronger. Following Verdi, Michelle hugged Lucian a bit shyly. Congratulations, Mr. Evans. On behalf of Syracuse, I want to invite you to Trier. Anytime you come to my country, you'll receive the warmest welcome. Then Lucian received many other invitations offered by the rest of the guests coming from different countries across the continent. Lucian knew that these invitations would become his excuse to leave Alto when he got to know where the Continental Congress of Magic was. When Lucian left the box, he saw that the last few people were leaving the Psalm Hall. People on the square were also leaving. Soon, the whole city became very quiet. Lucian stepped out of the Psalm Hall and said to himself, it's time to let the curtain fall, Lucian. After changing his clothes, Lucian left the Psalm Hall through the side door. Not far away from it, he saw a couple of coaches in front of which stood Victor, Joel, and his family. All of a sudden, Lucian felt quite emotional. Taking a deep breath, he walked toward them. Congratulations, Lucian. I'm so proud of you. Victor walked to Lucian and gave him a big hug. Are you a bit depressed, Lucian? Victor was very sensitive. I see. Victor showed his understanding. Playing 3 piano solos at a time is exhausting for any pianist. Then Victor gently patted Lucian's back. Have a good rest tonight. Tomorrow night we'll celebrate your success. Tomorrow, to Lucian, the celebration party seemed to be quite in a hurry. Yes, answered Victor, since a couple of days later I'll be leaving Alto. Where are you going, Mr. Victor? Lucian did not expect that it was Victor who first bid them farewell. After last year's concert, Victor smiled. I've been receiving lots of invitations from other countries. I stayed in Alto because, at that time, you were during your critical period of music learning. Since now you're a well-qualified musician and you just held your first concert, it's time for me to start my music tour and gather some new ideas about music. And Lot and I are leaving with Mr. Victor. Felicia nodded. We are all Mr. Victor's students, but now you're a great musician, and of course we can't fall too far behind. Felicia put on a sweet smile. Lucian felt that it was a good chance to announce his leaving as well. A music tour, that's what I've been thinking about too. Lucian said to them seriously, honestly, this concert exhausted all my ideas about music, and I feel that I need to travel out of Alto to see more, to experience more. I'm very proud of you. Victor looked at Lucian's eyes approvingly. Your serious attitude toward music will make you one of the greatest musicians if you stick to it. I wish you all the best, my student. Me too. Lucian hugged Victor again with deep emotion. Wish you a wonderful tour, my teacher. Then Lucian turned around and hugged Joel and Alyssa. I'm sorry. I'm afraid I won't have my coming-of-age ceremony in Alto now. Lucian's birthday was on July 26th. Don't say sorry, Lucian. We understand, although we'll miss you a lot. Joel laughed and patted Lucian's shoulder, Alyssa and I. His voice trembled a bit. We're very proud of you all the time. Alyssa finished Joel's words. Come on, don't be this dramatic, Joel. Little Evans will come back again soon. Alyssa looked at Lucian with hope in her eyes. You will, right? Lucian opened his mouth a bit but did not know how to answer Alice's question. He hurriedly nodded and turned to Felicia to hug her, in order to hide his awkwardness and sadness. Your playing and your understanding of music is awesome, Lucian. Felicia was very excited. Piano is the king of all the musical instruments. Lucian still remembered his promise to Felicia and Alina. I'll organize and write down my knowledge about piano before I leave. Then Lucian hugged his buddy John. I hope you will already be a knight when I see you again. John answered decisively, I will. Good luck, my friend. The conversation between best friends was always simple, but the emotion was always deep. Then Lucian slightly bowed to all of them with his left hand on his chest and said to them sincerely, wish you all the best in my absence. On the next day, Lucian spent most of the day meeting his many visitors, and at night he celebrated the success of his concert with all the guests. When it was close to the early morning, all the guests started to leave Lucian's place. The great silence was in sharp contrast to the faded jollification. Lucian went back to his bedroom and waited for Ryan, who had promised Lucian that he would come after the party. After a long time waiting, Lucian almost lost his patience. At this time, he heard a knock at the bedroom window. Lucian hurriedly stood up from his bed and turned to look at the window. However, it was Natasha and Camel who were standing on the patio. Being a bit amused by himself, Lucian opened the window. Wearing a long dress, Natasha looked a bit shy until she started to talk. Haha, were you waiting for me, Lucian? You looked in such a hurry. Yes, I was, he joked. After all, you did not show up on my party tonight. I'm sorry, Lucian. Natasha apologized sincerely. I wanted to, but I had to host the party in Ratasha for sending off the nobles from other countries. Now I'm here, you see, to congratulate the great success achieved by my music consultant. I appreciate it very much, Your Grace. Lucian grinned. Well, besides saying congratulations to you tonight, Natasha smiled. I also want to invite you to visit Cartier Palace with me. I'm leaving tomorrow. Sylvia and her father will go as well. Cartier Palace belonged to House Violet, sitting on the broad land owned by the family in the suburb of Alto. Sorry, Your Grace. I'm afraid I can't make it, replied Lucian. Then he told Natasha his plan of leaving. Natasha looked quite excited. What an enviable trip. I wish I could travel around as well. After a brief exchange with Lucian about the unique features of different countries on the continent, Natasha switched the topic and asked Lucian, looking a bit embarrassed, Lucian, did you complete the melody that you were playing the other night? The melody that you were playing in the moonlight. I want to play it for Sylvia. I only finished the first movement. Lucian was a bit hesitant. I'm thinking about naming it Moonlight Sonata. Can I listen to it? Requested Natasha eagerly. Sure. Lucian sat down in front of his piano. Lucian placed his hands on the keyboard again. The introduction was slow and peaceful, picturing a glittering lake at a moonlit night. The soft breeze rippled the water like a pair of young ladies' hands. A mixed feelings of joy and sorrow rose in Natasha's heart. Everything under the moonlight depicted in the sonata was as beautiful as a dream. The first movement was rather short, only about a few minutes. Natasha's nodded and looked at Lucian with approval. Adagio as the first movement, impressive. I'm sure Sylvia would love it. Then she slightly leaned forward. What do you think I should say to Sylvia after playing the first movement of Moonlight Sonata for her? Remember me whenever you see the moon. Somehow Lucian blurted out. Wow. Natasha looked very impressed. That's really something. Then the princess stood up and said to him, I'm glad to have you as my music consultant and friend, Lucian. I'm not sure when you're coming back, but I'm sure we'll see each other again sooner or later. Lucian sighed in his heart but did not say anything special. It's my great pleasure to be your friend. Please take care, Your Grace. After Natasha and Camel left, Lucian continued to wait for Ryan. About 10 minutes later, Ryan finally showed up at the front gate of Lucian's house. Lucian went downstairs to open the door for him. Want to go out and take a walk under the moonlight, Lucian? Ryan still dressed in black and red tonight. Under the moonlight, the many beautiful flowers in the garden looked a bit hazy. Lucian and Ryan were walking through the flowers side by side, both of them remaining silent. A while later, Lucian could not hold himself back anymore. Can you tell me where the headquarters of the Congress of Magic is now, Mr. Ryan? Ryan looked at Lucian and smiled. What do you think? Take a guess. I thought about it. Lucian nodded. I thought it was on the other side of the dark mountain range, or at least deep in the mountains. After all, the church failed to march further westward across the range. Does it make sense? A good guess, Ryan grinned. But if you go there, what you can find deep in the mountains will be a bunch of crazy and gloomy sorcerers and sorceresses who survived the violent suppression, or say, slaughter, done by the church. People call them ancient sorcerers. Really, how come they live that long? Lucian was a bit surprised. They are survivors. Ryan explained they managed to survive because they are powerful. Many of them are archmages and even legendary archmages. They're cruel and crazy. You can easily become their subject for experiment if you piss them off and die from their brutal torture. Then, is the headquarter in a certain country, in one of the countries which doesn't follow the god of truth. Lucian made another guess. Nope. Ryan shook his head again and again. Have you ever heard of the Kingdom of Home? Yes, I did. Lucian did not quite get it. The headquarter of the Congress of Magic is in the Kingdom of Home, said Ryan, or to be more specific, in the floating city called Align, close to the kingdom's capital, Rentado. Align. In Sylvanas it means sky. Lucian murmured. Then his eyes suddenly opened wide and he said, wait, it's impossible. The princess mom came from home, and this is a country that follows the god of truth. The Grand Duke even visited it many years ago. How come? I knew the answer would shock you, Lucian. Ryan slowly explained, as if he was telling a rather interesting story. Among all these poems and stories and music works that praised the romantic love between the Grand Duke and the princess, mom, neither of them specified why and who was trying to separate them. Don't you feel strange? I never thought about it. Lucian was confused. Was it the Congress? But why? If you had ever learned about the philosophy of ruling, the corner of Ryan's lips curled up, you'd understand that it's all about the balance between nobles. Can you explain it a bit more, Mr. Ryan? Lucian had some thoughts but was not quite sure. Ryan walked slowly. In the last 200 years of the War of Dawn, the power of the church reached its peak. Even the emperor needed to kneel down in front of the pope and kiss the pope's shoes. At that time, the church could easily dethrone an emperor, not to mention deposing those dukes, counts, and viscounts. Then the situation on the whole continent looked more balanced. The South was not in such a dominant position anymore. Lucian contemplated something else must have happened afterwards in the South, say another division. Who were the small part of the nobles? What they were doing was very risky. Lucian murmured, yes, it was. Ryan shrugged. They were the nobles from the four kingdoms across Storm Strait. And what they did not expect was that a great mage named Douglas evolved the ancient magic system and initiated a huge revolution in studying the laws of the universe. Hence, the power of the Magic Congress started to soar, and countless great archmages came out. About 100 years ago, the Congress integrated several scattered major magic organizations and became the second most powerful institution in the world. Douglas, he still remembered the name. Lucian was pretty sure that Douglas was still alive, since such a great sorcerer like him must have many ways to prolong his lifespan. For example, there was a magic ritual mentioned in astrology and magic elements that could prolong one's lifespan to 1,500 years. That's why the church here made the Grand Duke visit home many years ago. The purpose of the Grand Duke's trip was to rebuild a solid relationship with the nobles there to fight against the Congress power. Lucian nodded. So the Grand Duke married the princess in home. Good for him. Well, I bet that was out of the Grand Duke's expectation. Ryan smiled. The marriage caused a stir across the continent. Many nobles opposed it and tried to obstruct the marriage in every possible way, since the union of the two young people might easily change the tripartite power relations among nobles, the church, and the Congress. The Congress obviously would not easily allow the marriage to happen as well. Seeing Lucian's eyebrows frown tightly, Ryan paused a bit and waved his hand casually anyway. You don't have to understand all the complicated stories in history. What you should think about is how to get to home. Storm Strait has been blocked by the church for a long time, and only the nobles and businessmen with a special permit can pass. Or you can pass the confrontation border of the northern and the southern branches of the church, traverse Chakran Empire, and reach the lands to the far north, after which you can enter home from its northern border. I don't think I can even make the first step, passing the confrontation border. Lucian shook his head. I wonder if the Congress has its own special path. After all, I know there was a sorcerer from the Congress who came to Alto before. Ryan nodded. Yes, I was just about to mention this. It is said that the Congress has a liaison in Stirk, the bright pearl of the sea, but I don't know who is it, and you would still have to sneak through the confrontation border, which is very dangerous. So what I suggest is that you first become a real sorcerer and then set off for your destination to have a better chance at protecting yourself. A real sorcerer. Lucian's brain was working fast. He could not take the risk to use the professor identity again right now to go back to the apprentice meeting, and the only way that he could become a first circle sorcerer as soon as possible would be to visit the magic lock. But isn't it a trap set by the church? Lucian murmured. If you become a middle-rank mage and learn how to fly, you basically won't have to worry about all this stuff. Ryan continued, the church can block the water and the border, but it can never completely control the sky. Smart as you are, with the help of the potion called Silver Moon, I believe you can soon make a breakthrough, Lucian. By the way, the church has been pretty busy recently, and they're less likely to pick on you, I think. You seem to know everything, Mr. Ryan. Lucian was surprised. Who are you? Why did you want to help me? I'm only an observer, an outsider. Ryan's smile was mysterious. You're an interesting person, Lucian. Getting you involved makes the whole thing even more interesting. Of course, when the game becomes attractive enough for me, I'll join it as well. Then Rhine directly turned around and left the garden through the small gate, leaving Lucian standing alone in the darkness. Unexpectedly, Lucian now felt more relaxed than excited, as if Rhine just removed the heavy rock that had been sitting for so long on his heart. At this time, Lucian suddenly felt his soul swelled a bit and started to approach his power limit. The light fragrance of the flowers and the unique smell of earth were intoxicating, and the cool breeze was nice and gentle. When Lucian was standing in the garden alone, all of a sudden, the surroundings disappeared, and instead, a broad starry sky with a beautiful silver moon enveloped him. Lucian once again entered the world inside his soul. The shining string connecting Lucian's actual host star of destiny far away in the universe, and the star's inverted reflection in his soul appeared in the air, and the string as a channel was eagerly absorbing the power of the host star in order to nurture Lucian's soul. Gradually, certain changes happened in the soul, and Lucian felt that his soul was slowly substantialized. A while later, when Lucian reopened his eyes, there were countless stars in his dark pupils. He blinked again and then his eyes went back to normal. Feeling super refreshed, Lucian sensed that his soul was stronger than ever. The most amazing difference he noticed was that some crystal powder was solidified and produced from his soul, just like the fine dust of the revenant. How a person's soul is constituted. Is it constituted of certain special elements, or soul itself is nothing else but a special wave field? Why meditation can improve one's power? Lucian murmured, having too many questions in his mind that interested him a lot. He was guessing that the substantiation, or say, the solidification of the soul was the premise to construct a magic model. Right now, becoming a first circle sorcerer was Lucian's main goal. For a senior apprentice, this breakthrough to become a real sorcerer was of great significance, since there was a huge difference in power between the two levels, just like moving from being a knight squire to being a real knight. It only took Lucian half a day to finish all the procedures to collect the documents required to travel through the continent, both because of the prince's special order in advance and his own social status as a well-known musician. For common people, however, it would take at least 7 days. Although many adventurers were also traveling across the continent without any paperwork, it was illegal, technically speaking, and it could put them in big trouble, such as being suspected of being heretics or spies. Then, Lucian stayed in Alto for a few more days to plan his trip and also to wait for the upcoming April 10th. In the morning of April 9th, Lucian's coach set out for Turin, a province in northwest of the duchy. Since the coach was hired by the association, Lucian told the coachman to go to the north first and then head toward the kingdom of Syracuse in the east to hide his real destination. The magnificent city gradually disappeared behind the coach. Lucian stopped looking back from the window and started to casually leaf through some paper works. Then, he noticed that there was a pile of newspapers in the corner of the coach. Taking a closer look, it was the latest music criticism and symphony news. The front page of the latest music criticism was divided in two. The black and white painting on the left side depicted the scene where Christopher was acknowledging the applause at the end of his concert, while on the right side, there was a colored picture of Lucian playing piano. On the top of the front page, there was a line of bold letters, the end of the old era, the beginning of a new era. The full passage was on the second page. Mr. Christopher bid his farewell to the stages with his magnificent concert. His symphony The War of Dawn shocked every listener and showed us a great musician's never-ending spirit for further exploration in the world of music. In the past 70 years, we have witnessed a tremendous growth of symphony, and the contribution made by Mr. Christopher to the art of composing is more than remarkable. He is a real music master, the representative of the last 70 years. Let us salute Mr. Christopher with our greatest respect. Following Mr. Christopher, the great master of music, Mr. Lucian Evans showed us a brand new direction for the further development of music in his concert. Young and inexperienced as he is, Mr. Evans already launched a few revolutions with his fingerings, composing and conducting. The next era of music has arrived. Let us send this young music genius our best wishes. Let us wish that Mr. Evans would follow Mr. Christopher's footstep and lead us further in this new music era. The end of Mr. Christopher's playing was followed by the beginning of Mr. Evans' performance, and we shall cheer with heart and soul. Music lives forever. The passage was co-written by a couple of musicians from the association in Alto. Some of the other passages in the newspaper gave high comments on piano, and some of them analyzed the formats of Christopher's symphony and Lucian's sonata. Only a few short articles were criticizing Lucian's fingerings and his style of conducting as lunatic and totally not decent, and one of them was contributed by Wolf. Lucian sneered a bit and folded the newspapers. Staring at the bold title on the front page, The End of the Old Era, The Beginning of a New Era, Lucian sat in the coach and lost himself in thoughts. Around 6 in the evening, Lucian arrived at the small town called Masawa. The town was located at an intersection, one heading toward the province named Turin, which belonged to House Violet, and the other that led to Bonn, the small town sitting beside Elsinore Lake, which was very close to Massawa. "It's pretty late now, Mr. Evans," the leader of Lucian's guards, Joyce, said to him. "I suggest we stay here for the night and set off tomorrow morning." Although nowadays vicious monsters and creatures were rarely seen around big cities, towns, and villages, from time to time people could still encounter robbers and small beasts. Therefore, if the common people needed to travel through the continent, they had to pay mercenaries to protect themselves. Lucian's mercenary team had 6 people in total. The team leader and the vice leader were high-level knight squires, and the other team members were low-level ones. Every month Lucian needed to pay them 300 nars, excluding meal and accommodation. Although it was totally unaffordable for common people, money was not a big problem for Lucian anymore. The income of his concert was very decent, and now he had 105 thales in total with him. "Sure, you know more about this place than I do, Joyce." Lucian nodded. "Can you find us a hotel? I want a very quiet room." Very soon Joyce booked a decent hotel sitting beside a small lake in the town. Lucian selected the leftmost room on the second floor, which was very quiet. A bunch of tourists were in Massawa at that time. They had just left Alto after the music festival. Lucian entered his room from the side door and avoided them. He ordered dinner and ate it inside his room, after which he told Joyce that he did not want anyone to disturb him. Then he quietly waited for the darkness of the night to come. The silver moon was not there tonight. Only a couple of stars could be seen. Standing in front of the window, Lucian looked out of the curtain and felt a bit disappointed, since his blessing couldn't be fully activated without the silver moon. Tonight only his speed and agility could reach a night level, but his physical strength would not be as good as when the moon was out. "At least I can still see some stars, or I wouldn't even be able to calculate the coordinate of the entrance of the magic lock." Lucian comforted himself, and it's safer to hide in the dark without the moonlight. According to the ancient script he had read before, the entrance of the magic lock called Grand Cross kept changing its location every 10 minutes together with the continuously moving stars, until the sun rose up. Around 11 at night, Lucian put on his hooded black robe. Pulling up the hood when he was about to sneak out of the room through the window, he suddenly felt a bit hesitant. The poem, the script, and the 2 visitors all came to him together, almost at the same time, which was such a coincidence that made him suppose this might actually be a trap. At first Lucian thought that the brother and sister were sent by the church to test him. However, after knowing from Rhine that the church was too busy recently to deal with matters such as those, and after seeing the dozen mysterious visitors in this small town, he felt the story about the magic ruins was quite suspicious. Should I take the risk? Lucian asked himself silently in his mind. After all, it would take him 6 to 7 months to get to Sturk, therefore, he still had enough time to find another way to get the Silver Moon potion, and obviously, the magic ruins was not Lucian's only chance to collect the materials he needed. However, very soon Lucian made up his mind. He had a foreboding through his host Star when Rhine was talking to him the other night. He had a feeling that something significant was going to happen, and if he could not be powerful enough to protect himself before that happened, he would probably die. Also, Lucian had so many questions in his mind. Who was the author of the poem? Who was the original owner of the script? Was it possible that the legendary archmage known as the Prophet who wrote astrology and magic elements left anything special in the lock because he forecast something important? Lucian's curiosity became dominant over his concerns. He gently jumped out of the window and landed agilely outside. In order to save his strength, Lucian moved a bit slower. It took him an hour to get to the small town close to Massawa called Bonn. Bonn was a remote town sitting beside the dark mountain range. Occasionally, a few musicians and painters would visit it, but most of the time it had no visitors. Lucian was quite surprised to find that, when he secretly arrived at the small town, the only tavern there was still busy. He could hear that lots of people were still chatting in many different accents. In one of the rooms on the second floor of the tavern, Sala and Lilith were looking at each other with their eyebrows frowned. "What shall we do now?" Lilith asked. "I thought only Mr. Evans figured out the secret of the manuscript, but why are there so many visitors here in Bonn? I'm guessing." Sala sighed. "The manuscript we have is not complete, and it might not be the only one. They might have the complete version. That makes sense, after all, we got the manuscript from." Lilith nodded and switched the topic. "What if there are sorcerers and knights among them? I'm not sure." Sala looked downwards as if he was trying to see the people downstairs through the floor. "At least I know these macular guys bragging just now are no more than a bunch of adventurers. Then, are we still going tomorrow?" Lilith looked hesitant. Sala did not answer her question immediately. After a while he sighed. "We'll wait and see. I mean, we don't have to, and we also can't compete with them. I feel there's something wrong going on here." Although Sala sensed something wrong, his desire forced him to stay. "All right," Lilith nodded. "The entrance of the ruins will exist for 12 hours anyway." At the same time, Lucian was standing under the window of Sala and Lilith's room. leaning against the wall and calculating the coordinates of the entrance. Because that was a magic lock of legendary level, lots of parameters were required. It took Lucian more than half an hour to figure out the numbers. The calculation consumed Lucian so much energy that made him dizzy. Luckily, there was still a while before the magic lock started to be activated, so Lucian just sat on the ground quietly in the dark to recover. By around 3 in the morning, Lucian had been fully revitalized. With great caution, he moved toward a plain-looking bungalow. In the darkness, his black robe made him almost invisible. Opening the door with a simple spell, he sneaked into the place and then locked the door again from inside. In the bedroom, a couple was sleeping soundly, completely unaware that someone had just entered their place. Lucian sat down on a wooden chair in the living room, looking rather relaxed and calm. However, he was counting the time silently in his mind. Around 10 minutes later, Lucian suddenly stood up and threw himself on the dark vortex in the corner of the living room, which was definitely not there a second before. As if Lucian was sucked in the swirl, his figure completely disappeared from the place. 10 seconds later, the dark vortex disappeared as well. Lucian felt a great dizziness when he jumped in the swirl, as if his head hit a heavy, thick curtain. However, when he opened his eyes, he was still standing in the same living room. Lucian was confused and thought that maybe he had missed the chance. However, soon he noticed the difference. This place had no colors, made purely with black, white, and gray, as if he entered the world of a black and white movie. Taking a glance at the bedroom, Lucian saw that the couple who was sleeping in the bed disappeared as well. Carefully, he pushed the door open and came to the street. It was the same town, but it was empty and black and white. "That's creepy," Lucian said to himself, but he could not hear his voice. Thus he finally noticed another difference. This whole world was completely silent, as if the world was dead. This was the lock. Lucian was in the magic lock now. Looking up at the gray sky, he saw no stars, no silver moon or sun. Luckily, he could still sense his connection with his host star, which meant he could still use magic, and he was still connected to the real world, so he wouldn't get completely lost inside the lock. No people, no cats and dogs, no birds, bugs, breeze, color, or even sound. Lucian was sweating while he walked through the gray streets. According to the manuscript he read, Lucian located a few magic gardens. Keeping the locations in mind, he headed toward Elsinore Lake on the other side of this gray town. Grabbing his sword named Alert, all of a sudden, Lucian's arms were covered with goosebumps. Something was coming. Quickly turning his head around, Lucian saw the door of a small house on the street slowly open. A little girl around 7 or 8 was standing behind the door. She had no color either, and her big eyes stared at nothing. Then she started to smile, with her big eyes without any focus. "My lord," kneeling on the ground, a person in black robe reported to the man standing on the altar, "Following your order, we found out a guy with the moonlight blessing arrived in Bonn, but we lost track of him all of a sudden. He disappeared. In his silver robe, Ilya sneered, 'There he is.' Then he turned around and commanded, 'Do not rush. Our plan is always our priority, but we'll give this moonlight guy a warm welcome as well.'" Staring at the street outside of the window, Lilith and Sala couldn't and dared not sleep. "I heard that from time to time there were people missing in this small town, and it has been happening more and more often in recent years." Lilith asked her elder brother, "Do you think it's because of the magic lock?" Sala shook his head, "I'm not sure. After all, I don't even know what kind of magic lock this is. I know the church once sent several pastors here before, but they found nothing suspicious. In the end, they guessed that some monsters or creatures in the mountain took them." Then Sala pointed at the small house on the other side of the street. That house once belonged to one of the few literate country gentlemen here in Bonn. 10 years ago, on April 10th, his 7-year-old daughter was missing, and he never found her. Finally, he moved eastwards with his wife, away from Bonn, because they were too sad to keep living here. "April 10th, Lilith murmured thoughtfully. The girl, who seemed to be a figure coming out of a black and white photo, smiled to Lucian. Slowly, she raised up her arms and then started to run toward Lucian, as if an innocent and lively daughter was running toward her dad. However, the scenario was very creepy in Lucian's eyes. The little girl's body was floating in the air, and her eyes were hollow. Lucian started to cast a spell, but he couldn't even hear his own voice. The air surrounding the little girl began to stir and turned into several invisible robes trying to constrain her. Apprentice spell, Wraith Shackle. As soon as the little girl realized what was going on around her, her face contorted with hatred and viciousness. She opened her mouth and started to scream. Lucian was prepared, since he had some experience with the revenants before during his experiments. Right after he cast Wraith Shackle, Lucian activated Silence Wall to protect himself from the attack of sound waves. In a real fight, knowledge still mattered a lot. Lucian could see the ripples crashing against the invisible wall surrounding him. Even before he had a second to be proud of his foresight, the wall suddenly collapsed into small, transparent pieces. The rest of the sound waves, although they had been weakened to some extent by the invisible wall, hit Lucian right in his chest. Feeling the sky and earth were spinning, he fell on the ground and almost threw up right away. Lucian's guts were trembling inside of his body. Fortunately, a layer of gray light instantly covered Lucian's skin when he was attacked. His moonlight blessing was activated on its own in order to protect him. Without the ability of dematerializing into moonlight, Lucian might be dead already. Lucian realized that this was a revenant as powerful as a real knight. Quickly analyzing what kind of revenant and how powerful the little girl was, Lucian swiftly shifted to the other side of the revenant, then his lips moved. Lucian cast illumination. Even the weakest revenant was immune to most of the element spells. Only light, fire, and sound waves could hurt them. However, illumination did not work very well in this world. The grayish light ball in the sky looked rather dim and faint. The little girl paused a bit and then directly jumped onto Lucian. With his moonlight blessing, Lucian barely dodged away like a gray shadow. At the same time, he grabbed his sword and hacked toward the little girl, after which he started running. Lucian knew the attack was in vain, but he did not have another choice since he was still during the buffering time for casting. Seeing the sword did not hurt her, the little girl tipped her head a little bit and smiled. Then she suddenly disappeared, and several seconds later, she showed up right in front of Lucian with her arms wide open. Lucian reacted fast. Pressing his foot against the ground, he changed his direction and started to cast Hamon's Oscillation. This time, the little girl was injured. Lucian saw her ethereous body rippling like disturbed water. The great anger appeared on her face again, and it became more and more vicious. She raised her head, screamed silently, and then directly rushed at him. Once again, although Lucian avoided the frontal attack of the sound waves with moonlight, his ankles suddenly felt weak and his movement paused for a second. The revenant had reached him. For a second, Lucian's consciousness faded, and then he felt extremely tired and flimsy. The heat in his body was escaping. He felt cold. The little girl went directly through Lucian's body and stopped on the other side. Raising her hands, she looked shocked and confused. The ring Lucian was wearing, Ice Revenger, helped him to stay focused. Without any hesitance, Lucian cast a spell again. A blast of cold wind blew around them. A revenant was summoned by Lucian. He decided to use a revenant to fight against the other revenant, since he noticed that in the weird dimension, while light magic was largely weakened, the undead creatures were strengthened by a lot. Being controlled by Lucian, the summoned revenant launched its attack toward the little girl. Wrestling together, their arms pierced each other's body. However, it seemed like the revenant Lucian just summoned was weaker than the little girl, since within a couple of seconds, it already started to get less and less visible. It would not even take the little girl 10 seconds to completely wipe it out. However, it was enough time for Lucian to turn the tables. Lucian took a few steps backward, reached his hand into his pocket, and threw out a handful of reagents toward the two revenants who were wrestling, and a white fire wall enveloped them as Lucian finished casting the spell. This was Lucian's invented spell, Sulfur Fire Wall, which was just an inspirational flash when he was facing the aquatic zombie, and within the past couple of months, Lucian turned it into one of his regular spells. The only problem with Sulfur Fire Wall now was that the structure of its magic model was not simplified enough, so it took Lucian more time and spiritual power to activate it. Being burned by the sulfur fire, the revenant Lucian summoned immediately disappeared, and a couple of seconds later, the little girl started to show signs of being in pain. However, the apprentice spell could not cause a great damage to her, but only contain her within the fire wall. It seemed she was very afraid of fire, and instead of trying to force her way through the fire, she stayed in the center. Lucian was a bit relieved and was about to run away from the little girl. Facing a revenant as powerful as a knight, the top priority for Lucian was to stay away from her, instead of attempting to eliminate it. As soon as he turned around, Lucian took a glance at the place where the little girl showed up. Through the open door, Lucian saw a small skeleton with thin bones bending over a wooden table. The scene reminded him of what he had read about revenants. All of a sudden, Lucian changed his direction and ran toward the house as fast as a shadow. Watching him approach the house, the little girl suddenly panicked. Without any hesitance, she rushed toward Lucian through the fire wall. By the time the little girl broke through the fire wall, Lucian was already standing in front of the small skeleton. Sprinkling a handful of sulfur powder on it, Lucian lit the skeleton on fire. The white fire immediately covered the bones. In the fire, Lucian saw a drawing on the wooden table, carved by something sharp like nails. It was an awkward drawing of a family of 3, but then like an illusion, it shifted into a little girl waiting beside a door. Under the drawing, there were a few crooked letters: Daddy, Mommy, Home. The little girl slowly stopped when she saw the skeleton on fire. She was a bit surprised at first, but then lowered her eyes, looking rather sad. Then her body became more and more transparent. She started to gradually disappear. From the pictures, the letters, and the ever-changing entrance of the magic lock, Lucian had a rough idea of why the little girl was here in this world. His sympathy instantly took over his fear. Daddy, Mommy, Home, Lucian silently murmured. His heart was softened. Lucian turned to the little girl, who was almost gone, and said to her, I'll take you home. In this world of black and white, the world of silence, the little girl had tears falling down her face, but she smiled sweetly, as if she read the movement of Lucian's lips and understood what he said. In the last second before she disappeared completely, the little girl nodded to Lucian gratefully. When the skeleton was burned into ashes by the magic fire, the little girl also disappeared. The wooden table was gone together with the burning skeleton. Lucian carefully collected the ashes and put it into his pocket. Now he was even more confused with this world, since it seemed less and less likely to be the grand cross he was looking for. The whole place was just too creepy. Lucian started to feel very uncomfortable with the great silence in this world. He felt himself dumb and deaf. Grabbing his sword tight, he started to walk toward Elsinore Lake. When he was about to leave the small town, he noticed that the cemetery that he saw when he arrived in Bonn disappeared, and instead, a piece of wasteland was in front of him. The Magic Lock world is actually not a copy of the original world, Lucian asked himself in his mind with great surprise. Picking up the pace, Lucian turned around the corner with overgrown weeds. Then, what he saw instantly shocked him. The Scarlet Elsinore Lake in this world was like a huge pool of blood, and it reflected the inverted image of a grand cross consisting of 9 bright stars shining in the sky, whose light lit up the whole lake. That was the first time Lucian saw another color except black, white, and gray since he came into this world. There was no wind and no rain. The sky was gray and the stars were absent. Lucian felt that the Magic Lock world was dead. However, there were waves on the surface of the red-colored lake under the Grand Cross, as if the lake was alive. The creepy and sharp color contrast also made Lucian very nervous, even though he was a senior apprentice who stayed relatively calm and focused all the time. Carefully observing the bright and shining Grand Cross in the sky again, and comparing it with the stellar map of astrology and magic elements in his spirit library, Lucian found that the arrangement of the magic lock was quite unique. Unlike most magic locks that aimed to protecting something, this one was more like a lock gathering power in order to keep something sealed. If Lucian's feeling was correct, he did not want to stay here any longer. Lucian looked up in the sky and quickly recalculated the coordination of the closest magic garden according to the Grand Cross. Then, without any hesitation, he turned around and ran toward the edge of the Black Forest in the west along the lakeside path. Curious as Lucian was, he was clearly aware that it would be too stupid for him to approach this legendary-level magic lock. He knew that he needed to stick to his original purpose for coming here. The Black Forest was immersed in the same silence. Even the leaves on the branches were not moving at all. Everything stayed still. No life could be seen. Lucian tried to keep calm as much as possible when he was walking through the huge trees. A bit more than 10 minutes later, he saw a tall and big building covered with shadow sitting in front of him, some distance away. From time to time, there were strange lights coming out of the building and flying towards Elsinore Lake. He slowed down his pace when he approached the building and grabbing his sword tight. Lucian was slightly sweating. Reaching into his pocket, Lucian pulled out a small black stone. It was a bat pituitary gland. Holding it in his left hand, his lips moved silently, and then invisible waves started to spread out like ripples. Standing in the center of them, he was waiting for the back echo reflection after the waves hit certain obstacles. The tall and big firs appeared one by one in Lucian's mind. Different things sitting within a radius of several hundreds of meters became more and more clear. However, some of the objects that made the waves ricochet remained rather blurry, and Lucian could only use their shapes to guess what they were. Still, no life was detected. Lucian was not sure whether he should feel relieved or even more nervous. As he was searching for possible magic traps, he kept slowly moving closer to his destination. All of the obstacles that he could not identify turned out to be just big stones. When Lucian forced his way through the thick bushes, he saw a gray gravestone, behind which there was a small coffin chamber. Approaching the gravestone a bit, he saw the white letters carved on it. Here lies the previous mayor of Bonn, Mr. David Terrian, whose greatest exploit was killing the hundreds of people who did not follow the God of Truth. And this man died because he fell in love with another man who was very powerful. Lucian's face twitched a bit when facing the inscription, not because of its absurdity, but because he saw the gravestone before when he first sneaked into Bonn. He remembered clearly that this gravestone was in the town's cemetery, not in a forest. The cemetery moved into the Black Forest in this magic lock world, Lucian thought to himself. He looked around and found more graves. In the world of black and white, they looked even more horrific. Obviously, a cemetery was not a very pleasant place to stay, so Lucian decided to leave here and take another way around this place to get to the magic garden, even thought that would take a bit more time. However, by the time he turned around, Lucian's scalp tingled from the same feeling of coldness that he sensed when he encountered the little girl. Without any hesitance, Lucian launched a backhand hack with his sword. Although it felt like he just chopped a random piece of rotten wood, a certain strange power shook Lucian's arm along with the sword in his hand. Turning into a gray shadow, Lucian quickly dodged to the side and knelt down on one knee with his back against a gravestone. In the corner of his eye, there was a short line of words on the gravestone. I was fat, but now I'm skinny. Lucian was a bit amused for a second. However, just within that second, a rotten arm stretched out of the barrow beside him. The body in the barrow came back to life. Most of the skin of the body was rotten, although some small skin pieces were still hanging onto the white bones. The stench of a dead body was horrible. Turning around, Lucian saw another zombie standing behind him, and the lid of David Tarian's coffin chamber was open. Lucian turned himself into a shadow again to keep a distance away from the two filthy undead creatures. From their sharp teeth and the way they were moving, Lucian realized that they were not common zombies or skeletons. Instead, they were ghouls. And in this strange magic lock world, their power was strengthened. Lucian could tell that they were almost as agile and fast as him, and probably a bit stronger. With the characteristics of the undead, ghouls were covered with plagues and a depressing aura. A person who got hurt by a ghoul would feel extremely weak and numb and would go down with the plague. If a person was killed by a ghoul, he would later turn into a new ghoul. Recognizing what they were, Lucian changed his strategy. He tried to avoid any face-to-face confrontation with the ghouls and to launch his attack from behind. Luckily, the ghouls were not intelligent at all, and the second ghoul seemed to be weaker than the other one. Gradually, Lucian gained the upper hand of the fight, and his sword hacked at the ghouls several times. However, the bones of the ghouls were harder than he thought. The two ghouls were still moving, and they got even crazier when their rotten skin and flesh started coming off because of Lucian's attack. When Lucian was preparing the sulfur fire wall, he saw more ghouls coming out of the barrows. Their rotten arms were like the dark branches of a dead tree. Without any hesitance, Lucian cast the spell. As soon as the fire wall appeared in front of him, he turned around and started to escape as fast as he could. The strong smell of sulfur burning came into Lucian's nose from behind. Knowing that this might be his only chance to get away, he did not even take a look back. Another ghoul got in Lucian's way from the other side of the fire wall. Lucian just wielded his sword and directly hacked toward it. The horrible smell of rotten flesh became stronger and stronger, and Lucian saw more ghouls were crawling out of the barrows. Holding the sword in his right hand, Lucian shot 3 frost blades shining with cold light out of his left hand. He just cast Palmer as frost blades. The blades cut the ghoul's throat deep, that is, if the combination of rotten flesh and spine bones could still be called his throat. Lucian did not expect the blades would end the filthy creature, but only to freeze it temporarily. Within his expectations, the cold air coming out of the blades quickly covered the ghoul with a thin layer of ice, and the ghoul was frozen still instantly. At the same time, Lucian activated Disarming Loop and changed the gravity within the small area where the ghoul was. The ice ghoul lost its balance and fell on the ground. Then he quickly passed by it like a faint shadow and noticed that the ice was already cracking. Lucian was running for his life with all his strength, and a herd of stinky ghouls was chasing after him. However, he still knew clearly which direction he should go. When Lucian distanced himself a bit from the ghouls, he changed his direction and ran toward the magic garden. Some of the ghouls were stronger and some were weaker. By the time Lucian saw the black gate of the magic garden, only 2 were still following him. The whole garden was covered with gray shadows, and only the black gate could be seen clearly. Behind the gate there was a low, pointed building, looking rather creepy. When Lucian got closer, he noticed that the magic circle carved on the gate was very familiar to him, but the pattern missed a small piece. The thought that this magic garden was actually left by an archmage on purpose for his inheritor quickly flashed across Lucian's mind, since he remembered the pattern when he was reading astrology and magic elements. Lucian pulled out a tube of mercury from his robe and grabbed it in his hand. As soon as he arrived in front of the magic circle and opened the tube, drops of mercury flew from the tube to the gate on their own. He took a deep breath to stay focused. Using his spiritual power, Lucian controlled the fine stream of mercury to complete the magic circle pattern. He knew that he really got lucky here. Although it was out of his expectation that the magic garden actually used a puzzle as a lock, thankfully, he carefully read the book left by the archmage who created this dimension. When the pattern of the magic circle was completed, the 2 ghouls also arrived. The horrible smell made Lucian feel weak and dizzy. The magic circle on the gate suddenly glowed brightly. With all of his strength, Lucian decisively threw himself toward the magic portal with a whirling storm of light in it. The moment when he entered the portal, Lucian could feel the cold air from the ghouls trying to scratch his back with their sharp claws behind him. As if he just passed through a heavy curtain, Lucian felt a bit cold, and then his body hit something hard. He heard himself let out a moan, and then joy seized his heart for a second. It had been quite a while since he last heard any sound. Then in the next second, he took a few quick steps back and held up his sword again. Lucian was now standing in a spacious corridor. His feet felt the soft and thick carpet on the ground. Although everything was still black and white, this place felt more gentle and kind to Lucian. Then, within Lucian's expectations, the 2 filthy ghouls followed him through the portal and also spoiled the beauty of the place. However, they were struggling to stand up from the ground, making it seem they were not used to the environment at all. Maybe they're not that strong here. The thought flashed across Lucian's mind, and then he immediately wielded alert toward one of the ghouls, targeting the deep wound on its neck which was caused by Lucian's frost blade. The second hack almost took the ghoul's head off. Its head slanted to one side, hanging on through just a small piece of skin. Throwing a handful of sulfur powder toward the second ghoul, Lucian made a firewall to stop its attack. Then he turned around, firmly held his sword again, and directly chopped the first ghoul's head off. Black sticky liquid spilled out of the filthy creature's head. The horrible smell made Lucian feel very nauseous, and he almost threw up. A few seconds later, Lucian ended the other ghoul. Leaning against his sword, he let out a long sigh. He felt lucky that the ghouls were not intelligent at all, or he would now be the one lying on the ground with his brain spread everywhere. Walking a bit away from the bodies and slowly sitting down, Lucian gave himself some time to recover. Then he came back to the bodies and disgustedly removed the skin of their palms, or say, claws, with his sword, putting it into a special small bag. The skin could be used as the reagent for a second circle spell, Ghoul Touch. Lucian definitely would not waste it. After burning down the remains of the ghouls with his sulfur fire, Lucian cautiously walked along the corridor with his sword at the ready in his hand. The corridor with the white carpet and dark gray walls seemed to be endlessly long. Lucian felt he was walking in a tomb. The only good thing was that he sensed nothing dangerous. Finally, in the end of the corridor, he saw a black gate, on which there was another special dodecagon magic circle that Lucian had already seen before in astrology and magic elements, and the pattern also missed a piece. He got a bit excited. Taking out another small tube of mercury, he completed the magic circle using the same method. Then the magic circle started to shine brightly, and the gate slowly opened on its own. Behind the gate, there was a luxuriously decorated lobby. Lucian first saw the fireplace in the lobby. The flame jumping and wavering in the fireplace was also white, but it felt quite warm. Beside the fireplace, there was a gray desk, on which a black book lay. Out of the window behind the desk, Lucian saw many bizarrely looking magic plants. Some of them had baby faces, some of them had big mouths, and some were shining like precious gem. The door to the magic garden was right beside the desk. Surprisingly, no magic trap was detected when Lucian was approaching the desk. He did not directly touch the book with his hand, but used the sword to turn the pages. On the first page of the book, Lucian saw an inventory written in Sylvanas: Moonlight Rose, Room 1, Shelf number 25. Jade Green Mycen, Room 1, Shelf number 72. The Root of Thorn Tree, Room 1, number 99, its sap in Room 2, number 3. Vampire Blood, Rooms 3, number 21. Enchantress Teeth, Room 3, number 46. Ghost-Faced Leaves, Room 7, number 17. The Feather of Stone Snake, Room 7, number 92. Goatherd's Moonflower, Room 8, number 8. Murloc's Lymph, Room 9, number 1. The following pages were all inventories. Lucian first thought that it was simply a book for registering the assorted materials stored here, but soon he realized that he actually needed all the materials that he just read, as if the book was specially written for him. Lucian turned the pages back and forth several times and made sure his guessing was correct. Some of the materials were for Silver Moon, some for Magic Gate, and some for Crying Soul. He was thrilled but also felt creepy. When he removed his eyes from the book and looked up, he saw that a white-haired old man was sitting on the chair beside the desk, writing something on the book. Lucian was stunned for a second, but then he realized that this was just an eidolon, or say, a piece of memory left by someone. Looking at the date that the old man wrote down on his paper, Lucian realized that this image was left almost 1,000 years ago. Soon, the image disappeared. Then Lucian turned the book to its final pages. The long diary-like notes left by the owner shocked him. When I was doing the experiment, I found this world by accident. It is like a copy of the real world, or say, a projection of the main world, but some parts of it are in quite a chaos. Furthermore, no life in the real world is projected. Interesting. Now I'm certain that this world is very suitable for the undead creatures like revenants and ghosts, but the black and white world is just too boring for a living person. Compared to the skeleton land located on the 123rd layer of the pit, a land consisting of fire and ice, this place is almost too silent to be called as hell. This is a world for the dead to enjoy their eternal sleep. Let me name it the World of Souls. It seems like I'm not the only one who knows about this place now. Deep in this world, I found a very dangerous but interesting place which has an astonishing connection with our experiment. I shall invite my buddies to explore there again with me to see if we can find out what the secret is. We're about to leave now. In fact, I made a prophecy a couple of days ago at a great cost, and thus I know what I will face, but I'm still going. And you, the one who is reading my notes now, may I call you, the non-believer who walks in light and darkness. You must have my book, Astrology and Magic Elements, and you have come here because of the poem and the manuscript. I might be still trapped there when someday you enter the legendary dimension. I do not expect that you'll come specially for me, but if you find me, please free me. Don't go there when you're not prepared. The legendary dimension is dangerous even for senior rank mages and archmages. Lucian's body was covered with goosebumps. He felt the author of Astrology and Magic Elements was communicating with him across time and space through the notes. Lucian quickly turned the pages and wanted to know more about this world. The fragmented description and explanation was more than confusing to him. There is a crystal ball called Morning Light in the left drawer of the desk, and in the right drawer I left my self-made magic item for you. It's named Sun's Corona. It can help you sense the gaps existing between the world of souls and the main world late at night. Gaps exist throughout the whole continent. The seal on Sun's Corona is made of 5 layers. Each time when you reach a new level, say, Junior Rank Mage, Middle Rank Mage, Senior Rank Mage, Archmage, and Legendary Archmage, one layer of the seal will be unlocked, and you will be able to use the magic of that level. When the last layer of the seal is unlocked, you'll be able to find the dangerous but interesting place I mentioned before. All right, my friend, from the moment when you first saw my notes, you'd have an hour to explore this place safely. An hour later, the lock will be collapsing, and at that moment you can leave this place through the small door of the magic garden. Remember, walk forward and do not look back. And my prophecy showed that you'd be facing a great danger soon, so seize your chance to improve your power here before you leave. Room number 10 is the alchemy room. Your friend, the prophet. Waldo K. Maskelyne. That was a lot of information for Lucian, and the notes left by Waldo confused him quite a bit. However, Lucian was very impressed by how accurate his prophecy was. Following the prophet's guidance, Lucian found a fist-sized fine crystal ball in the left drawer, which was definitely a necessity for sorcerers specializing in the school of astrology. As he opened the drawer on the right side, Lucian saw a round amulet the size of a regular badge. It was the sun's corona that Waldo had mentioned. The light golden amulet was carved with rays of light, as if it were a crown, and at the center of the amulet there was a cross which was very familiar to Lucian. Beside Sun's corona, there was a roll of parchment, which showed the inner magic structure of this magic item and explained how Lucian was supposed to leave his individual spirit imprint on the structure to become its owner. Sun's corona, level 9 medium rank. 5 layers of seal to be unlocked. Spells that can be used once a day are the following: First Circle, Holy Strike sealed Second Circle, Death Resistance sealed 3rd Circle, Burning Radiance sealed 4th Circle, Death Ward sealed 5th Circle, Flame Strike sealed 6th Circle, Exorcist Halo sealed 7th Circle, Ashes sealed 8th Circle, Sunburst sealed 9th Circle, Undeath's Eternal Foe sealed. Depending on to what extent the seals have been unlocked, the person who wears Sun's Corona is capable of praying for the undead and freeing them, and the person can also sense the gaps connecting the main world and the world of souls. Sun's Corona is the eternal foe of the undead. Waldo K. Maskelyne. Staring at the piece of parchment, Lucian was totally shocked. The cross pattern at the center of Sun's Corona, the grand cross in the sky, and the spells. Different ideas flashed across his mind like films. That night when Lucian went down into the sewers came back to him. The Saint Truth badge owned by Benjamin. The spells Benjamin used. Lucian's brows frowned and his eyes opened wide. All that magic belonged to the category of divine spells. Furthermore, the pattern at the center of Sun's Corona was a cross, the symbol of the Saint Truth. How would all that make sense? Lucian felt that what he had just found out was ridiculous and even funny. Obviously, Maskelyne had no reason to lie to him about Sun's Corona, and the cross at the center of Sun's Corona looked identical to the one he once saw on Benjamin's Saint Truth badge. Everything was getting more and more mysterious. Lucian wondered how the Saint Truth started to develop and grow at the very beginning. Putting aside his many concerns, Lucian first followed the instruction left by Maskelyne and built a strange-shaped model with his spiritual power, then carefully sent the model into the magic item. As soon as Lucian's spiritual power connected to Sun's Corona, he felt himself bathed in the sacred and pure light. This magic item was filled with the purest light. Without any difficulty, Lucian left his spirit imprint on Sun's Corona and became its owner. He also took a look at the seals inside the magic item, which were very complex. Now, Lucian was 100% certain that the power of Sun's Corona came from divine power, which felt totally different from his magic power. He hung the amulet around his neck underneath his clothes and felt the warmness of it. The power could also be spread out by Lucian, using his spiritual power to pray for the undead and free them. Lucian lit the parchment and the notes on fire and burned them down completely, since they had already been stored in his spirit library. Staring at the fire, he was really worried because he might be unconsciously approaching the biggest secret ever in this world, which involved the Church, the Congress of Magic, and even Argent Horn. He believed that Argent Horn was involved as well because he remembered that the so-called the Great Master of Argent used the forever lasting silence as the title. Lucian already had the feeling before that the strange title did not come from nowhere, and now he came to this world of forever lasting silence himself. Maybe the great danger foreseen by the prophet was related to Argent Horn. Maybe the revelation of the manuscripts was the heresy's carefully planned conspiracy. Lucian had no idea what he was going to face, but he knew that all that could do right now was to make the best use of the 1 hour he had, and that was to gather the ingredients to increase his power. Taking a deep breath, Lucian left the lobby and walked toward room number 1. There were lots of shelving units and waist-high glass cabinets in that room. All of them looked black and white. Lucian saw some weird-looking eyeballs soaked with black liquid, flowers that looked like spiders under glass covers, gray stones floating in the air, and dried bodies wrapped by shrouds. There were different magic circles carved on the shelves and cabinets for different means of storage. Lucian did not have time to go through them one by one. He followed his memory and directly found the number 72 shelf for jade green mycin. Although the powder was supposed to be jade green, in this world it looked plain gray. Lucian held his breath when he was scooping the powder from the jar, because breathing it in could corrode human beings' organs. Then Lucian went to the other rooms and collected the feather of stone snake, which actually looked like scales, goatherd's moon flower, and some ghost-faced leaves. Lucian felt quite disgusted when he touched the leaves, since each of the leaves had a face on it. Some were laughing and some looked vicious. Goatherd's moon flower plus ghost-faced leaf plus the feather of stone snake plus jade green mycin equals silver moon. Lucian was not going to work on the magic gate potion right now. Although he tried to analyze magic gate before, the process was still too challenging, especially when he was in a rush. In the spacious alchemy room, lots of professional equipment were totally strange to Lucian. There was a metal hand hanging on the top, some mysterious gray liquid running in transparent tubes, an operation table, tall stoves, and dazzling three-dimensional magic circles almost everywhere. Lucian walked directly to the operation table and activated the magic circles on it. He put a tube of jade green mycin into a container, and half-minute later, the gray powder within had been turned into a turbid liquid by the magic circle. Following the same steps, Lucian processed the moon flower and the feather of snake stone. When he put the creepy leaves on one of the magic circles, the faces on the leaves started to cry and shout like babies who were crying for their toys, but the scream was completely blocked. Lucian was very impressed. Compared with his previous underground lab, this place was like heaven for him. After all, this lab had belonged to a legendary archmage. When all the ingredients were ready, Lucian started to mix them together. Here, the temperature of the fire was the key point, and the most challenging steps for Lucian were to build a model with his spiritual power and to integrate the model into the liquid. 5 minutes later, Lucian's semi-finished potion started to smoke. Too early. I integrated the model into the liquid too early. Lucian calmly drew a conclusion from his first failure. Another 5 minutes later, Lucian stared at the gray gel in the container with his eyebrows frowned. I dropped the jade green liquid too slow. Looking at the small ball bouncing everywhere in the container, Lucian felt a bit frustrated. This was his 6th failure. After wiping his forehead with the back of his hand, he started his 7th experiment. This time, everything finally seemed to be fine. Lucian half closed his eyes and tried to keep his spiritual power stable while he was building the model. When the gray liquid slowly turned white, Lucian quickly sent out the model and integrated the model into the liquid. Gathering power from the model, the liquid in the container instantly condensed into small drops like beads, and within each drop there was a small moon. Lucian put silver moon into a glass tube and returned to the lobby. Sitting down on the ground, Lucian had to recover his power, even though there was only 20 minutes left before the magic lock collapsed. 6 minutes later, Lucian felt he was ready. Looking at the beads in the tube, he thought for a second whether he should chew them well. He was a bit amused by this funny idea. Then he decisively raised his head and swallowed the whole tube of potion, and the next second Lucian entered his meditative dimension. The lobby and the black and white world were gone. All Lucian could see now was a starry sky, and he could feel the furiousness of the fire element, the lightness of wind, and the softness of water. For the first time, Lucian saw his own soul from an outsider's perspective. Lucian noticed his own soul was glowing brightly like the silver moon, and within his soul there was also an inverted image of the countless stars in the sky. This outsider's perspective was indispensable for constructing more complicated models. Unfortunately, Lucian's spiritual power level was not enough to provide him with this perspective yet, and the reason that Lucian could experience it now was because of the potion. He started to calmly build a magic model inside his own soul. His spiritual power started to be substantialized into fine shining lines floating in the sky, and being controlled by Lucian, they slowly started to gather together. The construction of a magic model required accurate length of every line and angle. Only a person who was capable of understanding mathematical and geometry knowledge could manage to build it. Countless magic apprentices were stuck at that point for their whole lives and never had a chance to become a real sorcerer. The magic model that Lucian needed to build was called Star Shield. Thankfully, Lucian already practiced constructing the model multiple times in the past, so he remembered clearly how the model was divided, how long the lines were, and how the lines were connected to each other. All he needed to do now was stay calm. When he was concentrating on the magic model, Lucian noticed that his spiritual power was being consumed very fast. By the time he finished 1/3 of the work, he found that there was only half of his spiritual power remaining. You gotta make the best use of your spiritual power, Lucian talked to himself in his mind. Building a magic model was like drawing a complicated pattern on a piece of paper using a pen, but with a very limited amount of ink. To save the resource, the person drawing the picture needed to stay very calm to prevent the hand holding the pen from trembling too much. For most sorcerer apprentices, since they did not have such a profound knowledge of their magic models, they would often turn to the potion called Magic Gate as their short-term supplement for boosting spiritual power in order to make this great breakthrough. Time passed, and Lucian started to feel weaker and weaker, and his spiritual power was very close to running dry. Fortunately, the magic model of Star Shield was almost ready. Now it looked like a transparent small pyramid floating in the air, made up of many sophisticated lines inside. Just one more line to go. Although Lucian's whole body was slightly shaking from his weakness, there was no chance that he would give up in the last second. Clenching his teeth, Lucian summoned his last reserves of spiritual power, like squeezing out the last bit of toothpaste from the tube, and finished the last touch. The moment the last line was finally linked to the small pyramid, the whole model suddenly collapsed inwards, and at the same time started to frantically suck in the power of the stars. Lucian's soul was racked by a sudden great pain, caused by the enormous power of stars impacting his awareness. Even from the outsider's perspective, he almost passed out because of the mystic energy. At this time, a gentle and pure ray of light came out of Lucian's soul, and the great pain was gone. Lucian's outsider's perspective also became more stable. When the light disappeared, Lucian saw something like a crystal, the size of a thumbnail, shining and revolving around the inverted reflection of his host's star of destiny. Taking a closer look, it was the very magic model that he built just now, the Star Shield. At the same time, Lucian noticed that his own soul had become more stable and denser, as if the power of stars magically changed the soul's texture. Opening his eyes, he felt more refreshed than ever, and his soul was overflowing with spiritual power. Lucian knew that whenever there was any danger, he could instantly activate the Star Shield. A smile appeared on his face, and he said to himself with pride, "Nice to meet you, Mr. Lucian, the sorcerer." His smile came out from his heart, since he believed that, compared with the great success that he had with his concert, this breakthrough was accomplished all because of his own efforts, and nothing could satisfy him more than that. Lucian looked at the magic hourglass on the table and found that there was only 3 more minutes left, so he gave up the plan of building one more magic model in his soul. With his brimming spiritual power, he was confident that he could cast apprentice spells 200 to 300 times and almost 20 spells of first circle as well, without pause. That was the sweet gain from becoming a real sorcerer. What was even better was that, as long as one's soul was strong enough to handle it, the person could build more magic models every few minutes. However, Lucian did not have enough time right now. He must leave soon. Remember, keep walking forward and do not look back. According to the message left by Masculine, it seemed the trip leaving the lobby through the small door of the magic garden would not be a peaceful and sweet one. Lucian walked toward the door and tried to open it, but he failed. He could not leave this place until the magic lock started to collapse. Then, following Masculine's instruction, Lucian spent only a minute unlocking the first layer of the seal. Now he could cast the 2 divine spells, Holy Strike and Death Resistance. Unwilling to waste any time, Lucian ran into the rooms like a shadow to collect some more magic materials for future use. Not the 2 dangerous ones, nor materials that I don't know about. Lucian reminded himself not to be greedy. After all, he only had less than 2 minutes now. By the end, he had picked a tube of vampire's blood, 2 tubes of ether, 2 handful of goblin's hair, 3 tubes of Snonia's burning power, and a box of magic oil. Some of them were magic materials and some were catalysts. When there were only 15 seconds left, Lucian came back to the lobby. Standing in front of the small door, he was waiting for the moment that the world started to collapse. 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 3, 2, 1. The whole lobby started to shake slightly, and the small door opened by itself as if it sensed the change in this world. Behind the door there was a long corridor, and along both sides there were all kinds of weird-shaped magic plants. All of a sudden there were cracks on everything Lucian could see, the desk, the chair, and even the white and gray fire in the fireplace. Without any hesitance, Lucian rushed through the corridor. He heard babies crying, but he did not look back. Lucian walked faster and faster, and then he started to run. The magic plants along both sides started to wield their branches crazily, and some of them almost hit Lucian's face. Some other magic plants were floating in the air, some were jumping forward like frogs, some wrung their own necks and threw their heads away. Everything in the world started to get crazy. The plants were laughing, moaning, and crying. Their voices were very loud, but they seemed to disappear after Lucian passed them, as if a monster with a huge mouth was devouring them while following Lucian. He forced himself to stay focused on his own footsteps and kept running forward. He swiftly avoided the black vines that seemed to attack him like snakes. Then he heard a sharp screaming, which was miserable and vicious. In front of Lucian, a lot of revenants appeared in his way. Countless maggots covered the whole floor, and each of them had a baby-crying face. Lucian did not slow down at all. He directly activated Star Shield. Before becoming a real sorcerer, Lucian could not cast any spell when he activated the moonlight, the status in which his body was partially dematerialized into moonlight, but now it was not a problem anymore. This shield was like a round glass cover that seamlessly protected Lucian from all directions. Being badly burned by the shield, the revenants were screaming even bitterer, but they were still trying to grab Lucian's body with their arms until they turned into smoke and ashes. There's so many white maggots covering Lucian's shield that he almost could not see the road in front of him. Finally, Lucian saw a narrow gap at the end of the corridor, and through it he could see a touch of green. It's dangerous. Come back, Xiafeng. Don't go there. Lucian heard his parents calling his name. Lucian, stop, you'll die. That was the mixed voices of Joel, John, Victor, and all the people Lucian cared about in this world. They sounded so real that Lucian's heart missed a beat for a second. Do not look back, Lucian yelled to himself. In the last second, he jumped right into the gap. The soul maggots all turned into ashes. The night wind felt cool and gentle. This was a world full of life. Lucian, it was a familiar voice, and the person sounded very surprised. Raising up his head with surprise, Lucian saw Natasha, who was wearing her dragon blood armor and riding on a black dragon scale horse. However, the armor she was wearing was severely damaged, and there were only a few knights, squires, and guards following her. All of them looked tired, and some of them were even injured. Furthermore, Lady Camel was not with the princess, neither were Sylvia and her father. A thin layer of haze settled over the small town named Bonn. The people downstairs gradually quieted down, which finally gave the brother and sister a break. Bragging and bragging. Useless adventurers, sneered Lilith. All they have is muscles, but unfortunately no brain. Don't underestimate them. Sala shook his head. Many of them have been dealing with the many horrific monsters in the Black Forest and the Dark Mountain Range for a long time. They can't be taken lightly. When he was talking, his eyes suddenly opened wide. The color of the candle was fading, and so was the color of the wall. Little by little, everything started to lose color. A thin layer of haze slowly descended. Sala's hand touched the table in the room when he took a step back, and he felt the moist of the wood, as if the table had been sitting there for over 1,000 years. Run. Sala took his sister's hand and shouted, something's wrong. However, his voice sounded so far away, as if it came from another world. Lilith looked very afraid and also confused. Grabbing Sala's hand, she followed him and they started to run downstairs. When the two magic apprentices were running, they took out some of their magic reagents and held the materials tightly in their hands in order to cast the spells for self-defense, if needed. By the time they got to the ground floor, the tavern was already in a great mess. All those people, including the adventurers who had bragged about their strength for the whole night, were pushing each other fiercely in order to leave that place as soon as possible. Seeing that there was no chance for them to get access to the door immediately, Sala pulled his sister's arm and they ran together toward the tavern's back door. Directly kicking the back door open, Sala and Lilith found that the whole town was being affected and was turning gray. However, most people living there had already fallen asleep in their houses, so they did not notice anything unusual, and the town was actually very quiet. Sala and Lilith started to run toward the exit to Masawa, the city close to Bonn. They had no idea what was going on there. When they were about to leave the town, Sala and Lilith bumped into a few adventurers who were running toward the same direction. Something's wrong with Elsinore Lake. An adventurer talked aloud to the other people. It must be the magic lock. The magic lock it's collapsing. Before the other people responded, Lilith cried out and pointed at the adventurers with her shaking hand. Their skins started to turn gray as well, and some parts looked rot already. However, the adventurers themselves looked very confused, as if they had no idea what was happening to their bodies. Seeing that their eyes slowly lost focus, Sala pulled his sister's arm and shouted, "Run." Don't look back. Sala and Lilith were running so fast that they almost couldn't breathe. A slight taste of blood rose from their throats. The town behind them had turned into hell. Finally, Sala and Lilith felt a bit warmer after the weird feeling of running through a thick curtain. However, they didn't dare to take a rest. They kept running toward Misawa to stay away from that horrific town named Bonn, the magic lock. Ilya, the silver-robed great priest, immediately noticed the unusual change when the color of everything started to fade away. This is not what the great master told us. Then he decisively commanded the high and common priests and the dark knights, "There is no more time for the blood sacrifice. The magic lock is changing. Cancel the sacrifice and gather all the people. We shall activate the summoning circle immediately to greet our true god." Ilya also flew above Elsinore Lake, and what he saw stunned him. The surface of the lake turned solid within a few seconds and suddenly broke into small pieces, like a mirror being shattered by some great power. The Grand Cross was shining brightly at the bottom of the lake, surrounded by some kind of blood-red liquid which was wriggling as if it was alive. Lots of ghosts, revenants, and black shadows were howling and screaming while they were swiftly flying back and forth above the lake. As they were shouting toward the same direction, the sound waves joined together and gave shape to a translucent, huge ghost, who was wearing a long black robe with a huge scythe in its hand, standing above the blood-red liquid. Underneath its hood, 2 black holes could be seen on its skull-like face. Although being protected by his many spells, Ilya still shivered a bit from the scene, as if the warmth of his life was leaving his body. The Grand Cross was slowly collapsing. The main world and the black and white world were overlapping. Ilya took out a huge pale hand, and every knuckle of it had sharp bony spurs, shining with some faint light. Raising up the hand high in the air, Ilya started to chant a long mantra which could drive people crazy. Many silver lines came out of the priests and dark knights, were they in the air or on the ground, and joined together around Ilya to shape a complicated magic circle. When Ilya finished casting, he directly threw the huge hand into the center of the magic circle. Countless silver lines jumped up and devoured the hand like a monster's huge mouth. As a silver gate slowly appeared in the sky, the Grand Cross underneath was almost completely gone. All of a sudden, a bright, burning light beam shot the silver gate right in the center, from a higher position in the sky. The colors of black and gray suddenly disappeared, and the whole area was filled with sacred light. As soon as the ghosts, revenants, and shadows touched the light, they disappeared like vapor, and even the undead creatures in the town all turned into ashes instantly. This was the 8th circle divine spell, Sunburst. Emilton, Gosset. Ilya was shocked. How come? Floating high in the air, Vila Milton was holding a cross-shaped badge carved with a pattern of a sun in the center, and Gosset was right beside her. Count Hart Rafati, Count Hayward, who was the deputy commander of Violet Knights and also a Gold Knight, and another 2 Radiant Knights were also there. On the other side, Salvador and Clown were leading the other Night Watchers to block the whole area. Half of the most powerful people of the duchy were there tonight. How come? Putting back the level 8 divine badge, Vila said to Ilya coldly, "We've been waiting for you here for a long time." Although Ilya knew that the church would definitely send some people here to investigate the usual changes happening around the lake recently, he never expected that the ambush would be this powerful. Who betrayed us? Ilya's fists clenched tightly, but a moment later an evil smile appeared on his face. If the true God cannot come, all of us will die here tonight by the hands of what's sealed, or even worse, all of us will become its slaves. In the wilderness at the junction of Melzer Black Forest and the Dark Mountain Range. "Lucian, why are you here?" Natasha asked Lucian with confusion. Her voice was slightly trembling. Lucian looked down at the black robe he was wearing and realized that he needed to tell Natasha at least part of the truth. "I found the secret of the magic lock from the poem provided by Mr. Deroni and a roll of manuscript brought to me by 2 strangers who visited me the other day." Lucian paused a bit and continued, "You know me, Your Grace. I always want to be stronger and more powerful to protect my friends and family, so I decided to take a risk to see if I could find any useful potion in this magic lock." Natasha's eyebrows frowned a bit. "As soon as I arrived in Bonn, I was sucked into a creepy hole. The world inside of the hole was all black and white, and I almost died there. When I was being chased by a bunch of horrific undead creatures and plants, I found a gap and I jumped in it. Now I'm here. It's very weird, I see. Some benefits from being a historian, Natasha put on an exhausted smile. Although she did not really trust Lucian's words, her mind told her that asking too much right now would benefit no one in such a situation. "What happened to you, Your Grace, and where's Lady Camel?" asked Lucian. Natasha's eyes dimmed and she looked down. "I got some information about the magic lock the day before yesterday. Out of curiosity, I decided to go to Elsinore Lake to take a look, but we were ambushed. My curiosity led my team into a horrible trap." "What?" Lucian was shocked. "In order to make time for me to leave, Camel stayed to cover me. She was confronting a Radiant Knight and a senior rank mage." Natasha's voice became lower and lower. "Who attacked you?" Lucian's eyes opened wide. Natasha looked very depressed, and by the time she could answer Lucian, an army arrived and surrounded Natasha's people and Lucian. Lucian looked up and saw Verdi sitting on a weird-looking horse with 2 goat horns. Sylvia was right beside Verdi, looking rather sad. However, Sylvia's father was not there. "My dear cousin, please give up." Verdi was covered with a suit of dark purple armor. "It's too late for the church or the Violet Knights to come and save you." Natasha ignored Verdi's words and just stared at Sylvia. The princess' eyes were slightly squinted, and with a trembling voice, Natasha asked the girl she loved, "Was it you, Sylvia?" Verdi did not act rashly, since Natasha still had a level 4 Grand Knight, 2 level 2 knights, 2 level 1 knights, and more than 20 knight squires and around 80 soldiers to protect her. Sylvia took a few deep breaths and she gradually calmed down. "I appreciate your love toward me, Natasha, but unfortunately I care more about my father. My father spent so many years trying to find a chance to go to the Magic Congress in order to live a peaceful life, and his wish is my wish." "So," Natasha asked gently, "that's why you wanted me to die? I didn't expect this." Sylvia suddenly lost control and her voice became sharp. "I didn't know that their real purpose in gathering information about you was to actually kill you. But my father was killed by you, Natasha, and the only thing I care for now is my revenge." Lucian was shocked to learn that both Duroni and Sylvia were sorcerers. When he thought about it, and after taking a careful look at Sylvia's height and figure, Lucian suddenly linked White Honey to Sylvia. Sylvia, White Honey, and Duroni, the master of the Raven named Ashley. Lucian murmured to himself in a very low voice, "So you've been lying to me all this time? I don't believe it." Natasha's voice became cold. "I killed your father because he wanted to kill all of us. You think I'm really that happy with fine clothes, spacious houses, endless cuisine, and the bright future of being a musician, Natasha? No, none of them can compete with the great satisfaction that I felt from learning a new spell, from a successful magic experiment, and from seeing the hope in my father's eyes." Sylvia tried her best to stay calm. "You think I only want to be your nightingale in a gold cage? Did I ever treat you like my pet?" Natasha questioned Sylvia desperately. Before Sylvia managed to say anything, Verdi suddenly reached out his hand and wrapped Sylvia's waist with his arm. "Although I admit that you're very outstanding as a woman, my dear cousin, do you think you can give Sylvia the same love as that of a man?" Natasha closed her eyes, and a sad smile appeared on her face. "Sylvia, I never knew before that you could be this persistent and firm. I thought that I should be always protecting you, and I was wrong. Maybe I was never in your heart. You were, Natasha." Sylvia lowered her head, but were like two intersecting lines. "We were very close to each other, and now we are heading for totally different directions. So you're heading toward him. Is that what you're doing?" asked Natasha. Then she turned to Verdi and sneered. "You're much more stupid than I thought, my cousin. You think Sard the Saint Cardinal would just crown you as the next Grand Duke after my death? Do you think he would just let you live a happy life after you colluded with Argent Horn and the Congress of Magic? That's not going to happen. You'll end up being tied to the gallows." Natasha decided to put her personal feeling aside first, in order to deal with this situation more wisely, which was a basic quality of a Grand Knight. Since Verdi already showed his true intention, every confusion within Natasha's mind was solved. The connection between the intelligence department and Argent Horn, the reason that Ross and Aaron could always escape the careful search of the church, all those things were related to her cousin, Count Verdi. Lucian also realized that it was Verdi who betrayed the Grand Duke family and the church. Taking a closer look at the high-ranked knights following Verdi, it did not take Lucian too much time to recognize Ross and Aaron, who was in a suit of knight armor. After all, Lucian was familiar with Ross and Aaron's picture as a criminal wanted by the church. "How stern and just your words are, Natasha." Verdi laughed. "I knew you'd think I was tempted by the demon, but do you think your father is really that honest and straightforward? It was because of my father's death that he became the Grand Duke, and I'm not that stupid to believe my father's death was just an accident. I should be the next Grand Duke, not you, Natasha. Then wish your dream come true when you're being burned to ashes." Natasha held her head high. "If you die tonight, Natasha, no one here will tell the Grand Duke and Sard what I did." Verdi shrugged easily. "I'd be the biggest hero who provided the important information to Sard and Count Hayward and helped them stop Argent Horn's horrible conspiracy. Unfortunately, while they are busy dealing with the heretics, they don't know that the princess is facing this great trouble, huh? Yeah, smart." The corner of Natasha's lips was slightly lifted. "Somehow the princess would just die here out of no reason, and no one would care afterwards. No worries, my dear cousin." Verdi waved his hand causally. "After you die, Mr. Rogerio from the Congress of Magic will come to wrap up everything. He will leave the clues which will all lead to the sorcerers, and the Congress of Magic will claim responsibility as well." "I see. You're neither on the side of Argent Horn nor that of the Congress. You just betrayed Argent Horn to please the church." Natasha's eyes looked rather cold, impressive. "My plan went wrong several times, though." Verdi lifted his right hand and pointed at Lucian. "This guy, Lucian Evans, he betrayed Argent Horn, or you'd be dead a long time ago." Lucian finally realized what was his big trouble predicted by Mascaline. Because of Sylvia's betrayal, his blessing and what he did to Argent Horn was no more a secret since long ago. The only reason that Lucian and Joel's family stayed safe until now was because the enemies needed to focus on their bigger plan. However, it seemed that Argent Horn still did not know that Lucian was actually the professor. "I bet you're very happy that you can kill two birds with one stone tonight." Lucian put on a calm smile while facing that serious situation. The poem and the manuscript. They were really good traps to get me, a person who desires power so much. Although Lucian was acting like he already gave up, he was trying to sense the gaps connecting the world of Soul and the main world, which would be the best way to save them. Unfortunately, the gap through which he came back had disappeared completely with the collapse of the magic lock, and he sensed no more around the area. Your calmness is impressive. Unfortunately, your loyalty will not bring you anything but death. Verdi lifted his chin a bit and looked at Lucian. Then he turned to the knights on Natasha's side. What about you guys? The Hain and Hill families, as well as the 2 gold knights in the fortress, they're all taking a neutral standpoint right now. As long as I can kill the princess, I'll be the next Grand Duke. All the knights, squires, and soldiers standing behind Natasha were shocked, and not even the princess could believe her ears. She never expected that Verdi had actually gained acquiescence from the big families and the most powerful people in the duchy. Why would you guys still want to follow her? Why would you guys want to sacrifice your lives for a woman who likes women? Verdi got more and more vicious. Shame on her, because she betrayed our honored tradition and she can't even continue her family's bloodline. Do you really think she could bring you guys glory? Some people who were on Natasha's side started to murmur at each other. Natasha forced herself to raise her head. As a knight of pride, she could not flinch even a bit from this situation. I have 2 level 5 Grand Knights, 1 level 4 Knight, 3 level 3 Knights, and also a couple of hundred of Knight Squires. Verdi threatened them. You bend your knees toward me or you die. After a short period of time, many soldiers and squires started to run toward Verdi's side, and among them there was even a knight. Tightly grabbing her lance, Natasha looked at them with an expressionless face. Sitting on the horse, her back was as straight as a longsword. After a while, when she looked around, there were only less than 10 people who were still with her, and a couple of horses without their riders. There was a sad smile on Natasha's face. Knight Wyan, why you're still with me, she asked. Wyan was the level 4 knight, who had blonde hair and blue eyes. He answered the princess solemnly, I made my vow to serve you, your grace, and I'll serve you until the last second of my life. Natasha nodded with great resolve and then turned to Lucian. What about you, Lucian? I'm on your side, your grace, Lucian answered shortly but firmly. Hearing Lucian's words, somehow Natasha felt like making a joke. I'm sorry that you have to face this dangerous fighting because of me. After all, you have never even touched a girl's hand. If we can survive tonight, I'll introduce you to a decent young lady. Lucian released a sigh, your grace. At the same time, Lucian was glad to see that Natasha was still in a joking mood. Since she was the only level 5 Grand Knight on their side, the princess herself was the key factor determining whether they would have at least a bit of hope to survive tonight. Then Knight Catcherl, Daniel, and Borscht. Why? Natasha turned to the 3 knights who decided to stay. My heart is beating firmly right now. Catcherl pointed at his chest. This is the heart of a knight, not a coward. Daniel was a middle-aged knight who looked intimidating and cold. I was a pauper, and now I'm a knight. I did many bad things, but my will to fight against the forces of evil never changes. Then he crossed himself. Maybe I'll die tonight, and before that I want to show my repentance for the horrible things I did before. Borscht had recently become a knight, and he still looked pretty young. Scratching his head a bit, his green eyes were shining with the light of determination. This is my first fight as a knight, and I don't want to be a deserter in my first fight, or Vivian would be laughing at me. Mentioning his Vivian, Borscht looked affectionate and shy. Natasha nodded to them and then turned to the 2 knight squires, Bright, Tiana. The other squires and soldiers are all gone. Why did you choose to stay, your grace? You remember my name. Bright was very excited. That's enough reason for me to fight for you, your grace. In contrast, Tiana, a half-elf and half-human girl, looked a bit hesitant, your grace. My reason is not that lofty. I just feel that he would kill the people who surrendered anyway. The reason that Verdi did not launch his attack right away was that he was waiting for the Radiant Knight and the senior rank mage to come and join him after they killed Camel. After all, as a level 5 Grand Knight, Natasha's power could not be underestimated. Hearing what Tiana just said, Verdi retorted, if I want to kill the people who know about all my plan, I would have to kill all the knights, squires, and soldiers following me right now. That's impossible, and more importantly, there is absolutely no reason for me to kill them. There won't be any hard evidence proving that I had ever colluded with Argent Horn and the sorcerers, and what I am doing now is under the acquiescence of most of the big families in the duchy. As for the church, they're even happy to see that we nobles can have some civil wars from time to time in order to counterbalance our power. And when I become the next Grand Duke, all people following me will be rewarded. Natasha listened to Verdi quietly. After he listed all those reasons trying to justify his behavior and assure his people that Tiana's words would never be true, Natasha slightly shook her head and smiled. My dear cousin, have you ever wondered why the Congress of Magic wanted me dead so desperately that they even took the risk to seek your help? If you never thought about it, you wouldn't understand how much special attention the church paid to me. And by the way, even if you killed me, you wouldn't be the only legitimate heir to the Grand Duke title within the Violet family. When Verdi remained silent within his confusion, Natasha turned around and said lowly to her people with great determination, "My knights, my warriors, although they outnumber us, they have to disperse their people to encircle us. And that means the number of the enemies in front of us is actually only a bit more than us, so we still have a chance." The knights and squires' eyes lit up. "As long as we can defeat the enemies in front of us before more of them start to attack us from behind." Natasha nodded with great determination. This would be a quick attack. The speed would determine their life or death. Sitting on her dragon scale horse named Agatha, Natasha turned around and stared at Verdi, who had 2 level 5 grand knights and 4 other knights behind him. Then, curling the corner of her lips, Natasha smiled, as if something she had been dreaming for was finally realized tonight. Her eyes were shining with great excitement, shining because of her heroic dream. Although Verdi did not hear what Natasha told her people, from Natasha's posture sitting on her horse, Verdi could tell that she was ready for the fight. There was no time for him to wait any longer. Securing her long lance named Slayer under her armpit, Natasha's pulled out her knight's sword named Natasha's Thunder. "March forward, forward forever. In the name of Violet," shouted the princess. "Violet, Violet." The knights and squires following Natasha got excited as well. Lucian was very surprised and impressed, since he never expected that Natasha would choose this attitude to face the extreme danger. What he was watching was the true spirit of a knight. "For the glory of Violet, charge!" Natasha shouted aloud again and shot forward like an arrow to lead the charge. For the glory of Violet, Catcherl, Lucian, and Wyon, as well as Daniel, Tiana, Bright, and Borscht all followed Natasha close and charged toward their enemies with their proud war cry. Among them all, Lucian was the only one who remained relatively calm. After all, he was a sorcerer, not a knight. Holding his sword alert, Lucian was ready to activate Sun's Corona at any time. The tall mare named Agatha snorted loudly as it was running with great speed. There was black smoke coming out of her nostrils, and her dragon-like scales bulged greatly. As its hooves hit the floor, there was loud and thunderous noises, and the earth trembled slightly, as if a real dragon was coming for its enemies. Lucian was riding on a dark red horse left by the knight who surrendered to follow the princess. Catcho was on his left, and Wyon was on his right. Although there were only 8 people on their side, they were charging toward their enemies as if they were a great army. As they were charging faster and faster, the sharp tip of Slayer changed the air flow and created a big shield covering Natasha and all her knights and knight squires. Verdi was well prepared. Raising up his left hand, he frowned his eyebrows and then made a gesture. Instantly, hundreds of arrows were shot out targeting the princess and the 7 people following her. However, the shield created by Natasha's lance perfectly protected them from being hurt by the arrows. All of the arrows were broken and fell down to the ground as soon as they touched the air flow. Verdi was not very surprised. As he waved his hand again, the knight squires who were waiting for his command instantly started to approach the people following Natasha. At the same time, Verdi rushed at Natasha with a huge black iron shield in his left hand and a fire sword in his right hand. Another level 5 grand knight on Verdi's side named Todd also charged toward them. With his blessing Iron Blood, Todd was very confident that they could crush them within 10 seconds. Natasha's purple eyes turned into a completely silver color. Staring at Verdi and Todd, her eyes became colder and colder. Todd's silver lance grazed Natasha's Slayer. Being protected by Verdi's huge shield, Todd focused all his strength on attacking. The shield Verdi was using was called the Shield of Truth. Natasha did not try to defend at all. Instead, she made a direct thrust at Verdi's shield. As her speed increased, her long lance was surrounded by some visible black lines, coming straight from Natasha's own blessing, whose name was Cleaving, or more commonly known as the Sword of Truth. This was a fight between the sword and the shield. The whole world seemed to pause for a bit, as everything happened very fast. Verdi heard a tiny sound of crack from his shield a moment after the impact. When Verdi fully activated his blessing in order to repair the Shield of Truth, Todd's lance directly pierced through Natasha's abdomen. Even Todd himself was very surprised. He was expecting was that, facing his attack, Natasha would use her knight's sword to defend herself and at the same time change her direction of charging. After all, the purpose of his attack was to disturb Natasha's fighting pace. At the same time, a bunch of silver arrows pierced her body. Since the armor called Dragon Blood that Natasha was wearing was badly damaged already, it could not protect Natasha properly. Although Natasha's facial expression showed that she was in pain, her gray pupils were still cold and calm. She used neither her lance nor her sword, but with her bare left hand she grabbed Todd's lance and pushed him backward forcefully with great strength. She did not stop. Grabbing the lance, Natasha was still charging forward. Her face looked overexcited, almost crazy. Then with a crispy crack, Natasha's Slayer directly pierced through Verdi's Shield of Truth this time, with her even greater momentum. The shield rapidly broke into pieces. Verdi could not believe what he just saw. Suddenly, he realized that Natasha actually had a kind of mutant power based on her blessing. since the blessing called the Sword of Truth was a combination of the power of the two greatest families over the continent, the Violet and the Home families. Her mutant power worked simply. The more serious she was injured, the more powerful she would be. Verdi was not a rookie on the battlefield. Facing the lance coming directly toward him, he activated his magic item without any hesitance. Suddenly, he disappeared from where he was, and in the next second he showed up again, around 20 meters away. Is she really gonna make it? A ridiculous idea flashed across Verdi's mind for a second. Natasha did not stop. Carrying her slayer under her armpit, and tightly grabbing Todd's lance which pierced through her abdomen with her hand, Natasha pushed Todd back and they were rushing at Verdi at the same time. While Natasha was fighting with great momentum, the people following her were not in a very good condition because of the attack from both sides. Although those knights and squires were nothing for Wyon, who was a level 4 Grand Knight, Catra was facing a knight of the same level as him. As Catra was using all his power to fight against the knight, he was badly injured by the spears of the knight squires. After hearing 2 short and sharp screams from Bright and Tiana, Lucian never heard them again. He could hear Borst's heavy breaths behind him and Daniel's few muffled groans. When Lucian was helping Catra with his alert, he saw countless silver arrows coming toward them like rain drops. Without any hesitance, Lucian activated Star Shield. If they survived, Lucian might still have a chance to find some excuses to explain, but if they died there, every effort he made would be pointless. Covering Lucian and the other people, the Star Shield was shining brightly at night. Multiple arrows hit the cover and fell down on the ground without doing any damage to it. On the other side, Todd discarded his lance and an iron shield appeared in his left hand, conjured by his blessing. Wielding his longsword in his right hand, Todd started to fight back. The other Grand Knights on Verdi's side, who were encircling Natasha, and her people were now only half the original distance away from them. Todd's sword was covered with a thin layer of red light. From an angle, Todd started an attack with his sword aiming straight at Natasha's neck. No matter how powerful Natasha's blessing was, losing her head would still mean the end of her life. Also, Todd's sword had a special kind of power. When the sword cut a target, the wound would bleed continuously, regardless of how great the person's self-healing ability was. At the same time, Todd's skin turned into a silver color, and his body was covered with a layer of metal, as if he were a real steel golem. That blessing power could at the same time enhance his defense capabilities and his strength. Natasha finished pulling out Todd's lance from her abdomen with one hand, throwing it away. In the other hand, her sword, covered with small flashes of lightning, parried the incoming attack, but she wouldn't be able to continue after Verdi if she had to deal with Todd. Wyon shouted, "Natasha, cover me." As Natasha called his name, Wyon immediately activated his blessing. His body started emitting a bright white light, and 4 pairs of big white wings appeared on his back. His size grew to almost twice that of common people. This was Wyon's blessing, the Angel of Strength. Catching up with Todd, Wyon wielded his huge sword with both hands and directly hacked at Todd's red sword. Riding on his horse, Todd swiftly changed his direction and blocked Wyon's attack. Both of them were using their full strength, trying to defeat each other's sword. The power of collision of the swords summoned forth gusts of wind. Both of their gauntlets started to crack from the great power of the impacts. While many of the white and shining feathers of Wyon's wings were falling, Todd remained relatively calm. Obviously, Todd was in a more favorable position in that confrontation. Facing those terrible odds, Wyon knew that he could not yield. As the Princess main knight in that battle, it was his duty to fight for Natasha until the last second of his life. Spurring his horse with his boots, Wyon followed right behind her and prevented the princess from being attacked by Todd. Not far behind them, Borscht couldn't stand his wounds anymore and fell from his horse, moaning in his last breath, "Vivian." After knocking Borscht over, the other knights and squires switched their target to Lucian, who looked relatively weak among the other warriors on his team. When another smite struck Lucian's back, his star shield finally reached its limit and shattered into small shining pieces. Lucian was gathering his spiritual power in order to recast Star Shield, but a second smite came at him. Luckily, he was still charging forward, or he would be dead already. He was certain that the one attacking him was a level 2 knight, since his Star Shield was capable of handling 3 or 4 attacks of a level 1 knight, and unless his spiritual power was drained, his shield would always be there protecting him. That was why a sorcerer was, to some extent, stronger than a knight of the same level. However, facing a level 2 knight, Lucian, a first circle sorcerer, was being pushed. At that moment, Natasha was again only a few meters away from Verdi. To the side, there were only several knight squires who were protecting Sylvia. Behind Verdi, there was a broad open field and Melzer Black Forest further ahead. If Natasha could break out their siege and make it to the Black Forest, Verdi would lose his precious chance to kill the princess tonight, which he would probably not have again in this life. If Natasha made it through the night, Verdi himself would be the one who was going to be sentenced to death, and all efforts he made would become useless. Even without his shield, Verdi lowered his head and looked rather determined. Although he was a narrow-minded man as a knight, Verdi still had strong willpower and a bold heart. Being clearly aware of the fact that in terms of experience in fighting, he might be slightly inferior to his cousin, Verdi knew that what he needed at that moment was a perfect defense to stop Natasha. Crossing his arms in front of his chest, he roared and activated his blessing again. The roaring was so powerful that even his horse was stunned a bit. The ground started to shake vigorously, and then multiple thick walls suddenly rose up from the black soil, blocking the path between Verdi and Natasha. A few stars in the night sky suddenly started to shine brightly. Their light seemed to cover Verdi's armor, and a translucent force shield showed up in front of him. The shield of truth was actually a blessing that combined the blessings called Earth and another one called Stars. That demanded all the power Verdi had. His blessing had showed its true power. Natasha's eyebrows frowned a bit, but then she started to charge forward with an even greater speed. Soon her black lance directly pierced through the first few walls. Although the rest of the walls were destroyed by Slayer as well, they made her charging speed decrease considerably. When the tip of Natasha's lance hit Verdi's force shield, the transparent shield shook with ever-widening ripples on the surface surrounding the lance tip. Verdi took a step back, but in the next second he successfully withstood the powerful momentum of Natasha's blow and stabilized the shield. 1 second, 2 seconds. Natasha's was pushing her Slayer forward with all her might, but it only penetrated a few centimeters into the shield. A cold smile appeared on Verdi's face as he saw that the other Grand Knights were finally about to catch up with Natasha, readying their swords to strike at her. However, at that moment, a white light beam came down from the sky and hit his shield with a tremendous power. The light was burning hot as if it was the righteous flames of God. It was the Holy Strike. Although the level 1 divine spell did not actually do any damage to the Shield of Truth, Verdi was badly distracted. The church, Verdi blurted out. Knowing that all of Natasha's and her knight's divine and magic items had been used up and reached their limit, this divine spell was totally out of Verdi's expectation, and only one possibility crossed his mind. If the church found out what he was doing there right now, that would be the end of him. As the blessings were affected by the owner's willpower, Verdi's Shield of Truth trembled a bit when he got distracted for that second. However, that one single second was already enough for Natasha, a Grand Knight, to completely turn the tables. Using all her strength and power, Natasha grabbed her black lance and pierced Verdi's force field like a drill. The translucent shield instantly cracked and broke into thousands of shining pieces. Slayer continued moving forward and pierced through Verdi's left shoulder, near the joint, directly knocking him off his horse. Being nailed by Natasha's lance, Verdi got crazy. To prevent the lance from completely draining his strength and life, he pulled out his sword with his right hand and directly chopped off his left arm together with his left shoulder. Then, free from Natasha's lance, he rolled to the other side. His purple blood burst out and sprinkled everywhere on the ground. It was Lucian who cast the spell Holy Strike just now. He activated Sun's Corona at the very crucial moment. In order to become a powerful sorcerer, staying calm and focused was of great significance to adjust the tactics for fighting based on the different situations. Facing the several enemies who just arrived and were trying to stop Natasha, Catchurl suddenly swooped down on one of them with his body weight. Then his whole body stretched like a piece of rubber, tightly tying the Grand Knight and his sword like a rubber rope, but at the same time, several horrible wounds appeared on Catchurl's body. This was Catchurl's blessing. He could stretch his body and strongly constrict the enemies. On the other side, Daniel, who had already been seriously injured, jumped from his horse and over some enemies, knocking down a couple of the knights. They were willing to use suicide tactics so that their princess could stand a chance. Natasha followed Verdi's role and used the lightning power on her sword, Thunder, to paralyze him. Her next attack was seeking Verdi's throat, but a strong air wave hit her hand mid-swing, pushing her hand and the sword slightly to the side. Thus, Natasha's sword missed Verdi's neck by an inch. It was Sylvia who cast the spell with her magic item. Natasha's turned her horse around to try again and quickly adjusted her wrist to strike down at Verdi once again. However, at that time, Sylvia suddenly jumped out, standing between her and Verdi. She was staring at Natasha with her beautiful black eyes. Sylvia was protecting Verdi with her own body, hoping her former lover would not dare to hurt her. Great pain could be found in Natasha's gray eyes as she hacked at her lover without any hesitance. She clearly knew that, at this point, any hesitance could get her killed, along with the knights who were loyal to her, the friends that had supported her in that dire moment. Until she felt the coldness of the sword and the great pain, Sylvia could not believe her eyes. With unwavering determination, Natasha's sword split Sylvia's body in two. The princess did not stop, though, and rode her horse forward to do the same to Verdi. At that very moment, all of Verdi's knights immediately turned around to try to stop Natasha, regardless of the great risk they would face when they showed Lucian and why on their backs. Bang! A loud and crispy sound of metals colliding with each other was heard. It was from Wyon's heavy sword fiercely hacking Todd's metallized face when the latter stopped attacking him and turned around in order to help his Lord Verdi. A deep, horrible wound appeared in the center of Todd's face, starting from his forehead all the way to his chin, and even his nose was split into two. However, instead of blood, it was liquid metal that was slowly coming out of the wound. At the same time, the liquid metal was trying to heal the scary wound. Although Todd was seriously injured, the sword in his hand did not stop, and it went directly to the princess, whose blade was a few centimeters away from Verdi. Although Natasha swiftly leaned to the side, Todd's sword left a terrible cut on Natasha's back, from which her spine and internal organs were almost visible. The already badly damaged armor could not protect her very well anymore. With a muffled moan, Natasha bit her lips to bear the great pain and without pause wielded her thunder toward Verdi again. She knew that she could not lose her momentum at this time, or it would be the end of all of them, and her knights and squires would die for nothing. Besides Sylvia's hacked body, Verdi thought he got a chance to use his magic item again and thus escape away from Natasha. However, a powerful lightning struck him directly from the sky. As an extraordinary magic sword, Natasha's thunder had a certain chance to summon real lightning. Verdi's broken, dark purple armor was instantly burned black. Although luckily part of the remaining power of his blessing saved his life from the lightning, the powerful strike fully paralyzed his body again. He was angry and desperate. Verdi could not understand why everything turned out to be so bitter when he thought a great success was definitely upon his hands. However, he would not easily reconcile himself to the situation. At that moment, Natasha's sharp blade was coming directly toward Verdi's neck, but he summoned forth all his remaining willpower to overcome the paralyzing feeling in his right arm. With it, he suddenly tried to block thunder with his bare right hand. Lots of small rays of lightning instantly covered his hand and his forearm, snapping part of his right arm right off. However, the sacrifice of his right arm also reduced Thunder's speed, and by the time the blade reached his neck, a piece of the shield of truth was formed around it. At the same time, his feet pushed against the ground and his body rolled backwards. Natasha hacked her sword at Verdi's neck with all her anger, pain, and hatred. Although the small piece of shield did not fully stop her attack, when the shield broke into pieces, her momentum had been weakened enough. Thunder cut a deep wound in Verdi's neck, but the blade did not really touch his carotid arteries. Verdi passed out, but he was not dead yet. When Natasha was about to lift her sword again to end her cousin's sinful life, a few of Verdi's grand knights arrived and blocked her path to their lord, who had completely lost his consciousness. Natasha quickly made an estimation of their power and instantly decided to leave. She was already seriously injured, and the extra power her blessing created due to her injuries would not last much longer. She knew that this was not the right time for her to be a hero. "Let's go," shouted Natasha to her people, and then she spurred Agatha and rushed out of the encirclement. Verdi's knights were occupied with saving their lord, and more importantly, they also felt intimidated when they saw their lord lying on the ground like a torn sack. Therefore, it was not hard for Lucian, Catcherl, and Wyon to break the siege and follow Natasha. Unfortunately, facing too many knights on his own, Daniel did not make it. "You F-King idiots, what are you F-King waiting for?" When Todd approached Verdi, he yelled at the rest of the knights with great anger, "Go and get them, or we will all die." Leaving some knight squires to take care of Verdi, Todd spurred his horse and led the rest of the knights to chase the princess. The 4 dragon scale horses were very fast, and soon they were close to the edge of the Black Forest. At that time, Natasha suddenly turned around and threw her black lance, Slayer, toward Todd with all her strength and power. Flying with great speed in the air, the lance stirred the airflow and created a loud and unique noise. As Todd subconsciously rolled down from his horse and fell on the ground, Slayer pierced right through another level 4 knight's chest, who was behind Todd and did not even have time to raise his shield to defend. When Slayer flew right through the knight's chest, it immediately turned the body into something brittle that shattered into thousands of shining pieces in the next second. When Todd stood up again, the princess and her people had already disappeared in the forest. Natasha's final burst of power shocked everyone present. After a short period of time, Todd said to the rest of the knights in a cold voice, "We have to find and kill them tonight, and we have no second choice. If the princess survives, we will all die, and our families will die with us." The other knights nodded and followed Todd into the deep woods. As the big and tall trees grew in the number the deeper they went into the woods, the horses were not suitable for moving forward anymore. Thus Wyon suggested that they should leave the horses and go on foot. When Natasha was about to get off from her horse, she fell to the ground. Both Lucian and Wyon rushed toward her and found that the princess was already in a coma. Her face was abnormally flushed, and her body was covered with gashes, especially the terrible hole on her abdomen and the deep cut in her back. The princess has reached her limit. Wyon was trying to stop some of the wounds from bleeding, but her grace should be fine. After all, the self-healing power of a grand knight should be able to let her recover relatively fast. Lucian carefully touched Natasha's forehead and the tip of her nose. He found that there were small particles swelling underneath her burning hot skin, and thankfully she was still breathing relatively smoothly. As the least injured among them all, Lucian carried Natasha on his back and took her sword with him. At the same time, Wyan put Kacherl on his back, since he was already too weak to stand still. Then they resumed their escape through the forest. Baron Wyan, Lucian paused a bit and said to him seriously, "You're the strongest and the most powerful one among us all. I think you should take the princess back to Alto, and I can cover you." Impressive, Lucian. I heard your name before, and I never expected that a musician could be brave and powerful like you are. A bitter smile appeared on Wyan's face. "I appreciate your suggestion, but I don't think I should be the one to take the princess out of here, since Todd knows me pretty well, and honestly speaking, I don't think I can get rid of them that easily. I'm badly injured already. Right now, even the running is pretty much a stretch for me." Baron Wyan. Lucian did not know what to say. "Listen to me, Lucian." Wyan nodded. "As you said, I'm the strongest among us all, and I bet Todd would believe that I would be the one with the princess. So you should be the one sending the princess back to Alto, and Kacherl and I will cover you." "I agree." Kacherl nodded and said to Lucian in a weak voice, "Even if you meet them on your way, they won't be Verdi's main force. And besides, you have the princess sword," Wyan added. "I see." Lucian nodded. There was no time for him to try to act like a great hero. "Take off the princess's armor and give it to us." Wyan stopped running and said to Lucian, "The Grand Knights can smell the scent blood in the air." After Lucian handed Natasha's damaged dragon blood to them, both Wyan and Kacherl tied some pieces to their own armors. "All our hope is on you now, Lucian." Kacherl smiled peacefully. "If we die, remember to bring some flowers to our graves." Lucian nodded, and then Wyan and Kacherl left toward the other side of the forest. Lucian was still running. He had no idea how long he had been fleeing. He was gasping loudly, and his own gasping was the only thing that he could hear in the deep forest. Honestly speaking, the idea of just leaving Natasha somewhere in the forest and running for his own life did cross Lucian's mind. After all, he still had his dreams that hadn't been fulfilled yet. However, Lucian just couldn't do that. Leaving a friend here just like that, in great danger, would destroy the rest of his life. After recovering a bit, Lucian activated his star shield again, covering both Natasha and himself, just in case. "Lucian, you really got some good stuff in the magic lock." At this time, Natasha's voice came from behind him. Lucian had no idea when she came back to consciousness. "Am I that heavy?" Natasha was still joking, and after a few seconds she murmured, "You're my only friend now, Lucian." Lucian was not sure if she was sobbing. Deep in the sewers in Alto, countless rats surged forward out of nowhere, like a black tide, and all of them had terrifying red eyes. When Elsinore Lake got rid of the restriction of the Grand Cross in the black and white world, the space inverted and the magic lock was shattered, and its remaining pieces were still floating deeper into the world of souls. As the remains of the magic lock floated throughout that world, countless magic circles started to silently collapse, until a magnificent city appeared in the front, devoid of colors. The Shadow City was like the inverted reflection of Alto, while the arrangement of the city was a total mess. Above this Shadow City, there was a grand cross consisting of 9 mysterious stars that were shining brightly. Being influenced by the collapse of the magic lock around Elsinore Lake, this grand cross started to break down as well. Some kind of silver-colored fog slowly rose from beneath the Shadow City, which was cold and quiet, as if it was turning the Shadow Alto into a hell where coldness and death dominated everything. Suddenly, a pale and huge palm reached out of the ground, and each knuckle of the hand had horrifying, sharp bone spurs. Somehow, the terrifying hand broke the boundary existing between the world of souls and the main material world, and directly showed up deep in the sewers in the real Alto. The hand was shining with silver light. Any creature in the sewers affected by the light went crazy, like the red-eyed rats. The silver light was turning all the creatures there into filthy monsters. The ground was shaking fiercely. Lots of residents above the ground escaped from their places, screaming and crying. They thought it was a horrible earthquake. However, it was way more terrible than an earthquake. In the sewers, when the huge, pale palm pressed itself against the ceiling, countless deep and wide gaps appeared on the ground above. Then a humanoid monster with pale skin, red eyes, and silver goat horns on its head jumped out of the ground and landed heavily above the surface. The whole city fiercely shook again because of this horrible monster, which was tens of meters tall. The monster's whole body was covered with silver light, and the light was spreading like waves. Everything covered by the light turned cold. "Stupid." This man-like monster sneered and murmured in Infernal, the language of demons. What was sealed was never the previous Duke. No one should trust a demon. Leading 2 level 3 Grand Knights, 4 level 2 Knights, and 4 level 1 Knights, Todd entered Melzer Black Forest. Following the smell of blood, they went all the way deep into the woods. At the place where Lucian and Wyan went separate ways, Todd stopped. They took different ways. The smell of the princess' blood is in both directions. Wyan went this way. Warns, a level 3 Knight, could detect the smell of Wyan's blood. Wyan is a level 4 Grand Knight. Anatole and I will go after him. Todd was very resolute, warns you take the other way. If you find the princess, send us a signal. Please wait, Ross and Aaron stopped Todd. Although Todd disliked Dark Knights a lot, he never underestimated their special abilities. What do you want to say? Pointing at the direction where Lucian went, Aaron answered seriously. They can confuse us with the smell of blood, but they cannot lie to the shadow. The dark shadow told me Natasha went this way. Very well. Todd nodded, then Anatole warns you to go after Wyon, and Aaron and I will follow this path. Hearing Natasha's words, Lucian did not know what to say. He sighed in his heart. If Natasha knew that he was a sorcerer, she would no longer have that impression. As soon as he mentioned Camel, Lucian knew he said something stupid. Auntie, Natasha sounded even more depressed now. I was so stupid. All of it, is because of me. That was an oversight, Your Grace. Lucian tried to sound more objective, but it's not all your fault. It is, Natasha answered in a low voice. I found out Sylvia was a sorcerer apprentice a long time ago. What? Carrying Natasha, Lucian was still running as fast as he could. Hearing what the princess just said, Lucian almost ran into a tree. My love, no, my greed blinded me. Natasha released a long sigh. Since it is said that the origin of blessing has something to do with the ancient sorcerers, I was hoping that she could figure out a way which would enable two girls together to have babies that are born with the power of blessing. Then no one could disturb our love anymore using this as an excuse. Your Grace, your. Lucian was trying to find a proper word. Ambitious. Natasha was a bit confused at first, and then she cheered herself up anyway. Since now we're running for our lives, well, now you're running for our lives. It is not really a good time to feel regretful and sad. It will take me about 2 to 3 hours to recover to a certain extent, and during this period of time, my life will be on your hands. I witnessed the whole thing. Lucian tried to make the princess feel less guilty. Verdi would try to kill me either way. I'd rather help my friend. You just don't want to show how nice you are, Lucian. Natasha slightly shook her head. I'll temporarily free Thunder from my control and let you leave your spiritual power on it. Thunder is a level 5 perfect rank sword. With the sword, you will have a chance against anyone who's under the rank of Grand Knight. Lucian left his spiritual power mark on Thunder following Natasha's directions, and during the process, he got more information on that sword. Natasha's Thunder. Level 5 perfect rank sword, made from precious aerolite and the blood of a storm titan, can cause damage close to the power of a radiant knight. The owner's strength can be improved to the level of a common storm titan, which equals to the peak of a grand knight's strength. Besides, Thunder comes with the enchantment of small lightnings, which can paralyze its target and make it lose the hearing for a while. There's a 5% chance that Thunder can summon real lightning from the sky, which equals to a 5th circle sorcerer casting the magic spell Thunder. There's about 0.1 chance that the summoned lightning will be super powerful. In stormy weather, the chances will be increased, but also the owner should be more careful as well. This is a coming-of-age gift for my little Natasha. This is the Scepter of Thunder, by Yaroran Hathaway Heffenberg. Grabbing Thunder, Lucian felt the power of lightning nurturing his body. Although his hand felt a bit numb, he could tell that his strength was being greatly improved. A thick piece of tree root cracked as Lucian stepped on it purposefully. Try to get used to it, Lucian, Natasha said to him. This is a weapon, not a magic item. Using any weapon or armor that is too powerful for the user can bring some side effects, and it takes longer for someone to get used to it. Comparatively speaking, magic items are much better at this point. Are you saying that a normal person can actually use some powerful magic items, Your Grace? Asked Lucian. He wondered if he could beat a senior rank mage if he had a dozen of magic rings enchanted with 9th circle spells. Well, Natasha nodded, but then shook her head. It really depends. High-level magic items are precious, and most of the magic items above level 5 usually have strict requirement for their owners, such as the level of spiritual power, strength, knowledge, willpower, and so on. But before that level, if your enemy who's more powerful than you is not prepared, yes, you might have some chance to win. In contrast, extraordinary weapons and armors usually don't work in this way. Lucian did not have much knowledge of extraordinary weapons and armors. After hearing Natasha's words, Lucian started to have a rough idea with regard to this topic and sort of understood why Sun's corona would have 5 layers of seals. Gently wielding the sword, Lucian felt that his speed was slightly improved as well. You know what? Natasha looked around and said to him easily, you left a lot of clues for those bad people to trace us. Did I? Lucian was surprised. I thought I had been very careful already. Well, after all, I'm just a musician, Your Grace. I bet you were, Lucian, but I don't feel you're just a musician. Natasha laughed and quickly switched the topic. When I received my night training, I learned a lot about these matters, and I can teach you. Under Natasha's instruction, Lucian learned a couple of ways to hide his trails by using different plants, minerals, and even small creatures. Smart. You learned very fast, Lucian. Natasha nodded. By the way, I'm pretty sure there are ghost aloes around this area, maybe close to the water. If you can find some, the aloes can remove the blood smell on us. As soon as the gigantic man-like monster started to move, beams of holy light appeared in the city, one after another, and layers of divine power circles rose and connected to each other. Welcome to Alto, the great master of Argent. The person who was speaking to the monster sounded rather old, or should I call you Mr. Tifatides, the Ice Duke? It was Sard, the Saint Cardinal, who was floating in the air. Wearing a plain white robe, Sard was holding a magic staff embedded with shining gems and a big cross. His eyes were bright and sharp. "Why are you here, Sard?" The great master of Argent shouted with anger. "You should be at Elsinore Lake right now. You don't care about the princess." Holding the sun scepter in his hand, Sard expanded the divine power circles and let them fully cover the city. By doing this, Sard actually brought the battlefield into another dimension, in order to avoid the horrible destruction of the city that could be expected from such a battle. Then, Sard answered in a slow pace, "Someone's handling the troubles there for me. No worries, there's only one person who can deal with it." Tifatides surrounded itself with a fiend circle and blocked the divine power circles from affecting it without much effort. "You worked with the Grand Arcanist, Yeroran Hathaway. How dare you? You helped her come back from the secret dimension." "Well, there is no everlasting friend and no everlasting enemy," Sard smiled. Looking around, Tifatides saw no other cardinals present, not to mention the Pope. "As you might notice, I'm the only Grand Cardinal here." Sard was still talking in a very calm tone, "because I'm very interested in the legendary archmage called Mascaline and the secret of the dimension called the World of Souls. You and Apsis must know about that." "Risk? That's a big risk." Tifatides burst into a raucous laughter. "You greedy human beings. You think you can stop me on your own with a bunch of stupid shining magic circles? Tell me, would you dare tell Yaroran the complete truth?" Sard was definitely well prepared. He shrugged easily. "Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not really on my own." Rhine, in his black shirt and red long jacket, showed up behind the great master of Argent. Without even looking back, Tifatides sneered, "Little filthy vampire." Two pairs of huge, black bat wings bulged out of Rhine's back, and the aura of Rhine's darkness and evilness somehow matched the holy light surrounding Sard perfectly well. His eyes, instead of being the usual scarlet eyes a vampire had, were still silver. "Long time no see, Tifatides. For your information, there are different kinds of vampires, but it seems that you've already forgotten me," greeted Rhine casually. "Count Silver Eye the Observer, it's you." Tifatides got serious. Above Elsinore Lake, the Cardinals, Gold Knights, and Night Watchers floating in the sky besieged their enemies. Within the circle, there was a male and a female. The man in the black robe with brown hair and dark blue eyes was Rogerio, Mr. Deroni's business partner that Lucian actually met once before. According to Verdi's words, Rogerio and a Radiant Knight were supposed to be fighting against Camel at that moment. The woman was very beautiful, and her silver-gray eyes were very impressive. Wearing a dark purple robe, she looked rather cold. Slowly lifting up her hand, she pointed her finger at Ilya, his priests and the Dark Knights who were very confused right now, and slightly moved her lips. "Elements resolve." Immediately, Ilya, the level 7 Grand Priest, was turned into a variety of different substances: black particles, smoke, small clusters of green wildfire, pungent sulfur powder, and even his great fiend power was being swiftly disintegrated. Very soon the level 7 Grand Priest, plus his 6 Great Priests, 12 priests and all the Dark Knights were completely turned into colorful small particles floating the air. Soon afterwards, nothing was left of them. Although the horrifying wraith wearing black robe was resolving as well, the colorful particles in the air did not disappear. A moment later, the particles reunited together and the monster appeared again. "Apsis, go back to your skeleton land," the woman said shortly. A shining gate suddenly emerged in front of the monster. After silently staring at the woman for a moment, the black-robed monster obediently stepped into the gate. "Now you can go." The lady was still very cold. She commanded the powerful cardinals and knights to leave as if she was giving an order to her minions. After all, the lady was an arcanist. She was one of the greatest arcanists ever in history, Yaroran Hathaway, the Lord of Elements, who ranked the 16th place on the church's cleansing list. After the church and the people of the duchy left, Rogerio came in front of Hathaway and questioned her with a slight bit of anger. "Your Excellency, how can you violate the decision made by the Lords of the Congress?" Taking a glance at Rogerio, Hathaway's silver-gray eyes remained cold. "Did I agree to it?" "Without my consent, no decision is valid," but Rogerio tried to insist. However, Hathaway cut him off directly. "Every Grand Arcanist has the power of veto, and you'd better keep this in mind. By the way, I don't want that there's anyone trying to poke their nose into the internal affairs of the home family." After finishing her phrase, she disappeared in the air. When Hathaway was gone, Rogerio's face suddenly became more relaxed, as if the anger he showed earlier was just something fake. Facing an internal power struggle among the Grand Arcanists, even an Archmage needed to be very careful. On the wildlands outside of Melzer Black Forest, bodies were overlapping each other. Grabbing Verdi's neck with her right hand, Camel directly lifted him up. "Where's the princess?" Verdi knew that he was totally hopeless now, and he sneered in the Black Forest. Maybe my knights have already found and killed her. Camel grabbed his neck even tighter. Tell me, Camel. Verdi could not breathe and the words were squeezed out of his throat. Did the Grand Duke ask you to kill my father? Go to hell. Camel directly exploded Verdi's body into pieces with extremely powerful water spouts. Until the last second of Verdi's life, he felt no regret. Entering the Black Forest, Camel started to trace the smell of Natasha's blood. At some point ahead, she was a bit hesitant since both directions had the smell. Ghost aloe looked completely different from common aloes. It had 5 long white leaves, as if its color had faded a long time ago. With transparent, long thorns growing on their tips, the leaves were very wrinkly, looking just like the skinny, wizened fingers of an old witch with long and sharp nails. Natasha was feeling much better. She plucked the aloes and crumpled the leaves up. Some aloe sap came out. Lucian, you help me put them on my wounds, and I help you with the blood on your back. Natasha did not feel shy at all. Lucian knew that this was not a proper time to talk about proper manners between a man and a woman. He nodded and followed Natasha's request. When he was rubbing the small aloe balls on Natasha's wounds, he witnessed the great self-healing power of a grand knight. The wounds on her body were healing in a visible way. How do you feel? Natasha joked, first time seeing a girl's lower abdomen. Lucian thought silently in his mind that girls wearing bikini in his own world were a very common sight, and he should have seen way more girls' lower abdomen than Natasha, but he still answered seriously, horrible. Many parts of your inner organs are damaged. I feel I'll have a nightmare. We'll see. Lucian frowned his eyebrows while he was still rubbing the aloe balls on Natasha's wounds. You don't believe me? Natasha giggled. I'll be all right, Lucian. Seriously, if we got lost in the forest and we needed to eat, you could cut piece of my heart, livers, or kidneys off and roast them for food. Isn't that great? Not really, Your Grace. Lucian released a long sigh. Sometimes he really had no idea how to deal with Natasha's sense of humor. Well, Natasha added, if I didn't get enough food, my body would stop recovering, and I would die too, just like common people. I won't let it happen, answered Lucian calmly. In 10 minutes we should be close to Massal River. Alto, Tifatides, the great master of Argent, was tightly constrained by the many divine power circles controlled by Sard with all of his power. In front of Tifatides, Rhine lifted up his right hand, and the huge bat wings were fully stretched open. Suddenly, the night sky lit up due to a full moon that appeared with its bright silver radiance. The moon was becoming bigger and bigger, and also brighter and brighter. Tifatides saw a blurry figure with blonde hair inside the silver moon, and only the figure's scarlet eyes could be seen clearly. Slowly, the figure lifted up a sword. The great master of Argent was shocked. You can borrow the power. With an evil smile, Rhine tilted his head slightly to one side, and he suddenly dropped his right hand with great speed. Simultaneously, the blonde-haired figure hacked the sword downwards. The silver moonlight blinded Tifatides' eyes when it heard Rhine's words, "Remember me whenever you see the moon." Leading the night watchers, the several cardinals of the church came back to Alto. The city was still sleeping peacefully in the darkness, as tranquil as they left it earlier. At this time, the red-robed cardinal, Villa Milton, who was also one of the actual leaders of the Inquisition, suddenly stopped flying. A moment later, she turned to the cannon holder, Salvador. Go back and find Lady Camel right now. She's searching for the princess in Melzer Black Forest. Before Salvador responded to the command, Count Hayward, the vice-commander of Violet Knights, burst out. What happened to the princess? In collusion with the Congress of Magic, Verdi ambushed the princess and tried to kill her. Natasha broke out of their siege and is now hiding in the Black Forest. What? Verdi, Rafati and Hayward looked shocked. They could not believe their ears. The several other noble knights present also looked very shocked. However, the reason that they were astounded was because of the fact Verdi failed. Yes, Sard just informed me, Milton answered shortly. I'll go with them. Hayward's brows knitted together tightly. Although he looked just like a 20-something young man, he was actually more than 160 years old. Hayward had witnessed countless conspiracies in his life, and now he had a sense of suspicion crawling into his mind. Hayward's intuition was telling him that the reason that they were sent to Elsinore Lake earlier tonight was much more sophisticated than he thought. Salvador crossed himself. Yes, my lord. Only truth lives forever. Milton also crossed on her chest. Following Aaron's special ability of communicating with the shadows, Todd soon noticed a cluster of ghost aloe missing a few leaves. I knew they were going to use ghost aloe. We arrived just a bit too late. Todd was a bit pissed off, but then he turned to Aaron. Any idea which direction they went? The shadow told me. Aaron scrutinized the surroundings carefully. They're still around. That doesn't make any sense. Todd fiercely hacked the plant with his sword. There's only one explanation for this. Aaron said to Todd they jumped into the river. Ghost aloe often grew very close to water, and this cluster was not an exception. Not far away from the ghost aloe, there was a running creek connecting to Massal River. Then we just have to follow the water. Todd nodded. They were injured way more seriously than us. We can catch them. What if they left the river and went back into the forest again? Asked Aaron. I'm not a grand knight. I cannot get information from the shadows in the water. Well, then just pay close attention to the possible wet plants on both sides of the river. If they left the river, there must be a trail. Todd looked very confident, and the horrible, long wound on his face had almost recovered. All right, although Aaron thought this strategy was relatively time-consuming, he could not think of a better solution. Then they started to search along both sides of the river. After floating in the river for a short period of time, Lucian and Natasha left the water and went deep into the woods again. When Lucian carried Natasha on his back again and was about to run away, Natasha reminded him, "Remember to hide our trail." Natasha's wet hair was dripping water, and so was his black robe. "Yes, you're right," Lucian nodded. He carefully put Natasha behind a tall and thick tree and then started to collect a kind of weird-looking bush that looked like hay to dry them out a bit. "I'm afraid they can still trace us." Grabbing the plant, Lucian was worried. This is not enough. Lucian was quite regretful that he never really paid attention to some of the first circle spells, which were used for cleaning all kinds of trails when he was doing his magic structure analysis. At that time, he never thought they might be very useful one day. They're powerful knights. I wouldn't expect that we could completely get rid of them with a bunch of plants. Natasha was analyzing with her clear mind. "I know all the knights who were on Verdi's side, and I know all their blessings. Neither of them is really good at tracing, however. I can feel they're getting closer and closer." "You can feel it." Lucian got nervous. "I thought I did a good job." "You did, Lucian." Natasha slightly patted his shoulders. "I guess that very possibly there's a dark knight tracing us, and I'm thinking, when I recover a bit more, maybe we can try to fight back in order to kill this dark knight." "I don't agree." Lucian shook his head. "What if it is Todd who's chasing us instead of some random knights? Or what if the Dark Knight is also very powerful? What if they're using some magic items to trace us?" Lucian knew very well that Natasha was a great risk-taker, but he was not. "Well, I hear your many what if, Lucian." Natasha slightly lifted her purple eyebrows. "I know that any of your what if can easily kill us, but do we have another choice? Sooner or later, they'll find us." Lucian lowered his head. He knew that what Natasha just said was correct. "All right, we still have to be more prepared." Lucian looked up at the several faint stars in the sky and roughly estimated their location. "At least we'll wait until your power reaches the level of an ordinary knight." "I'm afraid we don't have this much time." Natasha carefully checked herself and said to Lucian, "Although the worst impact on my body caused by my blessing is gone, I still need a couple of hours to recover to the level that you just said." Lucian's eyes slightly opened bigger as he suddenly remembered something important. Reaching his hand into his wet robe, Lucian took out a bunch of magic ingredients for making potions that he got from the Archmage's storeroom and put them on the ground. "Can any of these help you?" Lucian was a bit hesitant. I got these from the Archmage's place to sell them for some money." Lucian was a bit nervous. Natasha did not really notice Lucian's awkwardness, and when she lowered her head, a surprised smile appeared on her face. "Ether and vampire's blood. Awesome." Both ether and vampire blood were ingredients for a very effective healing potion named Water Song. However, they were just raw materials, so Lucian felt quite worried. Any side effect? He asked. Natasha already grabbed the tube of vampire's blood in her hand. "Vampire's blood. After taking it, I might be a bit afraid of sunlight for up to 6 months, and my blood might feel burning," answered Natasha casually. Then she pulled out the cork of the tube and smelled the blood. "Wow, it's a high-grade vampire's blood. Good for the Archmage. Can you recover completely by taking it then?" asked Lucian. "Well," Natasha took a deep breath, "not really. But if I push myself a bit harder and activated my blessing again, I might get probably up to 3 minutes with the power of a level 5 knight. After that, I'm done." "Done?" Lucian was shocked. No, no, no." Natasha laughed. "I'm not going to die. I mean, I won't be able to walk at all afterwards, and you will need to carry me all the way home. You'd better explain things a bit clearer in situations like that, you know." Lucian almost rolled his eyes. Natasha became serious. "If Todd was not among them, 3 minutes would be enough for me to kill the rest of the knights. Then what if Todd is the one coming after us?" Lucian needed to have a backup plan. "Then I'd cover you by distracting Todd and the other Grand Knights if there was any." Natasha said to Lucian, "Meanwhile, you handle the rest of them." Natasha leaned her head against Lucian's shoulder to take a rest. Her purple eyes were bright, and her lips were pressing together in a thin line. "You want to sacrifice yourself to let me survive?" Lucian asked her. "Of course not." Natasha suddenly straightened up her back as if she got scared. "I cherish my life a lot. Without Thunder, you wouldn't be able to face the knights on your own. Besides, I'm not gonna really fight against Todd. My duty will be to distract him, that's all. And you gotta lend me your sword, Alert. That's too dangerous for you." "I don't agree." Lucian refused Natasha's suggestion. "You keep Thunder. I have a plan which can possibly kill them all, as long as they have no more than 5 knights chasing after us, and we can get to the place before they find us." "What plan? What place?" Natasha was very surprised. "You'll see when we get there." Lucian looked at Natasha's eyes seriously. "I cherish my life a lot as well. Trust me, Natasha." Natasha confounded a moment, then she smiled. "I trust you, Lucian." "My lord, the shadows say they're close." Ross and Aaron reported to Todd in a very low voice. Grabbing his sword tight, Todd looked around with great caution. He saw tall firs, assorted kinds of bushes, and there was a unique smell of earth in Todd's nose. Everything here looked identical to the rest of the Black Forest, except for a strange-shaped huge stone. There's no river here, and the shadow doesn't lie. Where are they? Aaron murmured. Watch out. In the next second, Todd fiercely pushed Aaron away, knocking him down, and at the same time he lifted up his left hand and produced a square-shaped iron shield with his blessing. When Aaron was slammed to the ground, Natasha had already jumped down from a big tall fir and attacked with her thunder with all her strength. Todd's shield cracked instantly, and he could not believe his eyes. However, Natasha's sword, whose momentum was greatly reduced by the iron shield, also did not go as far as she intended. A big dent appeared in Todd's armor, but he was not hurt. Damn it, my power's not full yet. Natasha swore a bit in her mind. She was very confident that she could kill the Dark Knight Aaron with that one strike, but she failed. Although he felt rather confused, Todd immediately produced a new iron shield out of the pieces of the previous broken one. Knowing that she had lost her chance, Natasha turned around and ran away at her full speed toward the other side of the Black Forest. Todd soon realized that it must be a potion that was boosting Natasha's remaining strength. He knew that this kind of boosting would not last long. Pulling out his sword, he started to chase after her. He did not care about Aaron. As soon as Natasha showed up, Aaron's job was done. With one running in the front and the other chasing after, soon they both disappeared among the tall trees. Using the momentum of the movement that knocked him down, Aaron quickly rolled backwards to get on his feet. He was also very surprised that Natasha could burst out that kind of power after being injured so seriously. When Aaron was about to follow Todd, a second black figure fiercely jumped down from the tree, and the sword lifted by him was shining with a terrifying light. After a bit more than 10 seconds, the distance between Todd and Natasha became smaller and smaller. Todd could tell that Natasha's power hadn't recovered to level 5, since Natasha was definitely faster than him in the past, but right now he would be able to catch her. When Todd was only a few steps away from Natasha, the princess turned around and started to fight back. Easily blocking her strike with his sword named Blood, Todd sneered, "This is not going to be enough, Your Grace." Natasha's eyes turned into light gray again as she kept hacking, thrusting, blocking, and dodging. The loud bangs from the metals colliding with each other slightly shook the ground, and the strong airflow caused by that overthrew the nearby bushes, stones, and some rotten branches of the firs. "I thought the more seriously injured you were, the more powerful you would be." Todd was good at disturbing his enemy's mental state. "It looks like your potion doesn't really help you that much. Are you a knight? Or you're just a talker, Todd?" Natasha's thunder never stopped attacking. Her eyes were full of determination. After blocking all of the princess's fierce attacks, Todd started to fight back following the formal knight training he received. "There's nothing wrong with talking while fighting, Your Grace. After all, it is good that I can still spare the effort to talk, isn't it?" Natasha could not deny that. She felt that her boosted power had started to fade slowly. "Were it not for the annoying sword you're using, you'd be dead already." Todd continued talking to distract Natasha. Thunder was a perfect counter to his iron blood since Todd's iron skin was an ideal conductor. "However, your power is not gonna last long, Your Grace." "I'm not in a hurry," said Todd sarcastically. Natasha did not bother bickering back. Instead, she stayed even more focused on her movement, attack, and defense. She was a very well-trained knight, and she was also one of the most talented knights ever of the church. She believed that her hard training was worth a lot, even without her blessing. Her powerful blessing enabled her to manage almost every one of her breakthroughs relatively easily, and in her previous fights she had always been in a more advantageous position. However, the battle she experienced earlier tonight, and the one she was facing right now, gave Natasha the first chance to learn more about her own power. The power of her blessing and her physical strength started to blend together in perfect harmony. If it could be commented that she usually fought using the power given by God, now Natasha was fighting as a human being, relying on her own willpower and the lessons that she learned before in her tough training. Todd noticed the difference in the way that Natasha positioned herself in this fight. Although she did not burst out any astonishing power, and neither her strength or speed were improved, Todd knew that he needed to be more cautious. Grabbing alert with both of his hands, Lucian jumped down toward Aaron from above, hacking with his sword. Aaron's reaction was fast. He raises the black dagger in his right hand to block the fierce attack, summoned his black fire on his left fist and aimed a punch at Lucian's abdomen. Clang! When the weapons touched, Lucian's sword left a small gap on the edge of Aaron's weapon. In the next moment, Lucian pulled back his sword and dematerialized his body into moonlight to avoid Aaron's fist. Not even of a real knight's power, Aaron sneered. When he recognized Lucian, he became more confident. As a dark knight, Aaron was even faster than Lucian, not to mention his reaction speed and strength. Lucian kept a distance away from Aaron by using his sword, which was longer than the enemy's weapon. However, Lucian noticed that the black fire covering the dagger could slowly corrode the alert's blade. Aaron chose not to launch his attack in the front. Instead, he tried to approach Lucian from different angles, and his movements were not meant to actually damage, but more to probe. It was not a waste of time for Aaron, and he was actually very smart. Since Aaron was much more powerful, there must be a reason why Lucian would be confident enough to ambush him like that. The only possible explanation, based on what just happened to Verdi, was that Lucian had some magic items. Aaron needed to keep moving around, in case any of Lucian's magic item could lock him as the target. Lucian was not as fast as Aaron, and soon his body was covered by wounds left by Aaron's dagger. Although these wounds were small and not deep, they were covered with small clusters of black fire. As if they were alive, the clusters of fire were trying to enter into Lucian's body through the small wounds to suck his strength. With another quick attack, Aaron's dagger tore down a piece of cloth in front of Lucian's chest, revealing the amulet Sun's corona that Lucian was wearing on his neck. "Look at you." As he was swiftly moving around, it sounded like Aaron's voice was coming from all directions. "You're nobody, but you have a fine sword, a nice magic ring, and even a badge from the church. I wonder if you're Natasha's secret lover, haha." Lucian was still wielding his sword to block Aaron's attack as much as possible. "But that's okay," said Aaron. "Soon they will all be mine." As Aaron was talking, he was trying to recall and calculate how many times Lucian had activated his magic items. Then Aaron's attack became fiercer and fiercer, since he wanted to force Lucian into using the two items in case there was still any power left in them. Lucian seemed to be pretty weak, and all he could do was stand there and wield his sword. For a couple of times, he could not even stand on his feet since the black fire was eating up his strength. After testing Lucian by pushing him into his limit countless times, Aaron believed that the young man had already used all the power in his magic items for that night. Aaron almost felt amused by this scene. "Are you kidding me? Jumping toward me from the tree was all that you had prepared. Very touching. You want to die for your beloved princess." Lifting his dagger again, this time Aaron targeted Lucian's back neck. Suddenly, a thin, arc-shaped shield appeared above Lucian and stopped Aaron's dagger. Neither of his magic items was shining. It was Lucian's own power. A sorcerer. Lots of memories and thoughts flashed across Aaron's mind. His eyes suddenly opened wide. "You're Professor, am I?" Lucian turned around and a mysterious smile appeared on Lucian's face. At the same time, Lucian pulled out his right hand from the dirt, in which there was a dark red bracelet. Before Aaron managed to turn himself into a shadow and back away from Lucian, a powerful fireball suddenly burst out from the bracelet and pushed Aaron backward fiercely. "Farewell, Mr. Aaron." Lucian nodded, smiling. Level 3 high-rank magic item, Fire Weaver Bracelet, previously owned by Fire Wolf, which was enchanted with 2 magic spells, Flame Shield, a second circle spell twice a day, and Fireball, third circle spell twice a day. The fireball covering Aaron's upper body blazed. When Aaron's body hit the ground a second later, only the lower part was left. When Lucian stood up holding the bracelet, he heard Natasha's familiar voice, "Professor." Turning around, Lucian saw Natasha standing on the other side with thunder in her hand, looking rather shocked. This idea occurred to Lucian when the surroundings in the Black Forest became more and more familiar to him. He remembered that, after he found Fire Wolf dead, he buried his 2 magic items there. During the past couple of months, Lucian had gained a better understanding of the inner structures of the 2 magic items, Fire Weaver Bracelet and the Black Iron Dagger, called Grimsteel Dagger, and had also become capable of properly using them. That was why Lucian was being that confident when he was talking to the princess. What was out of his expectation was that, although Aaron was only a level 2 knight, he was surprisingly cautious, and his carefulness forced Lucian to spend more time on killing him. Also, Lucian did not expect that Natasha would come back within such a short period of time. Although Lucian was not sure whether Natasha witnessed everything or just a part, he clearly heard Natasha repeat the word "professor." Little while before Lucian pulled out the bracelet, Natasha gradually started to get an upper hand in this fighting. Although Todd's body was fully materialized into iron, he felt the great power in each of Natasha's attacks, and he could tell that the aura surrounding her had changed. The princess' movement was becoming more and more aggressive, and her whole will was dedicated to this fight. Her attacks were as fast as raindrops hitting the ground. Even Natasha herself had no idea how many times she wielded her sword. She did not feel tired anymore. She could not feel it. The color of her eyes switched back and forth from silver gray to purple, and finally the 2 colors blended. At the same time, Natasha's soul and body integrated. With a sudden shout, the princess burst out great power. Her legs were bent slightly and then fiercely pushed off the ground with her maximum force. She bounced up high and at the same time lifted up her sword with both of her hands. Todd looked up and decided to fight back, since it seemed his tactic of attrition was not going to work anyway. He lifted the square shield in front of him and adjusted the angle of his wrist a bit, so his sword would target Natasha's waist. However, by the time Todd lifted his sword, Natasha's figure suddenly became transparent, and the great power of her sword was like from another world, which directly hacked his shield into 2 halves. As a matter of fact, what was hacked into halves was more than Todd's iron shield, but also his own body. The iron shield did not manage to reduce the great momentum of the sword at all. The astonished look on his face suddenly froze when he was split into halves. Bang! Todd's iron skin was still covered by metal when his body fell on the ground, colliding with his sword and making a loud metallic sound. Natasha landed heavily and quickly rolled over to the side. After gasping a few times for air, she stood up and started to rush back for Lucian. When she arrived, Natasha ran into the scene where Lucian was kneeling on the ground, looking rather weak, and the Dark Knight was about to stab his dagger toward Lucian's back. At that moment when Natasha was about to jump out to rescue Lucian, she saw that Lucian activated his magic shield again, and then Lucian pulled out a scarlet bracelet from the dirt. She heard the Dark Knight calling Lucian, "Professor." Natasha's mind suddenly buzzed. She recalled that the church did mention a dark red bracelet missing in the case related to Professor, the potion that helped Lucian with activating his blessing, the missing heretic who was following Lucian from Argent Horn, Lucian's great interest in the ancient books, and his great memory, and the fact that Lucian suddenly showed up tonight from the magic lock. Professor, Natasha could not find any excuse to lie to herself. Lucian could tell the mixed emotions in Natasha's beautiful eyes, in which there was astonishment, pain, sadness, and anger. Grabbing the bracelet tightly in his hand, Lucian was ready to activate it at any time, although he clearly knew that, facing a level 5 Grand Knight, these spells would not really work. At the same time, there was a voice in Lucian's mind telling him that he might still be able to lie to the princess again, to make another garbled story. When Lucian was about to talk, Natasha said to him first, in a deep and low voice, "Go to home then." Lucian did not really get it, and he noticed that the color of Natasha's eyes had changed. Instead of dream-like purple or silver gray, now her eyes looked purplish gray, which was a mysterious but also pure color. "You should go to home. The headquarter of the Congress of Magic is there. If you want to become a great sorcerer like Sylvia, you should go there, Lucian." Natasha repeated, then she squinted her eyes a bit and slightly lifted her chin. "Or should I call you Professor? No one is a better actor than you, do you know that? I never meant to hurt you." Lucian relaxed a bit, seeing that Natasha was not planning on killing him. "I admit that I lied to you many times, but I had no other choice. You're not the only one who is lying to me all the time, and I'm used to it already." The corner of Natasha's lips slightly curled up in a sad way, "But I could tell when you were playing pathétique. I could tell the pain and stress that you were suffering. After all, Alto is not a good place to study magic. You don't hate me, as a sorcerer?" asked Lucian. Although he knew that in the past, Natasha's attitude toward sorcerers was actually relatively mild compared with the church and other nobles. After Sylvia's betrayal, Lucian was not sure about the princess's standpoint now. Looking at Lucian, Natasha answered seriously, "My mom was a very talented sorceress, and she was the most beautiful and nice lady in the world. To me, one being a sorcerer does not mean they must be a vicious person. I don't judge a person based on his or her identity, but on the person's behavior." Then she smiled gently. "Of course, I'm very angry and sad knowing that you were lying to me all the time. But like you said, you never tried to take advantage of me or hurt me. Instead, you've been helping me all the time, and you saved my life tonight, carrying me on your back all the way here. I regarded you as my friend all this time, although you're the honorable princess, and although there were lies between us," said Lucian sincerely. "I know," said Natasha, and then she slightly shook her head. "Honestly, the moment when I heard that you were the notorious professor, lots of details flashed across my mind. Those details about you that I felt suspicious but refused to dig into them. Even when I met you earlier when we were besieged, I was almost certain that you were a sorcerer, and I still believed that you'd be on my side and fight for me. I would never link you to Professor, though, who killed so many Night Watchers. I think I trusted you even more than I knew. I killed them because they wanted to kill me," Lucian confessed sincerely. "I never wished to kill, never, but again, like I said, I did not have another choice." Then both of them fell silent. After a long time, Natasha released a long sigh. "You know what?" said Natasha. "Although your hands are covered with blood, I still want to be your friend." Lucian suddenly became speechless. "Thankfully, you never hurt my royal knights, or I wouldn't be able to have you as my friend anymore." Natasha started to walk toward Lucian. "But you never tried to hurt me, so why shall I care?" A sweet smile appeared on Natasha's face, as if she had got rid of the negative emotions from the shock. As she stopped in front of Lucian, the princess asked, "Dear Mr. Professor, except your identity, did you ever lie to me about something else? Say, your love experience. I've always felt you're pretty experienced." "No, I'm totally not experienced." Lucian's face flushed. Then Natasha took a small step backward and started to look at Lucian up and down. "Actually, your face is quite good looking. You would be a very beautiful girl if you were a girl." Lucian was confused. He could not really follow the way Natasha changed the topic. "I mean, magic is sure wonderful and powerful. Although it's hard, it's not impossible to change your gender. I heard that a grand arcanist once made a girdle that could help people do that, and maybe you want to give it a shot." Lucian rolled his eyes and said seriously, "That's not gonna happen. I'm a man. Noticing that Lucian did not like this kind of joke, Natasha's sense of propriety made her stop. Then she said to Lucian seriously, I have something to give you. She took off an old ring from her right hand and handed it to Lucian. Lucian took it over. You don't know anything about Home Crown Prize, said Natasha. It looks like you never received any formal sorcerer training following a mentor from the Congress. If you did, you would certainly recognize this ring. I'm pretty much on my own. When it comes to studying magic, unfortunately, Lucian answered. Well, I told you that my mom was a very talented sorcerer, and this ring was the award she received for winning the Home Crown Prize in her early 20s. Should be 23, Natasha explained. Honestly speaking, Lucian felt this ring was very ordinary, which looked just like a common iron ring people wore for practicing archery. I know, it doesn't look any different, right? Looking at the ring, Natasha's voice became softer, and there was a gentle smile on her face. The ring was a very powerful level 7 magic item back in the days, but now it is damaged and is beyond repair. It was once called the finest ring across this continent. Lucian turned the ring around, and he noticed that there was a small word Mo on the surface of the ring, and a small line of letters carved on its inner side, year 781, Home Crown, to Ms. Meredith Heffenberg. Home Crown Prize is the award established by Home Royal Magic Academy, and the organization named the Will of Element from the Congress of Magic. The purpose of setting up Home Crown Prize is to acknowledge the great contribution made by the great sorcerers and sorceresses in the Element School. So your mom won the prize at the age of 23. That's brilliant. Lucian gently rubbed the ring with respect. She was really a genius. And Natasha, with great pride, she was awarded the prize for her finding of a metallic element which is lighter than water by introducing electromagnetics to the field of element study. She named the metallic element Mo, and so the ring was also named Mo. I never realized that you had this profound knowledge of the world of magic, said Lucian. You never mentioned. We are in Alto, and I'm the princess. I can't mention anything about it. Besides, what I just introduced was not profound at all. When you get to home, you'll see a completely different world, said Natasha. Since the prize was set up, within the past 270 years or so, only 24 sorcerers and sorceresses were qualified for this prize. Now I'm giving this unique ring to you as a keepsake, and also a proof of your identity when you get to the Congress. Yes, she was, and I believe you will as well. Looking at the distance, Natasha was immersed in the memory of her mother. When my mom won the award, she was only a junior rank mage, but later she left the best place for studying magic and came to the city, a city which was notorious for its way of treating sorcerers and sorceresses, all for her love. For the Grand Duke, your parents' love story is probably the most romantic story across this continent. Lucian smiled. My mom was clearly aware of what she wanted. Natasha nodded, after she tried many times to use different potions to awaken her blessing, but failed because of her fragile health. She found her own path in the world of magic, which matched her perfectly well. Each person has his or her own value. Admiring the Grand Duchess very much, Lucian asked out of curiosity, may I know what happened later to your mom? I've mentioned my mother's health was fragile, and it was not getting any better after my mother and father got married. Her body and soul had been corroded by many magic elements over the years, and when my elder brother died in battle, her health condition took a sudden downwards turn, and since then she never really managed to recover from it. I'm very sorry, Natasha. I believe she must be very proud seeing her daughter becoming such an outstanding knight in heaven, said Lucian sincerely. Natasha slightly shook her head and grinned. You're a sorcerer. Do you really believe in heaven? I'm not sure. Lucian was speechless for a while before replying, since this question never occurred to him. I wonder if my mom believed in heaven as a sorceress. Natasha looked up in the sky, but I know that after she got married with my father, she was still secretly studying magic. Really? Lucian was very surprised. What about the church? She missed home so much, the wonderland for learning magic, and my father loved her too much to forbid my mom from doing her magic experiments. Besides, her health condition didn't really allow her to do something else too much. And the church, she put on an ambiguous smile. This ring must mean a lot to you, Natasha. Knowing that Natasha somehow could not explain the reason for him, Lucian switched the topic. I don't know if I should accept it. It's okay, Lucian. Natasha also lowered her head and looked at the ring. The object is not important. What's really important is my love for my mom. Whether the ring is with me or not, my love for her is lifelong. Lucian nodded and put the ring back into one of the pockets of his robe. By the way, Natasha reminded him, don't casually just show this ring around. Sometimes an extra help can also bring you trouble, you know. I understand, said Lucian seriously. Is the vampire's blood affecting you right now? Let me carry you back to Alto. I appreciate it, but look at me. I'm fine now. Natasha waved her hands. You'd better leave as soon as possible. People from the church might be on their way here right now. Then, Natasha, you take care. Lucian suddenly had no idea how to say farewell, especially he was not sure if they would see each other again. In contrast, Natasha remained relatively calm, and something just occurred to her. Lucian, you want to keep using your current identity, Lucian Evans, the musician, after you leave. Can I? Lucian was very surprised. He was planning on changing to another brand new identity when he arrived at home, in case the people he knew would get into any trouble because of him. I believe it's fine. After all, your name's not unique at all, even in alto. Just don't tell people in home that you are a musician. Natasha shrugged. I suggest that you continue to publish some new music pieces, if you can send any to me, which will be a pretty good disguise for you. I'll try my best. Lucian also did not want to just give up his music completely after leaving alto. After agreeing on how to send letters, Lucian took the Fire Weaver bracelet, Aaron's Asthenia dagger, Grimsteel dagger, and alert with him, and left the triple-headed flail to Natasha since it was too clumsy for him to carry. I'll take care of your friends. No worries, Lucian. Natasha smiled. Lucian. Natasha called his name from behind. Yes, Lucian looked back. Remember, life is more than just magic. You have music and you have friends. Natasha waved her hand. I'll keep that in mind. Lucian grinned. After a while, when Lucian had completely disappeared in the woods, the smile on Natasha's face faded and she commanded seriously, show yourself. You've been listening for quite a while. As you wish, your grace. Salvador, the leader of the Night Watchers, slowly appeared in the sky and landed in front of Natasha. His hand was tied with a piece of white handkerchief. Why didn't you take any action right away? Ask Natasha directly. Apparently you care for this guy a lot, your grace. I wouldn't have any chance of killing him in front of you, although yes, I wanted it very much. This damned professor. I see, said Natasha coldly. Then why did you choose to stay? You want to talk to me? Yes, your grace. Salvador answered, I want a deal for keeping this secret for you, your grace. Ah, Natasha was almost amused. You don't want to take revenge for the dead Night Watchers anymore. I thought you were pretty determined. I was and I still am, said Salvador calmly, but I cannot miss this chance. The chance of climbing up towards a higher status in the church and cooperating with the princess. I already gave up so many things and now I'm walking in the darkness. All because, not interested. Natasha cut him off directly. All right, Salvador paused a bit. Let's get to the main point. To be more specific, I want. Before the next word jumped out from Salvador's mouth, Natasha rushed and hacked her sword directly toward him, without any hesitation. In the next second, Salvador was split into two halves by the sword. No one dare threaten me, said Natasha coldly. There was no blood coming out of Salvador's body, and his body was dissolving into small, shining pieces in the air. Before his body completely disappeared, his last remaining awareness turned into his voice, radiant, night. After another 10 minutes, Camel showed up from the other side of the forest, carrying Wyan and Catchel under her arms, who were both unconscious. Natasha, you're a radiant knight now. Camel recognized Natasha's change right away. It seems like this bitter fight turned out to be your great chance to make this breakthrough. Congratulations, Natasha. I'm very proud of you. Natasha smiled, but in a sad way. When Natasha and Camel came back to Alto, the sun was rising above the horizon. After comforting the Grand Duke, who had been tortured by his worry and anger for the whole night, Natasha went directly to the Golden Cathedral. In a confessional, Natasha found Sard, who was praying silently there. Grand Cardinal, I need to confess, said Natasha in a low voice. God's here. Slowly, Sard opened his eyes. I killed a Night Watcher. I killed Mr. Salvador. Natasha crossed herself. I don't see your penitence. Hearing that the leader of the Night Watchers was killed, Sard showed no emotion. I feel no regret. This was my choice, and I'm willing to accept the punishment for the choice I made, answered Natasha seriously. Why did you kill him? Sard asked. Natasha did not answer. Sard slowly stood up. Compared with yesterday, he looked much older. I'll report to the Pope. He will be deciding the punishment to your sin. You stay here, Natasha. After Sard left, veins in Natasha's face and her hands started to swell and burn. Her beautiful face contorted out of the great pain. However, she kept kneeling on the ground in front of the big cross without giving out a single groan. In a bright, simple study, there was a white-haired elder sitting in front of the desk. He said to the cardinal gently, Natasha confessed her sin, and God forgives anyone who's willing to confess. Natasha's honest, and now she's a radiant knight. The punishment shall not be too harsh. Send her to the lowest abbey in Alto for 3 years. Yes, my Pope. The cardinal slowly left the room. The Pope picked up a small pile of paper in front of him, on which there were a bunch of fractions of words which did not really make sense. He seemed to be okay with my speech. He often looked confused. Maybe he started to vacillate now. Following the instruction for anti-tracking given by Natasha, Lucian came back to Masawa around 9 in the morning. The sun was already shining brightly in the air. Before entering the small town, Lucian took out all the stuff from the pockets and burned down his black sorcerer robe. Lucian did not see Joyce and his coachman around. After talking to the owner of the hotel, Lucian got to know that they all fled away because of the chaos happened in Bonn last night. Putting on a worried look, Lucian was actually cheering in his mind. He said to the hotel owner, that's too bad then. I gotta hire another coach and some guards on my own. Can you please send word to the association that it was me who terminated the contract with them on my own? This way, the association won't trouble them. After all, I understand their fear. What a kind gentleman you are. The owner of the hotel took out a pen and paper and praised Lucian. And it won't be too difficult for you to hire some new people, sir, since lots of adventurers and residents from Bonn are right now staying in our town. After signing his name on the letter written by the hotel owner, Lucian went back to his room and started to prepare for his new journey. The end of the first volume. The second volume, The Feast of Death. Bang! The heavy door of the tavern named Dragon Tooth hit the wall as it was suddenly opened by someone with brute force. The grumbling drunkards, bragging adventurers, and shouting mercenaries who were enjoying the well-known roasted beef of the tavern suddenly quieted down. A black-haired young man walked in, dressing in light blue with a fancy sword at his side. The midday sunlight came in behind him and outlined the young man's silhouette. Wow, wow, a young lord. Is your fancy sword able to kill a wild dog? A drunkard shouted and whistled. Another young man got deceived by those best-selling night novels. An adventurer whispered in the ear of his buddy, seeking those exciting stories with a ritual sword. However, he dared not speak too loud. What if this young man was someone important? After all, he dressed very decently. Lucian did not care. With a stable pace, he walked directly to the tavern counter. After 2 months of traveling, Lucian arrived at this small border town named Dragon Tooth in the Duchy of Djibouti, located in the middle south of the continent. Look at his arm, no big muscles. A robust adventurer lifted and bent his right arm. Under the skin there were lean and big chunks of muscles. Look at his build. I bet he's not even of a knight squire level. Young and stupid lad. You think everyone can awaken the blessing? You have to be kidding me. A stout man, probably with the blood of dwarf, said in an arrogant way, I've been traveling across the continent for more than 10 years and I'm still only about high-level knight squire level. But, if this young guy can have a chance to receive my instruction, maybe he can still awaken his blessing. After all, it was because of my training that Lord Nouvel in Iro finally awakened his blessing. Some guys sitting around him gave him an admiring look, although Chris had boasted about that many times in the past, which made him even happier. Lucian just ignored them, came to the counter and sat down on a stool. The owner of the tavern did not look young. Seeing this decently dressed young man in this small tavern, the owner did not behave any different. My friend, what do you want today? Wine or meat? Or both? Friendly asked the owner. Water, roast beef, and a salad. Lucian slightly nodded to greet him back, and I want to ask some questions. The middle south of the continent was surrounded by mountains and canyons. The isolated land produced no resource except wood, and it was the poorest and the least developed area across the continent. Often, there wouldn't be even a single person who was literate in a village. For the people who were striving to awaken their blessings there, the effort they had to make was way higher than people in Alto. It had been a lot of years since the last war broke out here, and therefore, even if one managed to awaken his or her blessing, the person still couldn't obtain a title and would not be given land and field, unless they could save enough money to buy the land on their own. Ha ha ha, water. You heard that, water. A drunkard nearby laughed aloud, innocent, naive young boy, and all the people in the tavern started to laugh. Lucian remained very calm as if nothing was going on there. He was just looking at the owner. No problem, my friend. Information is not free, though. The owner poured a cup of water for Lucian and asked the kitchen to prepare the food. I know, it's fine. Lucian took a sip of the water. Before he entered here, Lucian had found out that the town's Adventurers Association was just in this very tavern, and the owner was also the person in charge of it. Then go ahead. The owner nodded. I want to know, where is Mr. Taylor Hunt living right now? He was an official in Bonn from the Duchy of Orvaret, and 9 years ago, he was invited by Baron Eric to come to Djibouti to be the civil servant here. Taylor Hunt was the father of the little revenant girl that Lucian encountered in the world of souls. Lucian rerouted his trip in order to fulfill his words, and also, since he was not in a rush, he also appreciated the unique and exotic cities he visited on his new route. We don't charge for something like this. It's not called intelligence. The owner waved his hand a bit. I'll just tell you for free. The civil servant on Baron Eric's land is not Mr. Hunt. I'm guessing the person you're looking for might have accepted another offer. If you want, you can go to the nearby city, Corsair, to see if there is any record in the town hall, since Corsair belongs to Baron Eric's lord, Viscount Stanley. And if you can't find it there, you might need to go to Baron Eric's land and ask for local information. One news for one nar. Is it okay? The owner smiled. 10, please. Lucian directly took out a thail and placed it on the counter. The adventurers and mercenaries were very surprised, and their eyes were staring at the shining coin. After all, they had to spend 2 to 3 months to make one single thail, and this young noble man was just using it for buying some random news. A few of them were even considering if they should just rob this young man. The beef was ready. Lucian picked up the fork and took a bite. The meat was juicy and tender, which was surprisingly as good as the dishes produced in those fancy restaurants in Alto. The tavern owner pulled out a piece of crumpled paper and read it slowly to Lucian. 2 months ago, Alto. The owner paused a bit and looked at Lucian, a small town in Alto, Bonn, was attacked by a necromancer. Famous musician, known as the most beautiful musician, Sylvia, as well as her father, died in the battle in which the princess of the duchy, Natasha, finally beat the evil necromancer with all her effort. Unfortunately, the princess was severely injured from the fight, and now she's recuperating in an abbey. It is said that Natasha also made a breakthrough in this fight and has become a radiant knight. Lucian did not show any difference after hearing the news, although his heart was cheering for Natasha's achievement. No wonder the side effect of the vampire's blood did not affect her immediately in the forest. If moving from a squire level to a level 1 knight was challenging, upgrading from a grand knight to a radiant knight was even more difficult. The great power of a grand knight came from the person's physical strength. In other words, a grand knight would need to boost or overly stimulate his or her body to get the power, and that was why some of the grand knights lived even shorter than the knights of lower ranks. Even with the help of some precious herbs and potions, most of them could only make it to around 100 years old, while becoming a radiant knight meant that the person already broke the limit of human body, and he or she could at least live for more than 200 years. The rest of the intelligence was of nothing really special. Generally speaking, the North and the Heresy again had some new conflicts. Several major lords in Gusta Down in the south were raising mercenaries for the possible coming civil war, and some adventurers found some ruins in the southern margin of the Dark Mountain Range, where they obtained a great amount of fortune. After hearing the news and finishing his meal, Lucian wiped his mouth with a white handkerchief and said to the owner, "Sir, can you find me some guards and a coach? I need to go to Corsair." Although Lucian was already strong enough to travel along the east side of the continent, he did not want to bother dealing with those minions, goblins, and other beasts, which were not even of Knight Squire level. Lucian would rather spend his time in his coach studying the first circle magic spells. Within his 2-month traveling, Lucian constructed another 5 first circle spells in his soul, and right now his soul had reached the current limit for that level. For the rest of the first circle spells, if Lucian wished to use them, he needed to rely on some magic reagents and materials, or their special runes. The 5 first circle spells were Magic Missile, Sleep, Grease, Feather Fall, and Color Spray. Because most of the adventurers and mercenaries were not willing to leave their own base of operations for too long, they would only escort their client within a certain range, what also applied to the coachmen. Thus, Lucian had to hire new people every now and again. Smart choice. We have lots of dark tales about vampires and black sorcerers. The owner put several glass cups back onto the counter. I can take care of your coach and coachman, my friend. It will take you 11 days to get to Corsair. As for your guards, I recommend those 3 adventurers sitting on the other side. 2 of them are warriors of the same level as high-level Knight Squires, and the archer is also around Knight Squire level. All of them have a pretty good reputation. You can talk to them. Following the direction of the tavern owner, Lucian looked toward the other side. There were 2 women and 1 man sitting over there. The short-haired man's arms were masculine, and the 2 females looked a bit alike, although one was mature and glamorous and the other was young and pretty. From their appearance, especially their pointy long ears, Lucian guessed that they might be sisters from the half-elf race. All of the 3 adventurers were listening carefully to the bard playing in the corner, and from time to time they were beating out the tune. The nightingale is singing. In the air her voice was floating. The bard's singing, although in that small border town, was actually pretty beautiful and alluring. Thus, when Lucian came to sit down on the other side of their table, the half-elf girl with light brown hair was a bit surprised and her back straightened up immediately. When Lucian explained his intention, the elder elf-looking lady was amused. "You want to hire us?" Her fair hand was gently knocking on the wooden table in a fixed rhythm. Looking at Lucian sitting in front of her, the sophisticated lady also took him as a young noble lord who had read too many adventure novels and was acting on the impulse to explore the continent. "Yes," Lucian nodded calmly. "I want to go to Corsair. I wonder if you 3 are willing to be my guards." The lady did not answer Lucian directly. Instead, she started her introduction. "I'm Joanna, greatsword warrior. This is my husband Simon, sword and shield warrior. Both of us have the same power of a high-level Knight Squire. This is my younger sister Betty, a well-trained archer. Her rank's a bit lower than ours, but not by much. So as you can see, my distinguished client were a bit pricey, but our reputation is pretty good. I heard that from the owner already," said Lucian. "That's why I came to you directly. Haha, Hansen really promotes us very well." Joanna laughed aloud. Lucian could tell that a bunch of the adventurers and mercenaries sitting nearby looked a bit irritated when Joanna was talking. However, they could not deny that they were very good guards, and the arrangement of their team was very reasonable, 2 for the melee and 1 for the ranged attacks. "Joanna, let's take the job. I'm planning on going to Corsair myself anyway." Betty looked pretty excited. "I heard that the talented musician named Bert from the Duchy is gonna host a concert in Corsair these days." Joanna rolled her eyes toward her younger sister. Betty simply could never tell when she was supposed to talk and when she must not. Betty stuck out her tongue toward Joanna for a second and then shut her mouth up tightly. However, her eyes were looking at Lucian, and her pointy ears slightly trembled. "How much do you want, Joanna?" asked Lucian directly. He did not really care about the price since he still had ate 5 thales with him after the 2-month travel. Joanna squinted her eyes a bit when she was considering the price. 1 nar for each of us a day. Smiling, Simon represented his wife and stated the price to Lucian. Staring at her husband, Joanna was a bit choked. "Simon," she complained. This price was way lower than what she had thought. We shouldn't charge our client more just because the client's wealthy. Simon grinned to Joanna. "It's about our reputation. Also, my client." Simon turned to Lucian. "I have a couple of requests." "Yes," Lucian nodded. "You need to pay us on a daily basis." Simon paused a bit, glanced at Betty, and continued, "And give Betty's pay to me. She has no idea how to save, and we're saving for her future night training in her name." In some of the countries in the south-central part of the continent, night training was not free, as it was in Alto. Many nobles struggling with their financial problems actually were making money out of it, giving night training, which was not necessarily a bad thing altogether, since more commoners could get a chance at being a night squire or even reaching a higher social status. Betty pouted out of dissatisfaction, but she could not deny what Simon just said. "No problem," agreed Lucian. "Let's get the contract done then." All the adventurers and mercenaries registered with the Adventurers Association needed to sign a contract with their clients. Handing Hansen his own identification and documents, Lucian took a glance at the content and then signed the contract provided by the tavern owner. The moment Hansen looked at Lucian's identification, he became very surprised, but he instantly hid the different look on his face. "My pleasure, Mr. Evans." Hansen then carefully checked Lucian's documents. The fact that he had a great musician here visiting his tavern was definitely something he could brag in the future in front of his guests and offsprings. Joanna accepted the 3 nar paid in advance and then left her fingerprint on the paper. "You're very generous, sir." Joanna smiled sweetly. "Can I call you Mr. Evans?" In contrast, Lucian's 3 guards weren't really hyped up due to Lucian's identity since all of them were illiterate. "Sure." Lucian nodded slightly. "Another Mr. Evans." Betty grinned. "You know, there's a talented, young, and handsome musician in Alto whose surname is Evans as well. I heard that he's traveling across the continent for his music right now. I wonder if he would come here to Djibouti. Dream on. A great musician visiting this remote and poor country." Joanna said directly to her, "Just get your feet on the ground and awaken your blessing. When you join the Violet Knights, we can all move to Alto." Lucian laughed. "How do you know this Mr. Evans is good-looking, Miss Betty?" "All the bards say that," answered Betty cheerfully. Outside the tavern, when Lucian was about to get on the coach, a young man quickly walked toward him. "Wait, please wait." The young man was waving his hand. The man in a white robe was in his 20s. He had blonde hair, and on his angular face there was a pair of blue eyes. "Hi, Mr. Evans. Can I join you folks?" He grinned. "I'm also heading for Corsair, and I'm willing to afford 1/3 of the guard's pay." It was not the first time someone else wanted to join Lucian, and he was always very cautious about this. "You don't look short of money. Why you want to join me?" asked Lucian directly. Joanna, Simon, and Betty did not care. They would not make any extra either way. "Hansen told me that you just got the best guards in the tavern." The young man shrugged. "As for the rest of the adventurers and mercenaries, they looked more like robbers to me." "That's really true." Betty laughed. The young man took out his identification and documents and handed them to Lucian. "The Musicians Association, Bert Wise." Reading the document silently, Lucian learned that the young man was also a musician, and thus he lowered his guard a bit. "Why are you heading for Corsair then?" Lucian, however, knew that one could never be too cautious on this continent. "I'm visiting the Musicians Association there," Bert answered, to study. "All right." Lucian gave the documents back to him. "Mr. Wise, welcome, we're companions now. One thing I need to remind you is that I'm sort of bothered by psychasthenia, so please be as quiet as possible. I need sleep, for sure." Wise nodded. "Are you a musician, Mr. Wise?" Betty, on the other side, got excited. "I'm still learning." Wise remained rather polite. "That's great. Do you know for Sylvia? How do you feel about it?" Betty's eyes were shining with excitement. She kept talking and talking until the coach started to leave. Wise got on the coach and smiled to Lucian. "Very passionate girl. I actually don't really know much about music, though." "Me neither." Lucian also smiled, and then he closed his eyes, ready to start to analyze his magic structures. However, at this time, another traveler asked to join them. This was an ordinary lady holding a baby in her arms. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Evans. My name's Lena, and I'm heading for the town named Fog, located between Dragon Tooth and Corsair," the lady said to Lucian gently. "Can I join you? I can afford my own expense." Seeing that the lady was with a baby, Lucian agreed. The coach was quite spacious anyway. Then the coach finally started moving. Simon was in the front, and the coach was followed by Joanna and Betty on each side. As soon as they left the town, a short but stout man caught up with them. "Chris, why are you here?" asked Joanna, completely alert. "I'm also going back to Corsair." "That's it," answered Chris aloud. "When you guys save enough money, you can send Betty to me for night training. You know, I've trained a night before." As Chris was bragging, his eyes were peeking at the coach. However, the people in the coach remained very silent. In the hot sunlight, the coach was smoothly heading for Corsair, raising a trail of dust after it. The weather in the second half of the month of Passion, June, was already very hot. Beads of sweat kept rolling down Joanna's and Betty's faces while they were safeguarding each side of the coach. Not to mention Simon, whose shirt inside the armor was completely wet. Nevertheless, no one ever made a single complaint. Simon, walking ahead of the coach, had already driven away several beasts rushing down from the mountains. This was obviously his responsibility as a guard, but the fact that he beat off the vicious beasts without startling the horses definitely impressed Lucian. In contrast, Chris, who was bragging about being a real man all the time, was now dragging his feet on the ground with his body slouching from the heat. Inside of the coach, since Lucian kept his eyes closed all the time, and Lena was not talkative at all, so Mr. Wise had no one to talk to. Finally, he took out a pile of music sheets from his suitcase to kill his time. The only sounds were made by the baby, who cried from time to time, and then Lena would apologize and try to pacify the baby. At around 7 in the evening, it was getting darker. After talking to Lucian, Simon started to look for a camping site where they could spend the night. Experienced as Simon was, he soon settled on a spot on the lee side of a small hill. Surrounding the coach, Lucian's 3 guards quickly built up 3 tents, one for the 3 ladies, one for Simon and the coachman, and one for Mr. Wise. The coach, of course, was saved for Lucian. Watching the busy guards walking around and carrying things, Lucian deeply felt the importance of money. If in the future he planned to travel on his own, Lucian had better become a middle-rank mage and learn the 3rd circle spell sorcerer's cabin first. The campfire was lit up, and the smell of food was wafting in the air. While Joanna and Betty were heading for the nearby brook to take a bath, Simon and Mr. Wise sat down around the campfire and started to chat casually. It is said that early in the Dark Era, the land here once belonged to a black sorcerer. After hearing the talk between Simon and Wise about the tale of vampire and black sorcerer in this country, Lucian joined them to listen, and then he was killed by the church. Lucian still remembered what he read in Natasha's study. Simon, surprisingly, was actually pretty talkative. People just love exchanging mysterious and scary things. You know, they're always ear-catching and they can be used for frightening kids who are not willing to go to bed at night. Mr. Wise did not really believe the rumors. Every town and village has a chapel, but people just like the feeling of thrilling. While they were talking, Joanna and Betty were coming back. Their wet hair still dripped a little and was a bit messy. The 2 ladies, while walking back to the campsite, immediately caught the eyes of the 2 bards who were camping nearby, and Chris was with them as well. The guys started to heckle Joanna and Betty with loud whistles, and one of them even took out his lap harp and started to play a romantic and flirting folk song as they were eyeing the 2 ladies up and down. It was definitely not the first time that something like that happened to Joanna, and she remained quite calm. However, in contrast, Betty was pissed off. "Betty, just ignore them. Come here." Joanna sat down beside Simon and lightly stirred the soup in the pot hanging over the campfire. But they're not stopping. Betty's face flushed, and she glared at the bards with anger, which led to another round of guffaw. "I'll go." Simon stood up and walked toward the other campsite. When Simon came in front of the 2 bards, Chris said to him, "Simon, what's wrong with my friends singing and playing music here?" Casting a side glance at Simon, Chris said to him, "They're my friends. You'd better leave us alone." As he was talking, Chris was wiping his great sword in a pretended casual way. Simon was a good guard. Knowing that he was still with a commission, Simon knew he should avoid extra trouble at that moment. "Chris, you'd better watch out next time," Simon said to him in his low voice. On the other side, Joanna was trying to comfort her younger sister, Betty. "They're just the same as the bastards we met in the tavern before." Betty, however, rose her pitch high and shouted at the bards, "Awful music. They call themselves a bard, but I don't know how they can make a living with this awful playing." Betty's voice was crispy. Then she paused a bit, as if she was trying to figure out a way to make her point more persuasive. "Mr. Wise, the gentleman with us. He can play way better than them." When she realized that she was not supposed to involve her employer in it, Betty looked at Wise with an apologetic face. Mr. Wise, however, did not really mind. He nodded gently to show his understanding. "Oh really? A random guy can play music better than me." The 2 bards stood up and walked closer to them. One of them said, "If what you said is true, I'll apologize to you. But if it's not, you have to give me some of your personal goods, for example." He looked straight at her body and laughed. Betty's face flushed again. She looked at Wise again for help. However, he was still sitting there, showing no intention to fight for her at all. Betty felt rather regretful for her own words. Wise might have no idea how to actually play. After all, he mentioned that he was just heading for Corsair to study music. Then Betty almost burst into tears. Lucian looked at Simon on the other side and nodded, giving him a hint with his eyes. Then Simon's right hand slowly reached to his sword at his hips. At this time, Wise stood up and smiled. "Although I'm still learning music and learning how to play, I would like to do Miss Betty this favor. I'm not gonna lend you my musical instrument," one of the bards said to him coldly. Wise walked directly back to his tent and took out his own lap harp from the suitcase. When he started to play, the beautiful melody instantly caught everyone's ear and heart. Wise's song was full of feelings, and every single detail was handled very well. When his playing ended, Betty was the first one who started to applause. As she was clapping her hands joyfully, her eyes first worshipped Mr. Wise and then shifted to the two bards. The face of the bard who made the bet with Betty turned grim. He wished he had picked on the black-haired young man who remained silent over the other side, instead of the one known as Wise. I apologize then. After a short while, the bard kept his words and returned to his own campsite with his companion, where Chris was still sitting, looking rather upset. After seeing Mr. Wise's talent, both Joanna and Simon became more enthusiastic about talking to the young man, not to mention Betty. Mr. Wise, can you play Mr. Evans's canon in D major with your harp? Betty's face was glowing with anticipation. Wise gently nodded and started to play the music piece recomposed by Lucian, which reminded Lucian of his friends in alto. He decided to send them a letter through the Musicians' Association when he arrived in Corsair. In those 2 months, Lucian only sent them one letter. When Wise's playing ended, dinner was ready. Betty said to Wise directly, Mr. Wise, if I had not fallen in love with Lucian Evans' music, I would become your music follower. I think you're even better than some of the musicians in Corsair, Joanna agreed. There was an even bigger smile on Wise's face. After all, Wise regarded the comparison between him and that talented and famous musician as a great honor. When Wise went past Lucian, he still showed a humble smile. You were being really modest, Mr. Wise, Lucian said to him, also with a smile. You played very well. Deep into the night, almost all of them were sound asleep, except for 2 people. Campfire stretched the shadow of a short, sneaky figure that approached, making the cast darkness tremble on the background, in the rhythm of the flickering flame in the middle of the camp. Suddenly, the shadow stopped, as if it was waiting for something. The very moment Betty yawned, the shadowy figure immediately jumped to the backside of the coach. It secretly opened the window and swiftly sneaked into it. It was Chris, who always bragged about being a real man. He carefully closed the coach window and stood up. A complacent smile appeared on his face. Everyone thought he was a greatsword warrior, whereas in fact Chris was an experienced thief, and his short figure helped him a lot at that matter. Simon, Joanna, and Betty, what will happen if your employer's fancy sword is missing? Thought Chris silently in his mind. I bet he's gonna be really, really upset. As he turned around and looked for Lucian's sword, Chris was also excited. He knew that the fancy sword was definitely worth a lot. After selling it, he maybe would have enough money to buy a lord title. That was what people called kill 2 birds with 1 stone. However, within the next second, Chris found out that both Lucian and his sword were missing. What happened? He had no idea. When Chris was about to leave the coach, the fancy sword that he was looking for was pressed against his throat. Chris shuddered and immediately kneeled down. My lord, please forgive me. Chris realized that Lucian actually had the level of a real knight, or he would not be able to discover his plot. Right or left? Asked Lucian calmly. What? Chris was sweating. Right hand or left hand? Which one do you want me to chop off? Lucian repeated. My lord, please forgive me. Chris burst out a cry. I have information to tell you. What do you have that could interest me? Said Lucian gently with a smile. My lord, if you're interested in my information, I beg you pardon me, please. Chris almost burst into tears. That depends on how valuable your information is. Lucian held his sword firmly. I got an invitation the other day, stammered Chris. You got? Lucian tilted his head a bit. I stole the invitation. Chris corrected himself awkwardly, but he then explained hurriedly. It looks like an invitation for a gathering of black sorcerers. Lucian did not respond, although his heart suddenly missed a beat. My lord, it is a gathering of black sorcerers of low rank, and it's a great chance for any knight to establish a great heroic feat. Show me the invitation. Lucian hid his excitement and commanded sternly. Under Lucian's watch, Chris took out a small piece of neatly folded paper from his pocket. Here it is, my lord. Several days ago, a mysterious traveler came to the town, and the way he spent money was pretty indulgent. So I followed him when he left the town, and I witnessed that he killed a bunch of beats which were trying to attack him, using vicious, frightful black magic. Lucian took the piece of paper and unfolded it with his left hand. Only with a short glance, he registered the invitation in his spiritual library. The 2nd Friday in the month of fire, when the silver moon is in the sky, we invite you, sorcerers and sorcerer apprentices, to come to the land previously owned by Wilfred, to attend a feast of death that will be held in Cairndia Castle to welcome a mister from the headquarter of the Congress of Magic. No salutation, no signature. It was a strange invitation. However, it sparked off Lucian's great interest as a sorcerer himself. Seeing that Lucian did not cut him off immediately, Chris resumed talking to provide more information to please him. When I was following him, I didn't realize that he was also the target of another group of adventurers. After several rounds of fighting against the beasts, they attacked the traveler. The traveler was not at a disadvantage at the beginning, since his black magic was even more powerful than they thought. until all of them got besieged by a group of robbers when they were exhausted, and both the traveler and the adventurers were killed. Listening to Chris's words, Lucian was quite certain that the traveler was a sorcerer apprentice. So you took an advantage of it and got this invitation, asked Lucian. Yes, that's right, my lord, answered Chris obediently. Why you did not report to the church then? The name Wilfred was not strange to Lucian. Wilfred was one of the several legendary level necromancers in history, however. He was killed in the siege of the church performed by the major cardinals, and even his magic tower built in a demiplane was destroyed. And do you know anything about Cairndia Castle? I'm a rogue walking in darkness and shadow. If the church found out, I would be sentenced to death on the gallows, Chris honestly answered. And I know nothing about this castle. Fact, I mentioned the name of the castle to people a couple of times in Corsair in the Adventurers Association and the Rogue Guild, but no one ever heard of this place before. My guess is that it's a code among the black sorcerers. Well, that's how we rogues do it. Lucian was a bit disappointed, since there was just too few clues for him to locate a place in a country which was totally strange to him. I see. Did you ever tell this to anyone else? A gentle smile appeared on Lucian's face. Never. I was still looking for a buyer. Chris gave a sigh of relief. It seemed his hands were safe now. Serving you is my pleasure, my lord. Lucian nodded, good job. Then Lucian directly stabbed the sword at Chris's throat without any hesitance. Chris's eyes opened wide, but he could not make a sound. His blood bubbled from his mouth and throat. Lucian calmly pulled the sword back. You know too much. Although Lucian did not think he would be able to find the so-called Cairndia Castle, he did not want to leave any risk here for himself, just in case, especially because he did not trust Chris at all. Who knew whether this rogue would sell this information to someone else afterwards? Although in the beginning he felt bad, Lucian had to admit that now he felt way less guilty about killing someone who could be a great danger to himself, as long as the person was not his friend or not innocent. Chris's body hit the wood floor of the coach and made a thud. A small cluster of flame appeared on Lucian's fingertip and quickly burned the piece of paper completely down. Then without hesitation, Lucian opened the window of the coach and called Betty's name gently. Betty, can you come over here? Although his voice was low, Betty was still taken aback. Mr. Evans, you scared me a bit. Although she was complaining, there was a sweet smile on her face. Then Betty stood up and walked toward the coach, and at this time, what was mentioned once by Joanna and Simon suddenly occurred to her. It was not uncommon to have some clients who would ask for some extra services if his female guard was good-looking or had a nice figure. If the client was generous enough and was not annoying to the guard, some of them, who were quite open-minded about sex, would be willing to have an intimate relationship with their clients. After all, they also had physiological needs, and there would be a decent amount of money for them. However, Betty regarded herself as quite conservative, and although Mr. Evans was quite handsome and generous, she was still not going to agree. When Betty was considering how to refuse Mr. Evans, the young lord said to her calmly, "A thief sneaked into the coach." "What?" Betty raised her tone and immediately covered her mouth. Luckily, none of the others were woken up because of her shout. She quickly got on the coach and saw a body lying on the floor. "Chris, he's a rogue." Betty's eyes opened wide. "Is he dead?" "I think so," Lucian answered in a plain tone. "Mr. Evans." Betty turned around and looked at him. "You killed him?" "Yes." Lucian smiled. "He was trying to steal my sword and he failed. I woke up during the process and killed him." Since Betty had always regarded Lucian as just a young noble who wouldn't even dare to kill a chicken, Lucian's reaction after killing a person and the smile on his face sort of scared her, but soon she calmed down. "Mr. Evans, you're stronger than I thought," said Betty. She now believed that this young noble man sitting in front of her should be about the level of a high-level knight squire. "Can you deal with the body, Betty?" Lucian did not respond to Betty's comment, but pointed at the body on the floor. "Of course, this is my fault. I should apologize for letting a thief sneak into your coach." Betty lowered her head and then looked at Lucian again with her big eyes. "Mr. Evans, can you keep this as a secret from my sister and Simon? She would be quite disappointed and mad if she got to know that I was not doing a good job at protecting our client." Lucian titled his head and smiled. "I won't tell your sister. Just be careful. Don't wake her up when you're dealing with the body." "I promise it won't happen again." Betty started to pull the body out of the coach. She had disliked Chris for a long time, and no guard would hold sympathy to a thief who was trying to attack his or her client. "Wait a second, Betty." Lucian asked, "Did you ever hear about a castle named Cairndia?" Betty frowned her eyebrows a bit as she was thinking, but then shook her head. "No, never." "I see." Lucian nodded with a bit disappointment. Although Betty was still a young girl, she was relatively experienced as an adventurer in her age. With great caution, she did a great job with the task given by Lucian. In the evening of the third day, the coach arrived at a fork on the road, whose northward road led deep into the woods to Fogtown, known by people in this area for its lumbering, and the northeastward one to a mining town named Nice. Both roads could lead them to Corsair, although the northward one was way less busy, but also more bumpy. Because Lena needed to go to Fogtown, they chose the northward road. Although Fogtown was not very far away from that fork in the road, The bumpiness of the road made Lucian feel very nauseous. When he was just about to get off the coach to walk on his own, they could see the small town in the distance, where there were only two main streets intersecting with each other. The guards sensed a bit of creepiness when they went deep into the woods heading for Fogtown, not to mention the people in the coach. Even Lucian, a sorcerer who was used to dealing with so many kinds of creepy experiments, could easily notice the changes happening around them. The common oaks and birches were gradually replaced by dark gray cedars, and the cedars were so tall and thick that Lucian almost felt that he was now back in Melzer Black Forest. Even though they were not far away from the town now, the guards didn't dare to lower their alertness, especially because the trees around them were thick and tall, which were perfect for an ambush. The roots and the knots of the big trees looked almost like ghost faces. Betty subconsciously grabbed her bow and arrow tighter and stayed a bit closer to Lucian's coach, Wilfred Tree. Through the window of the coach, Lucian recognized this tree. In fact, nothing else was really special about it except its shape, which was often creepy. It was not named Wilfred at the very beginning, but since the famous necromancer with that name had a special affection for them and planted the trees widely in the Demiplane where his magic tower existed, the tree was later directly named Wilfred after the necromancer and turned into a symbol of viciousness. Furthermore, it was precisely because of these dark gray trees that the town looked as if it was covered with a layer of fog, and that was how the small town gained its name. When the coach entered the town, Lucian saw a bunch of lumbermen heading home after work. Their faces were expressionless, and their eyes were dim and glazed, as if all of their passion was erased by their repeated labor day after day. I'd rather die if my future was like that. Betty looked back at the lumbermen and murmured to herself in an alert way. As soon as the coach stopped in front of the only inn of Fogtown, Wise, who had been silent for quite a while, hurriedly jumped out of the coach and started to vomit. "Are you all right, Mr. Wise?" asked Betty concernedly. "Maybe you can walk with us tomorrow. The coach must be very bumpy." On the other side, Joanna was helping Lena and her baby get off the coach. She turned to Lucian and said, "You look fine, Mr. Evans." Joanna smiled. "You're actually stronger than I thought. I was trying to sleep." Lucian was not feeling really good as well. He was trying to analyze some magic structures to distract himself. Lucian was quite surprised, but then he nodded. "I know Betty tried her best." Simon, who was standing on the other side, also came over and said to Lucian in a low voice, "We wouldn't even be able to know that you killed Chris if Betty did not cry out." Lucian shrugged casually and thought that Betty would definitely learn her lesson after they fulfilled the commission. "You're welcome." Lucian took the coin. Lena smiled. "I'll remember your kindness, Mr. Evans. I'm leaving to visit my cousin Kaylin now. May God be with you." Lucian was now used to the phrases used in that world. Lena slightly bent her knees and turned around. Lucian did not see that. When she turned her back to him, her face suddenly became a bit gloomy. The direction which Lena was heading for with the baby led to a stone bridge, and behind the bridge there was a tall and big black castle. Its cross vault, pinnacle, and its solemn architectural style instantly revealed itself as a castle built in the later period of the War of Dawn. That is the castle of Baron Haybarrow. He's the lord of Fogtown and the other villages and towns in this area. Simon pointed at the castle and explained to Lucian, having no idea that Lucian might know more than him about the background of the place. He was an outstanding knight when he was young, and he was known for his heroic deeds of wiping out some notorious robbers and joining the civil war among the lords in Gusta Empire. Lots of stories narrated by bards are based on his true stories, stories of a true hero. Unfortunately, Baron Haybarrow failed to make the breakthrough to become a Grand Knight, and his health condition declined in his early 60s. After his son left the town to travel, Baron Haybarrow now rarely leaves his castle. Sometimes he invites some musicians to visit the castle since I heard that he has quite an affection for music. Well, heroes also get old. Wise released a sigh. "Except for God, nothing can last forever in this world. Maybe music can last long as well," Lucian commented. In his mind, while Betty was a bit upset with Wise's words, Lucian was not affected by the true fact much. After all, if he could become a senior rank mage, Lucian could live way longer than common people. Well, does anyone else knows that Mrs. Kaylin, Lena's cousin, is actually the wife of Baron Haybarrow's steward? Wow, Joanna switched the topic. In Joanna and the other adventurers' eyes, even the steward of a baron was still someone important. Entering the inn, the woman standing behind the counter looked rather cold, and her eyes were also glazed. "Please register your name and date of birth if you want to stay here for the night." "Mrs. Branca, what happened? We've stayed here before a couple of months ago. You don't remember us?" asked Joanna. "You don't look good." The last time when Joanna and Simon were here, Betty was not present since she hit herself and squandered her commission in Courser. "Roy's dead because of illness," Branca murmured. "He was only 10. He was summoned by God. It's just been few months since we saw Roy last time." Joanna lowered her head and then explained to Lucian in a low voice, "Roy is Mrs. Branca's youngest son." Wise crossed himself on the chest. "May he live an eternal life in heaven." After mourning the deceased boy, Joanna asked the woman carefully, Mrs. Branca, I don't remember being asked to register our date of birth last time we were here. Lucian had never heard of such a requirement in any of the countries and cities he had been to. This is the command of the Baron. I don't know the reason, Branca answered slowly. While Lucian felt that this was pretty suspicious, the adventurers and wise did not really care. All they wanted now was to have a good rest. You're only 29, Simon, Lucian joked. I thought you were 34 or 35. Simon indeed looked elder than his age. He scratched his head and looked at Joanna. I know. When I got married with Joanna when I was 20, some guests thought I was her father. Joanna was 27, Betty 16, and Wise was 22. Lucian was amused. Then, following Wise, he only left his surname on the booklet, Evans, June 26, 798 of the Saint calendar. For a moment, Lucian paused a bit. He was not sure if he should leave his true birthday, the one in his original world. Oh my, Mr. Evans, you're not even 18. Betty was very surprised. Both Simon and Joanna felt the same way as well. I'm almost there, 2 days to go, Lucian answered casually. You're my idol, Mr. Evans. I hope I can become as powerful as a high-level knight squire like you before I turn 18. Betty's eyes were shining with excitement. She just revealed Lucian's strength carelessly in front of other people. So you shall receive formal knight training. Seizing the chance, Joanna educated Betty. Since their parents died, Joanna played a role both as elder sister and mom to Betty. When it was dinner time, a blonde lady entered the inn with 2 guards following behind her. She looked around and soon noticed Lucian and other people in the not very busy lobby. Excuse me, may I ask if you are Mr. Evans? She walked to Lucian and asked with a polite smile. Yes, I am. What can I do for you, madam? Lucian could sort of guess who was this lady. You're welcome, madam. It wasn't a big deal, Lucian answered politely, although he felt suspicious Agin shouldn't Lena be there as well. Lena's cousin coming here on her own with her guards to thank him was sort of weird to Lucian. Kaelin looked at Lucian, then Betty, and then took a step closer to Wise. Baron Haybarrow asked Lena about her trip, and my cousin mentioned to the Lord that there was a very talented young man who could play harp very well. I think it's you, right, Mr. Wise. I'm more than flattered, madam. Wise slightly bowed to Kaelin. Baron Haybarrow loves music very much, thus he wanted to invite Mr. Wise to his castle to exchange ideas regarding music. And of course, Lord Haybarrow is very interested in your traveling experience as well, Mr. Evans. I wonder if you two would like to visit the castle and be Baron Haybarrow's guests. Before Lucian said anything, Wise smiled, yes, for sure. Lord Haybarrow is my idol. He's a hero. Kaelin nodded and turned to Lucian. What about you, sir? I just worry about my guards. Lucian pointed at his 3 guards. Since it seemed the Baron was more interested in Wise's music, Lucian felt he should be fine if he decided to go. And another important reason was that he might be able to get some information from the Baron about the castle named Cairndia. They can come with you. It's not a problem at all. Kaelin's smile was polite and sweet. The Baron was an adventurer before, and he would like to listen to some amazing adventure stories from you. We can go as well. Both Betty and Joanna were very excited, and even Simon showed some emotion. Mrs. Kaelin, will Lena be here tonight as well? Betty asked when they were approaching the castle passing the stone bridge. She won't. She needs rest, answered Kaelin shortly. Betty was a bit disappointed. I'm kind of missing Lena's cute baby. Kaelin did not respond, leading Lucian and other people into the castle after crossing the suspension bridge. The Baron's castle was a typical representative of the architectural style in the later period of the War of Dawn. The lobby on the first floor was spacious and magnificent, and in contrast, the windows high above were narrow. In general, Lucian felt this place was dark and mysterious. Lord Haybarrow's waiting in the dining room on the second floor. Kaelin raised her right hand and pointed at the stairs to the upper floor. The first floor is mostly for parties and sometimes used for court. While Lucian and Wise were behaving themselves decently, Joanna and Simon were looking around out of curiosity, not to mention Betty. They had never entered a castle before, and this one was even bigger than what castles looked like in their imagination. After the set of stairs, they came into a long and narrow corridor. Along either side of the corridor, a line of candles partially lit up the space, and beside the candles, there were several portrayals of Lord Haybarrow. This is Lord Haybarrow, explained Kaelin. Haybarrow family was first granted fief for the contribution on the War of Dawn. I heard that the blessing of the family is powerful, something like turning themselves and their enemies into stone. I never witnessed the Lord's power, though. Is this blessing for close or ranged combat? Lucian murmured subconsciously. Hearing Mr. Evans's question, Simon became more certain that Lucian was a noble young man who received formal knight training before. Sorry, I'm not sure, Mr. Evans. Kaelin smiled, I don't know how to fight. Lucian nodded and kept walking toward the dining room following Kaelin. Although no one ever mentioned, all of them, including Lucian, felt that those vivid portrayals were staring at them from both sides of the wall. Kaelin pushed the door of the dining room open. The door was made of redwood, behind which the dining room was decorated in a very luxury way. At the center of the dining room, there was a long dining table, on which lay several sets of fine porcelain tablewares. Several servants were lined up beside the table, waiting for order. On the other side of the dining room, a chamber band was playing decent music. They were asked to hand their weapons to the guards standing beside the door. Lucian untied his sword and left alert outside of the dining room. He did not feel concerned, since he still had a dagger with him. The elder noble man sitting at the far end of the table stood up from the chair to welcome them. Although there were some wrinkles on his ruddy face, his hair was still black. If Lucian had not known that Baron Hebaro was already in his 70s, he would definitely be unable to tell this man's true age. Welcome, welcome. Lord Hebaro was wearing a brown robe of old style. My guests, your arrival has brought me, an old man, a lot of new energy. His voice was resonant and his eyes were bright. The big green jade ring on his right hand was quite eye-catching. Baron Hebaro. Lucian took the lead and bowed to him. You must be Mr. Evans. Hebaro's eyes scanned Lucian, young and elegant. Arms and legs looked pretty strong. As he was talking to Lucian, Hebaro was glancing at Lucian's face, chest, arms, and legs. Lucian felt very uncomfortable with Hebaro's comment, and he wondered if this old lord actually liked men. Lucian was just about to directly tell the Baron to stop looking at him, but Hebaro turned around and started to greet other people. When he was greeting Betty, he started to stare at her in a lascivious manner. Betty almost rolled her eyes. As if he had realized his gaffe, Hebaro apologized with an awkward smile. Sorry for my misbehavior. I'm an old man, weak both physically and mentally. Every time I see young people, I often appreciate their youthfulness. I miss my early years very much, and I wish I could regain the fine skin, strong hands and legs again. We shall toast for youthfulness later. You still look very young in your age, Lucian responded, although he still had the impression the Baron was very suspicious. After sitting down beside the table, Lucian laid the napkin on his legs and asked, Lord Hebaro, is your steward not around tonight? Lucian could not help but ask the question, since he had felt that there was something wrong there and he was trying to figure out what it was. Without a doubt, if the master was entertaining the guests, the absence of the steward was not normal. Yes, Mr. Cork is out for some other business tonight. Hebaro's face was partly hidden by the shadows. If you'd like to stay here tonight, Mr. Evans, you should be able to see him tomorrow morning. Then the Baron introduced the elder man who was playing piano on the other side. This is my music consultant, Mr. Mars, a famous musician in Corsair. Although Mars was just in his early 60s, he looked obviously much elder than the Baron. After getting each other, Mars complained to the Baron, my lord, the musical instrument that you just bought. Piano, yes, piano, is not even close to harpsichord. The sound quality is not very good. After being invented about a year ago, now piano was gaining more popularity. Even the Baron, a noble in this remote place, started to pursue the trend as well. It's the pedals. You did not use the pedals properly, Betty murmured. She disliked the fact that someone was criticizing the music instrument which her favorite musician, Lucian Evans, was best at. Such a young lady, I think you're simply not a professional. Mars frowned. I did use the pedals. I'm not professional, but Mr. Wise is. Betty disputed. He's a musician. Wise looked rather embarrassed when Mars turned to look at him. Well, actually, I don't understand music completely. It just so happens that I've been studying piano recently. Wise waved his hands a bit, then he started to introduce some really professional theories about this new music instrument, which confused all the people present, except Mars and Lucian. Holding a glass of water, Lucian listened to Wise's thoughts with interest. Some of his concerns were raised by some musicians and critics over the newspapers before, but finally these concerns were all proved unnecessary by Lucian's successful playing. Now, the era of traditional symphony has ended. The splendid era has ended. Hebaro sighed. I still remember the thunder-like applause over that alto music festival many years ago, when traditional symphony established its supreme status. Mr. Christopher, Mr. Lindrinho, Ms. Rainia, Mr. Ionescu, and all those other great musicians created a great era, and now that era has ended, sharing the fate of every human being who will eventually die. I don't think that the passing of this era is something that we shall feel regretful. Now we have brand new music styles, themes, ways of presenting, and countless possibilities lying in the potential of music. Right now music is bursting out more of its energy than ever before. What is past is past. We shall look to the future. As Betty was expressing her idea about music, she totally forgot that the person sitting in front of her was a baron. Later, all of them joined the music discussion, except Lucian. Finally, someone turned to Lucian and asked, "What's your opinion, Mr. Evans?" He considered for a bit and said carefully, "I understand both sides. Lord Hebaro missed the passing era because he was part of it and he experienced the glory himself. Likewise, it is also reasonable that Mr. Wise and Betty, as the younger generation, would like to pursue the new trend of music." Both Hebaro and Wise nodded. So I think that although revolution and change is always unavoidable in any era, as people witnessing the changes right now in the trend, we can hardly comment whether the changes are good or not. Maybe, Maybe people who live a few hundreds of years later can have a better perspective talking about the features of different music eras. Lucian's comments summarized their discussion well. The Baron sighed. Mr. Evans' point of view is really persuasive. However, Mars still did not want to let the topic go. Mr. Wise, can you play the piano for us to show me how am I supposed to utilize the pedals? Yes, please, Mr. Wise. Betty agreed with excitement. I also want to have a chance to appreciate Mr. Wise's playing. Barrow also nodded. Wise had no choice but to nod. All right, I'll try. Lucian recognized the melody immediately when Wise started to play. It was pathetique. Wise's performance was unexpectedly good, and everyone present was listening to it very carefully. Lucian took a glance at the Baron when Wise was playing, and he noticed that the Baron's face was twitching a bit, as if he was suffering from some painful emotion, which made Lucian feel suspicious again. As if the Baron had noticed Lucian's gaze, he forced a smile on his face and leaned forward to talk to him. Mr. Evans, do you know Mr. Wise's full name? Bert Wise. Lucian disguised his suspicion. No wonder, Bert Wise, the talented musician who's gonna hold the concert in Corsair. Mars, who was standing beside them, was very surprised as well. I thought he was just a common young man who was a music fan. It turned out that he's the most professional one among us all. Really, I never thought about asking Mr. Wise's full name. Betty's eyes were shining with great excitement. He always said that he did not really understand music, and thus I never expected that he was the famous musician, Bert Wise. Lucian was surprised as well. Wise came back to his seat under warm applause. He shrugged a bit when he sat down beside Lucian. I mean, really, I don't really understand music. Wise smiled a little awkwardly. Lucian was amused. He raised his glass of water to Wise. Me neither. When the dinner was about to start, the uneasy sense of foreboding in Lucian's mind started to become more and more torturing to him. Thus, Lucian found the excuse to use the bathroom and left the dining room following a servant. The finely decorated bathroom was in the corner of the dining room. Locking the wooden door from inside, Lucian did a careful check around and then took out his morning light crystal ball and the Grimsteel dagger. Lucian cut his finger with the dagger, making a drop of his blood splash onto the surface of the wash basin. Dipping the blood with his right index finger, Lucian started to write in the air, leaving scarlet symbols floating in front of him in the shape of a relatively simple magic structure. This structure was meant to hide the magic waves that the crystal ball would cause. The crystal ball named Morning Light slowly rose, and the strange symbols soon covered it. Lucian reached his hands out close to the crystal ball and started to murmur a mantra. The center of the crystal ball became darker, and stars showed up all over it, as if there was a starry sky within. This was one of the most unique spells in the school of astrology, horoscope. After finding the crystal ball, based on the astrology knowledge he had as an apprentice, and also due to his previous understanding of astrophysics, Lucian soon learned primary horoscope. That made Lucian feel even more curious about destiny. Staring at a shooting star in the crystal ball, Lucian frowned. My host's star of destiny is dimmer than before, which means that I'm still in potential danger. And the great danger is coming. It's threatening my star. That was all the information that Lucian could collect from the crystal ball with his horoscope level. For more specific information, Lucian needed a higher level of knowledge, as well as the power to cast it. Even with a higher level of horoscope, the result wouldn't always be accurate and could still be changed. Putting the crystal ball back, Lucian took out Fire Weaver's bracelet and wore it on his wrist, as well as his Ice Revenger. Lucian took them off earlier before he met the Baron, just in case Barrow could tell his identity. The uneasy sense of foreboding was becoming more and more intense, which was burning Lucian's guts. Although he was still not sure if the danger was actually from the Baron, Lucian decided to take the initiative and to be decisive. He could not just wait for the danger to come at him. By then, any action would be too late to be taken. Opening the wooden door, Lucian walked out of the bathroom as if everything was just fine. When he came back to the dining table, both Barrow and Kalen were not there. Where did the Baron and Mrs. Kalen go? Lucian tried to ask in a casual tone. The Baron was not feeling very good, and Mrs. Kalen just accompanied him to go back to his bedroom to take some medicine. They'll be back soon, Betty answered. Then I shall take a look at the Baron to make sure he's fine. Lucian nodded and said coldly. But Mr. Evans, the Baron will be back soon. Betty and the other guests were a bit surprised. Without any further explanation, Lucian turned around and walked toward the door of the dining room. Mr. Evans, the Baron wants us to stay here, Joanna said behind him. You shall stay in the dining room, like the lady said. The two guards beside the door crossed their spears in front of Lucian and said in a polite but cold manner. Lucian slightly nodded and smiled. However, in the next second, Lucian suddenly pushed one of the guards away, drew his dagger and stabbed it right into the other guard's arm. Mr. Evans, Betty screamed, what are you doing? As soon as the dagger was stabbed into the guard's arm, a putrid liquid burst out instead of the expected blood, spreading a horrible smell through the room. Lucian's movement was very swift. He pulled the dagger out and cut the guard's throat open while he rolled forward on the floor to avoid the spear of the other guard. Evans, Mr. Evans, killed the Baron's guard. All of the guests were startled, but soon they found that Mr. Evans was covered with a layer of white light. After Lucian managed to kill the other guard, the two bodies started to rot in a visible speed as if they were dead since long ago. "This is," Simon murmured subconsciously. Lucian took back his alert and answered calmly, "This is a husk." And then he turned to Mars. "Mr. Mars, do you know where the Baron's bedroom is?" Mars was already shaking all over from what he just witnessed. He was not able to respond to Lucian properly until Joanna suddenly patted him on his back. As soon as Mars uttered where the Baron's bedroom was, Lucian quickly made the arrangement. "Simon, you deal with the guards from the upper floor. Make sure you take care of Mr. Wise and Mr. Mars. Betty and Joanna, you watch the stair on the other side." After seeing that they nodded subconsciously, Lucian quickly rushed out of the door and disappeared into the shadows. "Mr. Evans, he has the power of a knight," Betty cried out. "Betty, get your bow and come here," Simon commanded. Lucian was running at full speed in the dark corridor. After killing several husks, Lucian stopped a few steps away from the Baron's bedroom. Staring at the door, Lucian activated Sun's Corona and released the magic waves which were extremely detrimental to undead creatures. The 4 husks guarding the bedroom were instantly purified and fell to the ground. At the same time, Lucian banged the door open with all his strength, tightly holding alert and the Grimsteel dagger. A couple of black magic circles showed up in front of the door, but immediately broke into shining pieces. When the door was knocked open, Lucian quickly stopped the momentum to prevent himself from running into anything by accident, and simultaneously activated a magic structure in his soul and summoned 2 black magic missiles. In the bedroom, Baron Harbero, whose face was covered with deep and horrible wrinkles, was sitting in the center of a black magic triangle. His appearance indicated his condition was worsening, and he was about to die at any moment. On the tips of the triangle, 3 figures were tied up by black, half-transparent tentacles: a baby, a 7 or 8 years old kid, and a teenager of 13 or 14. There was white light coming out of their bodies, as if the tentacles were sucking up their vital energy. The light was being infused into a white eyeball that had no pupil. Kaelin stood beside the Baron, enchanting some kind of weird spell. Being driven by her spell, there were 2 lines of tears of blood coming out of the eyeball and falling into the silver cup in Habero's hand. However, to the Baron's great surprise, the 2 magic missiles flew right toward his silver cup. Completely out of the Baron's expectation, the silver cup in his hand was shattered by the magic missiles, and the broken pieces fell onto the thick carpet. The Baron and Kaelin were totally startled. They did not understand what was going on there. Seizing the chance, Lucian cast Pomera's frost blades, and 3 icy blades were shot straight at the Baron. When the blades were about to hit the Baron, Habero released an angry roar and fiercely reached out his fossilized right fist to punch one of the blades, while at the same time he put his left hand on his neck to protect himself, since it had turned into stone as well. One of the blades was smashed by the Baron's stone fist, but by then the other 2 blades hit him, one in his left arm and one in his leg. Although they did not cause much damage, the ice temporarily froze him on the spot. When Lucian was about to cast another spell, a black magic ray directly hit the invisible star shield covering him. As soon as the shield was hit, the previously invisible shield radiated starlight and protected the person within it. Lucian did not expect that Kaelin was actually a sorcerer apprentice. Although Kaelin's spell was not powerful enough to hurt Lucian, a real sorcerer, it bought time for the Baron to get rid of the ice. In the next moment, the layer of ice covering Habero collapsed, and then the stone man rushed straight at Lucian. Although Habero wanted to get his sword on the desk to the side, he decided to launch the attack immediately, in order to leave the sorcerer no time to cast any spell. Habero's dusty and fossilized fist hit Lucian's star shield bitterly, and the shield cracked. Being experienced in fighting with sorcerers, Habero changed the angle of his attack. Lucian did not panic. Making the best use of the time the shield granted him before shattering to pieces, Lucian cast the first circle spell, Sleep. Surrounding Lucian, green light waves expanded outward in circles. As soon as the light waves touched Kaelin, her eyes became languid, and then, right in the middle of the fighting, she yawned and fell on the floor to start sleeping. Even strong as Habero's stone body was, he was heavily struck by a sense of tiredness, as if he was experiencing a sudden process of aging, and his movement also paused a bit. Within this pause, a bright light showed up above Lucian's left hand, and he threw a head-sized fireball at the Baron. Although Habero's instinctive reaction freed him from the tiredness instantly, it was still too late for him to fully avoid the fireball. Together with the explosion of the fireball, Habero's right arm was devoured by the fire. The blast fiercely threw the 3 dead bodies, the baby, the young boy, and the teenager, away to the other side of the room. Some kind of mix of festered and stinky blood came out of the Baron's stone body, and what was even more shocking was that Habero's face started to age very fast. Completely mad, Heibaro screamed and rushed at Lucian again with his remaining limbs. Using alert to block the Baron's attack, Lucian could see that even his sword was surrounded by stone dust as if the sword would turn into stone soon. Before Heibaro's power did any real damage to the sword, Lucian activated Sun's Corona. A beam of holy light was summoned and directly struck the Baron. "Holy light," Heibaro cried out. The light was burning the Baron's skin and finally peeled off the stone covering his body. Seeing that his own body was rotting at a visible speed, the Baron looked very scared but then became calm and relieved. Bathing in the holy light, aging and dying in the holy light, he murmured as if he was dreaming, "My skin was losing its glory like dried fruit. My face was fully covered with wrinkles, and so did my body. My strength and agility were fast declining and could never come back again. I couldn't see beautiful sceneries, couldn't taste cuisines. My passion was fading. Even having a young, beautiful woman in my arms was." Hearing his words, Lucian frowned, but the Baron continued, "Why people age? Why when people age, all the happiness is gone? Where's God's heaven? After someone became a senior rank mage, he or she could make it over 200 years old, and a sorcerer or sorceress could still turn to magic rituals and potions to further prolong their lifespan, such as lick conversion, although many of them died during the process. Even middle or junior mage could also find assorted ways to live longer." The Baron's eyes slowly closed. His sinful life finally ended. Lucian felt rather lucky that he decisively made up his mind and took action in time, since if the Baron had completed his ritual and recovered his power of a level 2 knight, that would probably be the end of Lucian. However, after killing the Baron, the uneasy sense of foreboding was still lingering above Lucian's mind. What he felt mostly suspicious was the reason why, even toward the end of the fight, Heibaro never cast any necromantic spell. Lucian's brows frowned, since he knew that there was only one possible explanation for this. The Baron himself was not a necromancer, and it was someone else who was instigating and enticing Heibaro to use young lives to keep his own youthfulness using black magic. So after binding Kaylin's arms, Lucian woke her up. As soon as Kaylin opened her eyes, she saw a pair of black pupils in which there was a starry sky. Lucian used his hypnosis on her. "Mr. Evans, what do you want me to do?" asked Kaylin, like a little girl speaking to someone she admired. She just completely ignored the loud fighting sound on the other side of the castle. To be more specific, what Lucian was using right now was the first circle spell called Charm Person, which could control a person's mind whose spiritual power was less strong than the spellcaster's. Unless the given order conflicted greatly with the will of the person being controlled, in most cases, the person who got controlled would just follow the spellcaster's orders. "Tell me who taught you magic, and who taught the Baron the black ritual?" asked Lucian directly. "My husband, Hunt, or say, the Baron's steward, Mr. Cork." Kaylin smiled, as if she was very glad that she could provide any useful information to Lucian. Several years ago, when he was invited to be the Baron's civil official, Hunt started to teach Heibaro to use the power of the death of young lives to extend his own life, and at the same time he could use the dead bodies for his experiments afterwards. In order to better disguise what they were doing, Hunt became the Baron's steward, Cork. "Hunt, Kaylin Hunt." Lucian was quite shocked. "Are you the Hunts from Bonn?" Kaylin Cork was actually Mrs. Hunt, who Lucian was looking for to fulfill his promise to the Revenant girl. What happened to them, Lucian wondered. As soon as Lucian mentioned Bonn, Kaylin's mood started to become very unstable, and her great emotional pain freed her from Lucian's spell. "How do you know we were from Bonn? Who are you?" "People in Bonn told me that Mrs. Hunt was a nice and beautiful lady who was always willing to offer help, especially taking care of kids. Why have you become like this? Why are you helping your husband to kill other kids?" Lucian did not answer her questions directly. Kaylin was shocked, as if Lucian's words stabbed her in the heart, and a few seconds later she started to laugh like she was crazy. I was nice and beautiful. I was willing to help people, ha 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 ha. You see what I got from my kindness. My daughter got kidnapped and she's been missing for 10 years, and my husband turned into a monster. Now, when I see how heartbroken these parents become when they lose their kids, I feel I have companions who can understand my pain. Where is Hunt then?" Lucian remained calm. "He's doing an experiment in the cemetery," Kaylin sneered. "Hunt was too busy, and your sword made the Baron decide to be more careful with you, or we'd just have killed you instead of preparing some stupid dinner." Experiment. Hearing that, Lucian had a really bad feeling about it. Hunt's a monster now. He's still as mysterious and powerful as he was, but he's no longer a considerate man as he once was in Bonn. Kaylin murmured as if she was talking to herself. Mysterious and powerful. Lucian suddenly realized that he made a wrong assumption before. He had thought that Hunt turned into a necromancer when he arrived in this land, which was known for the past prevalence of necromancers. However, it seemed like Hunt was already a necromancer when he was in Bonn. Knock, knock, knock. Something was gently knocking at the window. When Lucian looked back, what he saw shocked him. There was a gray owl standing outside of the bedroom window, or to be more specific, it was a dead owl, since its whole body was basically rotten and its white bones were exposed to the air. As Lucian was staring at it, the owl also looked at Lucian and Kalen with its cold eyes, but kept knocking at the window with its beak. Two magic missiles broke the window and flew directly toward that creepy-looking owl. The gray owl did not move, but some kind of black gas instantly covered it. The magic missiles strongly disturbed the gas surrounding it. As if the owl just realized that the person who was talking to Kalen was an enemy instead of a friend, the owl opened its beak and started to scream, although no sound was produced. All of a sudden, lots of black tentacles crawled out from the carpet. As soon as they touched Lucian's body, Lucian felt a mix of numbness, weakness, and pain. Lucian had never experienced that before. Among all the apprentice spells and first circle spells, he never found anything that had this mixed effects. Even the second circle spell, Ghoul Touch, could only numb and hurt people at the same time to some extent, so Lucian guessed that it was a special necromantic magic. Remaining calm, Lucian activated the bracelet and easily got rid of the tentacles with the spell enchanted within Flame Shield. Being surrounded by the flame to defend himself from the countless black tentacles, Lucian saw that they were accumulating by the door, making it impossible for him to escape. Changing his mind, he turned himself into a streak of moonlight and rushed at the gray owl with his sword. The owl flew up as Lucian directly broke through the window and started to rapidly fall from that floor. However, instead of heavily hitting the ground, Lucian's fall slowed down like that of a feather. First circle magic feather fall. When Lucian was close to land, he heard a crazy laughter coming from the cemetery close by. Ha ha ha, I'm almost there, just one more step. Kalen, where are you? As the laughter was getting closer and closer, Lucian saw the creepiest thing that he had ever encountered. Lucian could barely tell from the creature's face that it had been a human in the past, however. The other parts of its body were just rotten flesh, from which disgusting eyeballs, lips, and pale arms were growing out of its body. Furthermore, the thing was surrounded by some kind of gray gas that was blighting and killing the plants that it passed by. As soon as the monster noticed Lucian, it released a bitter scream. Those black tentacles grew out again on the ground and crazily reached toward Lucian. Seeing this monster, Lucian almost threw up. He immediately activated Death Resistance, a level 2 divine spell within Sun's Corona, and was quickly surrounded by a layer of white light, which could protect him greatly from necromantic power. The black tentacles were frightened, as if they were facing their biggest bane, which bought Lucian some time to safely land and adjust his position to hack at the monster. Lucian was pretty much certain that it was Hunt. What Lucian did not expect was that, as Hunt pointed at his sword alert, the sword hacked backwards at Lucian and left a deep wound on his shoulder. It was the first circle necromantic spell, Backbite. Taking a deep breath from the pain, Lucian grabbed the sword again and activated the magic structure in his soul. Instantly, a layer of oil covered Hunt and extended to the ground. First circle spell oil. Taking a step ahead, Hunt almost fell over, so he stopped and started to use some ranged spells to attack Lucian. Negative Energy Ray, Shriveling, Chill Touch, Enfeeblement Ray. All these spells were attacking Lucian crazily as if there was no buffering time at all. However, Lucian had learned quite a lot from the tactics that Aaron and Hebaro used to fight against a sorcerer. He kept moving around, leaving no chance for Hunt to target him. Although a few times he failed to fully avoid them, the level 2 spell Death Resistance could still protect him to some degree. Hunt had completely turned into a monster that did not reason much during a fight. As he was casting the spells one by one without much interval, the eyeballs, lips, and arms started to fall from his rotten flesh. The monster got furious. As Hunt released a deafening scream, black waves burst out surrounding him. Third circle necromantic spell and also an area spell, Negative Energy Explosion. Lucian had nowhere to hide from the black waves, so he had no choice but to use the last chance of activating Flame Shield and Fire Weaver's bracelet to resist. After casting this powerful spell, Hunt was temporarily still from the overconsumption of his power. He needed some time to recover. At this time, Lucian cast oil again, covering Hunt in the place he stood with a second layer of oil. However, when Lucian was about to attack Hunt again, 3 magic missiles flew directly at him. It was the gray owl. While its owner could not cast any spell, Hunt summoned familiar distracted Lucian. Dodging aside swiftly, Lucian avoided the missiles, however. He didn't dare to stop moving. Lucian had no idea what spell was useful right now to kill this filthy thing up in the sky except magic missile, but as the owl was flying around, it was also not easy for Lucian to target it. Besides, the owl was protected by Death Shield, and Lucian would have to hit it several times with his missiles to break it down. I should have learned how to summon a flying familiar as well. Lucian thought to himself when he was moving around, trying to break the owl's magic shield with magic missiles. When Lucian was about to throw his dagger toward this filthy evil bird when its shield was almost gone, Hunt started to move again. Damn it! Lucian burst out a swear when he saw that, as the rotten chunks of flesh started to fall from Hunt's body again. On the other side, there were bodies climbing out of the graves. Some of them were skeletons, while others were partially rotten. All of them were waking up and dragging themselves out of the black soil. Furthermore, there were even several revenants floating in the air. Lucian was their target. Like a tsunami, they were coming at him. Lucian's heart was beating fiercely. He did not know what to do for a second. Should he kill the owl first or deal with the army of bodies and revenants? Suddenly, an arrow shining green light shot fiercely out of the castle and directly punched a hole through the owl's eye. It was Betty, followed by Joanna and Simon. After beating all the husks, they found 2 precious standard bows in the castle. When they rushed to come to help Lucian, they saw the big crowd of walking corpses surrounding Lucian and a creepy dead owl flying around and attacking him. The owl started to scream, and it switched its target to Betty. At the same time, Joanna shot another arrow that went directly through the owl's other eye. With the owl no longer interrupting him, Lucian cast oil for the 3rd time and activated Sun's corona to face the approaching corpses. White holy light burst out from Lucian's body and extended in all directions. The light was so bright that half of the night sky was lit up. Like mighty surging waves, the holy light overwhelmed the skeletons, the rotten bodies, and the revenants. Being washed out by the white light, they started to collapse, turning into piles of bones and flesh. The scene was literally shocking. Mr. Evans is a saint knight. Betty cried out, that's his power. There were only a few zombies and skeletons still struggling and screaming on the ground, but Hunt had already recovered some of his power. The monster opened his mouth again and was ready to cast another negative energy explosion. However, that was too late for Hunt. Hunt, it was Kaylin's voice. She was screaming at the top of her lungs. Simon got her, pretending that he was about to throw her out of the window. Hearing the familiar voice, Hunt slightly turned his head to the side and stared at Kaylin, although most of his consciousness was already gone. Seizing the chance, Lucian threw the big fireball summoned directly toward the monster. Bang! The sound of explosion was deafening. Being covered with oil, Hunt instantly blew apart, and his rotten flesh, eyeballs, and arms fell all over, making disgusting, sticky, jelly-like sound. The remaining major part of Hunt was still writhing on the ground like a moving torch. The burning parts that flew out of his body ignited the other bodies and bones on the ground. The whole cemetery ended up in a horrible fire. Betty, Simon, and Joanna were totally shocked. Turning around, Lucian directly threw his dagger at the owl and the weapon pierced through its head. The owl fell to the ground and could not move anymore. Hunt, Kaylin screamed her husband's name and struggled to free herself from Simon's control. She jumped right through the window and fell hard on the ground. Dragging her legs, Kaylin slowly crawled toward the fire with all her effort. When the chunks of rotten flesh and limbs covering Hunt on the outside were burned down to ashes, the original look of the man was revealed. Both of his legs and one arm were missing, but his eyes once again looked like that of a human being. Moaning, Hunt was crawling toward Kaylin, dragging his remaining body with parts of it still being burned by the fire. Lucian took out a glass tube filled with white ashes and handed it to Kaylin, and then he carried Kaylin closer to her husband. This is... Kaylin's heart missed a beat. Surprisingly, the ashes in the small glass tube felt familiar to her, and tears rolled down her cheeks. Is that Mary? Hunt's voice trembled from both pain and shock. Kaylin. It's Mary, our daughter. Mary was trapped in a magic lock. Before she died, she asked me to take her home. Lucian explained shortly. He did not mention how Mary spent the last days of her life in the world of souls, where there was no food, no color, and no life at all. That was too much for the parents. Hunt's lips moved a bit but made no sound. Then he burst into tears. The magic lock. Hunt cried with pain, not from his body but his heart. I knew it was the magic lock. It consumed more than 20 years of my life and also took Mary away from me. Lucian remained silent. He had the feeling that Hunt knew something about Mary's disappearance, and his guess turned out to be correct. Kaylin choked with sobs. Pulling the cork out of the tube, she scattered Mary's ashes on her chest and pulled the rest of it in her mouth. Then she hugged her husband tightly. The fire on Hunt's body was now burning her as well. Looking at the couple in the fire, Lucian's mood was heavy. He did not know what to say. We should have taken Mary with us. We shouldn't have stayed in Bonn. We should have come back to Djibouti, my hometown. Hunt hugged Kaylin, clearly dying. I've always loved you, all the time, Kaylin said to him. I love you and our daughter, no matter where we are, she added in a low voice. Me, too. Hunt's consciousness was fading. I wish. I've never learned, Ma. He did not manage to finish his sentence, expressing his regret. Kaylin closed her eyes and hugged him tight and then ended her own life with a small dagger in her dress. When the two bodies were almost burned into ashes by the fire, a cold wind blew away the smoke. Gleams of white light appeared in the sky, and the light joined together. The figure of the little girl, Mary, appeared in the night sky, and she was still sweet and cute. Hunt and Kaylin were standing behind her, although their figures were quite blurry. Then their figures turned into gleams of light again and disappeared in the wind. At the same time, some light lingered around Lucian's left hand, and a white tear-shaped mark on it was left on his skin. Lucian still had the protection from death resistance, but he was still surrounded by the rotten gas left by the countless bodies in the area that were affecting him. However, when the mark appeared on Lucian's hand, he immediately felt refreshed. It was a gift from the family, a constant protection for Lucian to stay away from the detrimental effects brought by the undead, to some extent. In order to find some more information about necromantic spells, Lucian decided to find Hunt's necromantic lab, which, according to Kaelin's words, should be right in the cemetery. You deal with the rest of the husks in the castle. Lucian turned around and said to Betty, Joanna, and Simon upstairs loudly, I need to make sure there's nothing evil left in the necromancer's lab. Yes, Mr. Evans. The three of them answered together, as they all regarded Lucian as a powerful saint knight who was responsible for eliminating evil sorcerers across the continent. Although Lucian was quite sure that none of them could tell the difference between sorcerer spells and divine power, he decided to make sure of it by checking his three guards' mind later using Charm Person. He could never be too careful when hiding his identity. In the burning cemetery, the door of the lab was open. It seemed that when his experiment succeeded, Hunt immediately ran outside of the lab to inform Kaelin of this good news. Although Lucian was relatively prepared to what he may see inside, when he actually entered the lab, he was still on the verge of throwing up, since the whole lab was like a small slaughterhouse. Many human bodies lay around the place, while most of them were babies, young kids, and teenagers. The bodies were cut into chunks, and the organs were placed in categories on the lab operation table. Hunt's desk was beside the operation table, on which an upside-down tree was carved, and that was one of the most well-known symbols of the school of necromancy reverse tree of life. There were 10 circles on the top of the 10 branches of the tree, but there was nothing in the circles. Something that Lucian thought was a rectangular box at his first glance turned out to be a small coffin. After a careful check, Lucian opened the coffin. To his great surprise, it was Mary who was in it. The Mary inside of the coffin looked around 7 or 8 years old, and her cheeks slightly flushed as if she was just sleeping. Lucian gently touched her face. It was soft and supple. Being certain that Mary's real body had been burned to ashes by him, Lucian realized what Hunt's experiment was. The purpose of Hunt collecting the bodies of babies and young kids was for making a human body, but clearly he failed. Rummaging around, Lucian found 2 books in the corner. One looked like a notes, and the other was pretty thick, on which there were words, Book of Necromancy. Quickly leafing through both the book and the notes, Lucian first made a copy of them in his spiritual library, and then started to read Hunt's notes carefully. According to the info on the magic tower, Bonn, this small town in Orvaret, is part of a mysterious magic ruin which is protected by a magic lock, and it is possibly related to the whereabouts of the several legendary archmages. One of them was the well-known necromancer Wilfred's close friend the prophet, Waldo K. Maskelyne. I bet there are lots of magic items and treasures. Bonn is even more beautiful than I thought. Residents here are friendly and traditional, and the girl named Kaelin, she is gorgeous. Why I just can't find the magic lock? What kind of magic lock is it? I wonder if it is one that was designed by Maskelyne in person. I can't find any clue, even from the background of the missing town residents. Maybe it's time for me to give up, but I also don't want to tear her away from Bonn. Maybe I shall tell her my true identity. I have a baby girl now, and I'm a dad now. Kaelin, and I want to name her Mary. I don't really care about necromantic spells, the experiment jointly conducted by Maskelyne and Wilfred, or the magic lock and all those kinds of things anymore. Nothing's more important than my wife and my little girl. Mary's been missing for 3 days. I'm sure that I've killed all the wild beasts in this area. I have no idea where my girl could have gone. I don't know whether it was because of the magic lock. Impossible. After so many years. That's ridiculous. My dear Mary, where are you? We miss you so much. Please come back. Dad is begging you. Kaelin is crying every day. I think we need a new environment to live, and I need a better environment for studying necromantic power again to see if we can find Mary. If anything bad really happened to her, I shall try to bring her back to life. The Baron in Fogtown finally killed his own son to prolong his own life. Now both of us get what we want. He can keep his youthfulness for another several years, and I can start my experiment now. Why my body start to smell like a corpse? Is this the revenge from the dead? I can hear that bitter crying all the time. I need to hurry. When I become a middle-rank necromancer, the pain in the body will never bother me anymore. I can't make it. Third Circle Necromancer is a target that I can never reach. I can't let my body rot away like this. Maybe I shall try the ritual written in the book named Body Sewing, and I shall start to make Mary's body as well. Making Mary's body is really costly, and I've spent all my money. Although I don't want to, I have to pledge my only magic item to continue the experiment. Anyway. If I can successfully turn myself into a sewed body, I will be able to use the Third Circle magic spells directly. I won't need the item anymore. He sent me an invitation talking about some Feast of Death, the Congress of Magic. Maybe I should go if my ritual turns out to be successful. But where's Cairndia Castle? I need to write a letter to ask. The Baron is getting greedier and greedier. Now he's not only targeting at the kids on his territory, but also seeking for a fresh body of an underage knight to replace his own body. What he's thinking. He thinks it's that easy to find an underage knight. Nonsense. When my experiment is complete, I'll take Kaelin and Mary away from Fogtown before what the Baron's doing attracts the attention of the church. Cairndia Castle. I never expected it would be there. Deep in the mountain named Aron next to Corsair. Interesting. I wonder why they picked such a place. This information really surprised Lucian. He never expected that he would find the location of the castle in Hunt's notes, and the invitation was also in between the 2 pages. The rest of the note was mostly about the body sewing ritual and the record of the process of making Mary's body. The statistics and the records were precious to Lucian. Picking up the other book, Book of Necromancy, Lucian roughly browsed through it. The book was left by one of Wilfred's students, the legendary necromancer, and it recorded most of the necromantic spells and rituals taught by Wilfred, but there was nothing related to how Wilfred made the breakthrough and became the legendary archmage, being respected as the great master of paleness, which was quite unfortunate for Lucian. Finding no other valuable items in the lab, Lucian took the invitation with him and left the place, and then set the lab on fire, burn it to the ground. Staring at the great flame burning all the dead bodies, including the Marys, into ashes, Lucian slowly turned around, and different thoughts filled his mind. Ancient necromancers believed that the body of a human being who died before coming of age is the best and the purest material for conducting necromantic rituals and spells. That's why the Baron was so obsessed with young human bodies. But why Maskelyne, the great legendary astrology sorcerer, would conduct an experiment with Wilfred, the great master of paleness, from the school of necromancy, and it seems to be a mysterious and significant one. As soon as Lucian went back to the Baron's castle, in a corridor he saw Joanna walking toward him with a greatsword in her hands. Lord Evans, Joanna showed her deep respect to him. All the husks here have been eliminated. In fact, she was to some extent upset with Lucian for involving them in this dangerous fighting without even telling them what they should expect. Actually, even Lucian himself did not expect a bitter fight like this. Lucian nodded to Joanna and asked her calmly, "Anyone else still alive in the castle except Mars? Is everyone all right?" Joanna would not easily reveal her dissatisfaction toward Lucian, but she answered seriously, "Except Mr. Mars, there's no one alive in the castle. They're all husks. Simon is dealing with some chaos happening in Fogtown right now. It might have been caused by some escaping husks. Mr. Mars and Wise are still hiding in the storage room. Betty is vomiting in the bathroom. Is what?" Lucian's left hand grabbed a handful of casting reagent. Joanna put a look of disgust on her face. "We found something in the kitchen, looking like the dinner we were about to enjoy. There were rotten flesh, eyeballs, tongues, fingers, all covered with maggots." As she was speaking, she almost threw up as well. Lucian nodded. It seemed that the Baron was about to serve them food with ptomaine to make them sick first before revealing his real intention. Under the disguise of magic, common people could not tell what that food really was, but when the spellcasters died, the camouflage was gone as well. Joanna looked up subconsciously and directly caught Lucian's charming eyes. Instantly, Joanna fell into a dream where there were countless shining stars. "Yes, Mr. Evans," Joanna answered obediently. Lucian checked her memory about the fight they just had and found nothing that could potentially reveal his identity, but he still made some tiny adjustments with Joanna's memory. "I'm fine here. Go to find Simon and help him, Joanna. Can you?" Lucian dismissed the spell affecting her. Joanna was suddenly startled and her checks immediately flushed. She could not believe that she was just standing there, staring blankly at Mr. Evans' face, and felt that he was so charming that she could not move her eyes away. "Yes, sure, I'm going right now." Joanna quickly touched her face with her hands and turned around, heading for the gate of the castle. After Joanna left, Lucian adjusted the memory of the rest of people one by one and erased any evidence of magic in the fight in the Baron's room. Lucian still wanted to maintain his identity in their mind as a knight, and that was why he did not take all the Baron's stuff on his own. Besides, he also felt a bit sorry that he involved his guards in far more danger than what they would commonly encounter. The Baron's place was actually not that full of jewelry and gold as most people would think. Except for the castle, the manor, and the land that Hebaro owned, there was only 60 Thales left in the Baron's place and a level 2 greatsword of extraordinary quality named Rock, since Hebaro needed to handle the expenses generated by Hunt's experiments, buy babies and kids, maintain his luxury lifestyle, and pay for different things to hide his sinful behavior. That's about 6 Thales. Simon's eyes were full of excitement. "No, it should be 20 Thales," Lucian corrected him. "What?" That's too much, Mr. Evans. How does that work?" Simon's pitch rose. "According to the convention, the value of the greatsword, Rock, should be calculated into the whole value as well. I'll say the sword is about 140 Thales based on its level," Lucian explained. Although he did consider keeping the sword to himself, it turned out that the sword was too heavy for Lucian. 20 Thales was for sure a lot of money for them. For Joanna, Simon, and Betty, their whole year income was not even close to 10 Thales. Lucian smiled and nodded. After they put the money in their own pockets, Lucian said to them, I can teach Betty some night training skills before we get to Corsair. You two can watch as well. On one hand, Lucian appreciated their help, and on the other hand, when the church questioned them, which was very likely to happen after he killed the Baron, the idea that he at least knows something about formal night training could possibly hide his real identity. Lucian waved his hand. I'm actually not a saint knight and not even a noble. I once served a princess, and my power mostly comes from my divine items and magic items granted by the princess, which is not really my power. I hope you three can keep my power as a secret to avoid unnecessary trouble. For sure, Mr. Evans, they answered. Very well. Lucian nodded and said to them, the fight was intense and I need to get some rest now. Do not let anyone disturb me tonight, please, even including you three. I'll try to recover by tomorrow morning, and tomorrow we're heading for Wolftown to report to the church. All of the priests here in Fogtown had been turned into husks by Hunt's necromantic power, so they needed to visit the nearby town to find the priests there. Yes, Mr. Evans, the three guards answered cheerfully. The night was getting darker. Lying in the bed in one of the guest rooms in this evil castle, Lucian remained rather calm and thoughtful. Switching the invitation which Hunt received between his hands back and forth, Lucian was planning something important tonight. By comparing the invitation in his hand with the one that he saved in his spiritual library provided by Chris, Lucian noticed that the only difference between the two was that there was a small symbol of reversed tree of life on the former invitation, while a black hexagram on the latter one. His guess was that the symbols were corresponding to the identities of the invitees for security concern. Black hexagram represents sorcerer apprentice, and the reversed tree represents a necromancer. Then how can I get in there? Lucian murmured to himself silently. In fact, Lucian had a plan in his mind, but the plan was so risky that he could not make up his mind right now. Also, Lucian was almost certain that the time and location of this gathering would be changed after Hunt's death. After all, he was a level 2 necromancer who received formal invitation. And this meant that Lucian needed to find the clues as soon as possible, or he would definitely miss the gathering. Making another divination with his crystal ball, the result was very blurry and of no help at all. Lucian's brows frowned. He knew that he had to take another risk again. Although it would take the coach more than 7 days to get to Corsair from Fogtown if it followed the rugged mountain road, cutting corners through woods and cliffs using a knight's speed could save a lot of time, and Lucian was confident that he could get to Cairndia Castle within 3 hours on his own. Opening his suitcase, Lucian put on his black robe and then sneaked out of the castle through the window. Close to the lake, there was an old castle covered with thick vines standing beside a precipitous cliff, and the high towers of the grand castle were so tall that they almost looked like aged big cedars in the darkness. Staring at the castle from afar, Lucian took a deep breath and put both Ice Revenger and Mo, the ring that had once belonged to Natasha's mother, on his left hand. He carefully turned the word Mo, carved on the ring, toward the inside of his hand. Facing unknown dangers, the powerful and mysterious sorcerers and necromancers, Lucian needed to utilize everything he had to protect himself. Trying to stay focused, Lucian was ready to cast spells at any time, so he slowly walked out from behind a big rock where he was hiding and headed for the gloomy castle. The cool night wind in June drove away the heat in the day, and the surroundings were quiet, except for the crickets chirping. Lucian safely came in front of the thick wooden gate of the castle. Raising his arm calmly, Lucian knocked at the gate. After a while, the great gate slowly opened. Lucian heard the coarse sound from the friction between the wood and the ground. Although the gate appeared to be too heavy for even 2 to 3 male adults to open, a senior man wearing a white shirt and black suit easily pulled out the door and said to Lucian in standard continental common tongue, "Hooray you, sir. Why are you here?" Seeing that the person opening the gate did not directly try to kill him, Lucian's nervousness was half relieved. So he lowered his head and said to the senior man politely, "You must be the steward of the castle, sir. Nice to meet you. I'm a sorcerer traveling through Djibouti right now." Lucian paused a bit and quickly took a glance at the facial expression of the old steward, and then continued seriously, "A bunch of robbers tried to rob me outside Dragon Tooth Town, and I killed all of them. What surprised me was that I found a letter from one of the robbers, inviting all the sorcerers, necromancers, and apprentices to gather to join the Feast of Death, and to meet a sorcerer from the headquarters of the Congress of Magic." The old steward's eyebrow rose slightly, but did not say anything to respond, as if he was still waiting for Lucian's further explanation. "I know it's not proper of me to come to visit the castle directly, but I was very lucky because the apprentice who was unfortunately attacked by the robbers actually left the location of Cairndia Castle on the invitation, or I would never be able to find my way here. Please forgive my impertinence," Lucian continued politely. "May I know what's the symbol on the invitation?" The old steward remained polite, as if he was just talking to some random traveler instead of an evil sorcerer. Although Lucian knew that the old steward might not be able to see his face under the hood, he maintained his smile, a black hexagram. The old steward nodded slightly. I shall report to my lord guest. Holding a white candlestick, the old man turned around and disappeared gradually in the darkness. Lucian kept politely waiting at where he was, without moving a single step. After a while, when the old steward came back, he nodded to Lucian. Very well. You're very polite, guest. You know what is respect. Then he turned around again to show Lucian the way. Following the old steward, Lucian was sweating from nervousness. His host's star of destiny, his own intuition and also alert were warning him silently that there were lots of dangerous and mysterious things hiding in the darkness, especially when Lucian just stepped in the castle and when the gate closed behind him. Lucian felt that the darkness in the castle was somehow alive, which gave him goosebump. However, Lucian decided to remain silent and ask no question but just follow the old steward. When Lucian started to get a bit irritated from walking in the darkness for a relatively long time, the old steward stopped and reached his head into the darkness. He pushed his hand forward and opened a door. As soon as the door opened, bright yellow light came out and drove the darkness in this area away. Please, guest. The old steward bowed slight and politely let Lucian get into the room first. The dark yellow carpet in the study was thick and luxury. Even the hat stand was gilt. The table, the bookshelf, and the armchairs were made from precious rosewood. Based on many details of the decoration of the room, Lucian could tell the pursuit of extravagance of the owner of this place. In a red couch in front of a coffee table sat a young man wearing a black shirt and red coat. He had blonde hair and deep eyes, matched with an attractive smile. The line of his chin was defined, looking handsome and also manly. Nice to meet you, Mr. Sorcerer. The blonde young man greeted without standing up from the couch. My lord, please adhere to your noble manner. The manner-oriented old steward walked to the young noble in a fast pace and whispered in his ear to remind him. You see, the guest doesn't mind me sitting. The Viscount turned his head to the steward and smiled. Take it easy, Knight. If the Count was here, he would be your model of being elegant and noble. The old steward murmured in a low voice and then stood behind the Viscount. Come on. I don't even really remember my grandpa. How am I supposed to learn from his manner? The Viscount rubbed his forehead a bit. Then he pointed at the couch beside him and said to Lucian, please have a seat. Nide told me your intention of coming here, but I have to make sure that you're not a spy from the church. The church has a bunch of sorcerers who surrendered to them. Even while he was talking about Lucian's possible identity as a spy from the church, the Viscount still looked rather relaxed. The church would never have me as their spy. Lucian gave the Viscount his answer, which was already prepared earlier. I have a pseudonym, Professor. Professor, you're the professor ranking number 359 on the cleansing list. Cairndia stood straight and asked him seriously. The Viscount knew clearly that all the names on the list represented powerful beings. Grand Arcanists, legendary archmages, the Grand Cardinals in the north, ancient dragons, the ancestors of vampire, the Prince of Werewolf, royal family of Kutoa, and the leaders of heresies were all included. The reason that he noticed Professor on the list was that this mysterious sorcerer was the only one whose power was below that of a radiant knight. Lucian gave a sigh of relief in his mind, feeling lucky that the Viscount actually knew his alias, which also made sense because, as a noble, he should have access to this list. Yes, I'm the professor. Lucian nodded. I'm back now from Alto. How do you prove it? Cairndia had a cunning smile on his face. Even I am not on the list. Your power must be very impressive. How do you want me to prove my power? Breaking one or two of your vases in this room. Sitting in the couch, Lucian asked in a joking way. Ha. I'd rather not, the Viscount laughed. I heard that you created a unique magic that can directly destroy a house. And I know that, even in the headquarters of the Congress of Magic, there was no similar spell registered. I can show it to you. Lucian shrugged and pointed at the castle's floor, but here, up to you. The Viscount sat back in the couch with his eyes slightly squinting. Lucian walked to the wall and laid both of his hands on it. After spending a bit time on calculating the possible range of vibration frequency of the castle, Lucian sent some magic waves to the wall and felt the feedback of the waves to get the more accurate information about the frequency of vibration of this whole place to adjust the speed of the waves he sent. Soon, the old castle started to shake. Although the shaking was obviously easy to notice, it was far from destroying the whole place. Lucian was guessing that this old castle was protected by many powerful magic circles, so the professor's oscillation hand could not really do damage to it. Before Lucian felt really embarrassed, the Viscount clapped his hands behind him. Enough, professor. Right now I cannot really afford a new castle like this. Seizing the chance, Lucian removed his hands from the wall and turned around, so I'll take it as a pass, of course. Cairndia let Lucian go back to sit. You already know the time and the location of our gathering, Professor. I can ask Nide to make another invitation for you. That'll be great. Lucian nodded. What if there's any change with regard to the time or location? How can I be informed? While Nide, who was standing behind the Viscount, walked toward the desk to make a new invitation, Viscount Cairndia said to Lucian, we have 2 secret sites in Corsair for sorcerers to leave coded marks and messages to exchange information. Any information regarding the changes of this gathering will be available there. After introducing the location of the two sites and the meaning of the codes to Lucian, Viscount Cairndia smiled to him. I'm looking forward to your presence, Professor. And if you could come one day earlier, although I know you must be very busy, you can have more time to exchange ideas and thoughts with Mr. Felipe from the headquarters of the Congress of Magic. After all, both of you are young folks. Young people should be given more time to gather and to make joint progress. We young folks, looking at the Viscount, Lucian was confused. Yes, of course, I can feel the energy of youth in your body, Mr. Professor. The corner of the Viscount's lips curled up, the power of life. I never get it wrong. Since Mr. Douglas defined arcana, the Congress of Magic was revitalized like a young person, full of hope and vitality. Lots of outstanding young sorcerers and arcanists are giving new life to the Congress. It's beautiful. Lucian wondered why the Viscount was speaking in the tone of a senior and elder person. After all, Cairndia was still very good-looking and energetic, but by the fact that the Viscount could sense the young power of life made Lucian guess that the noble might be a powerful vampire, since the sensitivity toward life power was especially known as an unique advantage of this bloodthirsty race. I wish. Although I never heard the name of Mr. Felipe, I'm looking forward to meeting him. Lucian did not show his suspicion toward the Viscount's identity, but remained rather conservative and careful. Unfortunately, I have some of my own business to deal with on the day before the gathering, so I'm afraid I won't be able to meet Mr. Felipe in advance. Lucian was not sure about Felipe's attitude toward him as professor, so he would rather get some more practical information from the gathering, such as getting to know who was the liaison of the Congress of Magic in Stirk. Well, that's too bad, but I'm sure that you will definitely enjoy the gathering. The Viscount handed him the invitation. Here's yours, Mr. Professor. Lucian took a quick glance at the invitation and noticed that his own symbol on it was a black top hat. I appreciate it. Lucian stood up and bowed slightly. I think it's time for me to leave now. It's pretty late. Forgive me for coming over at such a late hour. No worries. My day has actually just started. The Viscount waved his hand casually. After Lucian left, the old steward Nide asked his lord with a confused look, "My lord, why you allowed him to join the gathering? Forgive me. I mean, can we really be certain that he's the professor just based on that one single strange spell? The spell was just part of it." Viscount Cairndia stood beside the window and stared at the shining lake under the moonlight. What made me certain about his identity was the ring he was wearing. The ring, asked Nide, the plain-looking one, on his left hand. The Viscount had a faint smile on his face, although the ring already lost its power and no one could tell its original look. I know the material of the ring. It was made by the alloy consisting of the 7 elements. Only Home Royal Magic Academy and the Will of Elements can produce that alloy, so this Mr. Professor should be on their side, according to my guess. Then it's even more confusing to me that you, my lord, allowed him to attend the gathering. The old steward looked surprised. The Will of Elements and the Hand of Paleness are, just for fun, and somehow he smelled a bit familiar to me. The Viscount frowned his brows a bit and then turned to another direction. What do you feel about the spell Professor just showed, Amores? A low and hollow voice with echo responded from nowhere in particular, something like sound waves. Not sure. He kept adjusting the frequency of vibration, and the vibration was quite unique. It made me feel a bit itchy. Using the methods evading possible pursuers taught by Natasha, Lucian spent 30 minutes more to get back to the castle and sneaked into it successfully using the first circle spell, Light of Darkness. It was a spell which could create a special zone of darkness. People inside the dark zone could see the outside very well, while people outside could not tell what was in the darkness. In the guest room, Lucian took off the ring given by Natasha and hid it safely. Then he burned down Hunt's invitation before going to bed. In the morning of the following day, they left the castle, heading for Corsair. Sitting beside the window of the coach, Lucian was introducing some of the methods of formal night training, which mostly came from John's sharing and Natasha's teaching. Unlike what Betty imaged with night training, the procedures were actually quite boring and painstaking, and even Joanna and Simon, who were also listening to Lucian's instruction, felt hard to handle it. However, out of their admiration for Mr. Evans' great power, they knew that they should stick to the training. In the early evening, they were already very close to Wolftown. When we report to the church, Simon said to Lucian a bit emotionally, "The legend of Baron Haybaro will fall. I know it must be very disappointing for those people who view the Baron as an idol, but those young lives who died because of him deserve justice," said Lucian, 3 hours later. In the confessionary of the local church, after checking all of Lucian's documents, Arnold, a level 3 bishop from Corsair, smiled to Lucian. It's hard to imagine that the talented musician Lucian Evans is also a powerful knight. Very surprising. Before that, he even asked Lucian to play Pathétique to prove himself. Now, the bishop had no suspicion toward Lucian at all. My blessing came from the potion that the princess rewarded me, but I don't have any noble title. Lucian slightly shook his head, and I don't think I could even have survived this time against the Baron and the necromancer if I did not have the sword and the powerful items given by the princess. not to mention killing them. The princess's generosity makes all people feel jealous, Arnold said in a meaningful way. 2 magic items, 1 divine item, 2 extraordinary quality weapons. Those things could almost compete with the collection of Viscount Stanley. The bishop was almost certain that the rumor was true. Lucian Evans, the young talented musician, was the secret lover of the princess of the Duchy of Orvaret. As soon as the pastors in Wolftown heard Lucian and his guards report on what happened in Baron Haybarrow's castle, they were completely shocked and immediately sent their message birds to inform the cathedral in Corsair. Then by using some kind of divine portal, the level 3 bishop, Arnold, together with his 2 pastors and 4 night watchers came to Wolftown to meet, or in other words, to inquire about the Baron's case. The inquiry went separately, and Arnold was the one responsible for questioning Lucian. Lucian's words, after his careful design, were not suspicious to the bishop, and what Lucian said was also verified by his safeguards. Now the last part of the bishop's work was to write a report on how Lucian killed the Baron and the necromancer to the Cardinal of the Duchy of Djibouti. Mr. Evans, can I take a look at your magic and divine items that helped you kill the Baron and the necromancer? Asked Arnold. Sure, answered Lucian. He reached out his left hand and introduced to the bishop. This is the ring that can shoot frost blades, and this is the bracelet. It is where the fire balls and the fire shield came from. Before that, Lucian dyed his bracelet and the ring with some kind of special plant, just in case that the church would recognize them. Seeing that Lucian was not going to take off the ring and the bracelet, the bishop also did not bother asking. Arnold just checked the 2 items from a distance with his waves of faith, which was basically the same thing as spiritual power, to see if the power inside was according to Lucian's words. Then Lucian took out the amulet hiding beneath his shirt. Early stage of the War of Dawn should be the style from that period of time. Arnold's eyes lit up a bit instantly when he saw the amulet. I guess only families with long history like the Violet family are able to possess them. Lucian's eyes squinted a bit from his confusion about the relationship between Maskelyne and the church, but he knew that this was definitely not a proper time for investigating it. He put on a casual smile and put alert and asthenia dagger on the table, alert, rewarded by the princess. And the dagger was from a level 2 Dark Knight killed by the princess. I see the coat of arms on the sword, yes. Arnold nodded. He checked them again and then said to Lucian, well, I think we're all set here. I sense that the night watchers are back, and after our verification, you'll be good to go, Mr. Evans. Lucian waited patiently in the room for the bishop. 10 minutes later, the bishop came back with smile, no problem. Everything's clear now, Mr. Evans, although it's quite a pity that the necromancer's lab had been burned down by your fireballs during the fight, or we could find more information. Lucian nodded to be polite, but did not say anything. And this is a reward from the church. If it had not been for your brave fight, Mr. Evans, more innocent lives in Fogtown would suffer. You're a great contributor to the purity of the church. And you're good to go now, Mr. Evans. The bishop handed Lucian a cross-shaped brooch, which was not a real divine item, but just a common gift for acknowledging Lucian's merit. Lucian was almost amused. The church was giving a reward to a sorcerer who was on their cleansing list. How ironic was that? In the basement of the Abbey in Alto, there was no light and no sound. Camel opened the door of the basement slowly without making any noise and entered the room. When she saw the princess, who was dressing pure black, kneeling on the floor and praying silently, Camel almost burst out tears. The princess looked emaciated. Her practice here was to immerse herself in extreme darkness and silence in order to strengthen her will. What can I do for you, your grace? Camel took a deep breath and walked to Natasha. Slowly raising her head, Natasha smiled. Did you bring paper and quill, Auntie Camel? Yes, as you wish. Camel handed the materials to the princess. Writing something on the paper with effort, it took Natasha quite a bit of time to finish the letter. Then she carefully folded the paper and gave it back to Camel. Please, bring it to Mr. Othello. In the afternoon, 7 days later in Corsair. We need to head for the Musicians' Association now. Wise and Mars said to Lucian and his guards, you're welcome to visit us anytime you want, Mr. Evans. Can I go with you? Lucian smiled. I have some personal things to deal with in the association as well. It would be lovely if you two could show me the way. Not a problem. Wise and Mars grinned. Lucian was planning on sending letters to John and Natasha from there. Can I get a ticket to your concert? Betty also asked Wise with excitement. Then Wise turned to Lucian politely. May I ask why you're going to the association, Mr. Evans? I mean, if there's anything I can help you with, please feel free to ask. Betty, Simon, and Joanna, while being quite excited about Wise's invitation, also felt a bit surprised that this resourceful Mr. Evans even had some connection in the Musicians' Association. Although there were messengers in that world, no convenient postal system could be found there, especially between different countries. Ordinary people could only rely on caravans and travelers to send letters. Mars smiled and nodded. That's really true. Although the association definitely will not refuse the request from a knight serving the princess in the Duchy of Orvaret, they will still charge you a lot. More importantly, they will not send a Hearthmere to deliver your letters, Mr. Evans. Hearthmere. What is it? Asked Lucian. He had never heard the name before. Hearthmere is a special kind of eagle originated in Djibouti. Those huge, powerful creatures, after training, are the best delivery birds, known for their great sense of direction. It only takes them 10 days to do a round trip between Corsair and Alto. And that's why the Musicians Association in Djibouti can always receive the latest music criticism and symphony news every month, around the 5th to the 7th day, explained Mars, the old musician. If you don't mind, I can ask someone I know to help you get your letters sent by the Eagles, Mr. Evans. The honor is mine, Mr. Evans. Mars smiled. When Lucian was about to pay Simon, Joanna and Betty the last day's salary, Betty said to Lucian cheerfully, I think it's not the time to part ways yet, Mr. Evans. Then she turned to the two musicians, Mr. Wise, Mr. Mars, can I have the chance to visit the association as well? Although both of Wise and Mars were a bit surprised, they soon smiled and nodded, sure, welcome. Mr. Simon, Mrs. Joanna, would you like to come as well? Asked Wise. Well, yes, sure. Although Joanna was a bit pissed off with Betty, she was curious about the association as well. Although Corsair was a major city in central-southern part of the continent, it was only about 1/5 of the size of Alto. The architectural style of the 4-story building of the Musicians Association was older and simpler than the one in Alto. Furthermore, the guards there were also more strict than that of the association in Alto. Standing in front of the iron railings, they would not let any stranger go in unless the visitor was some well-known musician such as Mars. One of the guards was sent by Mr. Mars to report to the director of the association because Mr. Wise, the invited musician, also came. A variety of beautiful crystal ornaments, huge pictures of different famous musicians, soft dark red carpets, and a bright and wide space together constituted the hall of the Musicians Association in Corsair. While Betty, Joanna, and Simon were looking around out of curiosity, a middle-aged man dressing in black showed up, followed by a couple of his colleagues, to welcome them. The musicians following Casper also surrounded him, with the same passion and eagerness to welcome Wise. They even started to exchange their ideas about music directly in the hall and discuss the repertoire that Wise prepared for the concert. Lucian, Mars, Betty, and the rest of them were just ignored. Wow, it's so great. Although being ignored, Betty did not mind that at all. Her eyes were shining. It feels really good seeing them talking about music like this. When we awaken the blessing, Joanna murmured to her husband, we will go back to our hometown. We'll receive this warm welcome as well. Everyone loved the feeling of being respected, and Simon was not an exception. He nodded seriously. I'll follow Mr. Evans' words and stick to my practicing. Lucy exchanged a smile with Mars. Mr. Mars, I'm going to the counter to write my letters. Can you help me there? I'll go with you to talk to Christy, said Mars, pointing to the 17-year-old black-haired girl who was standing on tiptoes with her neck stretched, trying to see the young and talented musician Wise, who was surrounded by a bunch of people right now. Christy. Mars called the girl's name when they got to the counter. The girl did not turn around but waved her hands. Wait, I'm busy here. Christy, it's me, Mars. He coughed a couple of times, feeling a bit amused. Ah, sorry, Mr. Mars. Good to see you. Anything I can do for you? Noticing that it was the well-known musician standing behind her, she quickly stood straight and asked nervously. Mars had just survived in the fight against the husks and now was in a pretty good mood, so the girl's impoliteness did not bother him. Mar pointed at Lucian, provide Mr. Evans with some paper, pen, and envelopes. When he finishes letters, send an eagle messenger as soon as possible to the Musicians Association in Alto. An eagle eats a lot of meat. Sending an eagle is expensive. Christy handed a pen, some paper and envelopes to Lucian, whispering, not your business. Mars' face looked serious. Christy quickly stuck out her tongue for a second but did not say anything. And then she took out a stack of newspapers. Mr. Mars, would you like to get the latest issue of music criticism and symphony news? The latest issue, Lucian, who was just about to write his letters, raised his head and asked together with Mars. Christy nodded. This month's issue was published earlier and they just arrived at Corsair yesterday. Can I get one for each as well? Lucian took out a thale. On the other side, Wise also noticed their conversation and walked to them with the local musicians. Beautiful lady, can I get the newspapers as well? And I'll buy the newspapers for Mr. Mars and Evans. Although Betty, Joanna, and Simon were not literate, hearing the name of the two most famous newspapers, they also came close to the counter out of curiosity. No problem, Mr. Wise, said Christy. She handed the newspapers to Wise, flushing, and then to Mars and Lucian. Wise took a quick glance at the newspaper and amazedly said, Mr. Lucian Evans composed another piece of piano sonata. Yes, I read about it yesterday. Casper nodded and praised, although only the first movement was published. It was as beautiful as a sweet dream. Lucian was very confused. When did he just produce a new piece of piano sonata? Why he himself had no idea about that. Turning the latest music criticism to the second page, Wise started to read the music score and hum the melody in his soft and gentle voice. Immediately when he heard the familiar melody, Lucian recognized the first movement of Moonlight Sonata and realized who published the sonata for him. A smile appeared on Lucian's face. This piano sonata was from the famous musician, Mr. Lucian Evans, during his trip. Although only the first movement was published, the combination of wonderful melody, the tranquil atmosphere created by the fingerings, and the innovation made in the genre of piano sonata still catches everyone's mind instantly without difficulty. Mr. Lucian Evans's new music piece breaks the fast-slow-fast arrangements of the music genre and brings us to the peaceful night, where the dream like moonlight shines on a sparkling lake. Below the review article, Lucian saw the familiar name Natasha Orvaret. Although Lucian was glad to have some of his friend's information from the newspaper, he was confused why all of a sudden Natasha published the first movement of Moonlight Sonata for him. Beautiful, but a bit sad. Listening to Wise's humming, Betty praised sincerely, "Mr. Lucian Evans' music is amazing. No wonder the major newspapers would publish earlier than usual. Earlier than usual." Something occurred to Lucian, and he hurriedly turned the newspaper to the front page, and he saw that the published date of the newspaper at the top was printed red words that were a bit bigger as well, June 26, 816. Lucian grinned. It was the princess's way of saying happy birthday and happy coming of age. Lucian's chuckle did not attract anyone's attention because they had begun to eagerly discuss the famous musician Lucian Evans' new sonata. "Mr. Wise, it looks like you are very fond of the first movement of Moonlight, and I suggest that we go to the piano room to try to play it. After all, we've been standing in the hall for quite a long time." Casper invited Wise to go upstairs. Wise nodded and laughed. "That's very considerate." Following Wise and Casper, the musicians and instrumentalists immediately left for the piano room on the second floor. Betty said to Lucian, "This is a rare opportunity. Mr. Evans, let's go upstairs together." "Yes, Mr. Evans, let's go." Holding hands, both Joanna and Simon were quite excited. Lucian shook his head and smiled. "For me, writing my letters is more important." "All right then," said Betty with a bit disappointment, but soon she cheered up and said to Joanna and Simon, "Hurry up." They were guessing that Mr. Evans, as a princess knight, must have met too many good musicians in alto, to the point he wouldn't get easily excited like them. Seeing Betty, Simon, and Joanna going upstairs hurriedly, Mars also apologized to Lucian. "Mr. Evans, excuse me, I don't want to miss this precious opportunity as well. Please just feel yourself at home in the association. When you finish your letters, just give them to Christy, and I'll take care of the rest of the procedure." Looking at the second floor, Christy sighed. "Why do I have to stay here? I'm gonna miss Mr. Wise's playing." Then she started to walk restlessly behind the counter. Lucian just ignored Christy and wrote down his 2-month traveling experience in detail, mainly about the beautiful scenery along the way, the unique national customs, and the monsters and robbers he had met. Lucian did not stop until he realized that his words had already filled up more than 7 pages. Putting the first letter in the envelope, Lucian carefully wrote down Joel's address on it, and then started to write his second letter. The second one was for Natasha. On the basis of the first letter, Lucian added lots of knowledge of folk music in different nations that he encountered during his trip. The second letter had more than 20 pages. Christy slightly frowned her brows and thought to herself, "What a wordy man." At the end of the letter, Lucian wrote down the last paragraph with a big smile on his face. "Your birthday is coming, Your Grace. May I send my happy birthday to you in advance from afar." After the second envelope was loaded, Lucian got himself some more papers to work on the third letter for Christopher, the previous president of the Musicians Association in alto. Seeing that Lucian was still writing, Christy, who was feeling very bored, started to get curious. She wondered how many more letters this young man was still going to write, and where would the letters be sent to. Taking a glance at the envelopes beside him, Christy noticed an eye-catching name, Natasha Orvaret. "Wait, is this the Natasha Orvaret, the princess in alto?" Thinking about it, Christy almost burst out an exclamation. Natasha's name often appeared on music criticism and symphony news, so this name was actually very familiar to people from other countries. And also, Orvaret was a very unique surname, unlike Evans, and that was why Christy directly linked the name to the princess in alto. What is the relationship between this guy and the princess in alto, the countess from the Violet family? Christy wondered with great curiosity and surprise. Hold on, just now Mr. Mars called him Mr. Evans. Is he the Evans, the famous and talented musician Lucian Evans? Evans, even in Corsair, was not a rare surname. Actually, Christy also had a friend whose surname was Evans. However, there was only one Mr. Evans who she could link to the princess in the Duchy of Orvaret. She almost released a scream out of excitement. Christy's careful tiny movements were all caught by Lucian's eyes. He was a bit amused but did not say anything. At this time, Casper's voice came from upstairs as they were walking out of the piano room. "Very impressive." Casper praised, "Mr. Wise, you're genuinely a music talent." Only took you a couple of times of practicing to present the complete first movement of Moonlight Sonata to us. Moonlight Sonata is definitely beautiful. Wise smiled. I feel the emotional connection in the movement. Honestly speaking, I did not put too much skills in the playing. The music itself is gorgeous enough, isn't it? What about you trying to compose the following two movements of Moonlight Sonata, Mr. Wise? I bet many big men in Corsair would love to read your work, Casper suggested. Casper's family declined many years ago, and with his relatively limited talent in music, regaining the name of his family on his own was a hopeless dream. So Casper was working on seizing every opportunity to build connections with major noble families to possibly get his title back, and music was definitely a good way. I see. You're just being too humble, said Casper, and the other people agreed. When they walked downstairs and came to the hall, Casper said to Wise, I've found a nice villa for you to take a rest and prepare for the concert. Lucian Evans, you're Mr. Lucian Evans. At this time, Christie's high-pitched voice came into their ears. Christie knew for sure that the young man standing in front of her was the top musician, Lucian Evans, when she saw that he was actually writing a music score in his third letter. In the quiet hall, Christie's voice was penetrating. The people walking toward the gate stopped out of surprise. Among them, Mars looked back and asked, What are you talking about, Christie? Christie almost jumped up from the floor. She pointed at the young man standing beside the counter and said to Mars carefully, He is the Lucian Evans from Alto. She was trying to keep her voice down, but her words still sounded very clear. What? The Lucian Evans? Betty was confused. Lucian Evans, the great musician. He's writing a piece of music score right now. Christie tried hard to explain. Betty first released a scream out of great surprise and then ran toward Lucian. When she saw what Lucian was writing, Betty almost could not speak properly. Evans, you're Lucian? Yes, I am, and I told you before that I serve the princess. Lucian just smiled while his right hand continued writing. Hearing Lucian's answer, the two young girls, Betty and Christie, almost passed out due to their great excitement, while Joanna and Simon felt like in a dream. They just could not imagine that the powerful knight and the great musician were actually the same person. Wise's face flushed. He felt embarrassed that he even played Mr. Evans' music in front of him. Walking past Wise, Casper hurriedly rushed to Lucian. Mr. Evans, if you need any help here in Corsair, just tell me. Well. Lucian nodded to Casper for greeting and said to him, Can I register this in the association before I send it? He handed the third letter to Casper. Sure, hold on. This is. A big smile appeared on Casper's face. Is this the second and the third movement of Moonlight Sonata? Casper recognized the music style immediately. Yes. Lucian added another piece of paper there in the third letter and said to Casper, After the registration, I need to send the letter to Mr. Christopher as soon as possible. The final piece of paper was a note from Lucian to Mr. Christopher. We'll take care of the registration immediately. Casper tried his very best to please Lucian. Mr. Evans, is it possible that we can invite you to hold a concert in Corsair? Sorry, I got another appointment already, and I'm leaving tomorrow, answered Lucian. Only Lucian himself knew what the appointment was, the Feast of Death. On the main street of Corsair, Lucian, together with Joanna, Betty, and Simon, walked slowly toward the city gate. In the sky, an eagle flew high above them with a parcel on its back and a large basket of fresh meat hanging in front of its chest. Mr. Evans, are you really going to leave Corsair today? Betty looked quite sad. When she listened to the musicians of the association trying to play the two movements composed by Mr. Evans after the music had been registered, she was completely convinced that this handsome and elegant young man was her favorite musician, Lucian Evans, who she had been dating with in her dreams. The great variety of complex piano playing skills, the unpredictably wonderful melody, the thrilling passion, as well as the high-spirited will, were all major representatives of Mr. Lucian Evans' unique style. Moonlight Sonata was undoubtedly another outstanding and impressive masterpiece from Lucian Evans. Earlier, when Lucian was wandering the streets in Corsair, he paid great attention to the possible secret messages left by the organizer of the gathering, and within Lucian's expectation, the gathering was delayed due to Hunt's death. The gathering was postponed to 3 days later, but still at the same place. However, Lucian still did not plan to stay in Corsair any longer, in order to avoid any unnecessary trouble. He smiled to Betty and said, Sorry, I still have some other important things to do. If you stick to your knight training, maybe we'll meet again in Alto when you become a real knight. If that happens, I will compose a song and play it especially for you. Really, Betty was very surprised that her idol actually promised her that. Full of motivation, Betty nodded with great determination. I will become a real knight. It's just a little gift. Lucian turned around, and also because our journey is memorable. Well, I have to go now. Wait, Mr. Evans, you don't need guards anymore. It's already late afternoon now. Betty still did not want to let him go. Lucian titled his head slightly and smiled. You really think I need bodyguards, Betty? Then why did you hire us, may I ask? Asked Joanna curiously. It's nice having my guards to take care of all the trifles for me during the trip. But now, because of what happened to the Baron, I got some emergent stuff here and need to hurry to deal with them. I'm way faster cutting corners by myself than sitting in a coach. Lucian's answer was blurry but also reasonable, which did not make his guards feel suspicious at all. I see, Betty muttered. Then you take care, Mr. Evans. I will. Lucian waved his hand. You three too. Hope we can see each other again. Watching Lucian's figure gradually disappear under the afternoon sunshine, Betty, Joanna, and Simon almost felt that the journey was like a dream. After checking their purses again, which were full of thales, they knew that the great experience was not a dream. What they should do now was to pay a noble to receive formal night training. The Musicians' Association courser. Standing beside the counter in the hall, Casper stared at the place where Lucian had been writing his letter. Christy, how about we build an iron and steel statue of Mr. Lucian Evans, a statue like he was writing down his music here, and we tell other people that the young genius musician Lucian Evans once produced one of his famous piano sonatas here. I mean, right here. Casper pointed at the counter. I bet lots of big nobles would like to visit the association because of the statue. After Lucian refused his proposal for hosting a concert, Casper was now working on some new ideas. Yes, I guess, Christy murmured as if she was still in a dream. She actually did not pay any attention to Casper's words. Casper touched his chin thoughtfully, frowning and talking to Christy randomly. Both of them were right now immersed in their own world related to the famous musician, Lucian Evans. At this time, an employee of the association returned. Mr. Casper, I have led Mr. Wise to the villa to have a rest first. Any other orders? Nothing, but just do not bother me. Casper waved his hand impatiently. What do you think of putting Mr. Evans' portrayal in the hall? In the third week of July, there was a shining silver moon hanging high in the night sky, pouring its bright and clear light from above. Bathed in the moonlight, Lucian swiftly crossed the mountains and forests. Soon, he was already able to see the beautiful, mirror-like lake close to the castle. The castle was still the same as what Lucian saw the last time. The pointy, tall, and thin towers surrounding the main building looked like horrible demon paws in the night sky, stretching and scratching the sky. However, this time, there were already many in black hooded robes waiting outside the castle. Lucian took a quick glance and found that there were at least 300 or 400 of them. Among the crowd, there were a few people, some male and some female, who looked very special. Their robes were of different colors, and there was no hood covering their faces, as if they were not afraid of being recognized at all. These people shaped a loose small circle with some other ones wearing hoods and were chatting casually together, while the rest of the invitees stayed away from them, as if they were afraid of those who were not wearing a hood. Lucian quickly thought to himself that those people should be real sorcerers instead of apprentices, and their true appearances were changed by the first circle magic, disguise self. Because the spell would not work when someone was facing another person whose spiritual power or willpower was more than 2 levels higher than himself or herself, Lucian's guessing was that those people who were not wearing hoods should be middle-ranked mages. After a quick counting, Lucian surprisingly found out that there were only 23 real sorcerers in Djibouti, and he wondered if there were only 23 across the whole territory. After all, this piece of land, which originally belonged to the great necromancer Wilfrid, consisted of 2 duchies and 1 independent county, and the area it covered was way broader than the Duchy of Orvaret. Lucian slowly walked out from the shadow and headed toward the gate. Some of the black-robed people turned around and took a glance at him, but after that, no one took the initiative to talk to him. So he stopped beside the 4 sorcerer apprentices and quietly listened to their conversation, which was full of words such as body, eyeball, hatred, and revenant. Hey, I'm from the South Mountain Range of Djibouti. Where are you from? A round-figured apprentice greeted Lucian. His black robe bulged from his obvious beer belly. I'm from Kazan. Nice to meet you. And you can call me by my pseudonym, Professor. Lucian answered politely. Kazan was a small, independent county close beside Dragon Tooth Town. I see. Kazan, welcome to Djibouti. Just call me Fatty. Apparently, Fatty had never heard of the name Professor before. This are garopa, bread, and wine. Lucian took a glance at Fatty's belly, feeling a bit suspicious whether his big belly was real. It's my first time joining a gathering like this. Never expected that there would be so many people here. Are there more coming? Almost all of the sorcerers and apprentices from the nearby 3 nations are here, except those people who only work on their own. Bread, a stout apprentice answered in a low voice. I heard that from the distinguished sorcerer who led us here. Distinguished sorcerer, Lucian murmured. There they are. Fatty carefully pointed at the 23 sorcerers gathering on the other side and introduced with a mixed feeling of respect, fear, and admiration. Even in today's Alto, a sorcerer apprentice hardly received any recognition, not to mention respect within the circle of magic. Although there they were called as sorcerer apprentice, there was a huge gap between an apprentice and a real sorcerer, and often the gap was insurmountable for many people, even though they spent their whole life working on it. Furthermore, for some lunatic ancient sorcerers, apprentices often stood for experimental materials. In this gathering, there was only one sorcerer for each 20 apprentices. At that time, all of a sudden, Fatty got scared and his voice trembled. What's going on here? The sorcerers just secretly surrounded Lucian and the other 4 apprentices. Who are you? The leading old man, who was almost as skinny as a mummy, asked Lucian harshly. You'd better confess. None of us know you. The questioning was totally out of Lucian's expectation. How did the sorcerers differentiate him from the other people? However, soon Lucian realized that it was because of the organization form of the Feast of Death. After the Viscount found the several sorcerers who he felt were trustworthy, these sorcerers produced their own lists for inviting the other sorcerers and the apprentices. Therefore, since there was nobody knowing Lucian here, he became rather suspicious in the eyes of the sorcerers. Everyone present remained quiet, staring at the stranger with great alertness, and some of them even started to check their surroundings, worrying that they might have been ambushed by the church. In the cold stare of the sorcerers and apprentices, under the gaze of some bloodthirsty eyes, with the sound of Fatty's teeth rattling out of fear, Lucian calmly took out his invitation and explained, I am a guest invited by Viscount Cairndia. Seeing that Lucian stayed rather calm, the mummy-like old man's face eased a little bit. Another apprentice took Lucian's invitation and unfolded it for him. The symbol of a tall black hat on the invitation was a bit tilted with some sense of humor. The old man who took the leading role glanced at the other sorcerers around. This invitation was not sent by me. The other sorcerers looked at the invitation held by the apprentice and also denied. The muscles of the old man's face pulled when he was speaking. Although your invitation is not from somebody else, but we still cannot make sure that it was sent by the Viscount. To ensure the safety of everyone here, I think we should wait until Viscount Cairndia and his steward Nide show up. You agree? Sounds fair enough. Lucian remained polite. You can call me Ceci, by the way. I'm 4th Circle Sorcerer, said the old man. He did not want to offend this mysterious attendee imprudently before figuring out his true identity, just in case that he was even more powerful than him. Mr. Ceci, I understand your concern and I don't mind waiting here at all. Lucian nodded. You can call me Professor. Good. The old man and necromancer asked then, Mr. Professor, are you a sorcerer or an apprentice? Through their conversation and Lucian's attitude, Ceci started to become a little bit convinced that Lucian was really a guest of the Viscount. A sorcerer, Lucian answered shortly. The apprentices whom Lucian was talking to were pretty surprised to know that Professor was actually a real sorcerer, since his attitude was way nicer than most of the other arrogant and cold sorcerers who were gathering together on their own on the other side. Hope we can exchange some ideas over the meeting. Ceci's attitude toward Lucian eased a little further. In fact, I'm not a necromancer, said Lucian honestly. Although Lucian indeed had roughly read the book of necromancy and had some ideas about the structure of human body, he knew that he could not rely on his own understanding and his previous knowledge of this branch of magic. And by the way, according to the book of necromancy, regardless of practicing meditation or studying necromancer spells, long time staying with rotten corpses was often required, and it was easy for the person practicing it to be infected with some terrible toxins or something filthy. Apart from making breakthroughs to move to higher circles in order to resist to the possible infection, only a few kinds of potions could be used to tackle the problem. So with astrology and elements in his hand, Lucian right now did not want to take the risk to focus on necromantic spells, but just copied the structures of a couple of the not that disgusting ones, intending to analyze them. Ceci's mummy-like face looked surprised. Then why are you here? The Feast of Death is for necromancers. The other attendees also found it strange. Before Lucian answered Ceci's question, the heavy gate of the old castle slowly opened, and the steward of the castle, Nide, showed up, still dressing decently and behaving in an elegant manner. Mr. Professor's indeed a special guest invited by the Lord, explained Nide seriously. Then we're assured now. Representing the other sorcerers and apprentices, Ceci responded. Nide slightly nodded and continued. Mr. Professor also came from the headquarters of the Congress of Magic, and he's a powerful sorcerer. The Congress, powerful, often being dull and cold. Although the steward's words were pretty surprising, the necromancers and apprentices were only whispering to each other, peeking at Lucian carefully. Why, there's another sorcerer here from the headquarters of the Congress of Magic tonight. Ceci immediately noticed the word Nide used also. Mr. Professor's attendance was out of expectation, and he's just dropping by. Although the steward's words were quite hard to believe, what Nide was saying was true, and Mr. Professor's power is widely recognized. He ranks number 359 on the church's cleansing list. What? Cleansing list? Even the gloomy necromancers could not stay calm anymore. Even though not all of them knew who were all the people on the list, everyone present was aware of the fact that anyone who was on the list, without exception, had the same power as a senior rank and was capable of affecting or even destroying a whole nation. With regards to tracking the powerful sorcerers, the church had been enjoying quite a good reputation all throughout history. The necromancers and apprentices started to be awed by Lucian, and some of the necromancers felt concerned that they just surrounded the powerful sorcerer in a rude manner. They were guessing that, as a sorcerer on the list, Professor should at least be a senior-rank mage. Ceci paused a bit and took Nide's words. "Mr. Professor, please forgive us for being rude to you earlier. We have been yearning for the headquarter of the Congress of Magic." Ceci believed that Professor and Felipe, the one who initiated the Feast of Death, didn't get along very well, and their conflict was very likely to involve the internal struggle between different factions of the Congress. So he mindfully mentioned the Congress as a whole instead of taking a standpoint supporting either side. "Don't worry about it. In fact, if you couldn't identify a stranger among the attendees, I'd be very disappointed." Seeing that all the people present started to respect him a lot since they misunderstood that he was a powerful, senior-rank sorcerer, Lucian instantly took the opportunity and started to pretend that he was really someone important by maintaining the big man's tone. "Mr. Professor, my lord wants to meet you in the study first, and Mr. Felipe's there as well," said Nide. Then he turned to Ceci and the other sorcerers. "Soon there'll be waiters guiding you into the hall, Mr. Ceci." Although Lucian really did not want to have a close talk with Mr. Felipe, he had no way to refuse the offer, so he had no choice but to follow Nide through the terrifying darkness of the castle all the way to the study. Watching Professor's figure gradually disappearing in the darkness, Fatty burst out an exclamation. "Wow, cool, cleansing list. I wish one day I'd be on the list too," said Wine out of great admiration. Somehow being on the church's cleansing list, in many necromancers and even apprentices' eyes, was a great goal to brag their achievement and power. In the study, the Viscount in red shirt and black coat and another man witnessed everything that happened on the lawn downstairs from the window. "Not very aggressive, Mr. Professor." Seeing that Lucian was not aggravated by the necromancers, the Viscount commented with a glass of wine in his hand, looking rather relaxed. The man standing beside the Viscount had black hair and pupils. His nose was straight and high and his lips were thin. He was definitely handsome, but his face looked rather pale, as if he was sick. Wearing a black shirt with gigot sleeves, the man was covered with a long black coat, which was not common to see in inland countries. The man responded to the Viscount's comment in a gloomy and serious tone. "The church's comment on Professor is extremely cunning and very dangerous. You cannot easily judge him based on his one single reaction." "I know. The fact that the Will of Elements or Home Royal Magic Academy sent Professor here obviously means that they're confident that Professor is capable enough of confronting you, Mr. Felipe." Viscount Cairndia took an outsider's standpoint and said casually, "I suggest you be careful first before you want to take any action, or you'll be in great risk. It's not easy, for sure." Felipe looked back at his entourage and then sipped his red wine. "The Will of Elements is certainly not clear about my current power, but I also have no idea how powerful the mysterious Professor is. I wonder who's this Professor, Larry, Timothy, or Ulysses?" These names were of people he knew and were of the same level as him, but belonged to the Will of Elements or Home Royal Magic Academy. However, none of them conformed to the identity information they had on Professor, so he shook his head slightly and continued, Professor, it seems he was pretty proud of his Arcana level. So his magic level is possibly not much higher than that of his Arcana, might even be the same." Felipe stopped here, but two shivering clusters of pale flame appeared in his eyes. Sipping his wine, the Viscount changed the topic. "I heard that the musician, Lucian Evans, is in Djibouti right now." "Ha, the princess must be very concerned about her sweet little lover traveling along this far, or she would not send Professor to Djibouti to secretly protect her toy boy. And your Feast of Death happens to be held during the same time. What a coincidence." It's not a surprise, and I'm sure it's not a coincidence. Firstly, based on the relationship that Natasha has with that one, asking Professor to do her a favor is not difficult. Professor must have somehow directed Lucian Evans to take this way toward Djibouti, so he could take care of both his tasks at the same time. Otherwise, how would the great musician want to visit this remote and poor place? Kidding. Lucian had no idea which floor the study was on. The darkness of the castle devoured everything. There were 3 people in the familiar study. Apart from the Viscount, there was a pale-looking young man and a tall and strong middle-aged man. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Professor. I'm Felipe." Felipe's smile was gloomy and sophisticated. His eyes had pale flames inside and stared straight at Lucian. All of a sudden, Lucian was terrified by Felipe's aggressive aura. He felt cold and greatly threatened. The last time he had the same feeling was when Camel was looking at him after activating her blessing. Lucian quickly concluded that, even if Felipe was not of senior rank yet, he was definitely very close to that level. However, Lucian was not sure why Felipe would be this hostile toward him. The only possible answer was that the Will of Elements or Home Royal Magic Academy did not get along well with the faction that he represented in the Congress. At that point, Lucian finally realized that the ring given by Natasha, the one he was wearing when he first met the Viscount, did him a great favor, but it also dragged him into a very difficult situation. Lucian tried his best to stay calm. After all, it was not the first time that he pretended to be someone important and powerful. He was also aware that the only possible reason that Felipe did not directly attack him was that he was also hesitant and felt uncertain about his power because of the rumors about Professor. With his brain remaining cool and after catching this key point, Lucian smiled politely. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Felipe. I have long heard of your name." Lucian's attitude was not out of Felipe's expectation, so he put on an elegant smile. "It's my great pleasure that Professor actually heard my name before." However, although he was saying that in Felipe's mind, as a talent who had already published his first article on the influential journal Magic, he felt that of course Professor should have heard his name. Then Felipe changed his tone. "But it seems that you don't really value this gathering, Professor. We are all from the Congress and you're still wearing that ugly black hood. That doesn't match your status." Lucian knew that now every word he said might put him at great risk, but remaining silent all the time would definitely make him more suspicious. So he carefully kept his answer short and answered with a husky tone. "Honestly, I don't want you, Mr. Felipe, to stir any trouble for me when we get back to Aline." At first, when Lucian was trying to use the identity professor to pretend that he was a member from the Will of Elements, Lucian did not expect to have such a big trouble, and even his crystal ball did not suggest anything specific. After all, it was totally unexpected that even within the Congress there was such great conflict between different factions. Although Lucian's only intention as well as his major goal was to find out who was the liaison in Stirk, this Mr. Felipe would definitely give him a hard time, and Lucian was almost regretful that he decided to use the identity of Professor without a second thought. Lucian knew that he was in a dilemma. It was impossible for him to just admit everything right now in front of this guy. "Well, you're pretty straightforward, Professor," said Felipe. Then he pointed at the long couch on the other side of the study. "We still got some time before the gathering. I'd like to have a conversation with you, to exchange some ideas." Then Felipe turned to the Viscount. "Do you mind?" "Of course not. Go ahead." The Viscount did not care. He raised his glass of wine a bit and nodded casually. Although Lucian didn't want to talk to him at all, he forced himself to stay calm and sat down on the couch. "What do you want to talk about, Mr. Felipe?" Inside Lucian's mind, he was praying that Felipe would not mention anything about the Congress or the Kingdom of Home. He knew nothing about them. No, number Lucian said to himself in his mind, and his heart was beating so fast that it almost jumped out of his throat. The pale flame in Felipe's eyes disappeared and his dark pupils came back. With a gloomy smile on his face, Felipe pointed at the man standing close by. "This is my student, Cleveland, and he's also a second circle sorcerer studying necromantic magic after me." Lucian simply nodded to the middle-aged man. Then Felipe continued, "Besides that, Cleveland's also interested in element magic." After Mr. Donald won the 25th Ring from Home Crown prize recently with his groundbreaking research analyzing new elements by introducing the knowledge of spectral analysis, Cleveland is planning to write an Arcana essay on spectral analysis as well. However, he definitely needs some help there, and that's why I started to gain some interest in the field of element as well. If you don't mind, Mr. Professor, maybe we can exchange some ideas over this topic. When he was talking with great confidence, Felipe crossed his fingers, and Lucian noticed that his left hand was missing the little finger. Although Lucian could tell that Felipe must be very confident when talking about the element school, he felt very lucky that Felipe did not go to the directions where he knew nothing about. Feeling a bit more relaxed, Lucian quickly started to analyze Felipe's intention. Now that Felipe did not ask him anything about the Congress and the Kingdom of Home, Lucian was certain that Felipe was not doubting his identity right now. Instead, he was talking about Arcana, and that meant this topic was more important than anything else. However, what Lucian wanted to figure out was that why a necromancer wanted to talk about elements and Arcana. What could this do for him? Lucian was guessing that Felipe was probably trying to test his knowledge or his Arcana level. Based on Lucian's past experience in the small circle of magic in Alto, it was not difficult for Lucian to link knowledge to power in this world, which was also true in his original world. He was not almost certain that Felipe was trying to test his Arcana level to figure out how powerful he actually was, and then, based on that, to decide whether he should directly attack him, since the best way to figure out one's Arcana level was to talk about the cutting-edge knowledge in the person's professional field. Thinking of that, Lucian really learned his lesson this time. He knew that he was becoming more and more careless from many times of being lucky and getting abundant rewards. Fortunately, Felipe was only talking about the fundamental principles of element Arcana, and Lucian, being the opposite of the most common cases, had more profound knowledge of the scientific facts, which was understood as Arcana knowledge here, behind the magic phenomena. In other words, Lucian's arcana level should be higher than that of his magic power. Mr. Professor, seeing that Lucian remaining silent, Felipe pushed him in a threatening tone, and the pale flame appeared in Felipe's eyes again. He was waiting for the mysterious professor to reveal his knowledge and power. Lucian smiled. I happen to have some understanding in spectral analysis. However, I prefer that we do not dig into this field too much, since there's nothing else more valuable than knowledge, right? I can't just say everything to you straightforwardly without getting any compensation. Spectrum was a topic that was relatively familiar to Lucian since he had read a couple of related books in his spirit library, and he also to some degree understood the principle of the atomic knowledge involved. Furthermore, according to Lucian, the researches in the field of element, which was actually chemistry in his original world, still remained at the macro level. In other words, sorcerers here acknowledged a bunch of chemical phenomena, but without knowing why, and that was the key point limiting them from finding more new elements. Speaking about this, after Lucian became a real sorcerer, some of the books in his spirit library were unlocked, and the knowledge in those unlocked books was all relatively basic. Lucian did not realize the change in his spirit library until he first tried to do his astrology meditation during his trip. This also confirmed Lucian's guess that the seals of the books should come from the suppression of the power of the world's origin. Lucian could only contend with and unlock the seals by strengthening his soul and spiritual power. Fair enough. Although, to be honest, as a sorcerer from the Hand of Paleness, I quite dislike people from the Will of Element. I think we can be straightforward with this, I do respect others' research results and I won't steal them, said Felipe. Seeing that Professor still remained quite calm, Felipe had a bad feeling that Professor might really have an insight into this field, which meant he was a sorcerer of high arcana level. And in most cases, one's magic level should still be lower than the person's magic level. Leaning against the couch, Lucian started his speech. The theoretical basis of spectral analysis is that the combustion of different elements produces different flame colors and lights. While the flame colors can be overlapped and covered by each other, the spectrum cannot. Through the analysis called spectrocolorimetry, the ranges and colors of bright spectral lines are independent and they do not affect each other. And that's why spectral analysis can be used to identify different elements and discover new elements. During Lucian's short speech, he also used a couple of elements, for example, whose principles worked basically the same with some elements in his original world. Felipe listened to Lucian's explanation carefully and raised a few questions from time to time. When Lucian finished his words, Felipe applauded gently and commented, "Impressive explanation. Even clearer and easier to understand than Mr. Donald's Arcana paper." Although he was saying so, Felipe started to keep an even stricter vigilance over the man sitting across him on the couch. Seizing the chance, Lucian continued, "In fact, spectral analysis is more on the application side. In order to find new elements, we don't need to go too far more than just mechanically doing experiments. However, what we need to think about is why the spectrum of each element is different, why don't they overlap, why there are bright and dark spectral lines. As far as I'm concerned, these are the directions that we shall pursue in order to deepen our arcana knowledge, and I believe that is Mr. Douglas' true intention of defining arcana." Felipe was very surprised with Professor's insight into the field, and even the Viscount, who was listening to their conversation casually on the other side of the study, was touched by Professor's questions. When the arcanists in the Congress of Magic were still wild with joy with finding new elements, the man sitting on the couch was seeking for the nature of these findings. "If we can explore more about the world itself," Felipe murmured. He could not help but think of the shocking comment that Master Douglas, the Emperor of Arcana, once addressed, and the young man sitting in front of him at that moment shocked him again. Professor's arcana level might be even higher than mine, Felipe thought to himself. It was almost the time for the Feast of Death. All of a sudden, the huge castle started to move in the darkness of the night. The tall towers became its strong stone arms. When the arms pressed against the ground, the lower part of the castle was pulled out from the ground. Keeping the balance, the castle secretly walked toward the mountains and gradually became invisible. No wonder the location of the Feast of Death never changed. Then there was a sophisticated smile on Felipe's pale face. "Professor, surely in the field of element you really have an extraordinary insight and unique perspective. Someone like you should definitely enjoy great reputation and high status in the academic community. So forgive my curiosity, I really wonder whether you're one of the people I know." Hearing Felipe's comment, Lucian knew that he got lucky again and barely passed Felipe's test this time. So Lucian laughed in a fake voice, "Maybe when I become a high-rank mage, and if we meet in Allen again, I'll tell you, Felipe." Facing Lucian's attitude of being confident and straightforward, Felipe was a bit pissed off. Lucian also sensed the change of Felipe's aura. Hearing many times that necromancers were even crazier than sorcerers from other schools, Lucian's heart was beating very fast, although no one could tell his great nervousness from the way he looked. Even the Viscount slowly put down his wine glass and became alert. Although he did not want to be involved in the conflict within the Congress, Cairndia, of course, would not want to see his castle being ruined. At this very moment, Lucian calmly picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. Felipe, if you have no other questions regarding my research field, I would like to exchange some ideas with you about some unique ancient necromantic spells. As a guest that hadn't been invited by Felipe himself, the major host of the Feast of Death, Lucian felt that he should take his revenge and retaliate after being tested, and also, a question like this should be proper to distract Felipe for a moment. Although Felipe felt challenged, exactly as Lucian expected, for a second he forgot about the fact that he was going to lose his temper. Apparently, this cunning and mysterious professor wanted to see how powerful and profound Felipe was. Felipe's eyes gradually narrowed. Seizing the chance, the Viscount interposed between them. I think we're running out of time now, Mr. Felipe and Mr. Professor. The Feast of Death is about to start. What about exchanging more ideas afterwards? Sure, Lucian responded instantly. Felipe also felt relieved that his conversation with Professor was ended by the Viscount, so he stood up and apologized. Sorry, I forgot about the time. No worries. Cairndia waved his hand casually, and then he said to his steward Nide, can you lead Mr. Professor to the hall first? I still need to borrow a couple of minutes from Mr. Felipe. Waiting until Lucian and Nide left the study, the Viscount said to him, Mr. Felipe, maybe you do not care, but this castle was left by my grandfather, and I cherish it a lot. So if you really want to fight, please pick somewhere else. Felipe lowered his head and smiled. Although I often feel out of control, I still know how to respect the owner of a place. My Viscount, you can rest assured. The only possibility that I would choose to have a fight with Professor is either if I could kill him within 30 seconds, or if he stepped on my toes. In this crazy necromancer's dictionary, the premise of respect the owner of a place was that the owner should be powerful enough to be respected. Felipe remained respectful to the Viscount since the latter's power was no inferior his, even though Cairndia was not a senior-rank vampire yet. That'll be great. The Viscount raised his glass again, and I'll inform Mr. Professor as well. Then Cairndia left the study for the gathering, and Felipe and Cleveland slowly followed him. Master, why didn't you attack Professor directly to test him? Anyone could tell that he's afraid of you from his way of dressing. Although Cleveland, the middle-aged man, was twice Felipe's size, he respected his master a lot. He'll definitely bring trouble to us later during the feast. Felipe slowly shook his head and answered, I'm glad that I tested him in a different way. I think his power has increased a lot since the time when he was first registered on the church's cleansing list. Pausing his steps, Felipe took a glance at his student, Cleveland, and was about to tell his student something. After opening his mouth, Felipe changed his mind and said nothing but followed the Viscount in silence. Following the steward, Lucian felt that he was exhausted. Facing this crazy Felipe was a great test to Lucian's will and soul. At the same time, Lucian also gained some information from their conversation. He could sort of figure it out that the faction which held hostility toward the Will of Element and Home Royal Magic Academy seemed to be an organization called the Hand of Paleness. From its name, Lucian guessed that it was a necromancer group, and based on that, Lucian suspected that the intention of Felipe hosting this feast was to enroll more necromancers to expand the faction that he belonged to. It was impossible for Lucian to directly ask Felipe who was the liaison in Stirk, since a middle-rank mage should be capable of just flying over Storm Strait. The last thing that Lucian could let Felipe know was that he was actually only a first-circle sorcerer. There were many thoughts flashing across Lucian's mind, but he remained silent all the way to the hall. When Lucian stepped into the hall, he noticed the smell of death. Although the hall was bright and grand, and the long tables were loaded with delicious cuisines and wine, Lucian had no appetite at all. While some of those gloomy necromancers and apprentices were holding glasses of wine and food dishes, others were eagerly exchanging brain tissues, eyeballs, skulls, rotten hearts, and infant bodies for other materials and reagents that they needed or for money, all of that right beside the tables. Despite the fact that Lucian was not afraid of a corpse, and he was not completely unfamiliar with the organs, he still felt very nauseous. However, many of the necromancers and apprentices were still casually enjoying their drink and wine. No wonder the whole continent regards sorcerer as a symbol of evilness. Lucian thought to himself, it must be because of those necromancers, at least to a large degree. Good evening, Mr. Professor, Mr. Professor. Seeing Lucian walking by, many apprentices lowered their heads and greeted him out of the admiration for his great power. Lucian nodded to them and took over a glass of water from the waiter. As he was walking around the hall, Lucian was thinking how to deal with Felipe later. Mr. Professor, someone greeted Lucian in a voice which sounded a bit familiar. It was Fatty. Fatty and another couple of apprentices were squatting in a circle in a corner of the hall, exchanging some ideas. What's going on here? Lucian asked casually with a bit of curiosity. Mr. Professor, we're studying the human body. The other apprentices hurriedly stood up and answered Lucian's question. The fourth circle necromancer, Ceci, was also there. Mr. Professor, the apprentices are not only studying the organs of human body, but also trying to identify the changes of organs and bones brought by different diseases using magic, explained Ceci. Interesting. Are they your students? Asked Lucian. No, Ceci shook his head. I just led them here. Mr. Professor, is there any similar study in the Congress? Lucian did not know what to say. After a few seconds, he answered in an ambiguous way, at a higher level. The other apprentices tried to get a bit closer to Professor, hoping that he could share more information from the Congress. As what Professor just mentioned, the Congress of Magic is working on very in-depth study in human body, and the Hand of Paleness, which is the organization that I belong to, specializes in this area. And we've also developed many new spells based on our knowledge, such as Pneumonia Curse. Felipe's voice came from behind. Mr. Felipe, the necromancers and the apprentices greeted. Felipe looked at Lucian with a sophisticated glance and then turned to the rest of them. I have something to declare. Stepping onto the stage in the front of the hall, Felipe cleared his throat a bit. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Felipe from the Hand of Paleness, the Congress of Magic. We're gathering here tonight because of one thing, announced Felipe. As Felipe was talking on the stage, the necromancers and apprentices began to pay attention to him and started to whisper to each other. Viscount Cairndia also showed holding his glass of wine, and he stood behind Lucian. Mr. Professor, I can probably guess your intention of coming to the Feast of Death, but let me remind you that, if you want to fight, finish it as soon as possible, or I'd have to ask you two to leave. Although I would like to see a fight between two top fifth circle sorcerers, the last thing I want to see is my castle being destroyed. Lucian took a quick glance at the Viscount. Inside his mind, he responded to the Viscount's words in a sarcastic way. You know my intention. Come on. Even I don't know why I'm here and what I'm doing right now. The whole thing was now totally out of Lucian's expectation, and now he was tasting the bitterness caused by his boldness. What if I'm only here to take a look around? Lucian's face was covered by his hood, and he answered politely, sometimes fighting is the most useless thing. Interesting. The Viscount shortly commented, and then turned to look at the people standing on the stage. Besides Felipe, now there were another 4 necromancers who were the chosen representatives of the crowd. The old necromancer, Ceci, a plain-looking female necromancer, Tess, a young necromancer named Quentin, and a horrible-looking necromancer named Sydney, whose face and hands were covered with big scars sewed by threads. They were also the only 4 middle-rank sorcerers from the land which originally belonged to Wilfred, who inherited the tradition of the ancient magic empire. 2 of them were of 4th circle, and 2 of them were of 3rd circle. You don't want to get on the stage? Asked the Viscount in a joking way. Lucian rolled his eyes under his hood and answered ironically again in his mind. Sure, I'll get on the stage and find a perfect way to get myself killed. Why not? Of course, Lucian could not say something like that to the Viscount. Therefore, pretending that he was profound and mysterious, Lucian said to Cairndia, sometimes standing away from the stage can make you see more. The Viscount clinked his glass with that of Lucian and commented, no wonder your pseudonym is Professor. Felipe's eyes were staring at Lucian. Seeing that Professor was not planning to disturb his speech for now, he turned to all the sorcerers and apprentices present and started to talk again in his deep but loud voice. I'm sure that all of you have suffered and are still suffering lots of difficulties here, the land which once belonged to the greatest necromancer, Wilfred. You folks are worrying that one day the church might come for you. You folks are worried every single day, even during your meditation, that one day you'd be killed by some random adventurers, knights, priests, and you folks are so disturbed that you cannot fall asleep at night. In the nations controlled by the church, every sorcerer and apprentice shared more or less similar experiences. After hearing the Felipe's words, they could not help but nod, even including Lucian. Wow, Mr. Professor, are you agreeing with Mr. Felipe? Viscount Cairndia was a bit surprised to see that Lucian was nodding as well. Of course, what he just said is true, said Lucian in a tolerant manner. You cannot tell your relatives and friends who you are, Felipe continued. You have no one to share the outcome of your research and experiment. You have no one to share your happiness and sadness. And you know that you can never achieve what you want in your life, even though you deserve it. The crowd was oppressed by the silence. They all had their bitterness that they could only handle on their own because of their status. So tell me, do you want to continue to live in this miserable life? Felipe asked aloud. An apprentice was touched and he burst out a cry, no, not at all, and his answer called upon more responses. More and more of the necromancers and apprentices present started to cry out, no, we can't take it anymore, we don't. The crowd in the hall became irritated, and the people were shouting out of their long-repressed anger. Lucian did not say anything, but stared at Felipe quietly. He was waiting to see if there would be any useful information for him in Felipe's speech. Until the crowd slowly calmed down, the 4 representatives exchanged a look between each other, and then Ceci took the initiative. We never wanted a life like this, Mr. Felipe. We're living this life because we've got no choice. Can we get rid of all that? Can the Continental Congress of Magic help us? Finally, a relatively gentle smile appeared on Felipe's pale face. He nodded and answered determinedly, yes, and I'm here to help you all. There was a stir in the crowd again. In the few countries where magic study is protected by the Continental Congress of Magic, we don't have to hide at all. We can feel totally safe when we meditate at home, conduct experiments in a lab without having to worry about the church. Not only that, these kingdoms also allow sorcerers to become their city councilors, which is the equivalent of the status of a noble. And if you have enough power and prestige to become a member of a royal magic academy, you'd be a counselor from the House of Lords. Felipe's words totally shocked the necromancers and apprentices. Although some of them did actually hear the name of the Congress before, they never thought that the kingdoms that were protected by the Congress could be such a paradise for them. Please let me finish, ladies and gentlemen. Felipe pressed his hand down in order to let the crowd quiet down. More importantly, in the Continental Congress of Magic, as long as you're capable enough, you can learn different levels of meditation, get all kinds of magic materials and items, and even have the access to learn arcana and the most cutting-edge researches in your field. Ladies and gentlemen, do you want to join us? Of course. Some of the apprentices answered directly out of great excitement, while some felt that what Felipe just described was almost too good to be true. Some of them started to feel suspicious. After all, nothing is truly free in this world. Mr. Felipe, Ceci coughed a bit and said to him, I'm sure that many of us are willing to join the Congress for sure. However, what I want you to be clear here is, what do you need us to do? Seeing that they were heading toward the right direction, Felipe nodded with satisfaction. Since the church has blocked the path toward the headquarters of the Congress of Magic, it is not easy for us to lead all of you to break the blockade. Then Felipe stopped himself and shifted to another topic. Back in the days when the ancient magic empire still existed, the conflict among the 8 major factions was already there, and it is the same with the Congress of Magic today as well. Facing the competition and conflict, the best solution for individuals to survive is unity. Then Felipe cleared his throat and addressed the crowd in an even louder voice. I'm a member of the Hand of Paleness, which is jointly established by the Grand Arcanist, Vicent Miranda, known as Thanatos, and the legendary Archmage, Congus, known as Demigod Lick. The Hand of Paleness is an influential organization that is still fast-growing for the sake of the unity of necromancers, and that's why it is also the most ideal choice for all of you to join. Lucian was listening to Felipe's speech with interest. Now he felt what Felipe was conveying was almost like multi-level marketing. Although many of them had no idea what did the title of Grand Arcanist stood for, they knew how powerful a legendary archmage should be. At this time, Tess took a step forward and asked, if the Hand of Paleness is really like what you just described, I personally would like to join you without doubt. But what I want to ask you is, what do we have to do after we join the organization? Tess still remained relatively calm. She knew that there was always a price to pay for everything. Good question. Felipe nodded. Let's tap about what benefit you can have after joining us first. First of all, you can get a magic item according to your current power level. Secondly, you'll have powerful and profound sorcerers to be your supervisors to introduce you to the contemporary magic system. Thirdly, we'll never take away your own research outcome and your own property. That is to say, what is yours will always be yours. However, Felipe paused a bit. We do have one requirement for our members. When you receive a task from the organization, you cannot turn it down. If the task was completed, you'd be awarded, but if you fail, you'd be punished as well. More and more like multi-level marketing, Lucian thought to himself. He was still waiting for the possible information from Felipe about the liaison in Stirk. Alluring as Felipe's description was, the requirement woke the necromancers and apprentices up immediately. For sure, there was nothing truly free in the world. What if someone turns down the task? Asked Ceci carefully. 2 situations. For senior rank mages, penalty or alternative task. Below that level, penalty, physical punishment, mental punishment, or death, depends on the given task, answered Felipe directly. According to the latest finding of Arcana, energy is conserved. You pay for what you get. Everyone should make their own choice. And due to the restrictions, we can only bring sorcerers to the headquarters of the Congress of Magic. For apprentices, as long as you sign the magic contract, I will leave you some books and materials to help you grow to become a sorcerer as soon as possible. Every year there will be a liaison bringing new sorcerers to the Congress. Felipe further explained. Due to his words, some of the senior apprentices present started to feel excited again since they had been struggling with their next-level breakthrough for a long time. Now they finally found a possible way out. Besides, some tasks from the organization might now be that dangerous, they thought. After Felipe finished his speech, he stared at Lucian with his cold eyes, because that moment was the perfect time for Professor to ruin his recruiting. When Lucian was under Felipe's gaze, all of a sudden he thought of something. Since both the Viscount and Felipe thought that the reason why Professor was here was to disturb the gathering, if Lucian decided to just wait there and watch until the end of the feast, that would be very suspicious of him. Lucian felt that he had to bring some trouble to the feast in order to make his presence reasonable. However, he needed to be very careful about keeping the balance and the degree to which he would piss Felipe off. Ideally, the problem caused by Professor should be troublesome, but still within Felipe's capability to be solved. Lucian had to carefully think about how to do it. While Lucian was occupied by his own thoughts, on the stage Ceci, the most powerful necromancer on the territory once belonging to Wilfred, asked Mr. Felipe, "Since the rules of the organization you represent are very strict, I don't think that the four of us can make the decision for everyone present. It is really an individual thing." As he was speaking, Tess, Sydney, and Quentin were also nodding. Seeing that there was a cold smile on Felipe's face, Ceci hurriedly added, "Of course, I personally would like to follow you to the Congress and join the Hand of Paleness, but before that, what I want to ask is whether I can collect bodies in the nations controlled by the Congress without needing to hide all the time." Felipe smiled to Ceci, who was the first one willing to join the organization. "Mr. Ceci, according to the agreement reached by the Congress and the several kingdoms, you can't destroy cemeteries or kill ordinary people to get the bodies you want. You need to have an agreement with a person who's willing to let you dispose of his or her body after the person's death. But of course, if you kill your enemy, any magic creature or beasts, they're all yours." "Well, I'm afraid it won't be enough," Ceci frowned, "unless your organization can provide us with enough bodies for our research." The rest of the necromancers and apprentices felt the same way. For these sorcerers who were the inheritors of the ancient magic system, without bodies, they could not see any possible progress in their magic researches. Seeing that all the necromancers and apprentices present were hesitating, and Professor still remained mysterious and calm, Felipe became irritated, and he started to raise his tone. "You guys can never imagine the great progress made by arcana and magic within the past hundreds of years, just as you can never imagine, without your filthy bodies, how you can grow stronger and more powerful." The people present in the hall got a bit confused with Felipe's emotional thing all of a sudden. However, Felipe continued furiously and regardlessly. "What's more, through the collision of the two theories, waves of spiritual power and particles of spiritual power, a series of highly efficient, high-level meditation have been broadly applied with lower requirements. Most of the meditating methods on your books are out of date." Lucian was listening to Felipe's speech carefully, while other people were now shocked. Felipe was almost yelling now. "Can you believe that the meditation which was only available for senior rank mages is now accessible to any sorcerer? Can you believe that there are new spells coming out every month? Can you imagine a middle-rank mage who's only 20 years old? Can you imagine a senior-rank mage who's only 30 years old? Can you imagine an archmage who's 50 years old, or a legendary archmage who's 80? Only in the headquarters of the Congress of Magic you can know how advanced arcana and magic are right now." Lucian did not know what other people were thinking right now, but he was certain that he would go to the Congress one day. Although he was very profound with his spirit library, the biggest challenge facing him was the channel to turn his knowledge into real power. In this new era of magic, Lucian knew that he needed to make progress all the time in order to be strong. Then, after taking a glance at Lucian in contempt, Felipe said to them, "There's no worry that you might be discriminated by other sorcerers in the Congress, my necromancers. The School of Necromancy is right now one of the most popular fields following force and electromagnetics, since it specializes in studying the secret of life and prolonging people's lifespan. And as for the School of Element, it is not even close to us. Although a human body is composed of all different kinds of elements, without the power of life, the elements cannot turn themselves into any part of a human body, neither blood or muscle or organs, anything. The attempts trying to prolong people's lifespan based on the theories of the School of Element all failed. The secret of the origin of life and the key of prolonging lifespan can only be revealed and showed by the School of Necromancy. No other schools can compete with us," declared Felipe. All the necromancers and apprentices were nodding out of pride and yearning feelings for the Congress. Meanwhile, Felipe's words reminded Lucian that, in this world, it seemed that the School of Element was still not advanced enough to synthesize organic materials. Because of the School of Necromancy, the theory of life force was more dominant than the other theories in Element. Based on Lucian's current knowledge, human body, soul, and life force were not the same thing, but these three were integrated together in a way that Lucian could not figure it out right now. Despite all of that, Lucian believed that it was still possible to synthesize different parts of a human body. "Maybe I can start from here," Lucian thought to himself. When Lucian's brain was working fast, Felipe raised his hands up and said loudly, "In the new era of magic, joining the Hand of Paleness can bring you the great fortune of knowledge that you can't even imagine, and the Hand of Paleness can thrive because of all of you joining. So I propose here, sign the magic contract with me, all of you." Felipe took a step forward and started to act crazily. "That's my proposal. Who agrees? Who opposes?" After all, there was still another gentleman from the Congress. There might be other ways with lower cost to get to the Congress. Felipe turned around and stared at Quentin with his cold eyes. You sure, Mr. Quentin? Yes, answered Quentin with some kind of alertness. All right, Felipe nodded. Then the pale fire appeared in his eyes and he pointed at Quentin with his right hand. Immediately, the black smoke surrounding Quentin, which should protect him from the great danger, was driven away, and Quentin's body was totally drained, as if all the water in his body had evaporated. Felipe killed him within a second. Felipe killed a third circle sorcerer within a second. Countless faces of revenants appeared surrounding Felipe and built up a transparent wall around him. Then he asked again my proposal. Who agrees? Who opposes? The protection Felipe was wearing was a standard 5th circle spell, Revenant Wall, and the spell he had just used to kill Quentin looked like the single target, lower-level version of the 8th circle spell, Wilting, which should be something new that was developed by the Congress. People were afraid of him. They were afraid of that crazy man, and they would rather die later instead of right now. One more time, I will ask again, my proposal. Who agrees? Who opposes? No one dared look at Felipe's eyes. I oppose, said a calm voice from among the crowd. This was not a surprise to Felipe. Professor walked onto the stage in his black hood. Professor, exclaimed some of the apprentices. Step by step, Lucian walked to the stage, under the gaze of several hundreds of people. The necromancers and apprentices who did not want to join the Hand of Paleness were encouraged, but soon they started to feel concerned, since they did not know if Professor was powerful enough to face this crazy man, even though his name was on the cleansing list. Is Mr. Professor gonna be okay? Fatty asked one of his companions carefully in a low voice with his teeth clattering. Of course, answered the stout apprentice, Bread. He was trying to comfort Fatty and also himself. You think anyone can be on the church's list. How do you know Mr. Felipe is not on the list as well? Interjected Wine. Both Wine and Garupa were still feeling very unsure. Interesting enough, when Lucian was walking toward the stage, his mind was divided in two opposite thoughts. Part of him felt extremely nervous and afraid, however. The other part of him somehow felt the whole thing a bit funny, out of the great pressure. Felipe's eyes were freezing cold. Mr. Professor, what do you want to say? I already did what I didn't want to do, and it's impossible for me to back away. If you can't give me a reasonable explanation, I think either you or me will die on this stage. The corner of Lucian's lips twitched a bit. He really wanted to suggest Felipe to sit down and have a cup of tea first to calm down a little bit before their conversation. Despite all these thoughts, Lucian answered calmly, I'm from the Will of Elements, and I don't really mind the fact that the Hand of Paleness is trying to grow by recruiting more people. The last thing Lucian wanted to do was piss off Felipe right away. Felipe was confused. What do you mean? Why are you here then? The rest of the necromancers and apprentices were surprised to know that Professor also belonged to an organization from the Congress. I'm here because I don't like your way of recruiting people. Then Lucian changed his tone. No one should be forced to join anything, and correspondingly, no one should blame anyone else for the following consequence. Very good. Felipe applauded, but what if forcing people is exactly my style? Felipe was pushing Professor to his limit, and he was ready for a bitter fight. At this time, Lucian switched the topic without directly answering Felipe's question. Also, I don't agree with you on what you just commented on the School of Element. I'd like to further discuss it with you. What comment? Felipe felt even more confused now. What did Professor want to do? According to what you just said, you think that the foundation of the human body is life force, and without the integration of life force, only the elements can't be synthesized to build any part of the human body, such as blood, muscle, or all kinds of impurities, right? Asked Lucian with patience. Felipe did not expect that Professor actually wanted to argue with him about this topic right now on the stage, and he laughed. That's the case. The secret of human body is not what you, a bunch of people who play with elements all the time, can understand. What your statement is based on, asked Lucian. Mr. Professor, from all the researches conducted back in the time of the ancient magic empire until today's mainstream belief in the Congress, I can't find anything that made me doubt the theory of life force. Even the church admits that life force is the essence of human body. When there is no life force, a lost limb can't grow back. The only difference between the church and us in understanding life force is that while they believe that life force is given by God, we're still seeking for the answer from the origin of the world. Felipe confidently elaborated his belief. A couple of decades ago, several senior rank mages attempted to synthesize human muscle only with elements but failed, and at that time, even you element sorcerers admitted that this was not going to work. Now you want to totally overthrow the research foundation built by all the previous arcanists and sorcerers. Are you kidding me? For sure, Felipe's words were both aggressive and persuasive. In his world, since the theory of life force was the foundation of the school of necromancy, it could not be shaken and would not be shaken for eternity. The rest of the necromancers and apprentices felt the same way as Felipe. Since they never experienced the time in which arcana knowledge exploded, they still respected and highly praised the Book of Necromancy, just like pious followers worshipped canons. Although they knew that Professor was helping them, the necromancers and apprentices still felt that what Professor was trying to say was ridiculous. Even the Viscount, who was only watching everything going on the stage with his glass of wine, started to get a bit more excited, since basically Professor was trying to challenge the foundation of Arcana. That was exactly what Lucian wanted to do to distract Felipe. Lucian looked around the hall and noticed that Sydney was the only one who still looked serious. It looks like only Mr. Sydney is on my side, asked Professor. Mr. Sydney's the only one who is not laughing at me right now. I'm sorry, Mr. Professor. My face, because of the transformation ritual, cannot make any facial expression, answered Sydney with the same face. A bunch of people chuckled. What if I say, Mr. Felipe? Lucian turned around regardlessly and said to him calmly, that I can synthesize parts of human body only with elements or non-life force materials. Do you believe that? On Earth, the field studying organic matter had also been dominated by the theory of life force for a long time in history. However, in the 19th century, when acetic acid, carbamide, and other organic matters were artificially synthesized successively, this secret of the theory was completely revealed. Everyone quieted down in the hall. It's impossible. Who do you think you are? A home crown prize winner? Felipe laughed. Stop saying nonsense. Speak your true intention. I think Mr. Professor's just trying to play a joke, mediated Ceci. Only a real experiment can speak for me. Professor continued, if you don't believe my words, do you want to make a bet with me? What the hell do you want? Felipe asked furiously. If I can synthesize something contained in the human body without using anything that carries life force, you will tell everyone here who is the liaison from the Congress of Magic in Stirk, and let them decide on their own whether they should join the Hand of Paleness or not. If I fail, I will apologize to you, and then leave the feast immediately. What do you think? Asked Lucian. Felipe put his hands back into the pockets of his black coat. Although he still looked calm, there were countless thoughts in his heart. Either Professor was a real madman, or he must be very confident that his experiment would be successful. Felipe started to feel hesitant. He was not sure whether he should make the bet with Professor or just fight with him. After all, the church commented Professor as extremely cunning and dangerous. In the end, Felipe could not resist his curiosity, and at the same time, his confidence in the theory of life force pushed him to make the decision. He had to admit that he also wanted to see if the fundamental theory of necromancy would be overthrown just like the previous ancient theories. Felipe was also an arcanist, and Lucian was exactly betting on his desire toward more advanced knowledge and also his curiosity, except for apologizing. If you lost the bet, you would lose nothing, Professor. Felipe responded slowly. The rest of the necromancers and apprentices were very surprised. It seemed that Felipe was really going to make the bet with Professor. Although Lucian was very excited in his mind, he answered shortly and calmly, my mission would fail at least. Felipe took out his left hand and clenched it into a fist. His tone became firm. All right, Mr. Professor. I'll make this bet with you. Let's make the devil pact. According to astrology and elements, magic pact is something seeking notarization from different great powers in this world. According to the levels of the Covenanters, the notarization powers varied, from common magic power to the devil or even to the original power of the world. For middle-ranked mages, the devil pact was the most suitable. If a Covenanter did not keep his or her promise, the person would be punished by the power of the pact. I trust Mr. Felipe, and I also trust myself. We don't need a pact, answered Lucian calmly. In fact, he was not capable of summoning the devil, and even if the devil was summoned by Felipe, his true level of power would be recognized by the devil immediately. If I was not reliable, I don't think the Viscount would even invite me to the gathering. Lucian looked at Viscount Cairndia. The Viscount was a bit surprised that, all of a sudden, his name was mentioned. His guess was that Professor did not want to leave his real name on the pact, so he nodded and said, I can be the witness, and all the people here are the witnesses as well. Felipe nodded, I agree. Then start your experiment, Mr. Professor. Lucian waved his hands in order to be fair. I tell you what to do, and Mr. Felipe, you conduct the experiment. Fair enough. Felipe nodded. Give me a second to build the lab. The reason that Lucian asked Felipe to do the experiment was because he was not capable of doing it himself. Felipe took out a fist-sized golden cabin from his pocket and took out a bunch of mini-sized alchemy equipment. As soon as these pieces of equipment left the cabin, under Felipe's control, they grew back to their original size. Soon, a small but fully equipped lab was built. Lucian hoped that he would have something like this as well in the future, but he had no idea how to get it. When Felipe was building the lab, the necromancers and apprentices facing the stage started to whisper to each other again. Do you think Professor can really synthesize any ingredient for life? Asked Fatty with a mixed feeling. No way. Wine shook his head immediately. The theory of life force is the eternal truth, which is built by many legendary archmages in the past. Yes, it is the eternal truth for us. The necromancer looked back at them and nodded seriously. Or how could we successfully synthesize human body parts in the past? But if Professor failed, Fatty said in a low voice, if he failed, we must join the Hand of Paleness. Honestly, I'd rather find the church and be a night watcher if that's the case. Maybe Mr. Professor is planning to attack Felipe when he's conducting the experiment, to strike him when Felipe is unprepared. Bread also lowered his voice. He hated Felipe a lot. Contemptible. Garupa took a glance at Bread, but I like it. Naive. The necromancer put on a cold smile. You think Felipe would be that stupid? You think the Viscount would be just an onlooker? On the stage, Sydney also whispered, what does Mr. Professor want to do? He was confused since he never thought the experiment would be successful. No idea. I'd rather put more thoughts into how to survive in the Hand of Paleness, Tess answered. Ceci also shook his head. I've made up my mind. I'm going to join the Hand of Paleness, no matter if his experiment works or not. Sydney remained silent for a while and then nodded. You guys are right. Joining the Hand of Paleness seems to be the best choice for us right now. Mr. Professor, let's start. Felipe's eyes looked a bit crazy. Lucian quickly browsed through the journal arcana that he once read and copied in his spirit library to make sure that the chemical elements he remembered were right, and then he said to Felipe, gather nitrogen and hydrogen and store them separately. Lucian was trying to use the industrial way to synthesize carbamide, which was the first artificial synthesis of organic matter on Earth. The reason why Lucian did not go for the laboratory method was that some of the chemical symbols involved in this process were not familiar to him, and he did not want to give Felipe any reason to doubt his true power. Also, at the same time, the industrial way was simple, and the several experimental substances were very common. Their chemical symbols were familiar to Lucian because he once read about them in the journal. As for the required environment of high temperature and pressure in this magic world, it was not something hard to achieve. Gas separation was just a common magic for sorcerers. Felipe thought that the beginning of the experiment would be different. A piece of magnet. Lucian made Felipe put the catalyst into the reactor, mix the gas according to the proper percentage, and then heat it to about 500 degrees, and the pressure is. Following Lucian's instruction, Felipe tried his best to turn on all the alchemy magic circles and meet the requirement of temperature and pressure. After the reaction finished, Felipe sensed the container. Nothing, Mr. Professor. Not yet, Lucian answered with patience. Separate nitrogen and hydrogen and keep the remaining gas. Ah, ammonia gas. Felipe shrugged. You could have told me earlier. I have some previously made ammonia gas in my lab. Lucian, in fact, did not know how to say ammonia in this world. He did not respond, but continued his instruction. Cool it down and let it liquefy. Then separate it to get carbon dioxide. Felipe could already tell what Professor wanted to do here. He did not believe that this simple experiment could produce carbamide. Following Lucian's requirement, Felipe put the liquid ammonia and carbon dioxide into reactor again. Again, high temperature and high pressure. But this time the temperature was only about 200 or so, and the pressure was lower than the last time. Keep the temperature and pressure and let's wait for a while. Lucian nodded. Felipe, the Viscount, the necromancers and apprentices were all waiting. They believed that this was still one step of the experiment. The theory of life force would not be overthrown by a simple experiment. They were waiting. The whole hall was silent. No one spoke a word, since they were all waiting for the outcome of the experiment. A while later, when people started to whisper to each other again, Lucian said, Mr. Felipe, you can open the reactor now. Strictly following the procedures of doing a magic experiment, Felipe turned on a series of magic circles for safety protection one by one. When the reactor was opened, and when the temperature was back to normal, Felipe collected the small amount of white particles lying at the bottom of the container and then turned to Lucian. What's the next step, Professor? You don't want to check these particles, Mr. Felipe. Lucian answered with a mysterious smile underneath his hood. What do you mean? These particles are. Felipe was confused for a second, and so were the rest of the people. Yes, Mr. Felipe. Lucian nodded calmly. This is the end of the experiment. These particles are things contained within a human body. What? The crowd was shocked. These white particles are an ingredient for life. A great stir started to gather its momentum in the hall. The necromancers and apprentices could not believe what they saw. Felipe stared at Professor with his great, mixed feelings. He could not accept the fact that an experiment synthesizing an ingredient for life would be this simple. You'd better not be kidding me, Professor. After quite a while, Felipe finally responded. Lucian was also nervous. He knew that Felipe might lose his temper at any time. However, he still answered in a calm tone, you can check it yourself, Mr. Felipe. Those particles is carbamide, the organic matter you were talking about. As soon as Lucian uttered the word, people in the hall stopped whispering and talking and went back to silence. Mr. Felipe, please check the particles, asked the necromancers on the stage. They were afraid, excited, and thrilled. They were staring at the particles with great concern, as if it was not something ordinary that could be simply produced by human body, but something so powerful like a taboo that could destroy their world. Felipe looked rather gloomy and serious. Slowly, he walked back to the reactor again and opened it. Then he used the first circle magic, identification, to check the particles. As the white light flashed past, Felipe stood there, staring at these particles without saying anything, like a statue. After more than a minute, Ceci could not wait anymore. Carefully, he asked, "Mr. Felipe, is it carbamide?" The rest of the necromancers and apprentices were also looking at Felipe, waiting for his confirmation. As if Felipe was in a different world, he did not answer Ceci's question. After another minute again, finally, he slowly answered, "Yes, it is carbamide." No one made a sound after Felipe responded. All of a sudden, they felt that all the experiments that they had done and all the theories that they had learned were just like a dream. The experiment showed that their effort was worth nothing. Felipe suddenly turned around and said to Lucian in a higher pitch, "Mr. Professor, identification is not accurate from time to time. I need to use other experiments to make sure what is these particles." Felipe was not finding excuses. Indeed, identification was a spell built on the caster's own knowledge level. So if the caster did not have a profound knowledge in the corresponding field, the magic would go wrong sometimes. Hearing Felipe's words, Ceci and the other necromancers and apprentices regained their hope again. They could not admit that their belief was wrong, and no one would easily admit that something he or she had been pursuing for the whole life was fundamentally not correct. People often tended to make all kinds of excuses to deceive themselves. Go ahead. Lucian did not care how many times Felipe needed to verify the outcome of the experiment. The bottles, glass tubes, and weights were making low sounds on the stage when Felipe was doing the verification experiment with his trembling hands. One experiment after another, Felipe looked more and more frustrated. Bang! A metal container was thrown into the sink. Felipe lowered his head with his back toward Lucian and said with depression, "Yes, it is carbamide. It's not possible." Some necromancers burst out bitter cries. Their world collapsed. Sidney slowly raised up his hands, which were covered with stitches and scars. He could not believe what he just witnessed. If the theory of life force was not correct, how came he could use this body? Comparatively speaking, the apprentices felt the outcome less shocking, and some of them were right now blaming the origin of necromancy for making them fail at becoming a real sorcerer, instead of their own lack of intelligence. When Lucian was about to lead the topic into another direction, in case Felipe would completely lose his temper on him, Felipe turned around. "Mr. Professor, this is not your victory," said Felipe stubbornly. "I don't think carbamide is an ingredient for life. Instead, carbamide is just some filthy excreta from the human body. It exists between life ingredients and non-life ingredients. In fact, your experiment cannot explain anything." Like a beast guarding its territory, Felipe sought for any possible reason to dispute. If it were not for the fact that he had no idea how powerful Professor was, he might have already resolved this academic dispute with violence. Yes, carbamide is not an ingredient for life. A couple of necromancers started to follow Felipe's viewpoint. Although Lucian was quite happy to see what was going on here right now, he still pretended that he was angry. "Mr. Felipe, you're not playing fair." There was a reason why Lucian chose carbamide to be the organic compound produced by this experiment. Although Lucian wanted to win, he needed to make sure that, after the experiment, Felipe would have some space to do his sophistry. Because again, Lucian could not destroy Felipe's belief completely. Otherwise, he would probably go completely mad. There was a cunning smile on Felipe's face, and he said to the Viscount, "We don't regard carbamide as an ingredient for life, but something existing in human body." I believe that the Viscount and the rest of the necromancers and apprentices would definitely agree with me. Viscount Cairndia nodded. "Mr. Professor, your experiment is so simple that it is out of the expectation of all of us. And I admit that no one ever did this, producing carbamide by using non-life ingredients only. Your experiment is surely a milestone, and I believe that the experiment is meaningful enough to put your name on the candidate list for Home Crown Prize and to win you lots of Arcana points. However, I also agree with Mr. Felipe that carbamide can't be regarded as a life ingredient. After all, it's very hard to imagine that something filthy like human body excreta could contain any life ingredient. If you want to win, you gotta show us more." "Yes, a life ingredient from urine. That's a humiliation to life," someone in the crowd cried, and more people joined the voice of opposition, with their joy from the fact that the theory of life force had not been completely overthrown. "Exactly, Mr. Professor." Felipe shrugged his shoulders with a smile. "Most of us don't see carbamide as a life ingredient. You gotta show us more if you want to persuade us." "I said an ingredient contained in the human body," answered Lucian in a sounded angry voice, "and I'm still working on other further experiments. They're not ready yet. I remember what you said." Felipe was about to say something aggressive, but he stopped himself. Felipe also did not want to piss off Professor completely. The way he viewed Professor was exactly the same as the way Lucian viewed him. Your sophistry made you lose your manner, and their ignorance made them miss the greatest chance to witness the revolution in both the School of Element and Necromancy. Lucian still pretended that he was angry. I don't have anything more solid than this to prove that you people are wrong right now, but I will in the future. Then how do you want to end our bet, Mr. Professor? Asked Felipe. It's a draw. I'm leaving right now. I'll not interfere you with what you're doing here, and I'll not affect the choices made by the necromancers and apprentices. Lucian turned to Felipe. And you, Mr. Felipe, you need to tell them who's the liaison from the Congress in Stirk. At least you should give some hope to the apprentices who cannot go to the Congress right now, before they can really become sorcerers. In Felipe's eyes, Professor was still struggling to save his last dignity. After all, his request could not really do harm to him. Felipe could just add one article in the pact that the necromancers and apprentices present were not allowed to inform their students or friend of the liaison's identity in Stirk. As Felipe had already obtained his victory, he would rather keep the current balance between Professor and him, instead of initiating an unnecessary fight. All right. Felipe nodded. Upon your request, Professor. Then he turned around and said to all the necromancers and apprentices present, in Stirk, known as the Bright Pearl of the Sea, there is a bank called Shiny Gold. Its owner, Mr. Granov, is one of the responsible for maintaining the secret order of the city, and also the liaison of the Congress of Magic. He's the person responsible for sending sorcerers and some of the lucky apprentices to Align through the church's blockade line. After that, Felipe looked at Professor and shrugged. I kept my words. It's your turn now, Mr. Professor. Lucian was still pretending that he was pissed off by the necromancers and apprentices in the hall. You all will eventually taste the bitterness of your own ignorance. Your misery comes from your own incapability of telling who is your enemy and who is your friend. Your misery will last forever. Those people who were feeling excited about the fact that Professor's experiment did not overthrow the theory of life force suddenly got discouraged. They realized that it was seemingly impossible from them to get rid of the hand of paleness right now. Although many of the necromancers and apprentices started to feel extremely concerned about what they were going to face later, ecstasy seized Lucian's mind, for he would be soon out of this dangerous place, and then he could stay far away from this crazy necromancer, Felipe. With his fake anger, Lucian strode to come down from the stage without giving the necromancers and apprentices any extra look when he was walking through the crowd. Mr. Viscount Cairndia, please allow me to make an early leave. Lucian slightly bowed to the owner of the place. Lucian nodded in his hood but did not say anything. Nide, please show Mr. Professor the way, said the Viscount. When Lucian was about to leave, the Viscount called him again. Mr. Professor, I have a question for you, said the Viscount. Lucian's heart missed a beat. Did the Viscount sense anything wrong there? Yes, answered Lucian as calm as possible. I noticed that there's a faint but familiar smell on you, Mr. Professor, asked Cairndia in a hopeful tone. I wonder if you know a man whose surname is also Cairndia. Cairndia is not a rare surname, answered Lucian in confusion. I know about a Duke in Gusta whose surname is Cairndia, but I never met him. Talking about a Mr. Cairndia that I personally know. Yes, there is one. His name is Ryan Cairndia. Since Cairndia was a very common surname, Lucian never thought about connecting the Viscount to the musician he knew. Silver hair and silver eyes, asked Nide, who usually remained quite silent. Lucian nodded. You know Mr. Rhine. He wondered if Rhine was not a human being and was a relative to the Viscount. Yes, of course. The Viscount sighed with his hand touching his forehead. He's, if using human being's way to say, he's my grandfather. As you can see, he's pretty irresponsible, isn't he? Lucian's guess was right. Suddenly he felt that the Viscount standing in front of him was like his grandson. After all, Lucian and Rhine were friends. Seeing that Professor knew the Viscount's grandfather, Felipe was even more certain about Professor's high power and arcana level. According to the power level of the Viscount, his grandfather, Mr. Rhine, should be at least a high-grade vampire. Thus, to be a high-grade vampire's friend, one should be basically of the same level. Can you tell me where my grandfather is right now? Asked the Viscount. Last time I saw him, he was in Alto. Lucian paused a bit, and right now, no idea. For sure the last thing that Lucian wanted to do was to stay here. After knowing who was the liaison in Stirk, Lucian really could not ask for more. All right then. Cairndia smiled. I hope we can see each other again. May the silver moon be with you, Mr. Professor. Lucian nodded and then followed the steward out of the hall. All the muscles in his back were super intense from his great nervousness. Lucian felt extremely exhausted, and he could not handle any more than this. I think this is the best result. The necromancer in front of him said, if Mr. Professor had insisted, what we would be facing now might be a bitter magic fight, and this gathering would be a true feast of death. The necromancers on the stage quickly exchanged looks and nodded. They were planning to negotiate with Felipe about some of the articles in the magic pact to better protect their own interest, while Felipe was still in his good mood from beating Professor. With a winning smile on his face, Felipe watched Professor leaving the castle. However, when Professor completely disappeared in the darkness of the castle, Felipe's facial expression became extremely gloomy and bitter. Both of his hands in the pockets of his jacket clenched into fists. Although he, as well as all the necromancers and apprentices present, were not willing to admit that carbamide was a life ingredient, Professor's research was undoubtedly cutting edge. It was not hard to imagine the reputation Professor would gain soon from his experiments, and even a trend of synthesizing life matter, or life ingredient, with pure elements would be initiated very soon. Felipe felt that a great storm was going to strike the theory of life force. And in this great competition, compared to Professor, who was also a young sorcerer, he was now falling behind. He must keep up with Professor and then crash him. After leaving the castle, Lucian found himself in a totally strange mountain. He could see no silver moon or lake, but only big and tall trees around. The castle is alive, and its name's Amores, Mr. Professor, explained Nide with respect because Lucian knew the count he served before. Amore's life came from alchemy, I see. Lucian nodded. When I was using oscillating hand, I definitely bothered Amores. An alchemy life was made from some specific souls, revenants, and other materials, and it was introduced in Book of Necromancy. Although Lucian had the concept, it was still pretty surprising to him that the whole castle was actually alive. No worries, Mr. Professor, said a muffled voice from the castle. A bit itchy, that's all. Lucian did not know how to properly respond to Amore's words, but just twisted the corner of his lips to make an awkward smile under his hood. And then he nodded to the steward and walked into the woods in calm big steps. When Lucian felt that he was far enough away from the castle, and after he used a couple of spells from astrology and magic elements to check the surroundings, Lucian turned himself into a streak of moonlight and started to run as fast as he could. Kept running and running. He had no idea how far he had ran and how many turns he had taken. Until the sun was going to rise, Lucian finally came back to the place where he hid his other belongings before attending the gathering. Putting on his suit and burning down his robe, Lucian suddenly became limp and fell over under the tree. His hands and feet felt weak, and his heart was still racing. He knew that he just survived from one of the most dangerous situations he had ever experienced. After getting Sun's corona from the magic lock and becoming a real sorcerer, after getting lucky with destroying Heibaro's plot, Lucian knew that he became more and more like an impetuous adventurer, which was very dangerous in this world. He really learned his lesson this time. However, he also had his more important gain. Now he knew who was the liaison in Stirk. After getting a short rest, Lucian stood up and headed eastward. This time his destination was Stirk, the bright pearl of the sea.